Volume 3. Chapter 201, Tit for Tat. Chapter 201, Tit for Tat. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That evening, a grand dinner banquet was held at the Duke's mansion in West Hill. The local officials of West Hill, the representatives of the local noble families and also some famous celebrities came to greet the Duke of the Tulip family and his men. At one of the banquet halls in a courtyard, the men and women socialized, dressed in their best clothes. The accompanying musicians played light brisk music. The guests chatted softly with one another. From time to time, the sounds of the wine glasses colliding and some light music mixed together. Rhodey and Nicole appeared at the same time. That night, Nicole wore a red evening dress. The back part of the dress had a split and revealed half of Nicole's white and smooth back. Her golden hair was tied in a simple knot and scattered on her sleek back. She was like a blooming rose and attracted the attention of countless men at the banquet. Rhodey wore some extremely exquisite, tailor-made clothes. His slender and robust figure was perfectly highlighted. There were not many gorgeous decorations on the clothes. That made Rhodey look even more masculine. Nicole gently held Rhodey's arm and snuggled into him. The smile on her face was filled with the contentment of a happy woman. From time to time, she exchanged tender looks with Rhodey. Her affection was clearly visible to all who were present. Many of them were guessing the identity of that young man beside the Duke's sister. Later, they learned that the young man's name was Rhodey. He was the commander of the escort team for His Excellency the Duke. He was an officer of the Imperial Guards, Viscount Rhodey of the Empire. Some of those people were skeptical. The young man who was obviously favored by the elder daughter of the Tulip family was not from an influential family? He was just an officer of the Imperial Guards and just a little viscount? However, many of them thought deeper. The interpersonal relationships of the social circles of the upper-class people were complex. Perhaps this young man had some kind of powerful background. There were also one or two who were well informed. They had heard of rumors from the imperial capital about that man named Rhodey. When they saw Rhodey's eyes, they felt at ease and respectful. Many people were around Nicole and Rhodey. Although Rhodey did not like to socialize with those nobles, fortunately, he had undergone rigorous training for this and had also a lot of similar experience during his time as the Duke of the Tulip family. It was easy for Rhodey to deal with them. On the other hand, the others felt that this young man behaved like a noble. That certainly confirmed their speculation that the young man must have an extraordinary background. They saw Nicole snuggling at the young man's side and also the young man's hand was at her waist, throughout the night. They were in each other's arms from the beginning until the end. That made a lot of the hopeful young men feel very disheartened. A lot of them had come to the banquet prepared. Although they obviously knew the Duke of the Tulip family would not attend, Miss Nicole was their target. As the eldest daughter of the Tulip family, Miss Nicole was already famous for her beauty. On top of that, she did not have a male partner. That gave a lot of them hope, especially those young nobles from the more influential families. They had even dressed well for the night. They did not give anyone any chance. From the start to the end of the dinner banquet, Rhodey and Nicole were together like couples madly in love with each other. Nicole was smiling throughout the night. She was completely different from the rumor that the eldest daughter of the Tulip family was cold and arrogant. However, they could also see that her tender smile was only directed at Rhodey. When she spoke with others, her smile was completely artificial. That was especially true when dealing with those reckless pesky suitors. Nicole would be extremely cold to them, even intimidating. About midway through the banquet, Nicole's cheeks were already red. She had already drunk a lot of wine that night. As the leading figure for the night and the only representative of the Tulip family, she was the focus of everyone. She gradually became drunk and softly leaned on Rhodey's body. The wine made her face look extremely seductive and beautiful. Rhodey sighed. He was the only one who could feel that Nicole was acting abnormally. She deliberately drank so much wine. In fact, since their chat in the afternoon, Nicole's mood had been strange. Although she looked calm, Rhodey could sense the storm in her heart. The thing that surprised Rhodey, at the banquet, was the presence of needies. The banquet was already halfway through when she walked in. That night, that very seductive woman wore a very conservative long dress. Her beautiful body was tightly wrapped in her dress. However, her charming smile and seductive eyes were a big contrast to her conservative dress. That woman was a seductress who definitely understood men. The contrast of a seductive woman dressed so conservatively would make men feel excited and start fantasizing. What gave Rhodey a headache was that needies had clearly seen him. She could not have missed him as he was standing beside Nicole and had also become the focus of the night. Needy's eyes had a tinge of hatred as she smiled and slowly walked over with a silver wine cup. It was only a dozen paces away, but with every step she took she swayed her waist gently, causing the men around them to gaze intently. Rhodey immediately felt a headache. Did she come here to cause trouble? The surrounding men who were staring at her were enchanted. Obviously, they all knew Needy's. Some of the higher-ranked people immediately gathered around her and smiled. They then guided her to Rhodey's and Nicole's side. Rhodey was surprised when those beside him introduced Needy's. He originally thought that Needy's was only the owner of a pub. This is Miss Needy's, the president of the Wine Trading Association of West Hill. One of the officials of West Hill gave the introduction. Needy's then elegantly raised her wine cup and nodded slightly. She then said, "Miss Nicole, how do you do? I am Needy's. It is my privilege to witness the enchanting manner of the Tulip family tonight." Although Nicole was a little intoxicated, she immediately became vigilant. That was a woman's instinct. When an outstanding woman meets another unfamiliar but also outstanding woman, she would naturally become vigilant. Almost instinctively Nicole moved closer to Rhodey. She then raised her chin and replied, "Miss Needy's, how do you do?" Needy smiled. She then faced Rhodey and stretched out her hand with the palms facing up. Rhodey hesitated for a moment. He then frowned as he pulled Needy's hand and kissed it. Soon, a few people pretended to chat. Their deliberately feigned harmonious conversation made Rhodey feel uncomfortable. The thing he was uneasy with in this situation was that he was actually very familiar with West Hill. In fact, after his return from the war in the Northwest, he had put down the armed rebellion of the previous assistant governor in West Hill. He had replaced the entire government administration officials in West Hill province. When he was reorganizing West Hill, he had never heard of Needy's. However, based on the situation that night, it would seem that Needy's was quite influential amongst the higher rank circles. Even the assistant governor was respectful when he talked to her. "Miss Needy's," Rhodey finally said, "based on what the assistant governor said, you are the president of the Wine Association in West Hill. However, I have never even heard of your name before. Please forgive my ignorance in the imperial capital." Needy smiled as her eye drifted to a noble man who was about 30 years old. The man's face immediately turned red. He then straightened his back and said proudly, "Lord Rhodey, Miss Needy's had just arrived at West Hill about 6 months ago. Her business is in several provinces of the empire and not just the West Hill." Needy's laughed and softly said, "Thank you for the compliment." That man immediately showed an enchanted expression. He could not help but stretch out his hand to hold Needy's waist. Needy smiled and stepped back to avoid the hand. Rhodey furrowed his eyebrows and gave a wry smile. "Is that so? I was really ignorant. Today, I only heard that a wine bar near the barracks belongs to Miss Needy's. My soldiers had a little unhappy experience there. However, now we are all friends. I hope Miss Needy's does not mind." He then took his wine cup, gestured a little and downed it. His words were very subtle, but nevertheless, he was apologizing to her. That was because what he did to her today was a little overboard. Needy's did not seem to care. She gave a shallow smile and charmingly looked at Rhodey. The assistant governor noticed that the situation was a little awkward and smiled. Miss Nicole had journeyed far. She must be tired. Why don't we go to the back, sit down and chat? This place is a little bit noisy. They then walked towards the back of the banquet hall. Behind the banquet hall was a hall dedicated for private use. Of course, only the very high-ranked guests would be invited to go there. The two hosts, Rhodey and Nicole, entered that private hall. Accompanying them were Needy's and the assistant governor. In addition, that 30-years-old noble, who introduced Needy's, also followed. The rest, whose statuses were not high enough, did not follow them. One of the walls of the side hall had completely been transformed into a huge window. The curtain was slowly drawn open and the charming night scene outside was visible. West Hill was located at the northwest of the imperial capital. Not only was the city bustling, it also had good sceneries. This was especially true for the Duke's mansion. At the moment, looking out from that special huge window, the towering mountains and the precipitous ridges in the northwest and the local birch trees in the north could be seen. The night wind was blowing and the leaves on the trees were rustling. That, coupled with the twinkling of the vast numbers of stars in the sky, made the scene fascinating. The assistant governor was a smooth and slick man. Without waiting for Rhodey and Nicole, he had already ordered some people to bring drinks and snacks. After that, he led everybody to sit down. That mansion of the Duke was usually not visited by people. If the Duke had not returned to West Hill to recuperate, the mansion would be deserted. Everything needed for welcoming the Duke was arranged by that assistant governor. As a result, he was more familiar with that place compared to Rhodey and Nicole. They gradually sat down except Needy's, who had awkward expression. She quietly and fiercely stared at Rhodey, before she slowly sat down on a chair. Her forehead revealed an unnatural expression, suggesting that she seemed to be in pain. Rhodey could not help but find it funny. He recalled that morning he had fiercely hit her backside. Now he wondered if he had hit her too hard, especially after noticing her sitting unnaturally. When he thought of it, he could not help but reveal a strange smile. However, he did not avoid Needy's look. Needy's fiercely glared at him with a red face when she saw him snicker. Nicole saw the two of them looking at each other strangely. She could not help but feel a little unhappy. She cleared her throat, looked at Rhodey before she slowly said, "Miss Needy's, although West Hill is our family's fief, I seldom come here. I heard that you are the president of the wine association. Then, you must have a very good understanding of the wine industry." Needy smiled and slowly replied, "Miss Nicole, thanks for the compliment. Most people, especially men, like wine." Her eyes swept across those few men present. She continued, "That being said, the culture of wine is a profound subject. However, most people just enjoy drinking wine and only a few are interested in its culture." "Oh." Nicole laughed. She raised the wine cup in front of her, took a sip and asked, "So, what profound culture is in the wine?" Needy's gracefully raised her wine cup. She slowly stood up, walked to the middle and gently turned a circle. She then raised the wine cup in her hand and said, "Can everyone see the cup of wine in my hand?" Those few men present only took a look at the cup in her hands. Their attentions, intentionally or unintentionally, were more at her snake-like waist. That woman was a natural seductress. Even by just simply spinning in a circle earlier, she had created a strange charm. When Rhodey saw her get out of her seat and walk to the middle, he could not help but guess maliciously. Did she stand up because it was too painful to sit down? Was her attractive gait due to the pain in her backside making her walk unnaturally? Needy's calmly asked, "Miss Nicole, I would like to ask you a question. Do you know what is the most romantic and most serious thing in this world?" Nicole smiled and replied, "Miss Needy's, are you giving me a test?" She then muttered to herself and slowly said, "The most serious thing, I think it should be God's teachings. Religion has always been the most serious thing. I believe nobody has any objection to that. The most romantic thing." Nicole then looked at Rhodey tenderly. She smiled and continued, "The most romantic thing should be love." When she finished, some of the men nodded in approval. Needy's also smiled and whispered, "Miss Nicole's words make sense. But I must ask, what is the thing that can combine the seriousness of religion and romance of love together?" Nicole was smart. When she heard those words, she immediately understood and replied, "Is it wine?" Needy's smile vanished. Her eyes had a pious and serious gaze. Her look surprised Rhodey. It was a gaze indicating one's seriousness in the pursuit of the true essence of something. In the past, when Master Autumn talked about swords and when the Black Veil Saint talked about sorcery, they both had the same look in their eyes. It seemed that Miss Needy's was not a simple seductress. For her, wine is the most awesome pursuit. Needy slowly explained, for example, the red wine in this cup. It is brewed from grape juice. It has a scarlet color, sparkling and transparent. Based on what I know, men and women in love use red wine to create the atmosphere. During a candlelit dinner, a cup of red wine not only makes people feel more pleasant, it is also a symbol of romantic love. Nicole smiled and responded, "True, this is a type of custom." Needy's nodded and slowly continued, "However, very few people knew the origin of red grape wine. It has nothing to do with love." Needy sighed and continued, "As early as about 800 years ago, mankind had learned how to brew grape wine. However, it was not on the Radiant continent. Instead, it was on the Roland continent. Hundreds of years ago, at Rhone Valley in the Gordon Kingdom of the Roland continent, there was a beautiful vineyard. The beautiful scenery stimulated the creative inspiration of mankind. The people then fermented wine with grapes. But do you know that the wine was not recognized by the world? This was because, at that time, Gordon Kingdom was not a legitimate kingdom. It was not until about 500 years ago when the Temple of the Roland continent acknowledged the king of the Gordon Kingdom. The Gordon Kingdom was then recognized and admitted as a religious kingdom by the temple. The grape wine then became an absolute necessity for religious ceremonies and baptisms. Nicole smiled and asked, "Are you saying that wine was originally used in religious rituals?" Needy's nodded and smiled, "This is something not so nice to say." Her eyes showed a bit of cunningness as she continued, "It should be said that the heathens in the north were using wine to do their evil rituals. The Church of the Radiant Empire would not recognize those evil rituals. The assistant governor and that noble immediately raised their wine cups and with a serious tone, loudly said, "Long live the god of Radiant Empire." Rhodey and Nicole were dumbfounded. They took their wine cups and just went through the motions. After all, 400s of years in the Radiant continent, under the influence of the teachings of God, it is impossible to openly go against the religion. Needy seemed to have a delicate appearance. However, she heroically bottomed up a cup of wine in one mouthful. She then gently smiled and said, "This grape wine was later introduced from the northern continent to the empire. It is a sacred and religious wine on the Roland continent. However, in the empire, after hundreds of years of evolution, this grape wine has become something used to create a romantic atmosphere for people in love." They then exchanged jokes for a while. Needy's somehow always diverted the topic to Rhodey. Needy's did not need to say anything. She only simply needed to inadvertently insinuate, and that assistant governor, as well as that noble, would start to inquire about all things. Her experienced socializing skills surprised Rhodey, and her skillful manipulations made Rhodey very weary. Gradually, it was late in the night and the banquet had ended. Everybody went out to say their farewells to the other guests. Nicole was already quite drunk and softly leaned on Rhodey's arms. Although Needy's face was red, her eyes were still very clear. When she bid farewell, she actually blew a kiss to Rhodey. She then took advantage of the moment when everybody was not paying attention to bitterly whisper in Rhodey's ear, "Boy, you just wait." Rhodey was still stunned, but Needy's had jumped away. She then pulled Nicole's hand to bid a warm farewell and then left under the gazes of a group of men. After everybody had left, Nicole, who was originally tipsy, suddenly stood straight up from Rhodey's arm. Her originally hazy drunken gaze also turned slightly more sober. She was clearly sober from the way she looked at Rhodey. She then pursed her lips and said to Rhodey with a jealous tone, "From now on, you are not allowed to get close to that woman." Rhodey looked at Nicole in a daze. He sighed in his heart. Women! Without waiting for Rhodey to turn around, Nicole had already hooked her arms around his neck. She then whispered in his ear, "Carry me back. Do not forget, you are previously my servant, Rhodey." Rhodey felt his blood surge. With one motion, he carried Nicole up and then smilingly whispered, "Yes, my lady master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 202, Nicole's Tender Love. Chapter 202, Nicole's Tender Love. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The cold morning wind blew in through the window. They had forgotten to close it the previous night. Although the morning wind was not strong, it still slowly blew up the curtains in front of the windowsill. The early morning light shone into the room through the narrow gap between the two big curtains. Rhodey felt the cool wind, rubbed his eyes and exhaled. At that moment he had a strange feeling in his heart. It happened? The room was dim and there was an untidy mess of clothes on the floor. The dress that was torn looked like the luxurious red evening dress that Nicole wore the previous night. At that moment, it had been crumpled and randomly thrown on the floor. Half the soft bed sheet was on the floor. Rhodey was leaning against the bedhead on the left side of the bed. Nicole was still sleeping. She was hugging Rhodey's waist in arms with her soft, snow-white body. Her head was on Rhodey's chest. She was like a kitten, partially lying on him. Her golden hair was gently scattered on the pillow, exposing only her sharp chin and delicate ears. She had a peaceful smile on her face and the corners of her mouth turned up. Rhodey sentimentally looked at the figure in his arm. The confusion in his mind gradually cleared up and was replaced with a joyful and tender feeling. He gently pulled out his arm that was held by Nicole. He then stretched out his hand to stroke her back. Nicole lay down sideways, snuggled up on his chest. Her smooth back and waist were curled up, forming a captivating curve. Parts of her buttocks and waist were exposed while the rest were covered in white sheets. The whole scene was very alluring. Rhodey took 2 deep breaths and he finally became fully awake. It really happened last night. Both of them were drunk when Rhodey carried Nicole back to her room. All along the way, when the servants saw the young rising star of the empire carry their miss back, they gave way. Those servants of the aristocratic families were trained and they knew when it was appropriate to stay away. After placing Nicole on her bed, Rhodey saw Nicole breathing heavily. Her red face and seductive eyes made Rhodey feel like he was firmly nailed to the floor and could not even move a single step. Although his heart told him that it was time to leave many times, under such circumstances, which men could walk away? Fortunately, he soon did not need to make a decision. Nicole suddenly turned around and sat up on the bed. She hugged Rhodey's neck with both her hands and pulled him down. The two of them then rolled in the bed. Rhodey could clearly remember then that Nicole was trembling. She was trembling not just because of nervousness and excitement, but also because it was an instinctive fear of a girl in anticipation of what was about to come next. Based on that, at least it could be confirmed that Nicole was sober. Rhodey could not control himself as the intense passionate emotion flared in his heart. He tore off Nicole's dress. The excited couple was then entangled together in their embrace. When the wonderful moment arrived, Rhodey could clearly feel Nicole trembling violently. He could also hear her soft shrieks. In the dark, Rhodey immediately stopped and held Nicole's face. His palm was damp. Nicole wept in the dark and placed her head in Rhodey's arms. She gritted her teeth and said, "It hurts." It was dawn and Rhodey was still recalling that moment. He felt a strange sense of satisfaction. He looked at the sleeping Nicole beside him and finally understood the feeling in his heart. She is my woman. Nicole's behavior was very strange the previous night. She seemed to be violently impulsive. Although in the beginning, she cried for a long time because of the pain, after that she was a little crazy. It was as if an invisible wave of passion rolled the two of them together, tossing them up, down and then up again. Finally, Nicole fiercely bit Rhodey's arm. It was definitely not the action of a lover during the passion of S***. Rhodey could clearly feel Nicole's bitterness and hatred along with the excitement and love in that bite. Rhodey was not a fool. He remembered telling Nicole about Micah and the ring that afternoon. After that, Nicole unexpectedly gave herself to him that night. Rhodey understood the reason for her action. He lifted his arm and saw the small circular teeth marks on his arm. Rhodey could not help but smile. It was no longer painful, but the marks had a profound meaning. When Rhodey lifted his arm, his actions had also aroused Nicole. Nicole groaned as she slowly opened her eyes. She stared at Rhodey with her blue eyes which were hidden behind her hair. Rhodey's heart stirred. He smiled gently and whispered, "You are awake?" Nicole smiled sweetly. She did not say anything but rubbed her head in Rhodey's arms. After a while, Nicole's vague voice came from within his arms, "Now, you are my man." Rhodey was moved. He felt as if he was being wrapped by a tender feeling and something in his heart was slowly melting. He instinctively held Nicole with his two hands and kissed her on her head. The two of them lay down on the bed, quietly. In their hearts, they felt the tender sentiments in the air that filled every corner of the room. The cool air blew in through the window and it seemed a little cold. Rhodey sighed. He then slowly let go of Nicole, stood up and walked towards the window. He closed the windows and after that drew open the curtains. The sunlight had completely shined into the room. The morning light that was slightly golden shined on Rhodey's robust body, making him look like a legendary figure from ancient times. Nicole was stunned as she looked at Rhodey indulgently. She then smiled and softly said, "Has the sun already risen?" Rhodey walked over and completely wrapped up Nicole with the bedsheets. He then hugged her whole body in his arms. His big hand gently touched Nicole's hair. Rhodey also looked infatuated as he ran his fingers down her curly hair. "What are you thinking of?" Nicole immediately noticed that Rhodey was distracted. Rhodey laughed and softly replied, "I just remembered that more than a year ago. I was still a pitiful boy whose only desires were to have enough money to pay my tuition fees and after that, find a woman I love." Nicole's face was red. She smiled and said, "Well, now your dream has come true." Rhodey's arms tightened a little bit and firmly said, "Nicole, do you know? On that night I first went to your house, in the stables I saw." Nicole blushed again. She spat and then smilingly said, "That night, you were." Rhodey laughed when he also recalled taking advantage of Nicole, that night when she was unconscious. He shook his head and continued, "That night, I saw you crying in the stables and felt sorry for you. I did not know what to say or how to express myself, but I think it was at that time that I fell in love with you. Those few days when I followed you, I always thought, even if you had wanted me to die, I would be willing to." Nicole frowned and gently covered his mouth. She bit her lips and whispered, "Nonsense, I will not ask you to die." Rhodey silently smiled at her words. Although Rhodey was just casually leaning against the bedhead, he looked somewhat different. If Rhodey was just a big boy the previous night, then today, he had already matured into a man. In the world, a woman would always be able to make a man mature. After embracing each other for a long time, Nicole finally sighed. "Well, it is getting late. It is time to get up. There are still much that needs to be done today." Rhodey also sighed. At that moment, he had a beauty in his arms as his hands were gently wrapped around her waist. He sniffed the petal-like fragrance on Nicole's body and was reluctant to leave. It was at that moment when he finally understood why people said that the gentle and soft fragrance is a hero's grave. With such tenderness, it was really possible to whittle away a man's spirit. However, Nicole's next move surprised Rhodey. Nicole stretched out one of her hands to pull a rope at the bedhead. There was the jingling sound of a small bell, and within a moment the door to the room was pushed open. 4 to 5 servants dressed as maids slowly walked in. All of them were carrying various things in their hands. There were clothes, a silver basin filled with water, clean snow-white scarf, and even a set of soft underwears. Rhodey seemed so shocked he shrank into a ball. At that moment, he was not wearing anything. He definitely did not feel natural to be naked in front of a group of women. Nicole laughed when she saw Rhodey looking helpless and embarrassed. After that, her face also turned red. She waved her hand and whispered, "All right, all of you, put down those things and go out." Those few maids had a placid look. Their eyes always looked straight ahead and absolutely did not drift all over the place. After all of them had left the room and closed the door, Rhodey then gave a long sigh and whispered, Have they been waiting outside this whole time? The others all know that I am here. They know that last night, Nicole replied with a red face, "You fool, do you think nobody saw you carrying me to my room last night? They are all my personal maids. Naturally, they would wait outside to serve me every morning." Rhodey froze for a moment. Finally, he sighed and smiled. "Looks like our relationship can be considered already public." Nicole smiled sweetly. She got out of Rhodey's arms. She was still wrapped in the white bedsheet as she struggled to stand on the floor. However, her movement was not very natural. She wrinkled her brows with every movement she made as if her body was having some pain. Rhodey felt guilty. He hugged her as he sat by the bedside and asked, "Is it still painful?" That question made Nicole's face immediately turn red. She glared at Rhodey and replied, "Do you still need to ask?" Rhodey was in a daze. Nicole shyly unwrapped the bedsheet off her body. She stood in front of Rhodey, totally naked. Her seductive and snow-white body was exquisite and nimble. She placed one hand to cover her chest and the other hand gently caressed her lower abdomen. Nicole angrily said to Rhodey, who was gaping blankly, "You don't look." She then threw the bedsheet on Rhodey's head. The moment she had raised her hands to throw the bedsheet, Rhodey had a good glimpse of her naked voluptuous chest and the 2 pink dots, then everything turned black as the bedsheet covered his head. By the time Rhodey had scrambled to remove the bedsheet from his head, Nicole had already hurriedly put on her white silk robe. The soft silk robe hid her seductive body inside. However, she wore a short skirt over her long and slender legs. It would be hard for people to resist not to imagine what captivating scene would be under the skirt. Nicole looked at Rhodey's infatuated expression. She blushed. She felt happy. She gently picked up the clothes that were just delivered by her maids. After that, she pulled Rhodey up and helped him with the clothes. Her movements were very gentle, like that of a gentle wife. Rhodey laughed and asked, "What are you doing?" Nicole did not stop as she replied, "Helping you to wear your clothes. You are now my man. Is it wrong for me to do so?" She moved her gentle fingertips across Rhodey's chest. Rhodey could smell her body fragrance and could feel a strong emotion in his heart. His satiated desires started to rise again. Nicole, who was helping him to wear his clothes, immediately noticed that. She shyly bit her lips and whispered, "You better not have any bad thoughts. You don't sympathize with me at all." Nicole then dipped the cloth in the clear water and carefully wiped Rhodey's face. She gently wiped every corner of Rhodey's face. She then took a thin string to tie up Rhodey's long blue hair. Rhodey simply stood there. He had never been served so meticulously before. Even previously, when he was in the mansion of the Duke of the Tulip family in the imperial capital, he had refused the beautiful maid to help him to wear his clothes and wash his face. He had always been wearing his own clothes and washing his own face. After a passionate night, Nicole felt weak and was breathing rapidly. There were a few beads of sweat on her smooth forehead. However, she meticulously helped Rhodey to dress neatly, including helping him to wear his shoes. After looking at Rhodey's new appearance, Nicole finally showed a satisfied smile. She noticed that Rhodey's gaze was strange. She then followed the direction of his gaze and realized that her previous actions had opened up her loose silk robe. She exclaimed as she held onto her clothes and ran a few steps to the back of the screen in the room. Looking at the blurred silhouette behind the screen and listening to the sound of clothes being changed, Rhodey also did not know why, but he suddenly felt touched. When a man finally obtained the woman he loved, that kind of feeling need not be taught. It would naturally emerge from the bottom of his heart. When the two of them came out of the room, the maids were already waiting on both sides of the corridor. Rhodey looked somewhat embarrassed and Nicole also had an unnatural expression. She held onto Rhodey's arm, but as she walked she felt awkward. In the Duke's mansion, almost all the people they met along the way gave them respectful smiles. Rhodey's embarrassment gradually subsided as he slowly grew accustomed to the stares of others. They had a simple light breakfast. That was the first time Rhodey ate breakfast together with Nicole, ever since he reassumed his own identity. After that, Rhodey had an important matter to attend to, that was to visit the sick Duke of the Tulip family. That was the act he must put on every day. In the courtyard of the Duke's mansion in West Hill, not far from the small building that Nicole was staying, there was a small two-story building. That was the place where the seriously sick Duke of the Tulip family was living in. Surrounding the small building was a dozen of the Duke's loyal bodyguards. Those people are Rhodey's trusted subordinates, and they were warriors who had transformed into vampires. Those newly transformed vampires did not have any complicated thoughts and merely followed orders from their master. Just like what Sky had said, those people were the most loyal subordinates. There was also no fear that they would reveal secrets. The newly transformed vampires would need at least 10 years before they have their own personal thoughts. Right now, they were just like newborn animals that listened to their owner's commands. The fact was, in the minds of those vampire warriors, there was no concept of a real or fake Duke. They only performed the most simple, basic orders in their heads. The order was that besides Nicole and their own master, Rhodey, no one else was allowed to enter. What the public saw was that after a brief visit to see the sick Duke in the small building, Nicole, the Duke's sister, and Rhodey, her lover who was also captain of the bodyguards, left together. From that day onwards, the news of Rhodey, Viscount of the Empire, officer of the Imperial Guard and court warrior winning the heart of Miss Nicole, the Duke's sister, was finally announced to the public. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, Strange Visitor from the Imperial Capital. Chapter 203, Strange Visitor from the Imperial Capital. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the afternoon, Rhodey left the Duke's residence. He bade farewell to Miss Nicole and returned to the barracks. The moment he entered the barracks, he felt the strange gazes of the soldiers. They looked at him with a smile. A few higher-ranked officers had already come over and vigorously patted his shoulder. When they finally pulled him into a big tent, everybody cheered. Rhodey smiled wryly. The soldiers cheered as if they had won a battle. In the end, one officer shouted out indicating that he was proud of his commanding officer for successfully winning the most beautiful flower amongst the nobles. Although wine was forbidden in the military, everybody had demanded it. Rhodey then took the soldiers out to the pub to have a drink. At the pub, the emotional officers broke many wine cups and drank many barrels of wine. They then shouted their victory slogan as they returned to the barracks. The subsequent matters were relatively more simple. Rhodey and Nicole appeared together in public every day. Together, they attended various activities and banquets held by the nobles in West Hill. They were like lovers in front of everyone. Since he had started his relationship with Nicole, he could not see Micah for a while. Otherwise, if it was known that the lover of the Duke's sister had another woman, there would be a huge uproar. As the news gradually spread, the relationship between Viscount Rhodey and the Duke's sister was already known by everyone. Even people in the faraway imperial capital had also received the news. Some people could not help but suddenly realize that His Majesty's earlier marriage proposal to Miss Nicole was rejected, presumably because she already had a lover. However, Rhodey's identity was a little strange, as if Rhodey had suddenly appeared out of thin air. Perhaps, he was really just an ordinary low-ranked officer. After the military minister, Marquis Geraldine, received that news, he fell into deep thought. Rhodey and Nicole? The old Marquis sighed. It seemed like His Majesty the Emperor really wanted to win over the Tulip family. After the war, the Tulip family's influence had become very strong and peerless. The Empire's first family's power was deep-rooted, and they also had the undying loyalty of the Empire's most powerful army, the Lightning God's Whip. The Duke of the Tulip family had also been appointed as the Marshal of the Empire. That Rhodey must be His Majesty's illegitimate child. His relationship with Miss Nicole, isn't it obvious? It must have been inspired by His Majesty. However, this is strange. Initially, the father's marriage proposal was rejected. But, he then allowed his son to pursue. Marquis Geraldine did not care about how strange it was. Matters involving power struggles were naturally strange and complicated. It is impossible to win over the Tulip family. Looks like the only way to revitalize the Lionheart family is through Rhodey. Perhaps, His Majesty has the intention of making his illegitimate child the crown prince? Marquis Geraldine then shook his head as the various complicated thoughts crossed his mind. No matter what, he would need to create a connection and win over Rhodey. 15 days after the Duke of the Tulip family nursed his injuries in West Hill, a group of strange guests arrived at the barracks in the West Hill city. Except for the middle-aged man, who wore an ordinary noble's clothes, the rest of those people were neatly dressed in the warrior's uniform. The middle-aged man introduced himself as Baron Gaydar, from the imperial capital. He requested to see His Excellency Viscount Rodi, and he also claimed to be his good friend in the imperial capital. The officer of the imperial guards gave a strange smile as he told him that Rodi was not in the barracks. He suggested that he could look for Rodi at the outskirts, north of the city. Early that morning His Excellency Rodi had received orders to bring along some men to escort Miss Nicole. The nobles of West Hill were having a hunting party at the hunting grounds on the outskirts of West Hill. The hunting grounds in the north of West Hill was the property of the Tulip family. It was a black forest. The outer perimeter of the forest was surrounded by a simple and crude wooden fence. Normally, the assistant governor would send men to upkeep the grounds. A group of soldiers would also take turns to guard the place. The hunting grounds were specially meant for the nobles' hunting activities. Hunting was an activity only among the nobles and was very popular in the empire. The empire's militaristic nature and the law of the nobles' inheritance had encouraged the maintenance of these practices. Hunting was a good form of exercise that could develop their fencing and horsemanship skills. It was the end of autumn and leaves were already starting to fall. About a dozen magnificent carriages were parked outside of the hunting grounds. It was almost noon and the drivers of the carriages lazily rest on the cushions. The road leading to the hunting grounds were guarded by a group of armored imperial guards and the lightning god's whip. There were also about a dozen imperial guards standing at the entrance of the hunting grounds. Baron Gaydar and his subordinates were obstructed by a few layers of security. Finally, after he produced something to prove his identity, the soldiers allowed him in. However, his subordinates had to stay outside. In accordance with the rules at the hunting grounds, each noble was only allowed to bring in up to 2 bodyguards. That was an old tradition amongst the nobles of the empire. Hunting expeditions helped to develop their horseback archery. There would be no point in bringing a large group of people. If they did, then it would not be called a hunt. There would be no difference compared to having a picnic. Such activity was popular amongst the nobles because it was exciting and risky. If they brought a large group of people to protect themselves, then there would be no meaning to it. Baron Gaydar took 2 of his subordinates along. They then took 3 bows and several arrow pouches before they rode their horses into the hunting grounds. The hunting grounds of the Tulip family covered an area of at least 10 square kilometers. There was a dense black forest in the hunting grounds and a small lake at the center of the forest. As autumn was almost over, there were many animals that came out to forage for food for the winter. That was the best time to go hunting. The one responsible for leading Baron Gaydar was a cavalryman from the Imperial Guard. The news they received about an hour ago was that Miss Nicole and a group of nobles were at the center of the forest near the lake. The nobles would signal the guards outside once every 2 hours. They communicated using special fireworks. The firework would be tied to an arrow and then it would be shot towards the sky. The exploding fireworks in the sky would show their location. After all, hunting was a dangerous activity. Although there were people guarding the hunting grounds, for an area of about 10 square kilometers, it was inevitable that occasionally there would be some trespassers or emergence of some large beast. They galloped on the road in the forest for a while until they finally came close to the lake at the center. From afar, a sharp whistle could be heard from the direction of the lake. It was a whistle used during hunting to drive out the prey. Using that method, the frightened prey would be driven to a preset ambush. After that, the prey would be surrounded and shot. That was the method used to deal with some of the larger prey. In the dense forest, there was a short stretch sloping upwards. About a dozen horsemen were gathered together up there. Gaydar and the others immediately went up the slope. Before they could approach, 2 cavalrymen rode forward and blocked their way. Gaydar looked at the 2 cavalrymen blocking his way and became alerted. The 2 cavalrymen wore the armor and uniform of the lightning god's whip. As the lightning god's whip was responsible for guarding Miss Nicole, it meant that Rodi was in front. The 2 cavalrymen from the lightning god's whip were obviously elites. Although they were just sitting on their horses, Gaydar could feel a murderous aura. That kind of aura could only come from people that had fought in life and death battles. The Imperial Guard who led them in went up to the 2 lightning god's whip cavalrymen to relate the message. The 2 cavalrymen then looked at Gaydar vigilantly before they opened the way and let Gaydar through. However, Gaydar noticed that their hands were constantly on the hilts of their swords. Gaydar was certain that if anything went a little bit wrong, the world-renowned lightning god's whip would immediately draw their scimitars. The 2 lightning god's whip had made way for Baron Gaydar to pass through, but they still followed him closely. Gaydar was calm, but his 2 subordinates could not help but feel a bit angry. One of them could not help but whisper, "They are so arrogant. What is so great about the lightning god's whip?" Gaydar immediately turned around and fiercely stared at his subordinate. He also could not help but glance at the two cavalrymen following them. The two cavalrymen had heard the man's words, but they did not show any sign of being irritated. Their facial expressions were still cold and filled with pride and confidence. However, they just looked over in disdain. Gaydar could feel that their self-confidence and pride was no pretense. It was the pride and dignity that came after going through truly tough experiences. He could also feel the way they looked at his subordinates. It was a disdainful gaze, like a valiant wolf watching a dog baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Suddenly there was a loud bang and a few people cheered, "Your Excellency Rodi, good shot." Finally, Gaydar arrived at that circle. In the middle of the circle of about 10 meters, there were 3 wild boars. A group of nobles and their guards surrounded the 3 wild boars in the middle. They had already readied their bows and arrows. Some of them whistled loudly to frighten the prey. One of the wild boars was shot by an arrow and it fell to the ground, struggling weakly. Based on the earlier cheers, it was obviously shot by Rodi. Although the guards were just sitting on their horses, they had already prepared the spears. They aimed at the wild animals in the center of the circle, for fear that the wild animals might, in a wild dash, hurt the person they were supposed to protect. The wild boars squealed in terror, their hackles raised, and sharp fangs bared. They stayed low to the ground, vigilantly watching the hunters who had already surrounded them, seemingly preparing for an attack at any time. Gaydar slowly rode towards the encirclement, and from a distance, he saw 2 people sitting on a lofty white horse. Sitting at the front of the horse was a woman wearing a thick fur coat. She had long golden curly hair. The high collars of her coat hid half of her beautiful face. She had a nervous and fearful expression as she looked at the fangs of the wild boar. Her body even shrank back tightly into the man sitting behind her. Rodi tightly wrapped one hand around Nicole's waist and also clutched the reins, while he held a spear in the other hand. He had already put down his bow and arrows. At that moment, he was speaking softly with Nicole. He was no longer paying any attention to the wild boars, his gentle eyes looking at his lover in his arms. Gaydar only needed a glance to confirm that the blue-haired, craggy-faced man was the person he was looking for. At that moment, there was an uproar in the place as the trapped prey tried to break out. The 2 boars that could still move dashed towards the north, one in front of the other. The cunning boars realized that there were fewer people at the north. Rodi and Nicole, astride a horse, just so happened to be in the north. When Nicole saw the prey rush towards them, she could not help but cry out. It was a woman's nature, and it made her forget that she was a superb sorcerer. It was her innate woman's instincts to react by tightly holding on to her lover. The surrounding hunters were already prepared and they fired their arrows. The difference was clear. Many of nobles obviously did not practice much on normal days. The successive shots all missed their targets. However, the guards had been instructed earlier and they were not allowed to shoot their arrows. As a result, after a round of shooting, only 2 or 3 arrows had obliquely hit one of the wild boars. However, the force was only strong enough for the arrows to pierce the thick skin of the boars and were not fatal. In desperation, the boars had already turned violent. Rodi held Nicole with one hand and laughed softly. The other hand then swung the spear. There were only a flash and an explosive sound. One of the wild boars was hit and it was sent crashing to the ground a few meters away. It could no longer get up. Its whole body was trembling and its mouth was full of blood. Rodi's strike had even caused the wild boar's internal organs to spill out of its body. If he had used fighting energy, the wild boar would have become a mangled mass of flesh and blood. Rodi then heard the other wild boar squeal. Not knowing when, but Rodi had already swung out his spear. The spear precisely pierced through the charging wild boar and firmly nailed that big animal to the ground. There was another cheer, but Rodi did not even look back at the place. He turned his horse around and slowly rode towards the back. He was certain that Nicole would feel disgusted looking at such a gory sight. He gradually rode away from the cheers with 2 of the lightning god's whip cavalrymen following behind him. Rodi looked at Nicole's uneasy expression and could not help but give a wry smile. Nicole obviously did not like such bloody scenes, but she still wanted to follow them for the hunt. Along the way, they had encountered a few antelopes and hares. However, she did not have the heart to harm them and let them go. She also refused to wait with the other noble women at the camp near the lake because she wanted to be with him. Their actions were extremely intimate. They looked like they were glued to each other, in front of everyone. Initially, it was an act and its purpose was to make everyone accept that fact as soon as possible. However, in the end, there was less and less pretense, as their words and actions were genuine and sincere. It was the actions of 2 people in love. Both of them rode on one horse and gradually approached the lake. The lake in the forest was exceptionally clean and clear. The locals claimed that the water in that lake was not stagnant water. They claimed that the depth of the lake was unfathomable. There was a never-ending flow of undercurrent throughout the year, leading to the distant mountains. There were some noble women already waiting at the camp on the edge of the lake. They had put up a few barbecue stands at the simple, constructed camp. Several guards were using their knives to cut and clean the prey, while those noble women in fur clothes were resting near the lake. There were also 2 to 3 young men who did not join in the hunt. Those men approached the women and it was obvious that they took advantage of the hunting activities to pick up women. The sound of the galloping horses could be heard as the soldiers from behind caught up. They brought over the 3 wild boars. A few cavalrymen had propped up the wild boars with their spears. Those cavalrymen then rushed on ahead with the wild boars. When Nicole saw the bloody carcasses, she frowned and closed her eyes. The barbecue stands had some game that were already roasted earlier, a slight aroma rising from it. Rhodey dismounted from the horse and then carried Nicole down. He gently brushed off the leaves from her hair. The people around looked at Rhodey enviously, but he had already grown accustomed to such stares. Rhodey then heard a cough behind him. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man smile and walked towards him. That man was between 30 to 40 years old. He wore a simple noble's outfit which was different from the hunting clothes worn by the other nobles. It was just a simple robe. Below his nose was a handsome mustache. He also had an affable smile. However, he did not look familiar and it seemed like he was not from West Hill. "Your Excellency Rhodey, how do you do?" The man extended his hand and smiled. "My name is Gaydar, Baron Gaydar." He smiled modestly and respectfully. He continued, "I am from the imperial capital." Rhodey was at a loss, but he still stretched out his hand to shake the other man's hand. Nicole opened her mouth and asked, "Baron Gaydar, are you that Baron Gaydar of the Sharp Metal Lane too?" Rhodey did not know that man, but when he heard the name Sharp Metal Lane, he immediately remembered. The Sharp Metal Lane was the Empire's largest weapons manufacturer. Most of the weapons in the Empire was procured at the Sharp Metal Lane. In other words, he was from a very powerful family because they provided weapons and military equipment to the Empire. That family had a close relationship with the military forces of the Empire. Baron Gaydar bowed gracefully to Nicole. He then looked at Rhodey and whispered, "Your Excellency Rhodey, may I talk to you?" Translator S. Note. 1. Game can refer to animals hunted for sport or food. 2. Sharp Metal Lane can also mean Sharp Metal Workshop. I just thought Lane sounds nicer as a name. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204, Legendary Scimitar. Chapter 204, Legendary Scimitar. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rhodey squinted his eyes slightly as he sized up the Baron, Gaydar. Of course, Rhodey is aware of the renowned Sharp Metal Lane. He had been in the army for a very long time and therefore, he understood the relationship between the military and Sharp Metal Lane. Although that famous business family of the Empire did not reveal the extent of its power in the political field, he knew they really had a powerful influence. That was because almost half of all the local garrison's equipment was purchased from that family. They had shops almost all over the Empire. The Empire had a special law stating that only soldiers and those with the title of warriors could carry weapons, civilians were not allowed to. However, 1/3 of the weapons held by the warriors of the Empire were all purchased from Sharp Metal Lane. Even Rhodey's sword when he was still studying in the Imperial Academy was purchased from Sharp Metal Lane. The most important thing was that the armies of the Empire purchased a lot of weapons and equipment from the Sharp Metal Lane every year. Besides equipment used by the local garrison, even weapons used by the Northern Legion and the Northwest Legion were also supplied by them. It was impossible for their business to have grown to such an extent unless they really had some strong influence. Rhodey frowned and asked, "Baron Gaydar, why are you looking for me?" Baron Gaydar glanced at Nicole. He then straightened his body and said, "Your Excellency, can we sit down and chat?" "Miss Nicole, I am sure you would not mind being separated from Rhodey for a while?" The two of them then walked together as they talked and looked for a place near the barbecue stands to sit down. Baron Gaydar seemed subtle. He laughed casually and was not worried about the way he spoke. Rhodey was also no longer as impatient as before. After the war, Rhodey had become more confident, he was not anxious at all. Rhodey smiled calmly as he handed over a Bota bag one. He watched Gaydar drink a mouthful of water before he asked again, "Baron Gaydar, why are you looking for me?" Gaydar laughed and replied, "Viscount Rhodey, you are the youngest hero of the Empire awarded by His Majesty for this crusade. Unfortunately, I was not in the Imperial capital at that time. This time, I came to West Hill to deal with some matters related to my family shops. This is why today I took the liberty of coming here, just to visit you and express my admiration for you. Rhodey smiled and waited quietly for the other person to continue. Gaydar continued to laugh. You know this too. Our family's business is closely related to the Empire's military. Personally, I really like to make friends with military heroes. You are a new rising star in the Empire and I would certainly regret if I do not get to know you. Rhodey faintly smiled and said, Baron Gaydar, you are too polite. Right now, I am just a small officer in the Imperial Guards. As for titles, I am only just a Viscount. I feel extremely flattered that a distinguished person like you from such a large business family in the Empire came to show appreciation for me. Gaydar shook his head and loudly said, a rising hero among the young. Viscount Rhodey, at your tender age you already displayed remarkable talents in the military. Your future is definitely limitless. I, Gaydar, would definitely not be wrong in my judgment of people. Rhodey looked at him and softly said, you are too polite. Gaydar gently smiled. He then took out something that was wrapped in layers of embroidered cloth. He smiled and said, a precious sword must be bestowed to a hero. My family sells weapons and we have very little treasures. However, this blade is quite good. As it is my pleasure to meet you today, please accept my humble gift. Rhodey looked at the gift that was handed over but he did not reach out to accept it. Instead, he shook his head and said, Baron Gaydar, I do not understand. I am just a small Viscount. I am already very surprised that you specifically came to see me. It is even more inexplicable for you to present a gift to me. Gaydar did not refute Rhodey's statement. Instead, he drew off layer by layer of the embroidered cloth to reveal the thing inside. It was a scimitar. The shape of that scimitar was the same as the scimitars used by the Wolf-Fang of the Lightning God's Whip. However, other than the appearance, everything else about the scimitar was very different. The sheath of the scimitar was made of leather from an unknown animal. It looked very thick. That leather was coated with chitin, giving it a rough appearance. Gaydar revealed a proud expression as he said, the scimitar is my gift to you. The scabbard was made by using the skin of a strange fish, which was a specialty of the southwest of the Empire. That fish was enormous and the body was a few meters long. It was very powerful. Its mouth was large enough to swallow a horse. Its skin was also tough and difficult cut with swords. Just the sheath, alone, was already a top-grade item. After saying all that, Gaydar slowly pulled out the scimitar and gently swung the scimitar a few times. Although his actions were light, the scimitar hummed with a faint resonance. The blade of the scimitar gleamed like the cold autumn waters. There was also a strange writing engraved on the blade of the scimitar. The writing was crooked, making it look a bit weird. When the blade moved, the writing flashed with a strange light. The blade of that scimitar was made from a very special and rare cold iron. That cold iron was considered an absolute gem among iron. Usually, only a little bit of that rare cold iron could be extracted after mining tens of thousands of iron ores. Although cold iron was rare, it was still something from the mortal realm. Although weapons made from cold iron might be sharper and can cut through steel, it still could not be considered a sublime product. However, the spell casted on it was powerful. Gaydar then lowered his voice and said, with this line of incantation, this scimitar is now comparable to an ordinary magical artifact. Rhodey raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that. Gaydar noticed Rhodey's reaction and felt very satisfied. He then looked around and whispered, Viscount Rhodey, the line of writing on the blade is in the dragon language. Dragon language? Yes. Gaydar whispered, dragon language. Dragons are powerful creatures that possess outstanding magic. The dragon text written on the blade is a line of magic spell. With such a dragon's augmented magic, this scimitar has now become a sorcery weapon. Rhodey took a deep breath and vigilantly looked at Gaydar. He then whispered, dragon sorcery? This does not seem like something we have on the Radiant Continent. Gaydar smiled faintly and there was a bit of pride in his smile. Our family has businesses all over the Radiant Continent. Naturally, we are also familiar with the Roland Continent. This scimitar was obtained unintentionally by my family from the northern Roland Continent. This scimitar has a long history. It is believed that this scimitar was the creation of a famous master swordsmith from the Roland Continent more than 100 years ago. That master swordsmith was also a great sorcerer. He had somehow learned the dragon language and engraved the dragon magic spell onto the blade. Look at the hilt of this scimitar. Gaydar then opened up his hands to show the hilt. Rhodey took one glance at the hilt and his eyes flashed strangely. The hilt? Why is it that the hilt is so similar to my previous lightsabers? Of course, there were still differences between the two hilts as they were made from different materials. However, both hilts looked very similar. The hilt seemed to be made from a type of transparent crystal. The hilt was transparent, while the tip of the hilt was embedded with a red gem. However, the red color was weird. Rhodey could tell with a glance that other than the size of the gem, it was exactly the same as the one in the lightsaber. Rhodey was naturally very familiar with the lightsaber, and he also knew about the extraordinary feature of the red gem. The secret of the lightsaber was in that gem on the hilt. By transmitting fighting energy through that gem to the blade, it would turn from a fragile lightsaber into a very sharp weapon. According to Dondong's notes, that kind of gem was purely a special energy converter. Gaydar saw Rhodey's strange expression and thought that Rhodey was impressed by the scimitar. He then smiled and said, "Viscount Rhodey, like I said, this weapon can only be wielded by a hero like you. Please accept it." Rhodey did not move. He pondered. The lightsaber was a strange weapon created by Dondong. However, the gem on the hilt of this scimitar almost certainly confirmed that this scimitar had the same fantastic usefulness as the lightsaber. But how did Dondong's casting method appear on the Roland continent? When Rhodey still refused to accept the weapon, Gaydar smiled and asked, "Viscount Rhodey, do you still have any questions?" Rhodey took a deep breath and replied, "Baron Gaydar, this gift is too valuable. I cannot accept it." Gaydar shook his head and replied, "I sincerely just want to make friends with the hero of the Empire. To tell you the truth, this scimitar is just a beautiful ornament in my hands and is of no use to me. I believe it can only display its true potential in the hands of a hero, like you." Rhodey's heart stirred as he showed a strange smile and said, "Its true potential?" Gaydar smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Even though it sounds ridiculous, I will still say it. Although according to legend, this scimitar is apparently very miraculous, ever since I obtained it, I found that it did not have much use. Of course, it is really sharp to the extent that it can break ordinary weapons. However, according to the legend, this scimitar is supposed to be much more powerful. It is supposed to be able to split mountains. Naturally, the people from the Roland continent likes to boast about their own sorcery. I believe it is mostly just groundless hearsay. So, please do not think it is too precious to accept." Rhodey hesitated for a moment. He then smiled and asked, "Can I take a look?" "Of course." Gaydar immediately gave the scimitar to Rhodey. Rhodey held the scimitar with one hand. He then stretched out the other hand and lightly flicked the blade of the scimitar. The scimitar issued a soft, continuous hum, sounding a bit strange. Rhodey raised his eyebrows and said, "You do not know how to use this scimitar?" When Gaydar saw that Rhodey had already taken the scimitar in his hand, he smiled. "Yes, it is not just me. Even on the Roland continent, for more than 100 years, this scimitar had already changed hands many times. Each of its owners was an excellent knight. However, in their hands, the scimitar had never shown any of its true power as stated in the legend. Instead, it was just an ordinary sharp and gorgeous-looking weapon only." He laughed in a relaxed manner and lightly said, "The scimitar, after all, is made of cold iron. I just think that it is a waste to keep with me. It is better off in the hands of a hero of the Empire like you. It will be better if it can display its true potential. You are in the army. In the heat of the battle, it would be more convenient for you if you have a sharp weapon." Rhodey laughed lightly. He had secretly figured it out. That Baron Gaydar was obviously there to curry his favor for whatever reason. He personally came to present a gift, and the present was nothing else but a scimitar. That was a very smart move. Giving gold coins and other treasures would be crude. Based on his position as a soldier and warrior, giving him a very good weapon was very clever. This man truly understands the psychology. Gaydar had also said that scimitar was not really very expensive. Although, according to legend, the scimitar was amazing, the fact was that it was just like an ordinary sharp weapon. Although weapons made from cold iron were expensive, they were not very uncommon. At the very least, many of the wealthy nobles have this kind of cold iron weapons in their homes. The price ranged from several thousand gold coins to several tens of thousands of gold coins. Although they were extremely expensive in the eyes of ordinary people, it was nothing to those VIPs. Although the scimitar had some sort of scary legend attached, that only made it more mysterious. The only peculiar thing was Gaydar most likely did not know how to use that scimitar. Rhodey could not help but laugh to himself. If he knew how to use the scimitar, would he still give it away as a present? Naturally, Rhodey would not accept someone's gift without any reason. He also knew that nobody would give him things unless they have a reason. However, he was curious about the scimitar, especially the gem on its hilt. Is it the same kind of weapon as the lightsaber? When things involved Dondong, Rhodey had to pay attention. Everyone and everything that he encountered, as long as they were related to that legendary old man, were strange. Just one of that example was that living skeleton, Andy. The legend of the scimitar aside, a cold iron weapon is probably only worth tens of thousands gold coins. It is not too expensive. Let me see what he wants first. With those thoughts in his head, Rhodey smiled. He gently held the scimitar in front of him and whispered, Baron Gaydar, you traveled so far to visit me and to give me a gift. I am someone who does not like going in circles. Please tell me your intentions. Gaydar saw that Rhodey did not refuse his gift but simply put the scimitar in front of him. He already had some ideas. He then smiled slowly, his mustache made him look a little cunning. With a calm expression, Gaydar slowly said, Viscount Rhodey, at the moment, you are still just an officer of the Imperial Guards. With your strength, that post is unworthy of your talents. Let me ask you, are you interested in transferring to a different place? Rhodey smiled as he looked at Gaydar's face. Gaydar looked at his side before he lowered his voice and said, for example. The Military Affairs Department? Military Affairs Department? Rhodey laughed in his heart. Looks like he was sent by Marquis Garoline to win me over. When Rhodey thought of that, he could not help but feel dejected. After the investiture ceremony that day, Rhodey had heard some rumors. It was at that moment that he understood the purpose and consequence of the old skeleton's words. Illegitimate child? It must have been very tough for him to come out with such an outrageous idea. Now, Marquis Garoline really thinks that I am the illegitimate son of that old skeleton. He actually went to such a great extent to win my favor. He also seems to know that it is now impossible for the Lionheart family to measure up to the Tulip family. The Emperor now clearly favors the Tulip family. This means Marquis Garoline will have no choice but to earn the illegitimate child's, favor. Perhaps, this illegitimate child will become the future Emperor. After all, the Emperor has no son and the Crown Prince's seat is empty. It is simply a mess. Rhodey then shook his head and laughed in a strange manner. Gaydar looked at Rhodey quietly. Although he did not understand the meaning of Rhodey's strange laugh, fortunately, Rhodey did not immediately reject him. After waiting for a while, Gaydar slowly asked, Viscount Rhodey, what do you have in mind? Rhodey thought for a moment before he smiled and replied, Baron Gaydar, I believe you are asked by Marquis Garoline to visit me. However, Marquis Garoline is the Empire's military minister. He has a lofty position, and so why does he need to bother with a minor person like me? I really do not dare to accept your gift. Gaydar was very smart and he immediately laughed, Viscount Rhodey, His Excellency the Marquis absolutely appreciates your worth. However, because of some special reasons, the Marquis cannot express it to you directly. I am merely entrusted by him to meet you and nothing more. Rhodey nodded. This sounds right. Marquis Garoline is a smart person. Since he thinks I am the illegitimate child of the Emperor, he would definitely not dare to contact me directly to win me over. After all, he is also afraid of the Emperor's suspicion. But I am not the Emperor's illegitimate child. Rhodey did not know whether to laugh or cry when he thought of that. However, that was not something that also could be spoken of openly. He shook his head and said, I truly appreciate your kindness and I have to politely refuse your good intentions. Right now, I am very happy in the Imperial Guards. I cannot accept the military minister's good intention, but I am grateful he appreciates my worth. Please convey my words to him. Rhodey clearly understood Marquis Garoline's intentions. He was thinking of winning Rhodey over to his side. Since in the hearts of most people, he was the illegitimate child of the Emperor, then he would become a major chip to be used in the future. Therefore, gaining Rhodey's favor before he appreciates his status would result in a major advantage. If Marquis Garoline, as the military minister, wants to transfer me to the Military Affairs Department, naturally he will have a way. In fact, he does not need to personally come forward. He can just secretly instruct his trusted subordinates handle it. Although he is a military minister, the transfer of soldiers and other internal management of the army is not in his jurisdiction. However, he was already in the military department for so many years, he would definitely have his connections. For example, he already has Milo in Central Command. On top of that, Garoline had identified me as the illegitimate son of the Emperor. He also thinks that if he were to transfer me to a senior position in the military office, then his action of promoting the Emperor's illegitimate son would definitely make the Emperor pleased. What a mess. Very messy. Gaydar was not surprised to hear Rhodey refuse. Rhodey's mindset was still simple. Before he left to visit Rhodey, Marquis Garoline had already given him instructions. Marquis Garoline had said that it did not matter if Rhodey refused the proposal this time. After all, he was the illegitimate child of the Emperor and he would most likely not be interested in whatever high post. The important thing was to make the gesture of appreciating him and leave a good impression. The goal would be achieved when a preliminary and harmonious relationship was established. About that scimitar, why would a big noble family from the imperial capital care about a scimitar? The gifts did not necessarily have to be expensive. In fact, to people with such status, precious gifts would not impress them. It was more important to cater to their tastes. A young warrior would presumably not refuse a beautiful and sharp weapon. Gaydar smiled and replied, "Since you are unwilling, it does not matter. However, His Excellency the Marquis sincerely invite you to pay him a visit at the Marquis Mansion, when you return to the imperial capital." He then saw Rhodey was about to return the scimitar and quickly added, "But, please accept this scimitar." Rhodey smiled and without another word set the scimitar down. In fact, he never had the intention to return the scimitar. "This scimitar is weird. I must take a close look at it later. Perhaps I should discuss with Andy about this when I return to the imperial capital." At the very least, Marquis Qianlin had guessed one thing correctly. Rhodey was a person who would not be interested in expensive treasures. However, he would be impressed by a mystical weapon. The two then chatted freely. Rhodey remained calm and indifferent. His calm and confident temperament was developed in the battlefield. However, it was different in Gaydar's eyes. To Gaydar, Rhodey's temperament affirmed Marquis Qianlin's view. A person with such a calm, easygoing temperament is definitely not an ordinary person. They were sitting at the edge of the temporary camp. While they were chatting, they suddenly heard a sharp cry of alarm from the lakeside. The cry was full of fear and surprise. It was obvious that the voice belonged to a woman. "Ah!" The cry of alarm turned into a miserable scream. Rhodey's expression changed. Before Gaydar could react, Rhodey had already shot out like an arrow. Translator's notes. 1. Small leather pouches filled with drinking water. Ancient non-breakable drinking bottles before plastic was invented. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, Lake Monster. Chapter 205, Lake Monster. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It happened suddenly without any warning. During the time Rhodey and Gaydar were sitting next to a barbecue stand at the edge of the camp, there was a young noble couple talking to each other near the lake. They were whispering and laughing. The young man's adoring eyes and the young lady's bashful smiles all clearly showed their courtship. It was a very simple matter. Any young men and women had the right to pursue love. It was a natural thing to happen between two people. However, there was something different this time. This was because it involved 3 people instead of 2. It was obvious that the young woman had more than one suitor. Just when the man and woman had avoided everyone else to chat at the lake, another young man stared at them angrily from a few meters away. The young man's anger was justified as the woman that was smiling shyly at the other man was his fiancée. It was the same local noblewoman who had been spending time with him in bed the previous night. Anybody would also understand why this man was angrily watching his fiancée chatting happily with another man at the side. After all, no men could tolerate being cuckolded. So, the fiancé immediately drew his sword and roared as he rushed up. The fiancée screamed when she got caught by the fiancé. This was what Rhodey first heard. Had things proceeded normally, the young warriors would duel for honor. For example, they would throw their gloves and then let their swords decide who was stronger and wash away their shame with blood. Unfortunately, the man that seduced the lady was a coward. He took advantage of the time the other men went hunting to stay back at the camp together with other women. This had already explained his character well. When he saw the woman's fiancé step forward murderously with a sword in hand, the first thing that came to his mind was to run away. He had forgotten that he was also a noble and also had the title of a warrior, even though the title was just an exaggeration. He instinctively turned around and ran towards the lake. It was easy to understand that when a young man and a young woman had a secret rendezvous, they would prefer to hide in a secluded area. They would not dare to have an affair in the open. The water was icy cold, but the man still ran towards it as the shallow waters at the edge could not drown a person and he would also be safer from the gleaming sword in the other man's hands. However, there was a huge and sudden change which caused the nearby young woman to scream. The scene in front scared the wits out of the young lady. The man had just walked a few steps into the lake. He tried to flee along the shore. Suddenly, 2 thin waves appeared on the quiet lake. 2 thick tentacles then suddenly shot out from the water. The tentacles looked extremely ugly. It looked like a strange mollusk one with sarcomas too all over. The tips of the tentacles were filled with hook-like thorns. It moved like a soft whip and coiled around that man running at the shore. That unlucky man wanted to scream. However, the sturdy tentacle coiled tightly against his chest. The numerous thorns on the tentacles pierced into his body. The tentacles had immediately shrunk and tightened its grip the moment it caught its prey. Its tremendous strength crushed the man's ribs in an instant. He only screamed for a very short duration before it was cut off. The man felt extreme pain as his lungs were ruptured. The handsome face that seduced the woman had turned purple. He spat out blood and his eyes almost dropped out. The woman continued to scream sadly. Her two arms were clasped lightly in front of her. Her legs turned weak and she could no longer stand. However, her legs soon no longer needed to stand. Another ugly and scary tentacle shot out from the lake. The tentacle seemed to have been waiting for a long time. It suddenly appeared from the nearest part of the lake and quickly coiled around her legs. It contracted and the sound of bones breaking could be heard as the woman's legs were crushed. Her screams lasted for only a few seconds. The tentacle then flew upwards and threw the young woman to the center of the lake. The dazed fiancé stared at the scary scene for a moment and finally recovered. He saw his beloved woman thrown into the lake by the ugly monster and roared. The fiancé was a courageous man. He rushed forward with a sword in his hand. At that moment, he had forgotten about his fiancée's betrayal. He charged towards the lake with bloodshot eyes and slashed at the tentacles on the shore with his sword. The sword struck the tentacle, but it was tougher than bull tendons. The tentacle of the mollusk was not as weak as the man had imagined. He slashed with all his might, but only managed to cut through a little of the tentacle. The tentacle then started to flail violently as if it was in pain and slammed into his body forcefully. He was immediately thrown a few meters back and crashed into the ground. From his looks, the man was barely alive. It was at that point in time that Rhodey arrived. First, he looked for Nicole. When he saw Nicole standing some distance away from the lake looking pale, Rhodey felt relieved. At the moment, the other men had started to take out their weapons, but the pitiful man that seduced another person's fiancé was still in the grip of that tentacle. The tentacle then shot upwards about 5 to 6 meters over the lake. Rhodey walked up and pulled the fiancé away from the lake. After that, he shouted, "Shoot the arrows." His voice sounded abnormally clear even in that clamoring din. Before the others started to react, the two lightning gods' whip had immediately implemented their officer's command. 2 wolf fang arrows shot out quickly. As their target was large, both arrows easily hit their targets. However, the tentacles were not hurt so easily. The sarcomas on the tentacles were unusually tough, acting like an armor. The 2 arrows had accurately hit its target, however, 1 arrow bounced off the tentacle. The other arrow plunged into the tentacle between the sarcomas, but barely 1/3 of it went in. As the monster struggled violently, the pitiful guy was being shaken in the air. He had lost consciousness, but as he bled, his blood continued to splatter from the violent swings. The women behind screamed in fear, and Rhodey's expression looked grim. Suddenly, Rhodey took a bow from a man behind him. He then picked up the sword that the fiancé dropped onto the ground. Whoosh! A light shot out as Rhodey used the bow to shoot the sword. The sword flew in an arc and chopped off 5 to 6 meters of the tentacle. The pitiful guy then fell back into the lake. 2 warriors looked as if they wanted to rush forward and drag the man back. However, Rhodey pulled them and shouted, "Fall back. Everyone move away from the lake." As if to confirm Rhodey's words, the waters roiled and another 5 tentacles shot out from the lake. The tentacles then stretched out to those still at the shore. Amidst the screams and shouts, the people frantically scattered away. The men had also retreated while they, at the same time, blindly shot their arrows. The arrows were scattered, but they were not able to harm the monster. Fortunately, everybody ran very quickly and nobody else was caught. Meanwhile, the pitiful man had already been dragged into the lake. 3 tentacles were wrapped around different parts of his body. The sound of ripping could then be heard as the man was torn into separate pieces. The tentacles then carried the body parts into the lake. The blue lake started to turn crimson. Everybody had gradually retreated to the edge of the forest. They looked at the tentacles from afar as it waved and tossed around. The tents that they had set up near the lake were thrown into disarray by the sweeping tentacles. A horse that was tethered near the tent was not unhitched in time. It kicked and neighed in fear. As the tentacle swept around, it slammed into the horse. The 100-kilogram horse was like a leaf as it was sent flying skywards. Its reins broke and it flew over a dozen meters away. Following Rhodey's orders, everybody gathered together and retreated into the forest. Rhodey and the other nobles' guards stayed at the rear, protecting the group. Although the guards all worked for different noble families, fortunately, most of them used to work in the army. Rhodey's decisive orders had calmed them down. Rhodey held a sword in one hand and a bow in the other. When they had successfully retreated to the edge of the woods, his men set off some fireworks signaling the guards outside the hunting grounds to come rescue them. Nobody else was injured by the lake monster, but during the confusion, while running away, some delicate noble women tripped and fell, some crashed into each other, and some got trampled on. There were also a few noblemen who fell off their horses or even got kicked by them. Fortunately, Rhodey had calmed them down. Although they were initially not convinced by Rhodey, a lowly Imperial Guard officer, they saw Miss Nicole still standing there, and he seemed to be in control of the situation as well. It was only natural to follow his lead. Once everybody stopped at the edge of the forest, the Imperial Guards defended the place under Rhodey's orders, as there was a possibility that the monster could go on land. After a while, the sound of hooves could be heard coming from the woods. More than 300 Imperial Guards and 100 Lightning God's Whip arrived. The Imperial Guards were Rhodey's men and the Lightning God's Whip were the Duke's bodyguards. The Duke's bodyguards were naturally respectful of Nicole's lover and thus obeyed his orders unconditionally. They then dispatched 100 Imperial Guards to escort the frightened nobles in the evacuation. The nobles were already extremely frightened. They had watched 2 people die in front of them, one of whom had been torn apart into several pieces. These people had never seen such carnage. The moment Rhodey dispatched soldiers to escort them, they could not wait to leave. Some of them did not even bid their farewell to Nicole. The Viscount Rhodey did not seem to plan on leaving, but it did not matter to them. This was the Tulip family's hunting grounds and the monster would be their problem. In the end, the nobles believed that their lives were more precious. Rhodey had an imposing expression. He pulled Nicole aside and whispered, "You should go back first." Nicole's face turned white and asked, "What about you? What are you going to do?" Rhodey shook his head and replied, "This monster suddenly appeared in the hunting grounds. No matter what, I have to find the reason for this." Nicole's hands were cold. She bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" "That monster is in the water." Rhodey stretched out his arm to gently hold Nicole. He then softly said, "Are you still worrying despite my strength? This kind of thing cannot hurt me. This thing is too strange. If I do not find out the reason for this, how would I have peace of mind?" Nicole thought silently for a moment. However, she still frowned and looked at Rhodey with a worried expression. After the nobles left, Baron Gaydar was among the 3 people standing next to him. He had seen the scene earlier and was also frightened. However, he managed to remain calm. While the others had already escaped, he and his 2 subordinates remained. Gaydar was not a simple man. Although he was afraid, as a businessman, it was in his nature to take risks. He knew that if he ran away, he would be looked down upon by Rhodey. Although he could not help, it would still be able to significantly increase the goodwill of the other party. How could he let such a good opportunity go? Rhodey also saw Gaydar and frowned. "Baron, why are you still here? This place is dangerous. You should follow them and leave." Although Gaydar also looked pale, he smiled and lightly said, "Rhodey, you do not have to worry about me. This incident is really strange. I am also curious and I want to see it to the end. I have traveled a lot and have seen a lot of strange things. If I am not wrong, this monster is a mythical beast that should only exist on the Roland continent. If I stay, I might be able to provide some help." Rhodey frowned silently. He looked at Gaydar with gentler eyes than before. "Looks like this guy is quite courageous." He then gently kissed Nicole on the forehead and said, "You should also better go back quickly." Nicole shook her head and replied, "I will not." She looked at Rhodey's difficult expression and softly said, "Have you forgotten? I am not a weak woman. Last time, you could not defeat me." Rhodey looked at Nicole's firm eyes and felt his scalp turn numb. He could only shake his head and order several hundred of his soldiers to line up. They then went back towards the lake. About a dozen of the wolf fawn followed Rhodey's orders and guarded Nicole at the back. At the front of the formation, there was about a few dozen wolf fawn carrying their bows and arrows. Although the bows and arrows would not do much damage to the monster, the wolf fawn had great prowess in archery. Besides that, it would be impossible for the soldiers fight in close quarters against that powerful monster. As a result, they could only rely on archery for long-range combat. The camp that they had returned to was already in ruins and the tents had already collapsed. The lakeside was drenched in blood. The lake was quiet and the lake monster seemed to have already retreated into it. Rhodey frowned and realized something. How did that monster appear? Rhodey looked at the bonfire that was still lit and the collapsed barbecue stand. He then stared at the partially cooked game and made a guess. After that, he looked at the shore again and finally understood. The nobles that hunted the game had gone to the shore to cut and prepare the carcasses. The blood that flowed into the lake was probably what attracted the monster. With that idea in mind, Rhodey instructed his men to stay put. He walked quickly to the camp. The carcass of a wild boar was still there, and it had not been cleaned yet. Rhodey then picked up a spear and stabbed the wild boar a few times with it. After that, Rhodey threw it into the lake. There was a splash as the wild boar sank into the lake. The blue lake was dyed red again. Rhodey then took a few steps back and waited. Translator's notes. 1. A mollusk or mollusk is a large phylum mollusca of invertebrate animals. Basically, a specific group of animals that neither possess nor developed a spine. Just like how mushrooms are under fungi. Some have shells like snails. 2. A sarcoma is cancer arising from mucous connective tissues. They generally look like ugly black spots or a really huge swelling. Surgery is important in most cases. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206, Breakout. Chapter 206, Breakout. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The surface of the water shook gently, and with a loud thundering noise, some strong waves appeared. The wild boar carcass floated back up for a moment before something below pulled it back down into the water again. Archers, ready! Rhodey immediately shouted. The well-trained wolf fangs immediately aimed their arrows at the lake. Soon after, another 7 or 8 huge tentacles rose to the surface along with the boar before tearing it apart into several pieces. Shoot! Rhodey knew that an attack of this degree would not have much effect. He took out a thick rope from the saddle that he had specially prepared to tie up prey during a hunt. At one end of the rope, a specially made heavy arrow was attached. The tip of the arrow had metal barbs on 4 sides. Rhodey weighed the arrow for a moment before shooting it out. Swish! Through Rhodey's powerful strength, the arrow flew and pierced through a tentacle. The 4 barbs were embedded into the tentacle. The lake monster was in pain and struggled violently, creating huge waves in the lake. The rope on the ground was being rapidly pulled into the lake. Don't even think of running! Rhodey coldly shouted. He then pulled the rope hard with both hands. The rope was stretched taut. The ground under Rhodey's feet started to rustle due to the friction between the ground and the soles of Rhodey's shoes. A tremendous force was pulling Rhodey towards the lake. Rhodey raised his eyebrows. His eyes flashed with determination. He lifted a foot and then stomped the ground extremely hard. With a loud thump, a deep hole appeared at the place he stomped. Rhodey was thus stuck like a nail to the ground. The rope trembled before it started to move again towards the lake. The other wolf fang soldiers also followed suit. They grabbed the barbed arrows made specially for hunting from their saddles. They then tied up the arrows with ropes and shot the monster with it. However, the tough sarcomas on the surface of the tentacles blocked a vast majority of the arrows shot. Only 3 or 4 of the arrows shot by the stronger warriors managed to pierce through the tentacles. The wolf fangs then gathered and pulled the ropes. Hundreds of people pulled the ropes at the same time. Waves continued to break out as the rope gradually returned to shore. After that, a huge whirlpool emerged and a smooth and glossy head-like shape appeared from the surface of the water. Everybody was shocked as the lake monster finally showed its true appearance. It had an oval-shaped body that was as big as a 2-story building. It had 8 tentacles that were tossing about. It looked like a giant octopus. The only difference was that this octopus had a huge opening at the center of its head. The opening seemed to have a gray and muddy eye in it. The monster did not seem to have a mouth. However, on its head, there were about 3 transparent, long and thin straw-like things. The tips were sharp and pointed. What made everyone surprised was that one of the tentacles was rolled around a boar body part. It was constantly crushing and squeezing it. The monster then planted the straw-like things into the carcass. The boar's red blood could be seen flowing through the transparent straw into the monster's body. Gaydar immediately cried out, "It is a bloodsucker." Rhodey also realized this and shouted loudly, "Release the arrows! Shoot the eye!" The soldiers that weren't pulling the rope picked up their bows and shot arrows at the monster's eye, but there was no effect. The monster simply closed its eye. When the arrows hit the monster's head, it simply slipped away. It was as if the monster's body had a layer of unusually creamy grease. It had an invisible layer of protection that made arrows ineffective. Gaydar's eyes flashed. Although he was standing at the back and did not fight, he was still observing. He then suddenly shouted, "Pull it ashore! This monster seems to be a kind of octopus. It would be in trouble the moment it leaves the water." However, it was difficult to pull the monster closer to the shore even though more than 100 soldiers including Rhodey were pulling the ropes. On top of that, the ropes were becoming tighter and had clearly reached their limit. The rope could break at any time. The monster seemed to whimper and then swung its tentacles fiercely at the men. When the tentacle swung at them, the soldiers that had been pulling the ropes scattered quickly. Some fell because they were slow. If not for their armor, they would have been seriously injured even if they were still alive. After losing 2 ropes, all the efforts were concentrated on the remaining 2 ropes. As the ropes were pulled longer and longer, they became thinner. Rhodey suddenly had an idea. He desperately shouted, "Use fire! Attack it with fire!" Nicole was the first to react the moment Rhodey's voice faded. She opened her arms and 2 fireballs were launched towards the monster from both hands. Boom! Boom! The fireballs burst into sparks as they collided with the monster. The monster then whimpered violently and angrily, although nobody knew where the monster's voice came from as it had no mouth, but the whimper sounded angry and painful. It was obvious that the monster was afraid of the fireball attack. As the monster lived in the water, Rhodey guessed that it is mostly water-based. Sure enough, the fire attacks would harm it. The only sorcerer available at that moment was Nicole. The other soldiers' ranks might not be low, but they did not know any magic or sorcery. Nicole had shot out several fireballs, causing the monster to struggle in pain. Its glossy and clear black head now had traces of getting burnt. However, it was not a fatal blow. Besides that, a rope also broke when it struggled fiercely from the intense pain. The soldiers all lost their balance when the rope broke and crashed. Damn! Rhodey cursed softly. Do I need to expose my real strength again? With Rhodey's strength, it was possible to chop the monster into 2. However, he was now technically just a grade 5 swordsman. It would be dangerous to show his amazing strength, including that golden fighting energy. While he was feeling troubled, he felt the last rope in his hands also broke. Before he could react, a huge shadow appeared. Rhodey then felt his body shook and flew into the air. The tentacle had swept past and heavily hit him in the chest. Just that one hit caused the chest area of Rhodey's clothes to be torn. Rhodey also crashed into the ground. Gaydar felt scared and closed his eyes. He thought to himself, I am doomed. He had already clearly seen how powerful the monster was. A horse that was a few hundred kilograms was sent flying. 2 of the soldiers that were swept away had not died on the spot, but their armors were broken. They then fell to the ground and started spitting out blood. At least a few ribs were also broken. On top of that, Rhodey is young. How much skill could he have? He was also not wearing armor. If he encounters an unexpected misfortune here. Nicole saw Rhodey fly away and she screamed instinctively. Even though she knew that Rhodey would be alright, when she saw that frightful scene, she could not help but worry and scream. Rhodey flew to the edge of the woods and crashed into the ground. He immediately turned around and jumped back up. He saw the clothes on his chest torn. Although his strong body did not receive any injury, he could still feel a dull pain in his chest. He was trashed right in front of everyone. At this moment, Rhodey felt a strange heat rose up from his waist. The heat rushed towards his brain and he could not help but feel angry. As if his body was hit by a strong electric current, all the anger in his heart suddenly broke out. Within a short moment, his mind became chaotic and angry. In his agitation, he suddenly shouted, "Bastard! That hurts!" Everyone was surprised when they saw the young man completely furious. He then grabbed a large tree beside him, pulled it out from the ground, roots and all, and then angrily threw the tree at the monster as if he was throwing a spear. Boom! The tree struck its target. The monster originally had a smooth and round head. However, the head now seemed to have dented. Besides that, the dented area was at the edge of the eye. The injury caused half of the eyeball to protrude out. The crevice at the eye then secreted a sticky green liquid. The monster suddenly shook violently. Its 8 tentacles flew around and slapped the surface of the water as if it had gone crazy from the pain. Rhodey's anger did not subside. He took off his torn clothes, revealing the strong muscles at his upper body. He then walked towards the water. The moment Rhodey went deep enough for the water to reach his knees, a tentacle swung at him. Rhodey's eyes then flashed. He dodged the tentacle and then grabbed onto it. Rhodey then saw the barbs on the tentacle as if it was a snakehead trying to bite him. Rhodey immediately used a free hand to pull out a scimitar. This was the curved sword that Gaydar had presented to him. He had taken the scimitar with him during that desperate moment earlier. There was a cold flash of light. After that, the sticky green liquid sprayed out as Rhodey cut off the tentacle. While everybody was still wide-eyed, they heard Rhodey shout and saw him hold the sword in his mouth. After that, Rhodey grabbed the huge tentacle, twisted his body and threw it. The huge monster flew across the water and into the sky. For a short moment, the huge figure completely covered the sky. After that, there was a loud crashing sound. Rhodey had thrown the monster to the shore. Its huge body had smashed across 7 to 8 trees. The monster lay on a pile of broken trees. Its tentacles clawed around trying to move itself, but it could not move easily on the shore, just like what Gator had guessed. The soldiers had retreated to a side and looked at their commanding officer. Meanwhile, Rhodey walked out of the lake. Gator was the most astonished person. He was smart and noticed that something was strange. He saw that Rhodey was filled with a violent anger. However, Rhodey's eyes were clouded. It looked as if Rhodey was not clear-headed. For some reason, Gator also felt like Rhodey's anger felt somewhat evil. Rhodey looked like a cold-blooded death god. He had a cold and detached expression and he walked onto the shore in front of everyone. He only glared fiercely at the giant monster. He walked up to the monster and took the sword from his mouth. He fiercely thrust the sword into the ground and then shouted in a cold and evil tone. "What's wrong? Painful? Are you afraid?" Rhodey then bent down and picked up a broken tree trunk. The huge tree trunk was thick enough to be hugged by 2 to 3 people. However, Rhodey's hands clung to the trunk of the tree with his fingers stretched open and lifted it easily. The monster cried out in fear and started to struggle again. It clumsily moved back towards the lake. Trying to run? Rhodey's voice was cold like ice and was completely emotionless. With a really cold expression, he raised the 4-meter-long tree trunk and started to smash the monster with it. Bang! 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 His action was like a blacksmith hammering iron. He kept smashing the monster's head. After 2 smashes, the monster's body had turned soft. Its original oval-shaped body had been smashed flat. Only a few of its tentacles were still moving. By the 6th smash, the monster had turned into a slush. It had been smashed out of shape. Green fluid flowed out of its wounds. Its tentacles that were still moving earlier lay softly on the ground like dead snakes. Bang! Bang! Rhodey continued to smash the monster expressionlessly. He continued to smash until it was badly mangled and unrecognizable, and the ground was sunk in. Everyone around him was stunned. However, Rhodey still had a dark expression. He had a strange and violent aura that gave off a murderous and oppressive feeling. Surprisingly, nobody around him said anything. Rhodey! Nicole was frightened and could not help but shout, "Stop hitting it! It is dead!" Nicole's delicate voice was like magic. Hon! The tree broke apart with one last smash. The tree in Rhodey's hands finally broke apart after so many consecutive smashes. Rhodey looked at the broken piece of wood in his hands and finally stopped his actions. He looked at his hands in a daze while breathing heavily. What the hell just happened? Rhodey had, for some reason, suddenly felt very angry. That strong emotion occupied his whole heart, and he had the intense desire to destroy something. Nicole cried out and pushed away the guards. She then ran towards Rhodey. 2 Wolf Fong officers tried to stop her. One of them even said, "Miss, it is dangerous over there." Nicole did not care and forced her way forward as she ran towards Rhodey. She held him regardless of all the strange green fluid on his body and trembled. She could not help but cry as she asked, "Rhodey, what's the matter? What's the matter?" Rhodey's mind gradually cleared up when he felt a familiar soft body clinging onto him, smelled that familiar body scent, and her familiar shouts. Nicole's sudden action thus brought him out of his dazed self. Rhodey breathed deeply and hugged Nicole. He then said, "I am okay now." Seeing Nicole still in tears, he then said, "I am really alright now. When I was dragged in just now, I was a little agitated." He pushed her away a little and said, "Look at yourself. All the dirty muck on me have now stuck onto you." Nicole continued to hold him hard and whispered, "I don't care. So long as you are alright." Rhodey nodded. He saw the scimitar stuck into the ground. He bent down and pulled it out. At that moment, when his hands touched the cold hilt, his body started to tremble. He felt a strange feeling move through his fingers. That weird feeling was the same as the one he felt when he got angry and became violent earlier. Rhodey shook his head. His body vibrated and that strange feeling in his hand vanished. With a strange feeling, he put the scimitar back into the sheath. This scimitar was really weird. Rhodey did not notice that the sorcery spell engraved in the dragon language glowed with a strange light when he inserted the curved sword into the sheath. Rhodey gently pulled Nicole's hands and walked to the front of the crowd. However, everyone had already looked at him differently. At first, the Lightning God's whip and the Imperial Guards had looked at him with the respect that was due to a commanding officer. When they learned that Rhodey had obtained the favor of the Duke's elder sister, they became more intimate and even cracked jokes. But now, all of them looked at him with shock and awe. Is this guy really human? Is he really just a grade 5 swordsman? All the soldiers had the same thoughts in their heads. Rhodey frowned, feeling a little bit irritated. He then softly, "Fall in. Take our injured companions back. We are also going back now." Even after he gave his orders, everybody was still stunned. They only started to execute the order after Rhodey coughed heavily. Gaydar walked to Rhodey with a complicated expression. He looked at Rhodey and could not say anything. At that moment, Gaydar was still too shocked. Gaydar saw the young man's strength that exploded forth when the young man got angry. He had the same thoughts as the soldiers, as though the words were resounding in his brain. Is he human? However, Gaydar, who had been dealing with officialdom and business for many years, knew that questions involving people's secrets must never be asked. Accidentally touching on a taboo question would waste any goodwill that had been built up. So, Gaydar refrained from asking and then said, "Rhodey, I am afraid that you must properly investigate this matter." Rhodey helped Nicole onto a horse and replied, "Yes." This hunting grounds had always been the Tulip family's estate. Yet, nobody has ever heard of this strange monster. Nicole suddenly whispered, "Gaydar, earlier, you said that this monster was like some of the Roland Continent's mythical beast? I heard that the mythical beasts have all been eliminated in the Radiant Continent hundreds of years ago." As he was questioned by the eldest daughter of the Tulip family, Gaydar immediately straightened his body and then replied, "Miss Nicole, legends must never be taken at face value." Rhodey looked again at Gaydar the moment Gaydar said those words. Obviously, he agreed with these words. He then heard Gaydar continue. The legend of the mythical beasts is only described in the records of the church. However, these teachings were also passed down from generation to generation. None of us actually saw what really happened. Oh, I do not dare to doubt their teachings. I just do not have much trust, especially when it involves things I cannot ascertain myself. It is a personal habit. Nicole nodded her head and looked at Gaydar respectfully. She then said, "Then is that a mythical beast?" Gaydar whispered, "I am not sure whether or not it is really a mythical beast. After all, I have never seen a mythical beast before, but..." Miss Nicole, Rhodey, I have a little bit of an opinion that I am not sure if I should say. Gaydar then glanced at the two. Nicole did not speak but instead nodded towards Rhodey. Her meaning was for Rhodey to make the decision. Rhodey smiled and said, "Baron, please speak." Gaydar pondered for a moment and then said, "I have two ideas. The first one is that what happened today is strange. This hunting ground belonged to the Tulip family for a very long time, and such a thing has never happened before. However, the monster suddenly appeared today. In other words, this monster only appeared recently. So, this might be a good starting point to start investigating." He then paused and looked at Rhodey. He looked as if he was hesitant to say it. Rhodey smiled and said, "Baron, you don't have to hesitate. Please speak." Gaydar laughed very slowly and said, "Your Excellency Rhodey. Please just call me Gaydar. It is too awkward for you to be addressing me Baron, and I addressing you Your Excellency. How about we just call each other by our names? It would be much simpler." Rhodey understood that Gaydar was trying to be friendly. He gave a wry smile and said, "Well, you do have the title of Baron. All right. In that case, Gaydar, please speak." Gaydar showed a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. He then showed an upright expression and said, "The second thing is, if this is really a mythical beast, then you should understand what it means. Mythical beasts are things from the Roland Continent. This is related to the Roland Continent and should be reported to the church. The church's attitude. Rhodey laughed and then softly said, "I understand what you mean." He then slowly said in a cold voice, "Not everything in this world needs to be controlled by the church." Translator's notes. 1. A kind of barbed arrowhead. A barbed arrowhead I found on Google Image only has 2 barbs and is flat. This specially made arrow has 4 barbs, forming something like a plus symbol. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207, Holy Beast, Mythical Beast. Chapter 207, Holy Beast, Mythical Beast. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That day, all around the hunting grounds were guarded by 200 imperial guards. The local assistant governor also dispatched 500 security soldiers to guard the periphery of the hunting grounds. Nobody was allowed to enter the hunting grounds until the investigation was completed. That was an order given by Miss Nicole, on behalf of the Duke of the Tulip family. Rhodey did not expect to cover up that incident. To begin with, those nobles who had participated in the hunting activity and escaped would not be able to keep that as a secret. Those people, even in normal days, liked to find trouble and were the best people at spreading such strange news. Rhodey even guessed that within a few days, the news would spread to the imperial capital and most probably that incident would be published in the newspaper. The first to get shocked was West Hill City. Everyone already knew that a strange monster was found in the hunting ground of the Tulip family, on the outskirts of West Hill. In addition to that, 2 nobles had lost their lives. After that, the roads leading to the hunting ground were now blocked. That Imperial Guard officer, Miss Nicole's lover, that young man named Rhodey, all at once became famous. It was said that this guy, alone, killed that strange monster. I heard that the strange monster could not be killed by hundreds of elite soldiers. I heard that the young man named Rhodey is extremely powerful. I heard that the guy named Rhodey is truly handsome. I heard that the guy named Rhodey is Miss Nicole's lover. I heard that the young guy named Rhodey was originally the captain of the bodyguards of His Excellency the Duke. Later, because of his extraordinary martial skills, he had earned the confidence of Miss Nicole. I heard that in the imperial capital, Rhodey and Miss Nicole secretly rendezvous in the garden every day. I heard that in the imperial capital, Rhodey defeated all the rivals who also pursued Miss Nicole. On one occasion, he even broke the leg of one of his love rivals. As countless rumors began to spread, Rhodey became the focus of the rumors. Most of the highlights were on the secret between Rhodey and the eldest daughter of the Tulip family. That was not surprising because most people loved novelty. A story of love between a hero and a beautiful woman would always be well received. On the night that Rhodey's group returned from the hunting ground back to the city, near an ordinary, shabby and worn-out building in the southern suburbs of West Hill, 2 figures wearing black cloaks flashed by on a small lane. Then, like a gust of wind, they floated into the downstairs courtyard of the small building. After that, they went through the doorway and entered. The night was still and the surrounding was quiet. The 2 figures slid up a flight of dim stairs as if they were weightless. The hall on the second floor had a few rotten chairs, placed disorderly. The metal candlesticks, at the side, were covered in stains and rusts, a sign of the age of the place. There were a few old and deteriorating oil paintings on the wall. The most notable thing was that all of the paintings were full portraits and they were neatly arranged on the wall. The faces of the characters in the portraits had some similarity. It was as if the portraits were a record of the family's ancestors. The 2 figures stood in the middle of the hall, facing the portraits on the wall. They both knelt down on one knee. One of them whispered in a hoarse voice, "Your Excellency, we have come as ordered." There were several light sizzling sounds as if an ill wind was blowing. Suddenly, the candles on the candlesticks on both sides of the hall automatically lit up. The dusty candles flickered and faintly illuminated the dilapidated hall. There was a very sharp laughter as the face of a middle-aged man in one of the portraits towards the rear of the wall suddenly moved. Its serious face twisted into an expression that could barely be called a smile. The portrait then gradually started to protrude. Eventually, a head stretched out of the oil painting. The person's brown curly hair loosely dropped down from both sides of the head. The person had a horrible pale face with one red eye and one black eye. With a sharp laughter, this face revealed a row of white teeth. Looking at them carefully, 2 of the teeth were long and sharp like a beast's fangs in the upper row. First, the head of the portrait stretched out from the oil painting. It was then followed by his neck, shoulders, arm, upper body. The 2 guys kneeling on the floor looked downwards. They did not dare to look up until they saw a pair of feet and a pair of shiny boots appeared in front of them. The owner of those boots then slowly asked, "How are things going now?" Although he tried to lower his voice still sounded very sharp and ear-piercing. After saying that, he turned around and wrapped his body with his big black cloak, such that his whole body was concealed by the black cloak and half of his pale face was covered by the high-pointed collar of the cloak. The light from the candle dragged his long shadow on the wall. The 2 kneeling figures started to tremble. One of them, the one who spoke earlier, with chattering teeth said, "Your Excellency, we were late." "Late?" His Excellency lifted his cloak and shrieked, "What do you mean late? What happened?" The 2 guys on the floor trembled more violently and their teeth chattered loudly. They were almost lying limp on the floor. That Excellency had a gloomy face. He suddenly stretched out his scarlet red tongue and licked his lips before he coldly said, "Speak quickly. Otherwise, I will suck both your blood dry." Their two bodies shook violently before they started to speak. Although they still had a trembling voice, they still managed to intermittently but reluctantly relate the whole thing. Your Excellency. The two of us, as ordered, went to take back the holy beast, but we were too late. One of the holy beast had encountered humans. When we arrived, the holy beast had already been killed. We also do not know what method the humans used to kill the holy beast. When we arrived, we only saw its corpse. The holy beast seemed to have been brought ashore while alive and then crushed to death. Crushed to death ashore? His Excellency suddenly raised his voice and angrily shouted, "Are you trying to lie to me? How could the holy beast leave the water? How could the humans bring it to the shore? Are you trying to deceive me?" Although they were too afraid to look up at their master, they could clearly see the shadow cast by the candle lights on the wall. The shadow of their master suddenly rose up. His black cloak spread out and his hands seemed to have turned to claws. "No! Don't dare!" The kneeling guys quickly replied, "We really did not dare lie to your Excellency." The other one also stammered, "When we arrived, we only saw the corpse of the holy beast. We also saw a lot of human soldiers guarding the outside of the hunting ground. Today, people from the Tulip family had gone into the hunting ground. It is possible that they ended up fighting with the holy beast." After the two of them finished relating the incident, they sweated profusely. They were almost going to lose their heads. They trembled violently like frightened mice. They initially thought that they would have to meet their master's wrath at the next instant. Instead, after waiting for a while, His Excellency coldly said, "You too. Didn't I tell you earlier not to breed the holy beast in that lake when the Tulip family is around? The two of you only went there today, can that be considered as defying my orders?" Following a sneering laughter, the two men were horrified. One of them quickly and loudly replied, "This. Your Excellency. You also know that, within a few hundred meters of West Hill, there is no place more suitable than that lake for breeding the holy beast. Besides that place is also the private territory of the Tulip family. In normal days, nobody would go there. We did not expect today." The other one then continued, "In addition, Your Excellency, we had also reported to you before that the lake itself is strange. For some reason, it grew very quickly in that lake. We had only put the holy beast in the lake for less than a month, yet it had already grown to a grade 3 evolution." Wait. That Excellency coldly interrupted them and asked, "What did you say? Grade 3 evolution? It had already reached grade 3 evolution in just a single month? Is it really so fast?" "Yes." The two men responded, simultaneously. "We saw the size of the holy beast today. Without a doubt, it had already reached grade 3 evolution." That Excellency sighed and his voice sounded gentler. "Well, although we have lost a holy beast, we still managed to gain something. I want to personally see that lake. If it is really as magical as you say, I must make good use of it. In just 1 month, it can make a holy beast grow into a grade 3 evolution." He then changed his tone and coldly asked, "Is there anything else?" The man kneeling on the left felt relieved when he realized that his master was no longer angry. He then whispered, "There is. Your Excellency, there is one more thing. In the West Hill City, we found that traitor, the Elder, put on the wanted list. That woman." "What?" His voice became sharp again. "Are you talking about that crossbreed, Needies? She is in West Hill?" Yes. The kneeling man trembled again when he felt his master's fury. He stuttered, "I found her by accident today, but I did not dare get too close. However, I am certain that person is Needies. I would not mistake her scent." Ha ha. The Excellency laughed loudly. "Looks like coming here was the right choice. We actually managed to find that traitor, Needies." His sharp laughter caused the broken fragments of the surrounding walls to shake and fall and even the flame on the candles to flicker faintly. Very good. The shadow of that Excellency gradually approached the two kneeling men. He then gently pressed both their heads, one hand each, and whispered, "No matter what, you caused me to lose a holy beast. I have no choice but to punish you, right?" With a single chi sound, that man pushed his hand into the head of one of the kneeling men. The red blood and white brain matter splashed out. That kneeling man did not even have the chance to cry before he dropped on the floor. That Excellency withdrew his hand and licked it. It looked like he was sampling a delicacy. He squinted and smiled. "Well, there were two of you. Kill one, leave one behind. You reported to me the trail of the traitor. I will consider you have earned merit to compensate for your mistake. Go and keep an eye on that woman, but make sure she does not notice you. Understand?" "I understand." That Excellency continued to whisper, right now, the Church of the Empire is really strict with their checks. Last time, that stupid Sameo caused havoc at the imperial capital. It did not matter that the idiot had died, but he actually lost our sacred weapon, the Dracula spear. He would not be able to atone for his sins even if he died 10,000 times. No matter what, you must now be very careful. You are one of the lowest ranked vampires. The scent of your body is very light and is harder for you to be noticed. You must be more careful. Understand? Yes. The kneeling man nodded again and again. The master waved his hand and let the guy leave. In the end, he was the only left in the hall. That Excellency then slowly walked to a relief sculpture one at the corner of the wall. It was the relief sculpture of a classical beauty. The gentle curves of her naked body looked seductive. The master stretched out his hand to slowly stroke the relief. His hand slid down from her face to her chest. At that time, the relief actually issued a series of sharp laughter. Soon after, the sculpture actually moved. The plaster on the surface broke apart layer by layer and a woman appeared from inside. Strictly speaking, she was also a vampire. Although her naked body was that of a mature and beautiful woman, she had a large black wing on her back like a bat. That woman had an extremely charming and seductive face, but when she smiled, her mouth exposed two slender fangs. Your Excellency Jackal, you are angry again. Is it because of the loss of the holy beast or because you obtained information about that woman? The female vampire voiced out, gently. Jackal twisted his body a little. He then held the woman in his arms and gently bit her in the neck. He whispered, "Aren't you afraid I would suck your blood? My dear Ruth, I already said not to mention about that woman in front of me, especially you. I am worried about the holy beast. There must be something strange about that lake." That female vampire called Ruth smiled gently. She moved away from Jackal's mouth and whispered, "In fact, you should be happy. That stupid Sameo is dead. You are the only remaining prince of the vampires." Sameo went to the south and went through so many hardships to find those holy beasts, but now, they are all under your control. Jackal's eyes showed a hint of anxiety as he replied, "There is nothing to be happy about that. The matters at the southern mountain was considered a failure. Although we found a few holy beasts, there is nothing left in that valley. That mystic dragon had also disappeared." Ruth rolled her eyes and smiled, "Who cares, let the elders worry about that. As for now, do you think that I should find a way to capture Needies within the next 2 days? This would really be a meritorious service." Jackal shook his head. His pair of claws slowly slipped down from Ruth's shoulder as he softly said, "As for this matter, there is nothing to worry about. Let's discuss this in 2 days' time. On the other hand, the lake is much more important. Once we understand it, it would possibly be a great help to us in breeding the holy beasts. Those old guys are also urging me to go to the imperial capital to find a way and retrieve the Dracula's spear. That is a real headache. That old pope is not easy to deal with." Ruth's body twisted as she laughed softly. Jackal's breathing also immediately became heavier. As the candlelight swayed, the two shadows on the wall gradually joined together and soon after they frantically got twisted into each other. Under the dim candlelight, dozens of insect egg-like things were visible on the ceiling above the big hall. They were enveloped in a mass of sticky liquid and swayed when the wind blew. Meanwhile, at the other mansion of the Duke of the Tulip family, Nicole tightly nestled into Rhodey's arms. Her body trembled slightly from the evening breeze. Rhodey sighed. He hugged Nicole tightly and whispered, "Let us go in." Nicole nodded her head. She then thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "I understand. Are you going to see Micah?" Rhodey was startled. He did not expect Nicole to suddenly ask such a question. In the past few days, Rhodey had been accompanying Nicole every day, in front of the other nobles. He had no time to see Micah. However, he felt uneasy after encountering that strange incident in that forest that day. It seems like West Hill is not a peaceful place. Nicole bit her lips and whispered, "Are you worried about the safety of Micah and the others after what happened today? I guess you are also worried that there may be more than one of that monster and perhaps, there could be more types other than the water monster. Am I right?" Rhodey could hear that Nicole's voice sounded unnatural. However, Rhodey remained silent and just nodded his head. Nicole took a deep breath. Suddenly, she used all her energy and tightly hugged Rhodey. After that, she whispered while still in his arms, "Tomorrow, if you can, bring Micah here. This place is always safer." Rhodey obviously felt Nicole's body stiffen momentarily when she made that statement. He was touched and could not help but tightly hold Nicole. He then asked, Do you really think so?" Nicole sighed. She suddenly smiled and said, "Really?" The two of them then silently embraced each other. After a moment, Rhodey slowly whispered, "The monster we encountered today in the hunting ground. It really seems like a mythical beast." Nicole frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" Rhodey sighed and replied, "Gaydar said that mythical beasts were extinct from the Radiant continent hundreds of years ago. The fact is, he was wrong. As far as I know, there are still mythical beasts on the Radiant continent. I have even seen a lot of them." Nicole seemed to tremble and softly asked, "Where?" Rhodey replied in a weird tone, "There were a lot of strange monsters, all kinds of mythical beasts in the Death Valley of the mountains in the south, where I entered before." Rhodey looked up at the sky, frowned and then said to himself, "Could it be that after I left, somebody entered that valley and brought out the mythical beasts?" Translator's notes. 1. It is actually just called a relief. It is a kind of sculpture that is still stuck on a wall. The entire sculpture could be sticking out, which is high relief, or it could be dug outlines in the wall, forming something like a drawing. There is also a counter relief where the image is modeled in a negative manner and the image goes into the surface. Mostly done on engraved gem seals. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208, Dark joins the group. Chapter 208, Dark joins the group. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When Rhodey came in, Diane was pretending to trim an unknown plant with a pair of scissors. She snorted coldly when she saw Rhodey walk in. Her snort was filled with anger. After that, there was a series of clicking sounds, and the scissors in Diane's hand continued flying up and down. The plant that had originally been nicely trimmed was already beyond recognition. Micah was sitting at the side with her lips pursed but her face smiling. She stood up when she saw Rhodey. Rhodey gently hugged Micah and softly said, I came to look for you regarding some matters." Before Micah could speak, Diane coldly spoke from the side, "Humph, the people in this world only visit when they need something. When there is nothing that they need, they will throw you on one side and ignore you." Micah stifled a laughter and whispered, "Do worry about her. I am teaching her some gardening, but this girl is extremely clumsy. It is a skill that emphasizes supportive efforts, but she is already getting impatient after 2 days." Diane glared with wide eyes. However, she seemed very well behaved in front of Micah. She did not say anything but simply gritted her teeth and took the pair of scissors in her hand to vent her anger. The small bell that she wore at her foot was now on her wrist. The bell rang as the scissors flew up and down in her hands. That ringing sound was pleasant. However, suddenly there was a sharply discordant snap. "Gotcha." It turned out to be that Diane, who was feeling dejected, accidentally cut off the main stem of the plant. Rhodey saw Diane freeze for a moment. She looked at the scissors in her hands and the tragically chopped off plant in front of her. Her face was red from choking. Naturally, Rhodey did not dare laugh. However, when he saw Diane looked as if she was almost going to bang her head against the wall, he was forced to stifle his laughter even more. "I have come to pick you up." Rhodey whispered as he looked into Micah's eyes, "West Hill is not very safe. Something strange has happened." Micah's body trembled. She was obviously excited, but her face remained calm. She tried hard to suppress her voice and whispered, "Really? You are taking me with you?" Before Rhodey could speak, Diane angrily threw the scissors on the ground and said, "I am not trimming anymore. This thing is broken." Diane was still angry and she could not control her anger, so she severely stomped her feet on the broken plant. She then turned around to look at the two and shouted, "Why are both of you still dawdling? Obviously, every day you were thinking of him to the point of going crazy. Now that he is here to pick you up, quickly, go and pack your things." Micah showed a strange smile. She calmly walked over to Diane, bent down and picked up the scissors. She then lightly said, "You are running wild again. For no apparent reason, you use my scissors to vent your anger." She then softly said, "The person who makes you angry is already here. You do not have to throw your temper on my scissors even if you are angry." Diane was so embarrassed by those simple words until her face turned red. Her earlier anger had subsided and she did not dare look at Micah in her eyes. Rhodey cleared his throat and asked, "Where is Dark?" Micah smiled faintly. She looked at Diane and said, "Dark was bullied until he dared not to come here anymore. He would hide at Needy's place, every day, drinking wine. He fears being dragged away to become someone's driver." Rhodey did not understand Micah's words, but Diane had already lowered her head from embarrassment. Rhodey pondered and said, "In that case, you pack up here. I am going to look for Dark. There are things that I need his help." "Ah, does he know my identity?" Did he ask after I hurriedly left, that day? Diane looked up and replied. He asked, but I did not say. He also did not dare probe further. Micah could not help but grin, and softly said, that is because he is scared of you. You are not gentle like a woman at all. Do you really think it is something to be proud of? Although Rhodey did not understand what they were talking about, he could feel the awkwardness. He then nodded his head and said, I will go and talk to Dark. I believe he should be at Needy's pub. Wait. Micah turned her eyes and said, let Diane accompany you. This is a complicated matter. If you go alone, Dark may not believe you. Moreover, Micah's eyes were smiling as she added, if she were to wait here, she will become very impatient. Rhodey pondered for a moment and then said, that sounds good. It's a good idea for Diane to go with me. This matter is strange and she may also be helpful. Sigh. Looking at Rhodey's somber face, Micah became concerned and asked, what is worrying you? Rhodey shook his head and before he could speak, Diane glared at him and said, of course, he is worried about Nicole's reaction when he brings you back. He is worried that he will be sandwiched between both of you when the three of you live under one roof. Rhodey blushed and frowned. Don't talk nonsense. I am taking Micah to the mansion, but I stay in the barracks. Micah did not mind Diane's comment, but she still asked, in that case, what are you worried about? Rhodey sighed. He looked at Diane and whispered, do you still remember those things that we saw in the Death Valley? As Rhodey and Diane walked towards Needy's pub, Rhodey briefly related the incident of the monster he encountered in the hunting ground. After he finished, Diane looked serious. She hesitated for a moment and then she asked, are you suspecting that the monster is similar to those from the Death Valley? Rhodey shook his head and replied, I am quite certain, but I am still skeptical. After all, we did not see that octopus-like thing in that valley, but I somehow have a strange feeling. As we only explored a small part of that valley, it is possible that there were other creatures we have not seen. Diane recalled the situation at that time. She turned pale and fearful when she remembered those huge, hairy, and bloodthirsty spiders. The two sturdy bouncers standing at the entrance of the pub recognized Rhodey. When they saw him, they became afraid and ran inside. When Rhodey and Diane entered the pub, the middle-aged steward turned pale. He trembled at the sight and did not dare approach them. Rhodey looked around and saw that Needy's was not there. There were guests sitting in groups of 2s and 3s. The guests each had a woman with heavy makeup by their sides. There were 3 beautifully dressed women on the stage. They were playing the harp and flute, while another woman slowly swayed along with the rhythm of the music. She slowly dropped off her clothes like a snake shedding its skin. Rhodey frowned. He then saw Dark sitting at a table closest to the stage while leisurely drinking big mouthfuls of wine from the bottle. He looked very calm. Rhodey and Diane went over. Rhodey looked normal but Diane was frowning. She had an unpleasant look on her face as she coldly said, Dark. Dark was startled when he heard Diane's voice. He panicked and almost dropped the bottle of wine in his hand. His calm facial expression also revealed a bit of awkwardness. He looked up at Diane and frowned, You, girl. Haven't you finished yet? You bullied me all day and to avoid you, I have already stayed outside. You still rush all the way here, are you trying to chase and kill me? Diane raised her eyebrows and was about to get angry, when she suddenly remembered that Rhodey was currently beside her and also those words Micah had said privately to her. She bit her lips and lowered her head. She could not help but secretly glance at Rhodey. Dark was stunned. Based on his experience, when he was to speak to Diane like that, she would immediately kick the chair. After that, the two of them would start fighting each other. However, Diane was totally different that day. She actually blushed and lowered her head, revealing a rarely seen side of her, a woman's demure demeanor. Dark then looked at the young man standing behind Diane. That young man was tall and wore a simple warrior's uniform. He had blue hair and a craggy face with a heroic essence. Dark immediately remembered that this was the young man who had severely punished Needy's and also had caught his arrow with just his bare hands. Dark was surprised and alerted. He asked, Who are you? Rhodey smiled and replied, I am Diane's and Micah's friend. Dark gave an inquiring glance to Diane and she quickly nodded her head. Dark still felt skeptical and asked, Diane's friend? This girl came from the southern mountains. I have never heard that she has any friends. He then lowered his voice and coldly said, That day you said the words, 10 years promise. How did you know about it? Rhodey smiled and replied, I am one of the subordinates of the Duke of the Tulip family. Dark looked at Diane again. Diane did not say anything. She only forcefully and obediently nodded her head. Dark was still puzzled, but as there were a lot of people around, he did not say much. Instead, he asked, Why are you looking for me? Rhodey grabbed a chair and sat down opposite Dark. He had a calm and unhurried expression. Instead of giving Dark a reply, he casually picked up the bottle of wine on the table and drank a mouthful. Diane obediently stood at a side looking helpless. She did not know if she should sit down as she was not comfortable with that place. She looked around and saw the surrounding people were each hugging a beautiful woman. There were also some of them who threw lecherous glances at her own body. Diane felt angry but did not say anything. Rhodey smiled and said, "Why are you standing? Sit down. It is not like you have never been here before. Didn't you beat up a few of my subordinates the last time you were here?" Diane could not help but retort, "If it was not because we were inquiring about you, about the Duke, I would not come to this kind of place." Although she said so, she still obediently sat down beside Rhodey. Rhodey lightly said, "What do you mean, this kind of place? This kind of place is really very normal. Men come here to spend their money and to buy happiness. There is nothing strange about it. But those women." Diane pursed her lips. Rhodey became more solemn and lightly said, "They are also people struggling to make a living. That is nothing shameful. I will never look down on such people and places." Diane saw a trace of anger in Rhodey's eyes and immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing. After all, Micah was also from a brothel. Dark laughed loudly and said, "Your words make sense." He showed an appreciative glance and then asked again, "So, why are you looking for me?" Rhodey sighed and said, "I came looking for your help, but I think it will be a little dangerous." After pondering for a moment, Rhodey continued, "I am responsible for protecting His Excellency, the Duke. Yesterday, inside the hunting grounds." Rhodey briefly related the previous day's encounter and finally said, "That place is strange. I am looking for someone to accompany me there to investigate." As soon as Rhodey finished, Dark stood up, put the longbow on the table behind his back and then picked up his scimitar. "Let's go." Rhodey froze for a moment. "What?" Dark laughed and replied, "Didn't you come to me for help?" Rhodey took a deep breath and looked at Dark with a complex expression. "This is Dark. He is a straightforward man. This is the stranger that Muse and I met in the Northwest Grasslands when we were at a dead end. He threw away his prey which he captured after chasing for a few days. Without saying anything, he saved us." Rhodey looked somewhat moved. He could not help but ask, "You have already agreed?" Dark laughed and he gently wiped off the remnants of the beer from his beard. He then said, "What is there to hesitate? How could I not go and see such a strange and interesting thing? Besides that, you are also a friend of this girl. If I do not agree to help you, she would not be happy." Rhodey knew that there was no need for him to be argumentative as Dark was also a warm-hearted man. Without saying anything more, both of them shook hands. After that, Dark said, "You said that the place is a hunting ground in the forest. Talking about hunting in the forest, I am actually quite skilled. It is getting late, let's go now." Diane also stood up and hurriedly said, "I will also go with the two of you." When she saw both of them frown, Diane said, "Don't forget, I am from a mountain tribe. How could you guys be better than me when it comes to the forest? Dark, you may be a hunter, but you may not better than me when it comes to this particular skill." Rhodey hesitated for a moment, but then he agreed after he thought of the fact that other than him Diane was the only other person who had seen a mythical beast. Besides that, she had good martial skills. She also had some strange magic and a special stealth ability. So, with that, the three-people team decided to explore the forest that night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, Trap. Chapter 209, Trap. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At first, Rhodey wanted to go and find Needy's, but Dark told Rhodey that Needy's was not in the pub. Rhodey also felt that it would be awkward to meet Needy's and so, he gave up. The three of them went back to fetch Micah and took her to the Duke's mansion. Although Dark thought it was strange, he also knew the relationship between Micah and the Duke of the Tulip family. However, he felt something strange from the way Micah was looking at the man named Rhodey. The first meeting between Nicole and Micah inside the Duke's residence was not as awkward as Rhodey imagined it would be. Nicole looked tranquil, while Micah was also very calm. Nicole had long expected Micah to be an outstanding woman. When she actually saw Micah standing in front of her, she could not help but have a strange feeling. Nicole felt that the woman in front of her looked extremely beautiful. Her satin-like long hair gently stuck to her cheeks, making her look extremely gentle and charming. The most enchanting thing about Micah was her personality. Her beautiful face had a faint quiet look. She looked like she would be indifferent to everything around her. Nicole's first thought was, she is such an exceptional person, how could her little brother abandon her so easily? However, Nicole would not say all that. After a sigh, Nicole pulled Micah's hand as she smiled and said, "Follow me inside." Micah glanced at Rhodey. After Rhodey nodded, she smiled and followed Nicole in. Obviously, Rhodey only let out his held breath after watching the two women leave. On the other hand, Diane had a complicated expression. From the start until the end, she quietly bit her lips and gently stepped on the tip of her toes. The three of them spent the rest of their time preparing some tools. Following the guidance of the two jungle experts, Dark and Diane, the three prepared all their required tools and then rode out of the city. The various roads, large and small, leading to the hunting grounds had already been blockaded by the army, but Rhodey and his two companions were naturally unimpeded on their way there. A small barracks set the periphery of the hunting ground. There were 300 Imperial guards stationed there. Rhodey ordered for them to wait outside while he brought Dark and Diane into the hunting ground. The hunting ground was quiet at night. As the hunting ground belonged to the Tulip family for centuries, some small roads were already constructed in the hunting ground. Although they were simple, they managed to enable the horses to run quickly. However, the three of them slowed down their horses when they entered the forest. When the horseshoes trampled on the grass and the ground, they gave out a rustling sound. Rhodey rode in front while Dark and Diane rode side by side behind him, forming a triangular formation. All three of them were on alert, their hands on their weapons. Occasionally, some wild rabbits and other animals that came out at night to forage for food were frightened and sprang from the roadside. Dark and Diane carefully looked around. Their expressions became more serious the closer they got to the lake at the center of the forest. All along the way, it was quiet and peaceful. When they arrived at the central lake, they saw remnants of the damaged camps and the fallen trees from yesterday. They also saw the corpse of the huge monster killed by Rhodey. Dark suddenly whispered from behind, "Wait." Rhodey immediately held the reins tight and turned around to look. Dark was sitting on his horse with his eyes closed. It was as if he was perceiving something. He then started sniffing vigorously. His expression became even more serious. He immediately turned and dismounted from his horse. Clutching the bag of tools that he had prepared earlier, he slowly approached the carcass of that monster. Rhodey and Diane also dismounted from their horses and conveniently tied the horses' reins to the trees beside them. They then followed Dark to the lake. Dark suddenly climbed a tree. He squatted on the tree trunk and stretched out his hand to touch a tree branch. He then brought it to his nose to sniff. Later, he jumped down from the tree and once again approached the monster's corpse and carefully searched the surrounding area. As the cold wind blew at night, Dark looked serious as if he had noticed something wrong. Diane, who had been looking around, also nodded her eyebrows. Rhodey asked, "Did you find anything?" Dark took a deep breath. He then turned around and replied, "There is something strange." He then looked at Diane and asked, "Did you notice it as well?" Diane nodded and slowly said, "The trees here are strange." "Did you notice? All the trees near the lake are tall and sturdy. They grew excellently. This is very strange. Based on common sense, in the jungle, the places with water sources would be infested with animals. The vegetation here should quite often be trampled by animals, but if you were to look around, there are very few animal footprints." Rhodey thought for a moment and replied, "That seems to be the case. When we came here hunting yesterday, we only found some prey on the outer parts of the forest. The further we ventured into the forest, the less prey there were. Towards the end, those wild boars we hunted were also found at the edge of the forest. We actually drove them into the forest before killing them. It seems like really very few animals appeared at the lake." Dark nodded and said, "That is the strange part. Generally speaking, water sources would usually have animals around, unless these animals like to divide their territories. This is especially true if the animals are very big. Perhaps, there is a large creature here and has marked this place as its territory and does not let other animals approach." Rhodey shook his head and replied, "Not possible. This may be a forest, but it is also a private hunting ground. At most, there are some bigger size animals, like wild boars. There are no powerful creatures. This is a hunting ground for nobles. If there are such creatures, the nobles will get hurt." Diane suddenly said, "Listen." Rhodey froze for a moment and asked, "Is there a sound?" Diane gave Dark a glance and replied, "There is no sound. That is why it is strange." Dark softly agreed, "That's right. This is such a large forest, yet, not even the sound of birds could be heard." He shook his head and continued, "I have looked at a few trees. There is no bird's nest or even any animal tracks." The two people's words made Rhodey aware. He remembered when he was in the southern mountains, the birds were chirping even at night. He also remembered that on that day they went hunting, other than the chirping of the birds on the outside of the forest, the lake was completely silent even during the daytime, not even a bird call. Rhodey. Yesterday, did anybody get on the tree to check? Dark suddenly asked. No, why? Dark gloomily replied. There are footprints on the branches. Rhodey's face discolored and frowned. Footprints? Dark sighed and whispered, I saw those footprints just now. Those traces looked a little strange. Although I do not dare confirm, I suspect, maybe they belong to the vampires. The moment these words came out, Diane felt a chill. She instinctively leaned onto Rhodey's side. After that, Rhodey asked, vampires? Are you certain? Dark shook his head and replied, no, not certain. The scent is very indistinct. If it was really a vampire, it has to be of the lowest rank. It was only vampires, those little bats that could fly and rest on the branches. Rhodey frowned. To think, this actually involved vampires? Dark slowly walked towards the side of his two companions and whispered, there must be a special reason that there are no birds here. Most likely, there is something strange here. Dark then thought for a moment and asked, did you really not notice anything during the day? Rhodey shook his head and replied, no. Diane thought for a moment and then asked, is it possible that it is something that only appears at night? After all, this hunting ground had been abandoned for a long time. Normally, the people from the Tulip family would not enter this place. There were so many people here yesterday. Even if there was something, it would not dare approach. Let's test it out. Dark suddenly laughed. Dark went over and untied the reins of two of the horses. He then whipped two of the horses, causing them to run out of the forest in pain. Dark then calmly led his horse over. He removed the saddle and the other things off the horse before leading the horse towards the trees at the edge of the lake. Dark gently patted the horse's neck and whispered, it is cruel, but I am forced to sacrifice you. He then pulled out his knife and cut the two front legs of the horse so deeply that the bones in the legs were even visible. The horse instantly neighed painfully. It struggled violently for a while before crashing to the ground. Dark sighed and turned back. He then pulled Rhodey and Diane to the back of a tree. They watched the horse struggling under the moonlight. The injured horse was kneeling on the ground, struggling to stand up with its two hind legs. It neighed sorrowfully as the blood from the wounds flowed to the ground. Diane seemed to be unable to bear it and could not help but gently pull Rhodey's clothes. Rhodey remained calm as he had already killed many on the battlefield. Rhodey noticed Diane's emotion. He gave her a smile and patted her gently on her shoulder. Dark then took out a black bottle. He poured out some strange liquid and carefully sprinkled some on his body and pants. Diane looked at Rhodey's surprised expression and laughed, this is used for hunting. The noses of beasts are more powerful than the noses of humans. This is to cover up the scent of his body and make it harder for the animals to detect him. At this moment, Diane also took out a bottle. She smiled and said, this one is used by the hunters of the Silvermoon clan. Take it. Rhodey imitated them and sprinkled the liquid onto his body. The liquid smelled like grass. Is it useful for us to wait here? Rhodey asked with a frown. Dark shook his head and replied, I do not know. I hope this bloody smell would attract something. After thinking for a while, Dark whispered, it is not good to stand here. Let us climb a tree and wait there. The three of them climbed up a big tree. However, intentionally or unintentionally, Diane stood together with Rhodey. They calmly watched from above the tree branch. Dark had already taken out his longbow from his back. He twirled a sharp arrow with his fingers as he looked around with his sparkling eyes. As time passed by, the injured horse was still struggling on the ground. It was unable to stand as its injury at its front legs were too severe. The sorrowful neighing gradually stopped. Its breathing also became more helpless and it did not seem to have any more strength. Rhodey started to feel restless, but he saw that Dark and Diane were still calm. He could not help but laugh as they were so much more experienced than him in this matter. By the middle of the night, that horse had gradually stopped moving. It was on the verge of death from too much blood loss. Rhodey had already stopped talking since Dark had given him the hint. He just waited quietly. Finally, he suddenly saw Dark gently wave his hand. There was movement. He looked at where Dark was pointing. There was a light rustle at a distance, near the lake. The sound was extremely soft and was almost covered by the wind. However, Rhodey's eyes were sharp and he could see a black figure in the trees with just a glance. It seemed to be waiting quietly for something. There were 3 green dots like ghost fire faintly flashing. Dark gave Rhodey a restraining signal. Rhodey nodded, but he could not help but gradually clenched his fists. Diane leaned against Rhodey. She seemed tense. The rustling sound came from the trees again. Soon after that, the grass separated as the black figure slowly moved out. Although it was far away and it was nighttime, Rhodey could clearly see that the figure looked similar to a wolf. The reason why he said looked similar was because it had many different characteristics despite having the shape of a wolf. Its size seemed larger than the most robust wolf Rhodey had ever seen. It had black, glossy fur and pointed ears. And its eyes. Rhodey finally realized what the few green dots of Ghostfire were. Those were the monster's eyes. The monster actually had 3 eyes. In addition to its normal eyes, it had an eye on the center of its forehead. In the dark of the night, these eyes glowed with a scary green light. It carefully came out from the bushes. Its steps were very slow and its body drooped very low. The more surprising thing was that it was dragging 2 large broom-like tails. With each step it took, the monster's tail gently swept and erased its footprints. What a cunning fellow! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, Taming. Chapter 210, Taming. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The 3 hunters were hiding on the tree quietly watching the approaching monster, not daring to breathe heavily. Its body was close to the ground with its back bent in an arch. Rhodey knew that this was the best posture, whether to attack or to flee, instant action could be taken. It crept slowly as it warily examined the bleeding horse in front of it. Instead of moving straight to the horse, it carefully walked around the horse as it slowly approached. The 2 tails behind it continued to sweep its tail along with the sand on the ground, like big brooms. Finally, the wolf-like creature stopped less than 5 meters away from the horse. It stood there with its mouth open and bared its pointed fangs as it growled. That horse was frightened. Its animal instincts made it struggle and neigh sorrowfully again. Its neighs became more and more tragic and more piercing. Finally, the monster moved. Its arched body straightened up and suddenly dashed out 5 meters away. It moved like a flash of lightning and in an instant, it reached the front of the horse. Rhodey's first thought was, very fast. The 3-eyed wolf bit the horse's neck. Its movement was swift and simple as it hit its target. Only Rhodey reacted and saw its movements while Dark and Diane were stunned. However, the more surprising thing happened after then. When the 3-eyed wolf bit the horse's neck, the horse struggled. However, the strange creature then suddenly swung its head, and it managed to fling out the heavy horse that weighed hundreds of kilograms. Dark's eyes grew wide. Is this really a wolf? Even lions do not have that much strength. The injured horse was flung out by about 10 meters before it severely crashed onto the ground. By the time they looked at it, it had completely stopped moving. Obviously, that bite and that fling had broken the horse's neck. The 3-eyed wolf calmly approached the dead horse. It then stuck out its tongue and gently licked the blood on the horse's wound. After that, it bit the horse's neck and dragged the hundreds of kilograms horse towards the road. It was a very strange scene as the 3-eyed wolf-like creature was not bigger than the horse. However, it was scarily strong as it was able to easily drag a few hundred kilograms horse by the neck and was also extremely fast with its action. Dark had already secretly pulled his bow at that creature from afar, but then he saw Rhodey give him a signal telling him not to move. Rhodey's face was dour and he had a bad feeling. This 3-eyed creature was definitely a mythical beast. Besides that, Rhodey faintly felt a very strong aura. Sure enough, he heard a sharp whistle from the distant lake. That sound was extremely sharp and painful to the ears. It was like their ears were being pricked by needles. After that, Rhodey saw a black figure with stretched out wings glide over from the surface of the water. It moved quicker and quicker until its figure could no longer be clearly seen. The black figure flew closer and landed beside the 3-eyed wolf. Its appearance was then clearly visible. It was a night owl. However, this owl was extremely big and was about as big as the 3-eyed wolf. Its body looked long. There seemed to be bright scales at the edge of the wings. It opened its long beak, revealing its slender broken teeth, and gave a threatening screech at the 3-eyed wolf. Rhodey and the other 2 finally knew why there were no birds near the lake. The 3-eyed wolf had already let go of the dead horse and lowered its body on the ground. It looked at the night owl and growled. Its hackles were raised. The 2 strange creatures faced each other. Finally, the 3-eyed wolf suddenly raised its neck and gave out a long howl. The night owl also flapped its large wings and then started to move. Its speed was as fast as a shooting arrow. In an instant, it had, like the wind, fluttered to the front of the 3-eyed wolf. However, that wolf was very cunning. It lowered its body just in time for the owl to swoop over its head. Although this attack was fruitless, the owl's momentum was too great. It flew straight towards the nearby edge of the forest. There was a cracking sound, and wherever its wings passed, it sliced off the branches that were as thick as a man's arm. The night owl then stretched its neck and once again screeched intimidatingly at the three-eyed wolf. The three-eyed wolf sat there and continued to watch its opponent vigilantly. Darker gave Rhodey an eye signal. "What should we do?" Rhodey looked at Diane, who was beside him, and shook his head. He then waved his hand indicating, "Let us wait." After that, an even more shocking thing happened. That night owl suddenly stood up straight. The wings fiercely flapped twice and shot out 2 blades of wind at the three-eyed wolf. Rhodey's eyes grew wide. Yes, this is wind blade. It is something only high-ranked warriors with fighting energy could master. The three-eyed wolf reacted quickly and immediately jumped to the side like black lightning. However, the horse's carcass was hit by the 2 wind blades and was immediately split into 3 parts. The wolf seemed to have sensed something, as its third eye on its forehead flashed with a strange light. After that, a faint black aura erupted from the wolf's body. With something that looked like a black electric cocoon around its body, the three-eyed wolf suddenly lifted its head and howled. Its body then started to transform. Its body started to swell and its muscles grew bigger. After that, its body straightened up and its black hair grew longer. Its bones also became thicker. Finally, after another howl, the three-eyed wolf stood in an upright position, like a man. It was 3 to 4 meters tall. Its claws on its front paws were as sharp as knives. It opened its big bloody mouth and howled at the night owl twice, then suddenly rushed towards the night owl. The night owl did not show any signs of evading and shot out another 2 more wind blades. However, the transformed three-eyed wolf was surrounded by a thick layer of black aura. The 2 wind blades smashed onto the aura but only caused a little bit of damage. The 2 wind blades also caused the three-eyed wolf to faintly howl in pain but did not slow it down. The night owl instantly flapped its wings and charged forward. It opened up its brightly scaled wings. Earlier, Rhodey had seen the sharpness of those scales as they could easily cut through thick tree trunks. Sure enough, after a short while of clashing between the 2 strange creatures, the sharp wings of the night owl broke through the black aura of the three-eyed wolf. The night owl left a deep gash on the chest of the three-eyed wolf. On the other hand, the claws of the three-eyed wolf also heavily hit the night owl, causing it to screech in pain. The night owl rolled and flew out. Finally, it fell to the ground, then staggered and stood up again. The three-eyed wolf issued a series of painful howls and bared its sharp fangs inside its big mouth. It then rushed at the night owl again. Diane was alarmed and Dark also turned pale as they watched the 2 monsters roll on the ground, attacking and biting each other. Dark and Diane were strong, but they were weak when compared with Rhodey's strength. Both of them hid at the side to watch. The strength of the 2 strange creatures was far beyond their expectations. If they were to confront one of those monsters alone, they would still have a chance to win. However, if they were to fight both of those creatures together, they would definitely not be able to escape. They knew they would not be able to defend themselves, just by looking at the speed of the creatures' attacks. Finally, the 2 creatures separated again. The 2 creatures had a lot of wounds, big and small, on their bodies. One of the wings of that night owl had been severely injured. It was dangling there and nearly broken. On the other hand, the face of the three-eyed wolf had been bitten by the night owl until the wolf had almost become a 2-eyed wolf. At present, its wound was still gurgling with blood. The 2 creatures panted and angrily looked at each other. Rhodey then gave Dark an eye signal. Dark nodded, but when he looked at the arrow in his hand and thought to himself for a moment, he believed that 1 arrow would probably not be enough. Dark slowly took out more arrows until he had 4 sharp arrows in his hand before he aimed at the 2 creatures in the distance. Rhodey braced himself and was ready to jump out the moment Dark fired the arrows. However, at that moment, the situation changed. A strange sound came from a distance. That sound was ear-piercing, with a metallic tone. It seemed like a strange whistle. A figure approached from a distance and it looked as if the figure was drifting up and down lightly, like a leaf. It headed towards the beasts, but it was not clear if he was flying or running. The figure was slender, but when Rhodey saw him, he immediately narrowed his eyes. That person was wearing a black cloak. It's a vampire. Rhodey realized. Strangely, after hearing the whistle, the 2 creatures immediately withdrew. The three-eyed wolf immediately lay down on the ground. Its body gradually shrank and the black aura also subsided. It soon returned to its normal size. On the other hand, the night owl wrapped its body with its wings and shrank into a ball, as if it was shivering. The vampire landed in between the 2 creatures. He held a uniquely shaped whistle in his mouth. With an angry expression, the vampire first walked over to the three-eyed wolf and kicked it fiercely. The three-eyed wolf did not dare dodge and whined sadly after being kicked. The vampire then ran to the front of the night owl and similarly kicked it. The night owl rolled on the ground after being kicked. After that, it immediately stood up and continued to tremble. Dark, Rhodey, and Diane felt surprised. Based on that vampire's movements, it was clear that the vampire was of the lowest rank as he could not even fly. The three of them knew how strong a low-ranked vampire was. Even if 3 to 5 of those vampires were to fight against any one of the two creatures, the vampire would die. Yet, the two creatures seemed like they were extremely afraid of that low-ranked vampire. Rhodey and Diane quickly exchanged glances. That whistle is special. The vampire cursed angrily, "Why are you fighting each other? Damn, how did that wolf come to the lake? Its territory is not here." The vampire soon found the corpse of the horse that had been split into 3 pieces. The vampire's expression changed as he jumped and shouted, "What is this?" Rhodey thought quickly and immediately jumped out the tree. He was very fast and instantly dashed to the back of the vampire. The vampire only had time to look back. Before he could shout out, he felt a pain in his throat. Rhodey had clutched his neck and lifted him up. The two strange creatures, at the side, were still lying on the ground and did not move. Rhodey sighed in his heart and said to himself, "Lucky. Looks like we placed the right bet." Rhodey guessed that the two creatures did not dare move and attack rashly as they did not hear the whistle. Although Rhodey was not afraid of the two creatures with his strength, if he were to really fight the creatures, it would be troublesome. That was especially true for the night owl as it would be difficult to catch it when it flew. Although Rhodey could use a wind technique to fly, it would not match that strange creature that was born with wings. Rhodey then grabbed the whistle from the vampire's mouth. He carefully looked at the whistle. The whistle was black and heavy. Rhodey did not know what material was used to make the whistle. It looked a little strange and had a circular hook at the mouthpiece. The two creatures began to stir and growl softly. Rhodey immediately shouted, "How do we make them stay down? Say." As Rhodey roared out the last word, he tightened his grip on the vampire's neck. The vampire lost all the strength in his body and, completely frightened, he replied, "Long whistle. Long whistle." Rhodey felt nauseated, but he still put the whistle in his mouth and blew hard. After a long and mournful whistling sound, the two creatures quieted down. They lay down on the ground and no longer dared to move. At that moment, Dark and Diane also jumped down from the tree and went to Rhodey's side. Diane was still frightened and leaned on Rhodey as she tightly pulled onto Rhodey's clothes. She vigilantly looked at the two strange creatures beside them. Rhodey looked at the vampire that he had lifted up into the air and smiled coldly. He said slowly, "Good, answer my questions if you do not want to die." The vampire fell into despair when he saw Rhodey's cold smile. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 211, Scoundrel Dark. Chapter 211, Scoundrel Dark. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Generally, vampires lived much longer than humans. In fact, according to the records of human legends, no vampires ever died from old age. Vampires, as a species, besides having a long lifespan, were also much stronger compared to humans. Fortunately, vampires were small in numbers. On top of that, there were a lot of subtle things in the world. For example, richer people were greedier for wealth and older people were more afraid of death. That was why the vampire captured by Rhodey showed that he was afraid of death. Before Rhodey could even start to utilize the interrogation methods he had learned from Dondong's notes, the low-ranked vampire had already started to answer all of Rhodey's questions. The vampires had great difficulty expanding their blood family as they were suppressed for hundreds of years by the gods of the two continents. On the Radiant continent, for the current generation, there were only 3 prince-ranked vampires. One of them, Sameo, had already been killed by Master Autumn in the imperial capital. At present, there was a prince-ranked vampire hiding in West Hill. According to the captured vampire, that high-rank vampire was called Prince Jackal. Rhodey then asked about those strange creatures. A few months ago, before Prince Sameo died, he received an important task from the elder vampires to go to the southern mountains of the empire. That vampire did not know where the elder vampires had learned of the southern mountains having a peculiar valley. The thing that surprised Rhodey was those elder vampires also knowing about the existence of the mystic dragon. At first, Prince Sameo was collaborating with Prince Berend in the imperial capital. However, when he received orders from the elder vampires, he left for the southern mountains with some followers. At that time, Rhodey had already left the mountains with that fatty, Sky. That was why Sameo was not able to find the mystic dragon. As he had the strength of a prince-ranked vampire, he did not encounter too much danger in the Death Valley. He had lost a few subordinates to the bloodthirsty spiders when they entered the Death Valley. After that, they crossed the Samsara River that was made stagnant by Woya and finally reached the forest. That forest had a lot of different mythical beasts. Naturally, most of them were low-ranked mythical beasts. Although Sameo was not able to find the mystic dragon, he was still able to bring back a few young mythical beasts from the mountains. The captured vampire was unable to give an answer as to why the vampires captured those mythical beasts. It was not something a low-ranked vampire like him would know. Sameo brought back a total of 6 young mystical beasts. They were supposedly the stronger and higher-ranked creatures in the Death Valley. 3 of those mystical beasts were distributed to Prince Jackal. Those 3 mystical beasts were the 2 strange creatures in front of Rhodey and the large octopus-like creature that he killed the previous day. The 3-eyed wolf was an intermediate-ranked mythical beast. Its real name was Fox Wolf. It had the cunningness of a fox and the aggressiveness of a wolf. The night owl was a little weaker. Its name was Red One Monkey 2. Hearing that, Diane could not help but look at the night owl again. Sure enough, she noticed that the owl really looked like a monkey except for the fact that monkeys did not have wings and small fangs. Since Prince Sameo was killed in the imperial capital, the church started to hunt vampires again. Prince Jackal came to West Hill not too long ago and the reason was simple. It was because the church's influence was not strong in the province of Westwood. In fact, the church's influence was built on 2 foundations, the support of the empire's officials and the devotion of the common people. Westwood province was undoubtedly a special place. That place was the fief of the Tulip family. The imperial officials' power there basically belonged to the Tulip family. The citizens also had more faith in the Tulip family. It was because of those 2 reasons that the church's influence was relatively weak in the entire Westwood province. As a result, West Hill was also an exceptionally good place for the vampires to recuperate. The captured low-ranked vampire's job was to raise the mythical beasts. At that point, Rhodey looked at the vampire skeptically and coldly said, "Raise them? You are just a low-ranked vampire while the mythical beasts are precious things. Would they actually let you manage them?" The low-ranked vampire felt the grip on his neck tighten and quickly shouted, "Really? I am telling you the truth." Under Rhodey's cold gaze, the low-ranked vampire quickly explained the reason. Apparently, the other higher-ranked vampires think it was beneath them to do a job like an animal breeder. The higher-ranked vampires preferred to spend their time cultivating or sleeping. The strength of vampires was derived from their long lives, where they had more time to cultivate compared to humans. That was why they were unwilling to spend their time doing a boring job like breeding animals. Prince Jackal, too. In fact, Prince Jackal did not have a harmonious relationship with dead Prince Sameo. He was actually unwilling to care for the mythical beast that Prince Sameo had captured. However, he could not defy the orders from the elder vampires. Since the high-ranked vampires did not want to do that, the task fell onto the 2 pitiful lowest-ranked vampires. "Wait." Rhodey showed a smile and asked, "What did you say?" 2. That vampire sweated buckets as he trembled. Yes, 2. Rhodey casually asked, "How did the 2 of you breed of the mythical beasts? Does one person attend to one mythical beast?" "Yes, that's right." The vampire replied, "But that guy had been executed by the prince yesterday as he did a poor job. Now, I am the only one left." Rhodey coldly said, "Good. This means that there should be one more of this whistle that you used to control the mythical beast. Am I right?" The vampire's expression changed. Suddenly, with one grab, Rhodey lifted the vampire up by his legs. Sure enough, after shaking him vigorously a few times, a strange black whistle fell out from the vampire's bosom. It looked not much different from the first whistle. Diane bent over and picked up the whistle. She held it in her hand and looked at it for a while. After that, she looked back and accused, "You are still hiding this. Are you looking for an opportunity to steal back the mythical beasts?" No, I don't dare." The vampire started to sob. Rhodey's expression remained unchanged. He dropped the vampire onto the ground and asked again, "One last question, why did you raise mythical beasts here? In the whole of West Hill, this is the only place that is wide enough and not very populated. After all, this is the Tulip family's private hunting ground. Normally, there would be people guarding outside and nobody would come in here." Rhodey gazed coldly and lightly said, "What else? A mythical beast was already killed yesterday. What is it about that octopus?" Yes, I will tell you." He looked at Diane, who was playing with her scimitar and eyeing his neck at the same time. The bearded and burly man, beside him, was swinging his sword. The vampire loudly replied, "The water in this lake is weird. We found out that the lake water was particularly suitable for the growth of the mythical beasts. The octopus that was killed yesterday was originally a low-ranked baby monster. However, it had evolved 3 times in less than a month. That is why we still left the other 2 mythical beasts here. However, Prince Jackal felt that this place is no longer safe and ordered me to take back the mythical beasts tonight. After saying all that, the vampire sighed and thought to himself. If only I was here one day earlier, I would not have encountered these guys in front of me. Rhodey then asked with interest, the water in this lake is weird? What is weird about it? The vampire scowled miserably. I don't know. Just that, the baby mythical beast that was placed in this water had grown extremely fast. It had grown much faster than the other 2 mythical beasts. As for the rest, I really don't know. Dark suddenly whispered, I am afraid that what he says is true. He thought for a moment and then whispered again, didn't we think that it was strange as well just now? It looks like the trees that are closer to the lake grew exceptionally well. Rhodey nodded. He took another look at the vampire who was lying weakly on the ground and said, you better think again carefully. What else have you not told us? If you had missed out anything, the consequences. Yes, I know. The vampire had a distorted and fearful expression. With gritted teeth, he carefully thought for a long time and finally said, nothing else. Really nothing left. I have already told you all that I know. Rhodey shook his head. He sighed and asked, you have said everything already? Yes. All right. Rhodey nodded and then he said, I know you hoped that I would spare you your life. In fact, I do not have much hatred for vampires. I am also not interested in the enmity between the vampires and the church. But unfortunately, now I really hate you bloodsuckers, that is because I have a friend who was killed by a vampire. When Rhodey spoke his last sentence, a pained glimmer crossed his eyes. He then slowly raised his hand. A trace of thin black flame gradually shot out of his hand. Diane and Dark were surprised and took a few steps back. The black flame from Rhodey's hand gradually wrapped around the vampire's body. The vampire screamed bitterly and his body quickly turned into ashes. No, not even the ashes were left. In a short moment, nothing was left. Dark took a deep breath and looked at Rhodey vigilantly. Hellfire? Who in the world are you? Rhodey, how come you know how to use Hellfire? Diane bit her lips and had a complicated expression. She certainly knew why Rhodey could use Hellfire. That was not Rhodey's own strength. That was power given to him by the mystic dragon. The fire that could burn and destroy anything. That certainly meant one was the reincarnation of the mystic dragon. The 2 mythical beasts, next to him, seemed to have instinctively felt something. They felt a kind of aura. The moment Rhodey used Hellfire, they whined, retreated and trembled on the ground. All right. Rhodey said with a sigh, now, let us examine this lake to see what is so strange. He then looked at Dark and said, I will answer your question in the future, but I hope that you can believe that right now, we are still friends. Diane thought for a moment and then asked, what should we do with these 2 mythical beasts? Rhodey smiled and replied, it would be a pity to kill such interesting mythical beasts. It might a good idea to keep them. He once again put the whistle in his mouth and blew it. After a long-sounding whistle, the 2 mythical beasts obediently lay down on the ground. Looks like these vampires are quite skilled. They actually had such a method to make the mythical beasts obey them. Diane said with a smile. Dark shook his head and replied, that is not entirely true, it is not hard to tame the young beasts. As long as they are trained, punished and rewarded daily, these young beasts would develop habits. Once these habits became their instincts, everything would become simple. For example, this whistle, blowing a long whistle definitely gives them a frightening impression as it means punishment. That is why they acted with fear when they hear a long whistle. Rhodey waved his hands and said, let us talk about the mythical beasts later, let us take a look at the lake first. However, the next question arose. If the lake needed to be investigated, then the best method would be to send someone into the lake to explore. Unfortunately, Rhodey did not know how to swim and Dark was not particularly good at swimming. Both of them were embarrassed. Diane sighed. She then gave a wry smile and said, looks like I would be the only one going down. I am surprised that the 2 of you do not know how to swim. Rhodey frowned and asked, do you know how to swim? Diane smiled sweetly and replied, our tribe is next to a big river. From young, I am already used to swimming in the river. Rhodey still frowned and hesitantly said, I am afraid there is something strange in this lake, you. Diane felt happy when she saw that Rhodey was looking at her with concern. She no longer felt afraid and smiled. Don't worry. The 3 of them took out the ropes they brought and tied them together. They then tied one end of the rope to Diane's waist and the other end to a tree. Diane also put away all the loads and weapons she was carrying and only took with her a small dagger. She then walked towards the lake barefooted. As she moved forward, the lake water gradually covered her knees, waist, chest until her whole body could no longer be seen. Rhodey and Dark felt a little nervous as they saw the rope quickly slip into the lake. Rhodey could not help but walk to the shore and tightly hold a knife in his hand. At that point in time, the sky had started to turn bright and the morning breeze started to blow. They could not help but feel cold. The two mythical beasts on the ground were also slowly getting restless. Dark was worried about Diane and he felt anxious. He walked over to the two mythical beasts and kicked one of them as he shouted, "Damn! Behave yourself!" Sometime later, suddenly there was a ripple as Diane reappeared from the lake. With her head above the lake, she forcefully swam back to the shore. Rhodey immediately grabbed the rope and quickly pulled her back. Diane was breathing rapidly. Her hair was wet and stuck to her head and face. Her face was pale and her lips were purple. Evidently, it was because the lake was extremely cold and unbearable. She had been wearing a red dress that revealed her arms and calves. Her clothes were thin and stuck to her body after being soaked in water. That highlighted her graceful body. Rhodey took a single glance and could not help but get a strange feeling. He quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around her body. Diane trembled as she was gently held by Rhodey. She suddenly opened up her arms and hugged Rhodey. Rhodey thought that she was cold. Originally, he just helped to wrap his coat around her body, but he did not expect to be hugged. He could not help but freeze for a moment. Immediately, he thought that this was her reaction to the cold. He smiled and asked, "Is the lake water very cold?" Diane's teeth chattered as she smiled sweetly and replied, "I am fine." Rhodey sighed and slowly brought out his fighting energy. In the darkness just before dawn, it looked like his body faintly issued a mass of golden light. The mass of golden light was like a burning flame, wrapping Rhodey and Diane inside it. The water vapor faintly evaporated and Diane felt like she was covered in warmth. Her cold and wet body gradually warmed up and became dry. She could not help but groan softly as she leaned on Rhodey's chest. Rhodey felt the trembling of her delicate body in his arms as she gradually calmed down. Rhodey took pity on her when he saw her pale face and blue lips. He then whispered, "Do you feel better now?" Diane stared at Rhodey. She seemed to have gone crazy and, for a moment, forgot to reply to Rhodey. Suddenly, Dark's voice came from behind. "Golden fighting energy. You are actually a sacred swordsman." Rhodey gave a wry smile. He immediately let go of Diane to turn around and look at Dark. He then smiled and said, "Yes." Dark had a shocked expression. He wanted to say something else, but then he unexpectedly saw Diane's cold and ferocious glare. Feeling frightened, he swallowed his words. Diane fiercely glared at Dark, feeling abnormally angry. Scoundrel Dark. He did not speak earlier. He did not speak later. He purposely chose to speak at the time he was hugging me. This scoundrel, Dark. After glaring fiercely at Dark for a while, she took a deep breath and said slowly, "Down there, is certainly weird." Translator notes. 1. The red here is Chi instead of Hong. Hong is more red/festive. Chi can mean red, loyal, empty or naked, depending on the context. The red here is maroon red. Based on the context, I picked red as the other three choices would not make sense. 2. Can also mean a Pataz monkey. It is also known as the Wadi monkey or the Huzar monkey. I do not know why it is called a monkey when Yishao, literally night smuggler or night owl, has wings and should be an owl instead of a monkey. I also chose to call it red monkey because a Pataz monkey is an existing species that is not a mythical beast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212, Intimate. Chapter 212, Intimate. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Diane had described that the lake was deathly still and devoid of life. The lake might have been cold and dark, but Diane could not see a single creature in the lake. It was such a big lake, yet it did not have a single fish or aquatic plant. However, because she did not have enough time, she did not dive deeper or further into the lake. She had only searched near the shore. Nevertheless, she only saw bare rocks at the bottom of the lake. "This is just a dead lake." Diane spoke, feeling uneasy. "I have never seen anything like this in the water before." They thought of the mythical beasts and what the vampire they met earlier had said. The lake is strange and suitable for the growth of the mythical beasts. The three of them showed an unnatural expression when they thought of all that. Dark pondered for a moment and said, "What do you think? What should we do next?" Diane hesitantly replied, "Should we just go back? Tonight, we have found mythical beasts and vampires. There would still be a lot of other things to do after we go back. Rhodey was silently thinking of something. After a moment, he looked at the calm but frightening lake before saying, I want to go down there and take a look. What? Diane and Dark blurted out. Rhodey spoke with a firm tone and said, I want to go down there and take a look. He turned around to look at his companions and said, there must definitely be something strange in this lake. I have a premonition that we would find something unexpected tonight. If we just go back like this, I would feel uneasy. There must be something hiding underwater. I want to go down there to take a look. Diane could not help but loudly protest, you don't know how to swim. Besides that, there are only stones down there. Rhodey shook his head and replied, maybe there would be something at some distance away. Diane was extremely concerned and said, only God knows what else is down there. Didn't you find a monster here yesterday? I know you are powerful, but underwater is different from the shore. Rhodey laughed as he looked at Diane and leisurely said, there is nothing to worry about. The vampire also said that there were only 3 mythical beasts. I have already killed one and the remaining 2 are over here. There should be no more monsters underwater. But even the vampire said that the lake is weird. Diane anxiously said. Dark also asked, Rhodey, are you sure about this? Rhodey nodded and said, since there is something strange here, I must investigate it. He then continued with a strange tone, a suitable place to raise mythical beasts is not a trifling matter. The 3 of them argued for a while, but Rhodey insisted on going. Finally, Diane loudly said, fine. If you insist on going, I am coming with you. Rhodey furrowed his eyebrows and was about to speak when Diane spoke again. What's wrong? Do you think you are very formidable? Let me tell you. It is already considered good if you could use 10% of your ability underwater. If something bad happens, you would still need me to save you. Dark also wanted to say something, but Diane's ferocious glare made him turn silent. Diane was persistent no matter what Rhodey said. Finally, they all decided that Rhodey and Diane would go and take a look in the lake while Dark would remain on the shore to pull the rope and watch over the 2 mythical beasts. Rhodey had insisted that the rope be tied to Diane's body. Before going down, Rhodey whispered to Dark, if you feel something wrong, immediately pull her back up to the surface. You don't need to care about me. Dark looked at Rhodey's eyes with a complicated expression and then said, you must be careful, no matter what, you must bring her back safely. I have already gotten used to this little girl bullying me every day. Rhodey then took a look at Diane. Taking advantage of the fact that Diane was not nearby, he whispered, later, when it is necessary, I will give you a signal. If you see the rope shake and flash with a golden light, you have to immediately pull her back. The 2 men firmly shook hands. Rhodey and Diane then went into the lake. The lake was really cold even though it was not winter. As they went deeper into the lake, Rhodey could feel the cold as if it were countless needles prickling his body. He realized then that Diane had a tough time when she went into the lake by herself. They walked in deeper until the water was above their chests. Rhodey and Diane then exchanged a look and took a deep breath before going in. The cold lake water flooded Rhodey's ears with a gurgling sound. At that moment, Rhodey felt a strange feeling. He slowly opened his eyes but saw that it was dark and he could only see a few meters away from himself. Fortunately, he was holding Diane's hand, making him feel a little calmer. Rhodey stretched his body and swam clumsily according to the little bit that Diane had taught him earlier. Both of them swam deeper while holding each other's hands. One was proficient in water while the other was powerful. They held their breaths for a long time, but it was not something unbearable. The lake was just as Diane had stated. It was completely silent and devoid of life. Ordinary rivers and lakes would have common fishes and aquatic plants, but this place was empty. There were some large and small bare stones at the bottom of the lake. As it had been eroded by the water from the lake, the stones were smooth, yet the stones could not hide how lifeless the lake was. Even the crevices had no moss. At the beginning, Diane had been pulling Rhodey forward, but Rhodey's movements gradually became smoother and natural. The 2 of them then swam side by side. The deeper Rhodey went, the stronger his strange feeling became. He somehow felt like there was something awaiting him at the bottom of the lake. The cold lake had started to make his body feel numb and frozen. Rhodey felt something and instinctively circulated his fighting energy. A soft warm current started to flow through his body and the suffocating feeling eased. As if it was an illusion, Rhodey could feel his sweat pores all over his body breathe in air. Fresh air flowed into his body through that warm current. As Rhodey went deeper, his movements became smoother and finally, he was the one that pulled Diane forward. Both of them did not know how deep and far they swam, but both of their bodies suddenly felt startled as the water around them became turbulent. Their surroundings were no longer calm like earlier and the rapid flow of water wrapped around them as if a tremendous force was tearing them apart. Rhodey grabbed Diane's hands in fear that she would be washed away and tried very hard to keep going forward and downward. They could almost see some whirlpools at the bottom of the lake. After passing through the whirlpools, they could see a strong undercurrent of darker colored water washing away the sand, but they could not see where the water came from. Diane immediately pulled Rhodey's hand and pointed to the front. Rhodey nodded, indicating that he had also seen it. The two of them were unsteady from the turbulent movements of the water and could only hold each other. Rhodey suddenly pulled Diane's hand. He stretched out his finger and wrote on her palm, "You go back up first." Diane shook her head. She pulled Rhodey's hand and wrote, "No." Rhodey felt helpless and grabbed the rope behind Diane in his hand. He then emitted his golden fighting energy. Like a snake, the fighting energy traveled along the rope and spread to the other end, causing the whole rope to turn golden. Diane was stunned and had not reacted. Suddenly, she was startled as a fierce force pulled her from behind. She instantly understood what had happened in the contents of the two men's secret conversation. The moment she saw Rhodey let go of her hands, she started to get pulled back up. Feeling anxious, she suddenly took out her short dagger and cut off the rope tied to her waist with a backhand swing. Once the rope was cut off, Diane turned around and swam back to Rhodey. Although they were underwater, Rhodey could see the grudging look in her eyes. Diane then took Rhodey's hand and wrote, "I am staying with you." Rhodey felt helpless and wrote back, "How are you? Do you need to get some air first?" Diane shook her head. The two of them then carefully swam down and tried to resist the enormous pulling power of the water undercurrent from all directions. Grabbing the stones at the bottom of the lake, they moved towards the crevice at the center of a whirlpool. Suddenly, there was a strong force pulling from the left. They could not help but be swept along with the wave. Rhodey reacted quickly and grabbed onto a huge boulder with one hand. Diane was in a state of confusion as her body was being pulled by the undercurrent. However, they were still holding on to each other's hands. Rhodey spontaneously used his fighting energy again, but his body was suspended in water and was not able to utilize it. He was powerful, but right now, he seemed to be standing in a void, his powers not usable. Rhodey's fighting energy became stronger and stronger, but his hand suddenly slipped. The boulder had been in the lake for a long time and had eroded so much that it was smooth and slippery, making it difficult to grasp. When his hand slipped and lost control, it was as if he was blown away like a leaf. They were hanging onto each other as they were swept away in circles and eventually entered the center of the whirlpool. After that, they were swept to the center of a rapid undercurrent and disappeared instantly without a trace. They drifted with the undercurrent, tossed up and down, but both of them could not open their eyes due to the raging water. All they could feel was their bodies being thrown about. They could not help but hold on to each other tightly as they heard the waves around their bodies become more intense, washing over them in an indistinct thunderous roar. Suddenly, they felt their surroundings turn dark. The undercurrent had carried them into a tunnel at the bottom of the lake. Rhodey was startled as his head bumped into a sharp edge. Although he was strong, the collision still hurt and caused him to be confused for a moment. After that, he felt his body occasionally bump against some stones. Rhodey realized that the water current had sent him into a narrow place. It would be bad if Diane was injured by all this bumping and collision. Instinctively, Rhodey hugged Diane tightly and used his own body to protect her. Rhodey collided with more stones along the way. Although this could not harm his body, the tunnel was not straight. There were two quick bends in the tunnel, and the current that carried him threw him hard into the sides each time. The violent collision was like a huge hammer ruthlessly hitting the body. The impact was almost comparable to Paladin Fielding's strikes during his duel at the Thunderous City. After the second collision, Rhodey had almost fainted and spat out blood. Suddenly, Rhodey felt Diane's body twitch violently. She grasped to Rhodey tightly and trembled. Her head was firmly thrust into Rhodey's chin. Rhodey immediately realized that she was drowning. In a confused state of mind, Rhodey made a quick and desperate decision. He lowered his head and kissed her on the mouth. He felt Diane stiffen up, but he could no longer worry about it. He stuck his tongue out to forcefully open up her teeth and then he slowly gave her his breath. In the turbulent waters, they thus became intimate with each other. It was like an electric shock. Time seemed to pause as they kissed and embraced each other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213, The World at the Bottom of the Lake. Chapter 213, The World at the Bottom of the Lake. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The tunnels underwater turned in several directions. Rhodey and Diane did not know how many turns they had made as they were being swept by the turbulent undercurrent. Even though Rhodey was tough, after crashing continuously a few times, he could no longer persevere. Finally, he suddenly felt the surrounding terrain sink deeper until he arrived at an open space. Several of the surrounding chaotic pathways converged together, as the two of them were thrown up and out of the water. Boom! They crashed onto the ground. Diane groaned in pain. They groped around and realized they were on a hard surface. They took a deep breath. The air was damp and very cold. They sighed in relief after realizing that they could breathe. When they opened their eyes, the light was dim and they could vaguely see the surroundings. They seemed to be in a cave and they were standing on cold and hard limestone. It was wet and slippery. They supported each other and stood up and then shook their dizzy heads. Diane suddenly exclaimed and pulled Rhodey to look at something by her side. They found out that they were standing at the edge of a cave with a huge curtain of water by their side. The water curtain looked turbulent. When they looked through the water curtain, they could see many large and small whirlpools. However, the water curtain was just right in front of them and did not flow towards them. It was as if there was an invisible wall stopping the water at the mouth of the cave. Although it was still a world of water outside the cave, the turbulent waves simply could not flow in. What the hell? What is going on? Rhodey could not help but mutter. He felt dizzy. He also felt a dull ache all over his chest and his back. All the bumping earlier had left him some serious internal injuries as the force of the collision was unexpectedly strong. Even though his body was reinforced by the blood of the mystic dragon, he could hardly endure it. Diane could not help but reach out her hand to touch the water curtain in front of her. Her hand easily passed through the water curtain. However, when she retracted her hand, the water curtain immediately reconnected without any water flowing in. This place is really strange. Diane became terrified and suddenly exclaimed, "We cannot see the sky from here at all. How do we get out of this place?" Rhodey had an imposing expression as he said, "Looks like the only way out of here is the underwater path we used to come in here." Rhodey seemed unable to continue speaking further. They had been swept here by the furious waves of the undercurrent. With the furious waves in the pathway, once anyone entered the tunnel, they would not be able to move and could only be swept along following the violent flow of the current. To leave by swimming against the current was simply impossible. Diane's face showed fear and despair. Rhodey suddenly smiled and said, "Let us not think about this first. This place looks strange and maybe there is another way out." He stretched out his hand and patted Diane's shoulder as if he was comforting her. Diane suddenly had the urge to act like a baby as she took advantage of that moment to snuggle up to Rhodey. She trembled, from either the fear or the cold, as she tightly held onto Rhodey's other arm with both her hands. As both of their bodies involuntarily huddled each other, Rhodey clearly felt a little strange. Diane's red dress was thin and after being soaked in water, it tightly stuck to her body, carving out her exquisite body. As she was snuggling so close to Rhodey's arms, Rhodey felt his heart jump wildly. His body stiffened and he did not dare move. After a long time, he heard Diane whispered, "Just now, when we were in the water, thank you for saving me." Rhodey blushed in the dark but luckily, Diane did not see it as she had her head in his arms. Rhodey cleared his throat and smiled, "Just now, under that situation, I had no choice." It is fine as long as you do not blame me." Diane's face turned red. However, she courageously whispered, How can I blame you?" Rhodey did not dare say anything. He took a deep breath and then gathered his fighting energy. After that, Rhodey violently burst out with a golden flame. They were both wrapped in the flame and that golden flame quickly dried their wet clothes. Besides that, the golden flame also lit up the dim environment a little. Diane finally stood up from Rhodey's arms. Both of them carefully looked around with the help of the golden flame. The cave had a width of about 10 meters. The cave was totally empty. Not a single blade of grass could be found on the stone walls and the cave was deathly still. Deeper inside the cave was a dark hole. Based on the terrain, it looked like it was going all the way down. Rhodey said with a forced smile, "Going down again, we are already somewhere deep under the lake. If we go even deeper, I am not sure if we can actually get back out." Diane felt at peace. The earlier fear in her heart had already been swept away. She was content just standing beside Rhodey and snuggling up to his arms. She was not afraid even if she were to die the next moment. "Let's go." Rhodey gritted his teeth and pulled Diane by her hand in the dark. Diane could not help but tremble as she involuntarily leaned towards Rhodey. Rhodey's entire body was like a golden torch illuminating the path as they entered the dark hole and moved downwards. As they walked further in, the passageway became more and more spacious. Rhodey carefully looked at the surrounding environment and could not help but whisper, "Strange." Diane was at a loss. She was being pulled by Rhodey and all her focus was on Rhodey beside her. She actually did not pay any attention to the surrounding environment. Rhodey sounded surprised as he said, "Look, this dark hole is obviously a passageway. Look at the surrounding walls. There seem to be traces of chiseling, dug out by people. The cave at the bottom of this lake is man-made." After listening to Rhodey's words, Diane took a careful look at the surrounding. Sure enough, like what Rhodey said, the dark passageway that they were walking through was obviously a man-made passageway. There were traces of chiseling on the surrounding walls of the dome-shaped passageway. Such a passageway definitely was not formed naturally. Diane was reminded of the time they spent together in the cave in the southern mountains. Her heart was suddenly filled with tender feelings. She approached Rhodey and clung to his arms with both her hands as she whispered, "Do you think this cave is similar to the cave behind the tribe village where Woya hid when he transformed into the large snake?" Rhodey smiled and replied, "There are some similarities. I just hope that there will be no more of the dozen-headed snake. Right now, we are both exhausted and won't have enough strength to resist." People easily gave birth to intimate feelings when beside a companion in a strange and dark environment. Rhodey seemed to not notice that it was strange that Diane kept holding onto his arm. He even placed his arm around her shoulder as they continued to descend. The passageway gradually widened as they walked. Diane, in a daze, followed Rhodey moving forward step after step and was totally unprepared when Rhodey suddenly stopped. "Look at the wall." Rhodey's voice sounded weird. "Those meandering scribbles on the wall up there looks like some kind of writing." Diane looked at the wall with the help of the golden flame. She saw that both sides of the walls were chiseled with some blurred writing. Looking at the curly writing, Diane had an idea and said, "Let us go nearer to look. This writing looks very familiar." Rhodey looked at her in surprise and asked, "Can you understand this writing?" Rhodey pulled Diane to the side of the wall. Diane stretched out her hands to gently touch the engravings on the wall. She seemed a little excited. "What is written on the wall? Can you read it?" Diane raised her head to look at Rhodey and she nodded. Her voice was trembling with excitement. This is written in the Kara clan language." "Kara clan language?" Rhodey was shocked. He knew that Diane's Silvermoon clan was a real descendant of the Kara clan. God's religion called them the descendants of the devil Kara clan. Rhodey swallowed his saliva and asked slowly, "So, what is written up there?" Diane shook her head and replied, "Just some simple words. For example, this one means the great Kara would lead us to defeat the evil." She paused for a moment as if she was afraid that Rhodey could not understand. She then explained, "This is the scriptures of our Kara clan, which is the same as your church's teachings." They slowed down their pace after finding the texts on the wall. Rhodey pulled Diane's hand and followed the path as she read the writings along the way. However, most of those writings were simple parts of the Kara clan scriptures praising the Kara god and had nothing special. Rhodey thought for a moment and suddenly loudly said, "I understand now." He looked at Diane and said, "This place must have been built thousands of years ago during the time the Kara clan ruled the Radiant continent. The writings on both sides of this passage must have been engraved by the craftsmen of the Kara clan at that time. If I were to follow this path, I am sure I will find the relics of the Kara clan." Diane shook her head and replied, "No, not really similar. I do not think this place was constructed by the Kara clan." She pointed at the text on the wall and said slowly, "Did you notice? Besides the writings we found, there were also other writings on the wall. However, most of those writings were roughly crossed out. Look at this sentence." Diane pointed at a wall with a blurred carving. This should also be part of the carved scriptures, but it seems that half of the carving was intentionally destroyed. Diane spoke with remorse, "I believe that this place must be constructed during the time when your Protoss clan had just invaded the Kara clan. The workers that excavated this passageway might have been the captured slaves from the Kara clan. As they were tortured, they would turn to the prayers of the god of Kara. They engraved on the wall of the passage the texts from the scriptures, seeking help from the god of Kara. However, most of the texts were destroyed after they were discovered." Rhodey felt startled and sighed. He then said, "That is probably true. Sai, how much manpower would they need to excavate this large cave under the lake?" Rhodey and Diane continued to move forward for a while. Since the place was artificially excavated, then there must be something under there. Suddenly, there was a large and empty space in front and the cave was suddenly brighter. When Diane saw the scene in front, she screamed. In front of her was a large pit that had been covered up again. However, there were still some hands and some arms poking out from the ground. Looking at the posture, it seemed like they were grasping upwards in pain. It must have happened many years ago when the hands had long become bones and were scattered all over the ground like claws, giving off a scary scene. Rhodey sighed and said, "This must be where the slaves were buried alive." He then saw that Diane looked pale and had an agonizing expression. He hurriedly pulled her away. Diane's body turned soft. Tears rolled down her face as she quietly cried for her ancestors. They then walked forward to the huge and open area. It was a huge and deep square pit, about 100 meters wide, densely packed with people. Thousands of people sat on the ground in there. Rhodey and Diane were shocked and at the same time knew that those people were all dead. Those dead men were sitting in the same posture. All of them wore metal armors. Those armors looked quite similar to the armors worn by the present-day soldiers, except they were more crude and simple. After the passage of time, those bodies had become bones. Some of the skeletons had collapsed and scattered while others remained in their sitting postures. At a glance, thousands of skeletons sat neatly arranged in a phalanx formation. That was somewhat horrifying. Diane was pale with fright, while Rhodey had a somber expression. Rhodey suddenly let go of Diane's hand and jumped into the pit. From the scattered armor on the ground, he picked up a sturdy-looking shield. After that, he also selected a sword before going back to Diane. He stared at Diane and said, "This place is strange. Only God knows what else is down there. We must not be unarmed. We might as well grab a weapon for defense." With a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, Rhodey led Diane forward by going around the pit. After going around the pit, they encountered a big square stone gate. Rhodey carefully looked up and down for a while. He found out that the stone gate was very strong and did not have a single gap around it. After looking at the gate for a long while, Rhodey still could not figure out how to open it. Feeling impatient, he gathered his fighting energy and slashed at the gate. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The stone gate faintly shook and only a superficial scratch appeared on it. Rhodey and Diane looked at each other. Based on Rhodey's strength at that moment, together with the golden fighting energy, he could not only destroy a stone gate, he could even destroy a house. He even destroyed the Ironwood Gate at Thunder City with one strike. However, he only managed to scratch that stone gate. D*Ned Gate. Rhodey grunted. "You, move out a little." He then put down the sword in his hand and took a deep breath. He saw that Diane had already retreated a distance away and he slowly stretched out his left hand. Rhodey's eyes then flashed a black aura and his golden fighting energy suddenly changed color. The golden fighting energy suddenly turned into a mass of black flames. The black flames condensed into a black ball of light on the palm of his left hand. The black ball of light gradually became bigger and there were black sparks bursting from the top. Diane stood at the side with a complicated expression. She had a mixed feeling when she saw Rhodey use the mystic dragon's power. She faintly heard the roar of a dragon coming from Rhodey's hand. A light shaped like a dragon sprang out from the ball of black light. It roared as it charged towards the stone gate. Violent waves of air seemed to roll and all the nearby skeletons of the soldiers were broken by the waves of air. After the loud explosive noise, Rhodey suddenly shouted, "Not good." In a flash, he scuttled out grabbing Diane and rolled away. Rhodey had used the mystic dragon purge and forcefully attacked the stone gate. However, at the moment of impact, a strange glimmer suddenly flashed at the surrounding of the stone gate. After that, the rough stone gate had transformed into a glossy square mirror-like thing. On the surface, it faintly flashed a trace of strange brilliant light. The violent black dragon light collided against the mirror. It shook fiercely for a moment before it bounced back. The roaring black dragon was bounced back straight in the direction where Rhodey was standing. Fortunately, Rhodey responded quickly. He had grabbed and carried Diane, who was standing behind him, and they both rolled down. He then heard an extremely loud earth-shaking sound in his ear. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, Blood of the Sinners. Chapter 214, Blood of the Sinners. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The roar of the mystic dragon purge instantly burst out. Countless waves of black light seemed to roll and pulverized all the skeletons in the 100-meter pit. Even the metal armors were torn to pieces. Then, violent shockwaves blasted the surrounding walls, creating a number of deep obtrusive pits. The whole cave shook and dust and gravel fell from the ceiling. Rhodey tightly held Diane under him. He then released a mass of golden fighting energy and wrapped both of them inside. Finally, after some time, the surrounding movements gradually died down. Rhodey then shook his head to shake off the dust on his head. The original neat square pit was ruined by the rebounding mystic dragon purge and thousands of skeletons had already turned into ashes. Rhodey then looked at Diane and saw her pretty face fully covered with dust. Diane did not show any surprise or fear at all as she held on tightly to Rhodey. She had a tender expression in her eyes that were difficult to describe and was smiling sweetly. She then said, "You better not use that technique anymore. Otherwise, this whole place will collapse before you get this gate open." They both stood up from the ground and dusted the debris off their bodies. Rhodey then said while feeling vexed, "That stone gate is really strange. Even the mystic dragon purge could not blast through it." Diane laughed and replied, "The mystic dragon is not invincible after all. Otherwise, he would not be defeated and sealed." Diane pulled Rhodey back to the front of the stone gate. The violent quake earlier had already shaken off some debris from the surrounding walls around the frame of the stone gate. Diane then walked to the side of the wall and stretched out her hand to feel the rocks all over sides of the wall. She suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there is something up there." Hearing Diane's voice, Rhodey immediately went to her side. They then dusted off the debris from the walls. Gradually, the two of them looked surprised. There were pit marks on the entire wall, forming a huge picture. A hexagram and a variety of peculiar magic symbols were densely distributed according to a certain kind of strange pattern, forming a complete strange picture. In the middle of that picture was the stone gate. Rhodey took a deep breath and said, "This looks like a sorcery array." Diane looked for a long time and frowned. "Unfortunately, both of us are not sorcerers. We cannot understand this." Diane then sighed and said, "Are we really going to be stranded and die here?" After that, she gently leaned onto Rhodey's shoulders. Rhodey's heart stirred when he felt Diane's delicate body snuggle up to him. An inexplicable tender feeling appeared deep in his heart. He then loudly replied, "No. We will definitely get out of here." He looked up at the sorcery array on the wall in front of him and laughed, "I wonder if it is possible to get rid of this sorcery array." After that, Rhodey laughed at his own idea and shook his head, "It should be impossible. How can sorcery array be destroyed so easily?" Diane smiled sweetly. She then raised her head to look straight at Rhodey. She bit her lips and asked, "Rhodey, if we were to die here, would you be afraid?" Rhodey froze for a moment and asked softly, "What about you? Would you be afraid?" Diane shook her head and gave a firm smile. "I am not afraid. I will not be afraid as long as you are by my side." Rhodey was flustered by the way Diane looked at him and he could not help but avert his eyes. Diane suddenly sighed and said, "Unfortunately, I know that although you are not afraid, you are still anxious to leave here. There are so many people waiting for your return, such as Miss Nicole and Micah." Her voice became softer and softer and finally sounded somewhat sad. Rhodey struggled to smile. He gently hugged Diane's shoulders and loudly said, "Don't worry. We will definitely get out." Rhodey looked at the stone gate in front of him again and suddenly said, "Master Autumn told me that in this world, there are always certain rules. This means that if there is a gate here, then there must be a way to open it. There are no gates in this world that cannot be opened. If there are no ways to open this gate, the people who built this place might as well just build a wall. Why did they build a gate instead? As long as there is a gate, there must be a way to open it." Diane also showed a smile and replied, "Well, then we might as well try." After searching for a while, Rhodey suddenly cried out in surprise, "There are some texts here." Sure enough, there was a line of strange broken texts engraved at the top of the squarish frame of the stone gate. Diane looked at it for a moment and frowned, "This is strange. This is not the written language of the Kara clan. It looks more like the written language of the Empire. However, there are also a lot of differences." Rhodey looked at it with rapt attention and suddenly laughed, "This is the language of the Empire, however, this is the ancient language of the Empire. After hundreds of years of evolution, the written language we use now is naturally different from ancient times." Diane laughed and asked, "Can you understand it?" Rhodey nodded. He casually replied as he read the text with rapt attention, "I once studied the ancient language in the Imperial Academy. However, I did not learn it very well and can only understand a little." He looked at the text for a moment. He then closed his eyes and mumbled out a series of strange words. His voice became softer and softer. He then saw the glossy mirror-like stone gate suddenly shake. Ripples appeared on the glossy surface of the mirror-like gate as if it was the surface of the water. He then heard a series of rumbling sounds of gears turning. After the roar, a large rock pushed out slowly from the wall about 5 meters from the left of the stone gate. Then the large rock rolled over. A deep stone trough was revealed in it while a small funnel-shaped hole was seen in the trough. "What is this?" The two of them walked over and found a line of text engraved on the rock. The text was also in the ancient language. Rhodey took a deep breath and slowly read out. "The blood of the sinners would be sacrificed to the Almighty God." Rhodey frowned and asked, "What does this mean?" Diane suddenly trembled and smiled bitterly, "Blood of the sinners. Don't you understand the meaning of the word sinners? In the eyes of the Protoss, people in our Kara tribe are all sinners." She then smiled sadly and said, "In other words, to open this gate, this stone trough must be filled with the blood of a Kara tribesman." Rhodey froze for a moment. He suddenly grabbed Diane's hand and shouted, "Don't even think about it. Don't even think of. Damn. This trough is so large. Do you know how much blood is needed to fill it up?" Diane reluctantly smiled. "Other than me, do you see anybody else here from Kara tribe?" Rhodey shook his head and shouted, "Nonsense. Don't even think about it. You would die before you could even fill up that big trough." Diane trembled. Her eyes revealed a strange glint. "Do you care about me?" Rhodey nodded his head and pulled Diane to his side. He then said, "No matter what, I will not let you do anything stupid." Diane sighed and the two of them returned to the front of the stone gate. They then looked at their reflections on the glossy mirror-like stone gate. Diane stood in front of Rhodey and leaned back on Rhodey's arms. She gazed into the mirror and suddenly chuckled. "Rhodey, have you heard of a story?" "What story?" Diane smiled gently. She looked at Rhodey's reflection in the mirror and murmured, "Mirror, mirror, please tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in this world?" She had an infatuated expression and an intoxicated smile as she tenderly looked at Rhodey's reflection in the mirror. Rhodey trembled. He could not help but laugh, and replied, "Do you need to ask? Just look at the woman in the mirror and you will know the answer." Diane smiled gently in the mirror. Although her hair was ruffled and her face was covered with a bit of dust, her beauty shone through. The eyes that looked at Rhodey was filled with infinite tenderness. Rhodey reluctantly smiled and asked, "You have also heard of that story?" Diane shook her head. She secretly put her hands into her bosom and then pushed something into her hands. Suddenly, she faintly sighed and her eyes gradually turned moist as she murmured again, "Mirror, mirror, please tell me, who is the person I love the most in this world?" With a sigh, when that phrase, "who is the person I love the most in this world," entered Rhodey's ears, Rhodey felt his heart severely twist. Suddenly, Diane, who was standing in front of him, disappeared. Only Rhodey's reflection was left in the mirror. Rhodey was stunned. Suddenly, he realized what happened and he roared loudly, "Diane!" Rhodey immediately rushed towards the stone trough, but an invisible wall stopped him about 2 meters away from the trough. Fresh blood could be seen flowing down from above the stone trough. The fresh blood flowed down into the funnel. "Stop! You stop right now!" Rhodey roared and suddenly punched the invisible wall. After a loud bang, there was a painful cry. Diane's figure reappeared next to the stone trough. She then opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Rhodey, don't punch anymore. This boundary is connected to my body. If you break this boundary, I will die first." Her face turned pale and she still had blood in her mouth. She smiled at Rhodey and said, "No matter what, this gate is your only way out, you must definitely leave this place." Both of Diane's hands were placed above the stone trough. Her wrists had been bitten and fresh blood was gurgling into the stone trough. Rhodey was terror-stricken. In desperation, he could not help but raise his fist to punch the wall again. However, he pulled back his hand when he remembered Diane's words. He shouted, "You must not do this. You must quickly stop." Diane ignored him. Rhodey shouted again, "We can think of other ways." "Other ways? You will die." Diane turned paler as blood continued to flow out of her body. Her forehead also started to sweat. Finally, she could no longer stand and she gradually sat down on the ground. Rhodey was sweating buckets as he shouted from beside her. Diane did not say anything. She quietly looked at Rhodey with a gentle smile. Finally, Rhodey suddenly shouted, "Fine. If you want to die here, then we will die together." Rhodey suddenly jumped a few steps away and then black flames burst violently out from his body. At the same time, black masses of energies emerged from both his hands and his hair was pulled and tossed about up by layers of airwaves. The blacks of his eyes turned darker and darker. After that, Rhodey suddenly roared loudly. The voice of his roar was inhuman. It was as if the mystic dragon had roared. Seeing the black-colored air masses on both his hands becoming more and more powerful, Diane was alarmed and exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Rhodey, you are going to make this whole place collapse." "I do not care. Let it collapse. If you want to die, we will die together." Diane's body flashed fiercely. Suddenly, she turned weak and fell to the ground. Rhodey immediately rushed forward. The invisible wall in front of him had already disappeared. Rhodey then carried Diane in his hands. He then tore off his clothes and used it to bandage the wounds on both her wrists. After that, Rhodey angrily scolded, "You are a crazy woman. You." When he saw Diane slowly opened her eyes to look at him, Rhodey could not say another word. Diane sighed and whispered, "I just want to do something for you. I am willing to die for you." Tears flowed out of her eyes, and she looked somewhat distressed. Finally, Rhodey could no longer endure it. He bent down and lightly kissed her pale face. I do not want you to die. If you really want to do something for me, then you must keep on living. Rhodey gently held Diane and stood up. He placed one of his hands around her waist. With Diane in his arms, they once again stood in front of the stone gate. Sinners, sinners! Rhodey suddenly shouted, the world's most evil are these bastards who think of themselves as gods. Sooner or later, I will kill all of them one by one. Diane smiled weakly. In his embrace, she felt silly when she saw Rhodey's upright and unafraid expression. Rhodey sneered and said, killing gods, humph. I have almost forgotten. Gods also can be killed. I think I coincidentally have something in my hands that reportedly can kill gods. After putting down Diane, Rhodey closed his eyes and stretched out his left hand. In the midst of a mass of black energy, a small silver bow and arrow appeared in his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, Staff of Moses. Chapter 215, Staff of Moses. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What is this? Diane looked at the small silver bow in Rhodey's hand and asked. Although she did not know what it was, she could feel the invisible and powerful aura coming out of the silver bow. Rhodey pulled the string of the silver bow until it nearly formed a circle. Holding the string lightly with his fingers, he said, God-slaying bow. Diane turned solemn with a grave expression. Rhodey took a deep breath. Both his hands started to release golden fighting energy. He gathered his energy into a ball. The lower hem of his clothes fluttered. He put more effort into his fingers, then he said, that stone door is nothing more than a mirror spell. It reflected my hellfire, but I don't think it can reflect this pure God's artifact. Rhodey's fighting energy flashed and condensed into a light arrow. The bow then resounded as the light arrow shot out. The smooth mirror was struck by the arrow and started to shatter with a light crackling sound. Slowly, cracks began spreading until the mirror shattered into countless pieces. Diane cried out in alarm when she saw the stone gate instantly destroyed. The cracks spread throughout the surrounding walls. The sorcery array symbols around the gate also broke apart and fell. Rhodey kept away the silver god-slaying bow. He then pulled Diane and was about to walk forward. Suddenly, they heard a faint thunderous sound coming from the passageways behind the stone gate. This sound gradually grew louder as the cause of the sound approached. Rhodey and Diane turned pale. Rhodey suddenly embraced Diane the moment he saw a wall of white chi wave approach. The surging chi wave swept into the entire cave. Rhodey's body shook violently. He felt the radiance of the chi wave become more and more violent and he could not open his eyes. The strong chi seemed to penetrate both their bodies. As the chi went through his body, he felt his fighting energy going out of control. It was as if a powerful spiritual energy passed through his body from all directions. He was shocked. Then his body swelled up like a balloon. As the spiritual energy grew stronger and stronger, Rhodey staggered and groaned from the alternating pain and comfort. Diane felt Rhodey's body tremble. Although she could not open her eyes in the bright light, she could also feel her body filled up with something. Her whole body felt so full of energy that she needed to open her mouth to say something. The bright light had disappeared as quickly as it appeared. After a moment, everything turned calm. The strong light shrank into bright dots and vanished. Rhodey let go of Diane and gasped for breath. Earlier, he felt his strength rise dramatically as if it was about to explode out of his body. Even his scalp was sweating. He probably would not be able to endure anymore had the light continued to shine for a little while longer. At that moment, Rhodey's body was full of energy and he felt dizzy. However, he felt like his every move was so full of energy that he was about to explode. This is truly scary. Rhodey looked surprised. He raised his hand and looked at it as he gasped. Did you feel it? Just now. Diane nodded and replied, yes. I felt it. The strange thing was it felt like my strength has returned. The two of them looked at the passage behind the stone gate with a puzzled expression. Rhodey then said, I wonder what is in there. Diane shook her head and replied, it does not matter. We will just need to go forward. They looked at each other for a moment. Rhodey then reached out to Diane's waist. He held her as they walked towards the passage behind the stone gate. Before entering the stone door, they tried to guess what they would find at the end of the passage. Rhodey guessed that there might be an ancient tomb or a place where a monster was sealed. However, when they went through the stone gate, they both found that their guesses were wrong. They found a small room that was only a few square meters big. they could easily see the entire room. The four walls around the room had no doors and looked evidently sturdy. It was basically a dead end. In the middle of the room, there was a stone platform that was about 1 meter long. On top of the stone platform was a wooden staff. The wooden staff was about as long as an ordinary sword. It was blackish and looked ordinary. It was thicker at the top end and thinner at the bottom end. It did not look any different from the firewood used by civilians at home. However, Rhodey felt a strange illusion when looking at it. It seemed that the wooden staff was softly emitting an aura off and on, just like the fully energized radiance that passed through their bodies earlier. Diane looked disappointed. They went through so much trouble to swim to the bottom of the lake and somehow ended up in such a dangerous place. At the end of the journey was evidently this very small sealed room. On top of that, the room only had a wooden staff. Rhodey frowned. He slowly walked forward and gently rubbed the stone table. A thick layer of dust had gathered on the stone. After wiping away the dust, a line of ancient writings was revealed on the stone. Rhodey only took a glance and his expression changed immediately. His eyes looked astonished. He looked at the text in a daze, his mouth gaping open. Diane saw Rhodey's expression and quickly asked, "What's wrong? What is written here? Is it the way out?" Rhodey turned to look at Diane with a serious expression. He then said, "I finally understand why the water outside would not pour in. I also finally understand what that radiance that charged out was and what this place is." Rhodey then spoke slowly in a heavy tone, "This wooden staff is the legendary staff of Moses too. Legend says it is the most powerful magic staff. It is one of the most powerful artifacts." Diane looked solemn but also seemed to be at a loss. She asked, "Staff of Moses?" Rhodey nodded and had a weird expression. He glanced at Diane and said, "Perhaps you do not know about this legend, but basically, the people of Protoss only managed to conquer the Radiant continent and almost caused the extinction of the Kara clan because they had this staff." Diane immediately turned pale. Rhodey then shook his head and whispered, "When I was studying in the Imperial Academy, I read the teachings of the Church, including the legend of the Staff of Moses. During ancient times, the people of Protoss and the people of Kara were divided into two different continents. The people of Protoss occupied the continent in the north which is now called the Roland continent. Meanwhile, the Radiant continent was ruled by the people of Kara. The people from both continents were hostile to each other, but because of the thunderous straits, the powerful people of Protoss were unable to cross over and fight. However, one day, the gods had bestowed mankind a heavenly messenger. The messenger was originally just an ordinary farmer. At that time, the people in the northern continent did not have a unified country and was also fighting with each other. However, the heavenly messenger was a devout believer when he grew up and was bestowed a staff by God. At that moment, Rhodey looked at the wooden staff in his hand and said, "That staff is this thing." After pausing for a moment, Rhodey continued, "The name of that heavenly messenger was Moses. Perhaps you have heard of this name before. Everybody in this whole world who believes in the church would know this name. Moses was mankind's first pontiff. He was also the one and only person who was ever crowned as pontiff. Because Moses obtained this magic staff, he managed to persuade different kingdoms in the northern continent to stop the war amongst themselves and to set their sights on Kara's Radiant continent across the treacherous thunderous straits. Moses then used his staff and created a legendary miracle." At this point, Rhodey showed a weird expression as if he felt uneasy and said, "At the coast where the waves were roiling, the pontiff raised his staff and walked towards the ocean. Behind him was the Protoss allied army. According to the records, the instant Moses entered the ocean it seemed an earth-shattering event happened. The calm ocean waves immediately turned into a heavy swell with its waves thrown high into the sky. Then right in front of the pontiff, the ocean split into two. The water opened up to reveal a wide road. The pontiff Moses raised his staff high and walked in front while the magnificent army followed behind. The army thus crossed the impassable thunderous straits unobstructed. They easily crossed the Kara clan's natural line of defense." Rhodey sighed. He glanced at Diane and then said, "You should know what happened next. The people of Protoss advanced south and conquered the entire Radiant continent. The Radiant continent became Protoss territory. The pontiff Moses then became the greatest man in the teachings of the church because of this miracle." Diane turned pale. She looked at the wooden staff on the stone table with a complicated expression of hatred and agony. Rhodey could not help embracing Diane, who was trembling lightly. He whispered, "The pontiff Moses was the only pontiff in history. Although both continents had been united under his leadership, human greed made the continents split up again. This created today's situation." Diane closed her eyes and softly leaned onto Rhodey's body. She trembled and said, "This is the thing. This is the thing that destroyed our nation. There are also those skeletons with their hands sticking out of the ground outside. Rhodey sighed and patted her back. That outcome was predetermined. Since Kara had been defeated by the gods, the people of Kara were already destined to be wiped out. Even if Moses and his staff had not existed, the gods would still use other ways to help the people of Protoss conquer the Radiant continent. Rhodey watched the trembling Diane calm down. He then shook his head and looked at the staff of Moses. Is this normal-looking wooden stick really the legendary staff of Moses? Could it really be one of the strongest legendary artifacts? Rhodey thought for a moment and then suddenly had an idea. Staff of Moses, miracles, the ocean water dividing into two, the passageways under the lake. Rhodey's face gradually looked excited. For hundreds of years, the army of the Radiant continent was invincible on land. The powerful lightning god's whip could easily sweep across the land, but the roiling waves of the thunderous straits blocked the way forward. Now that Rhodey had this staff that could apparently split the ocean into two, nothing would be able to stop the lightning god's whip. The Roland continent's strong navy would become useless and the lightning god's whip could easily cross the thunderous straits to subjugate the Roland continent. Thinking of that, Rhodey could not help trembling in excitement. He reached out to grab the wooden staff when another thought flashed through his mind. What would happen then? Countless people would die. Thousands of warriors would spill their blood. Rhodey's outstretched hands trembled gently as the two thoughts in his mind conflicted. Finally, Rhodey took a deep breath, restrained his complicated thoughts and grabbed the staff of Moses on the stone platform. The wooden staff felt rough and icy cold. Rhodey then slowly lifted the staff. As he lifted the wooden staff, he suddenly heard a faint rumble. After that, the small room started to sway. Not good. This thought barely appeared in Rhodey's mind when there was a sudden change. The stone table holding the wooden staff suddenly sank down. A deep and square-shaped hole then appeared in its place. The bottom of the pit could not be seen, but a splashing sound could be heard after the stone platform fell in. After that, big pieces of rocks on the ceiling started to fall. One large square rock smashed onto the ground. Diane loudly exclaimed, "This place is collapsing." The moment she spoke, there was a loud booming sound. A large boulder had fallen at the stone gate and blocked the exit. A few large and small rocks then fell at the same place to tightly seal it off. The movements at the ceiling became even stronger until they could not stand steadily. As the huge rock right above their heads started to totter, Rhodey suddenly shouted, "Jump down! Jump into the pit!" Before Diane could react, Rhodey continued, "It is water down there. There must definitely be a way out." Disregarding any view Diane might have, Rhodey grabbed the wooden staff with one hand and Diane with the other and jumped into the pit. The skies outside were bright. Dark was standing anxiously at the shores of the lake. From time to time, he would grasp his beard or scratch his head. Worry and nervousness filled his face. There were no more movements ever since Rhodey and Diane entered the lake last night. He would obviously see the rope glow with golden fighting energy indicating Rhodey's signal to pull Diane up. However, what he pulled up was only a cut-off rope. Dark was extremely frightened when he saw the broken rope. He would have immediately jumped into the lake if he knew how to swim. The two mythical beasts, the fox wolf and the owl, started to get restless again. Dark was feeling impatient, and when he saw the two mythical beasts becoming restless, he blew the whistle and kicked them several times. The two mythical beasts then trembled and shrank in fear. "Know your place," Dark scolded. "Otherwise, I will roast and eat you." Just as soon as he had scolded them, the earth at his feet shook. Dark missed his footing and fell. He then saw a large wave surging at the normally calm lake. A huge whirlpool formed at the center of the lake. As the swirling of the whirlpool became more intense, it separated from the surface of the lake and flew 10 meters above the lake. It then turned into a waterspout. The trees around the lake were bent and crushed by the waterspout. Suddenly, the waterspout stopped. The water splashed down everywhere in waves. One wave smashed into Dark near the lake, sending him off balance. By the time he regained his balance, he was already totally soaked. Before Dark could exclaim, he saw the water at the center of the lake separate. The lake separated rapidly on both sides and formed a wide space in the middle. The various boulders at the bottom of the lake came into view. Dark murmured, "What in the world is going on here?" The moment he said that, two figures appeared on the ground in the middle of the separated lake, walking slowly along the path. Walking at the front, holding a worn-out wooden staff high up, was Rhodey. Translator's note. 1. The Ross simply said wood used for burning, some might say firewood, but firewood is thick and does not look like a staff. 2. Literally, Moses' God staff cane rod. Staff of Moses is also referred to as staff of God or rod of God. I decided to go for staff instead of rod. 3. The pontiff here could actually mean pope or bishop, mostly applied to high/chief priests. The reason I used pontiff here instead of pope is because Moses here is a Zhou, while the Pope Corsica 6 is a Zhou. While both are popes, Moses was the only Zhou that has ever existed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, Hatred. Chapter 216, Hatred. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Dark was stunned when he saw Rhodey holding Diane's hand. Their hairs and clothes fluttered in the wind as they both walked slowly across the lake. The moment they reached the shore, the air shook and the energy dissipated. The lake reformed and the waves subsided. The turbulent wind also gradually returned to normal. You guys, what happened? Dark looked at Rhodey in surprise. Rhodey and Diane were soaked and also covered in mud, but they were smiling happily. This was especially true for Diane, who was smiling sweetly as she tightly held Rhodey's hand. Dark looked at the two and realized something. His eyes fell onto their tightly held hands and then he looked at Diane's face. After that, Dark laughed and asked, "What happened down there? How did you create that huge incident?" Rhodey laughed then replied, "Let us talk about it when we reach home. We almost lost our lives today." Dark looked at the wooden staff in Rhodey's hand and said somberly, "Did you find this under the lake?" After pondering for a moment, his expression changed and loudly asked, "Isn't this?" Rhodey nodded and replied, "Yes. Like what you have guessed, this is the staff of Moses." Dark's expression turned complicated. He thought to himself for a moment and quietly said, "The staff of Moses is actually here. This is a really complicated matter. Let us leave here quickly. You also better keep that thing away properly. This artifact's reappearance is going to bring troubles from the church." After the three of them discussed a little, they left the forest bringing along the two mythical beasts. The sky had turned bright and hundreds of soldiers surrounded the hunting grounds. They had felt the earthquake but did not immediately rush into the hunting grounds because of Rhodey's strict order. They anxiously waited outside the hunting grounds and felt relieved when they saw them return. Rhodey ordered that the soldiers continue keeping watch here. The hunting grounds had some animal cages which they used to secure the beasts. After preparing the carriages, with a group of cavalrymen leading, these three departed for West Hill City. When they reached a junction not far away from West Hill City, Dark stopped the carriage. He then said to Rhodey and Diane, "Take the mythical beasts back with you first. I have something else I need to do." Diane frowned and asked, "What do you need to do? Aren't you coming back with us?" Dark shook his head and replied, "This is very important." Rhodey looked at Dark and said, "It is very important? Let me accompany you. Maybe I can help." Dark hesitated for a moment. He then shook his head and whispered, "Not necessary. You two don't need to interfere with this. I will handle it on my own." After that, Dark did not say anything else and jumped off the carriage. He took a horse from a cavalryman. Dark left quickly on his horse after waving to Rhodey and Diane. Rhodey and Diane looked at each other after Dark had left. Diane first asked, "What happened to him? Why did he suddenly become so secretive?" Rhodey pondered for a moment and then he smiled, "I think this may be related to the vampires." The morning sun shone down as Dark rode quickly to the north of West Hill City. He had an anxious expression and did not stop at all the entire way. He whipped his horse and hurried to the outskirts of West Hill. Using the army's token that Rhodey gave him, the guards at the gates did not stop him. He rushed to a large pub near the public square in West Hill City. He then jumped off the horse and went into the pub disregarding the stares from other people. The pub was a 3-story building. Dark quickly rushed in and grabbed hold of a waiter as he asked, "Where is Miss Needy's?" The waiter apparently knew Dark. Although he was surprised by Dark, he smiled and replied, "Mr. Dark, the miss had just gone out to the winery to the south." Dark released the waiter and rushed out. He jumped onto his horse and rode quickly towards the south. People nearby looked in surprise as Dark dashed quickly on the road without caring about the people around him. Needy's winery was in a village outside West Hill City. It was in a remote location next to the river. The air was thick with the smell of wine throughout the year. When Dark arrived at the winery, he was already soaked in sweat. He saw Needy's carriage parked at the winery from afar. The surroundings also looked calm and nothing seemed to have happened. Dark felt relieved. However, he noticed that something was not right as he got nearer to the winery. It was too quiet. In the past, the workers would be very busy and it would be very noisy. The water wheel had also stopped turning. Only the cold wind blew, carrying the twigs along. The water gurgled in the river as it flowed rapidly. The air was filled with a strange scent. Dark instinctively held the sword in his hand, jumped off his horse and ran into the winery. Damn! Dark took a single glance and cursed. There were about 8 bodies lying down on the floor of the winery. Looking at their clothes, these people were the workers in the winery. Dark did not have the time to look at their wounds. He quickly ran out and looked into the carriage to find that it was empty. Dark, who was somber, shouted, "Needies!" Dark ran around the winery a few times and finally found traces of footprints on the ground. After that, Dark started his pursuit by following the tracks. The tracks led to the forest behind the winery. As it was late in the autumn, Dark had difficulty following the tracks because of all the fallen leaves on the ground. Fortunately, he was a seasoned hunter. He followed the tracks on the ground, the markings on the trees and also the scent of the blood in the air as he pursued hurriedly. After tracking for about 10 meters, he saw a corpse on the ground. Dark took a look and found that the person was Needy's coachman. The corpse had a frightening appearance. His face was pale gray and twisted with fear. His neck had some small bite marks too. Vampires! Dark cursed. He dashed ahead. As he pursued further, the trees became denser and there was barely any space to run. Dark's face was scratched twice by branches, but he ignored it while rushing anxiously. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. Dark stood still and turned around to see a branch not far away from him shake. Dark then thought to himself, there is no wind here. How could the branches shake? Just as soon as he thought that, he heard another rustling sound coming from the right. Dark immediately held his sword with his mouth and took out his bow. Dark then grabbed 4 arrows and knocked them. He then watched the surroundings. Another rustling sound came from behind him. Dark turned around sneering and immediately shot out 4 arrows. There were 4 muffled sounds as Dark took his sword and rushed forward. He saw his arrows stuck into a tree trunk but also noticed traces of blood on one of them. Oomph, looks like it is a vampire. Dark sneered. He then bit his own finger and pressed a drop of blood onto the blade of his sword. The blood merged with the sword. Dark then chanted a spell. A red light burst from his body and his sword turned into an unnaturally red color. An odd and cruel laugh broke the silence. This laugh seemed to come from all directions. A voice then said, "To think an exorcist would actually appear. That traitor Needies actually dared to collaborate with an exorcist." Dark then bravely said, "Blood-sucking bat. Come out if you dare. Do vampires only know how to hide and strike from the shadows?" The voice unexpectedly replied in a soft, gentle and seductive voice, "Hey. This human looks interesting. Are you tensed up because of that slut Needies? What is she to you?" Dark turned pale and coldly shouted, "Come out." "Aya. Isn't it easy if you want to see me? You just need to look up." Dark looked up to the top of a tree trunk to see a sweet and charming face giving him a strange smile. Her smile also revealed her 2 sharp fangs. Dark swung his sword as he quickly retreated. The figure then sprang ahead. Her body descended slowly to the ground as she blocked Dark's escape route. The vampire was obviously a woman. She was totally naked, her body suspended in midair. She had a seductive expression as she licked her lips. She then laughed and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to see me? I am here now." She opened up her pair of black wings behind her and gently flapped twice. After that, she slowly advanced towards Dark. Dark's expression did not change and shouted with bated breath, "Evil spirit." Dark swung his sword down at the vampire. The woman laughed and raised her hand to block. However, when the sword was nearer, she saw the red light on the sword and turned pale. She retreated a few steps and softly said, "Blood-destroying blood. You actually know such a technique." Dark did not stop and shouted, "It is to end your life." He took a few steps forward and slashed again. The female vampire avoided the slash quickly like a ghost. She dodged left and right as Dark slashed and her body drifted away. She did not stop laughing as she continued, "Aya. Why are you so merciless? I am a woman. Don't humans show mercy to women?" "Humph." Dark snorted and grabbed a few more arrows with his hand. He then knocked and shot the blood-destroying arrows consecutively like lightning. The series of arrows shot out rapidly towards the female vampire. The female vampire was immediately flustered. Dark was very skilled in archery. The female vampire suddenly screamed as she retreated very far away. Her left arm was struck by an arrow. The female vampire's seductive look disappeared and looked grim instead. "Bastard! I am only just toying with you, but you have injured me," the vampire screamed. Her body expanded dramatically and her claws stretched out, revealing 10 sharp blade-like fingers. She then shot towards Dark like lightning. Dark clashed with the vampire. Ping! Ping! Pang! Pang! His sword was blocked by the vampire's claws and could not injure her at all. The vampire's gaze turned murderous. She stretched out one hand to grab Dark's neck. Dark rolled on the spot and slashed at her legs with a backhand swing. The vampire shrieked and jumped. A wound appeared on her leg. The vampire then screamed in anger and the wound on her leg healed automatically. As she screamed, her body grew larger. Finally, her fur grew very long and her sharp fangs also protruded out. She screamed in a hoarse voice, "Bastard! How dare you hurt my noble body!" She arched her body and charged, swinging her huge palm. Dark felt like he was hit by a huge force. One side of his body had turned numb as he was thrown flying away. He crashed into a tree before falling to the ground. The vampire roared and then she approached in large strides. Suddenly, the vampire roared in pain. She turned around as she swiped with her claw. Dark was lying down on the ground but he saw that the vampire had deep cuts on her back. He then heard a voice in his ear. "Run quickly!" Dark immediately realized that this voice belonged to Needy's. Although he could not see her, he could feel her helping him up. They then ran deeper into the forest. "Do you think you can run away?" the vampire roared from behind. She then grabbed a huge stone and threw it. The stone crashed beside Dark, who then heard Needy's cry of pain. Her body suddenly reappeared and she spat out a mouthful of blood. They both then crashed onto the floor. Needy's clothes were a mess and her hair was scattered. She struggled to stand up but then she heard footsteps behind her. The vampire stood towering in front of them and had a hideous grin. "Needy's. You have finally appeared." Needy sighed and coldly humphed. Dark suddenly pulled out a bottle from his body. He opened it and threw the bottle at the vampire while rolling away with Needy's. When the bottle fell onto the vampire was soaked in the liquid from the bottle and black smoke immediately started to emerge. The vampire suddenly roared loudly and struggled violently, moving forward to claw at Dark. Dark felt a burst of pain on his back as he was caught by the vampire. Needy's was holding Dark's hand and could not avoid a powerful kick from the vampire. She was sent flying. As the vampire's roar subsided, she gasped for breath and asked, "Did you think a single bottle of holy water is enough? Holy water is not enough to kill a higher-ranked vampire like me." She flung Dark to the ground. His body trembled as some bones broke with a cracking sound. The vampire took a deep breath. The wounds on her body instantly and automatically healed. After that, her body shrank and her appearance returned to that of a naked beauty. She flapped her wings and then smiled at Needy's, who was still struggling on the ground. "So? Needy's? Still trying to escape?" Needy's grunted and coldly said, "So what if you have captured me?" "Ruth, you slut. You are just jealous of me." The vampire laughed charmingly then gently replied, "Needy's. You are right. I am indeed jealous of you. I am extremely jealous." She then stepped one foot on Dark's chest. Her voice became gentler as she spoke, "Do you know? I really hate you a lot. Every day, I think about how I would torture you when you finally fall into my hands." Even as her voice became softer, she stepped harder on Dark. He struggled to lift her foot, but she put even more weight into it. The great amount of pressure on his chest had caused more bones to break. Dark could not help but groan in pain. Ruth licked her lips and laughed, "What are you going to do?" "Needy's, I believe this human is your friend. He is about to die. Aren't you going to save him? Come. Come and save him." Needy sighed and struggled to stand. Instead of looking at Ruth, she looked at Dark, who was on the ground, and said, "You already caught us anyway." Sigh, Dark, looks like both of us would not be able to survive. Ruth smiled softly and sweetly. She pointed her index finger at Needy's and provoked her with a beckoning gesture one as she whispered, "Come." Feeling helpless, Needy's could only slowly walk forward. However, the moment she was near enough, Ruth swiped at her with her hand. Needy's was hit and was flung away, her face covered in blood showing where the 5 fingers struck. Ruth laughed sweetly and said, "Oh, I am sorry. Perhaps I used a little bit more strength, but our vampire's genius Needy suddenly became so useless?" Needy shook her head. She ignored the blood on her face and struggled to stand. She then laughed bitterly and said, "It is not heavy at all. Compared to the time I choked your brother to death and murdered your father, it is too light and not heavy in the slightest bit." Ruth's expression immediately sank as she gritted her teeth. "Slut! You actually dare to speak to me with this tone. She reached out to grab Needy's but stopped midway. Ruth flashed her sweet smile and said, "Oh, I have almost forgotten. Needy's, you are truly cunning. Are you trying to provoke me so that I would end your life quickly? Do not worry. I will not take your life so early. I had so much trouble locating and catching you. Now that I have finally found and caught you, I must definitely take my time to enjoy it. I promise to make you scream for 10 full days. Rest assured." Ruth laughed sweetly and her voice became even more gentle. However, the tone of her voice was extremely cold that Needy's could not help shivering. Needy's turned pale and shouted, "Ruth, you slut. What ability do you have? All you can do is rely on Jackal, that old lecher who is on his last legs. I can't even bear to look at the face of that idiot. Only you. Curse more. Keep cursing." Ruth laughed and replied, "Just from you cursing me, I know that you are afraid of me. I am so happy to finally see our Miss Needy's afraid." Dark, who was under her feet, groaned from the pain. Needy's face was pale as she knew that there was no hope left. She sighed and asked, "Mr. Dark, why did you come all the way here?" Sigh. Ruth laughed and said, "I really need to thank this human. If he did not come here, you would not have appeared. You are one of the few geniuses who know how to use blood escape. Miss Needy's, I am truly jealous of you." Ruth suddenly lifted her leg and ruthlessly kicked Dark towards Needy's. She smiled and said, "All right. Both of you already know how strong I am, right? You might as well take this opportunity to bid farewell to each other." Ruth smiled proudly and said, "Needy's, you better not try anything funny. Dozens of my subordinates are keeping watch outside. It is impossible for you to run. I deliberately allowed this human to come in to draw you out. You must wait for a taste of my revenge." Needy smiled wryly. She supported Dark up and whispered, "Mr. Dark, why are you here?" Dark shook his head and whispered, "I found out today that there were vampires at West Hill today. After dealing with it, I wanted to inform you about it immediately so that you could escape quickly. I did not think that they would locate you first. Looks like I am too late. I am sorry, Miss Needy's." Needy smiled and said, "You do not have to apologize. You have saved my life before this. If you had not saved me in the Northwest that time, I would have died long ago. I should be the one apologizing as it seems like we will die here today." Dark's face turned solemn when he heard Needy's mention the Northwest. He thought of something for a moment then shook his head and kept quiet. Ruth looked at them struggling to stand up. She laughed and said, "What's wrong? You have finished bidding farewell so quickly? My subordinates are waiting excitedly outside. This man looks good and his blood must be delicious. My subordinates have not drunk fresh blood in a long time." Ruth laughed complacently until her body shook. At this moment, a cold voice came from outside. "Your subordinate? Are you talking about this fellow?" Ruth's laughter suddenly stopped when she saw a young man slowly come out from the woods. The man had a slender body and his craggy face was in a sneer. He had long blue hair that hung down loosely behind him. One of his hands was placed behind his back while the other was clutching a vampire's neck. He dragged the vampire in his hand as he walked forward. He was not walking slowly or hurriedly, but each step seemed to emphasize his grim smile. Those footsteps seemed to ruthlessly trample on Ruth's heart. The man then slowly lifted the vampire and tightened his grip. Crack! The vampire's neck broke. After that, he casually threw the corpse onto the ground and slowly wiped the blood off on the lower hem of his shirt. The man then raised his head and smiled at Ruth as he said, "I am sorry. I don't think your subordinates would be coming in. This is because, incidentally, I hate vampires. When I see one, I will kill one. Who are you?" Ruth turned pale and looked surprised. She looked at the man fiercely and asked, "What happened to my subordinates?" The man smiled, exposing his white teeth and lightly said, "Allow me to first introduce myself. My name is Rhodey, and I hate all of you flying bats." He ignored Ruth to look at Dark and Needy's. He then smiled and said, "I am sorry I am late. The fellows blocking the way outside were annoying." He then looked straight at Ruth's body and sneered. "You are also a vampire, that is great." Rhodey smiled cynically as he slowly walked towards Ruth. For some unknown reason, Ruth felt coldness creeping into her heart when she saw Rhodey slowly approach her. It was as if an inborn fear rose in her heart as she instinctively felt danger approaching. She could not help but step back. Suddenly, she screamed and transformed into her vampire form. Her body grew much larger. She brandished her claws at Rhodey and roared at him. However, her legs did not stop moving backward. Rhodey then stood there smiling. Suddenly, he frowned and mumbled to himself, "How should I kill you? Using the sword seems too simple." Rhodey suddenly thought of something and smiled. "Ah. Right. I found an interesting toy today. It is a good time to try it out on a high-ranked vampire like you." Rhodey stretched out his hand and a white and holy light appeared. A wooden stick then appeared in his hand. Rhodey gently lifted the staff of Moses. Smiling, he said, "Come on. The game begins." Needies gave out a long sigh as she looked at the confrontation between Rhodey and the vampire. She whispered to herself, "Looks like I was not wrong. He really isn't a simple person." She then smiled at Dark and said, "It seems like we won't be dying today. Right?" Dark laughed. He sighed but kept quiet. Translator's notes. 1. There are many different beckoning signs around the world, some even considered as insults to another country. America beckoning signs are considered insults in Japan. The one used here is the beckoning finger from United States. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217, Special Assignment. Chapter 217, Special Assignment. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ruth instinctively felt that she was in mortal peril as she watched Rhodey raise the wooden staff. Despair immediately flashed through her mind. The vampire roared and, opening up her fingers, she attacked. She used all her strength, her whole body becoming like a fierce wind. Rhodey just stood there and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the vampire that was charging at him. The staff of Moses swayed a little. After that, the vampire crashed into something about 1 meter away from Rhodey. All this happened in a flash in front of Needies and Dark. The staff in Rhodey's hands gleamed with a strange and faint light. They then heard a miserable shrill scream. Ruth's body was thrown together with a burst of blood in midair. When she fell to the ground, half of her body was badly injured. Some blood had also splashed onto the tree trunk beside her. Ruth's body shrank quickly and changed back to its original human appearance. Half of her broken body started to squirm as her injuries quickly healed itself. However, she was in a lot of pain and her cries became even more mournful. "Oof. A vampire's body is truly tough." Rhodey slowly said, "Your body can automatically heal. But now, the faster your injuries heal, the heavier the injuries will become." Ruth did not have the strength to speak. She kept her mouth tightly closed, but she continued to stare at Rhodey with eyes filled with fear. She did not even dare to feel angry. Rhodey walked in front of her and pointed the staff at her on the ground. A white light came out from the pointed end of the staff. Ruth seemed afraid of the white light and shivered. Rhodey slowly moved the staff towards the wings behind Ruth's back. Ruth screamed when her wings withered rapidly and turned into powder. Rhodey felt satisfied as he looked at the wingless vampire on the ground. Rhodey then coldly laughed, "Now you cannot fly anymore." Ruth's teeth had chattered from fear when she looked at his icy-cold expression in front of her. When her wings were destroyed, her vision turned dark and she lost consciousness. At the Duke of the Tulip family's courtyard, Nicole and Micah were stunned to see the two mythical beasts in the cage in the courtyard. "Did you guys catch this?" Nicole asked, feeling uneasy. "What about Rhodey? Where did he go?" The mythical beasts were restless. The foxwolf would bare its fangs and growl softly from time to time. Micah seemed to be afraid of them, so she hid behind Nicole. Diane laughed as she replied, "Don't worry. Rhodey went to look for Dark. As for these two things, they are quite well behaved." Diane then blew the whistle. Micah breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the two mythical beasts instantly lie back down close to the ground. Nicole was still worried and said, "Miss Diane, these are mythical beasts. I am afraid it would be troublesome if you keep these mythical beasts." Diane raised her eyebrows and asked, "How would it be troublesome? These two fellows are so obedient. I will just whistle if they misbehave. Is there anything to be afraid of?" Nicole shook her head and seemed she was going to say something. However, she was not very familiar with Diane and so she looked towards Micah, who then nodded and said, "Diane, the mythical beasts are sensitive issues. I am afraid the church would give us trouble." Diane pursed her lips and wanted to argue with her. However, she saw that Micah was giving her a meaningful look and suddenly realized that Nicole was not an outsider. She must not speak too harshly and offend her. Otherwise, Rhodey would not be happy. With this thought in mind, Diane immediately simmered down and earnestly said, "This is something Rhodey brought back. I believe he might have his own ideas." Diane and Micah winked at each other. Nicole saw everything. She saw Diane suddenly blush and seemingly afraid to look at her. A strange feeling rose in Nicole's heart. She sighed and said, "Forget about it. Let us talk more about this when he returns." It was truly an eye-opener for the common people in West Hill that day. Countless people had gathered in the streets in the afternoon. They had all heard the news that the Duke's bodyguards had captured several vampires. The public security quickly took to the streets to disperse the crowd. Rhodey took a group of soldiers with him as he led a carriage with great fanfare down the streets of the West Hill city. Ruth was tied to a stake on top of that carriage. The crowd made a big fuss when they saw Ruth tied to the stake. They really could not believe that such a charming beauty could actually be one of the frightening rumored vampires. Especially, looking at Ruth's naked chest and pale face made it even more difficult for the people to believe it. Could such a delicate woman really be a vampire? Rhodey calmly rode his horse. He ignored the pointing gestures of the people. After all, the security soldiers were there to keep things under control. He had his own reasons for dragging Ruth through the streets with such fanfare. After he captured Ruth, he immediately rushed to the vampire's lair at the outside of the West Hill city. He wanted to get rid of the legendary Prince Jackal. Unfortunately, when he arrived, the old building was empty and there was nothing there. Only those egg-like things were hanging on the ceiling. Rhodey clearly understood what those eggs were and simply burned the entire lair. The security soldiers rushed hurriedly there when they saw the large fire. Rhodey explained that he was from the Imperial Guards. They then escorted them and Ruth back to the West Hill city. Rhodey already had an idea about his next move. Rhodey had arrived at the religious center at West Hill. He smiled because the bishop in West Hill City had already brought out a few flame warriors to greet him. These rascals in white robes were smiling, of course. They were informed that the Imperial Guards had captured a vampire. The vampire would be handed over to them according to the practice of the Empire. Rhodey left the moment he released Ruth to the religious hypocrites. He did not care whether they intended to burn her to death or send her back to the Imperial capital to claim merits. Either way, Rhodey had already secretly done something to make sure Ruth would not be able to say anything. Right now, she was barely alive and Rhodey did not need to worry that she might reveal anything unnecessarily. Let the vampires and the church handle their own mess. Rhodey secretly sneered, "I would be happy no matter who dies." The news of the captured vampire quietened down after a few days. During those days, Rhodey was not totally at peace too. After escaping from the lake, there seemed to be some subtle feelings between him and Diane. While at death's door in the lake and in the sudden commotion they had shown each other their true feelings, but now, they had returned to reality. For the past few days, Nicole had a dejected expression. She looked at Rhodey with a hint of bitterness in her eyes. Rhodey did not know how he should handle this matter. He felt guilty yet he could not stay aloof with Diane. Rhodey could only try to avoid meeting them in a group. He had reduced his visits to the Duke's mansion to meet with Nicole. He spent most of his time in the military barracks. After leaving that day, Dark and Needy's no longer appeared. Rhodey went to Needy's pub to look for them, but Dark was recuperating and nobody had seen Needy's. Diane seemed to visit the Duke's mansion every day. Rhodey did not go because he was afraid to see the three women together. Rhodey remembered the misery of being glared at by both Diane and Nicole when he returned that day. The young Rhodey was ferocious and would not even frown in battle. However, he felt helpless facing the tender and hidden bitterness of women. In this world, a woman was more troublesome than swords, magic, and vampires. A few days later, some people from the Imperial capital arrived. The Imperial Guard Gordon had personally come to deliver the Emperor's orders. The Emperor, Abbas XI, had given the order for the Viscount, a court warrior and an officer of the Imperial Guards, Rhodey, to be promoted to commander of the Imperial Guards for the capture of the vampire. Rhodey was also ordered to immediately return to the Imperial capital for an important task. The responsibility of guarding the Duke of the Tulip family would be given to General Gordon and his 3,000 Imperial Guards. As Gordon announced the Emperor's orders, he looked at Rhodey with a complicated expression. Gordon was suspicious about the young man. Rhodey seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and rose rapidly after the war. In fact, it was a meteoric rise in his career. Rhodey had suddenly received the Emperor's award. He was promoted from the captain of the Duke's bodyguards to a Viscount and a court warrior. Now, he was once again promoted a commander of the Imperial Guards. To become a commander of the Imperial Guards was to be the commander of 10,000 Imperial Guards. There were only 50,000 Imperial Guards, which meant that there were only 5 commanders. Apart from Rhodey, all the other 4 commanders came from well-known noble families that had connections with the royal family. Is the rumor true? Is Rhodey really His Majesty's? At this moment, Gordon stopped guessing. Gordon knew from his many years in the circle of power struggles in the imperial capital that this was not something he should be making conjectures or get involved with. This was a secret involving power, and the more you know, the more dangerous it would be. Nicole and the others felt unhappy when they found out that Rhodey needed to return to the imperial capital. Although Rhodey was also unhappy, he believed that leaving would be the best option in the current situation. At the very least, it would be better than staying in West Hill and getting stuck with 3 women looking at him uneasily every day. After publicly handing over the troops to Gordon, Rhodey was set to leave for the imperial capital. Nicole finally could not bear it and clung to Rhodey in front of everyone as her tears flowed. Gordon was dumbstruck as he just came from the imperial capital. In West Hill City, Rhodey and Nicole's relationship could be described as well known. However, Gordon was not aware at all. The Lightning God's whip and the Imperial Guards looked at the lovers' tearful farewell and smiled kindly. Rhodey sighed. He had been avoiding Nicole for the past few days and realized that he had acted too excessively. He could not help hugging her tightly and kissing her forehead. He wanted to say something, but he could not find the right words. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Wait for me." Leading a group of cavalrymen, Rhodey journeyed to the imperial capital. After leaving the Duke's courtyard, Rhodey turned back to look at the tallest building. As Rhodey and Nicole just only made their relationship public, Micah could not appear. However, Rhodey believed that Micah would be watching him from the upper floor of that tall building. After waving his hand, Rhodey gritted his teeth and raised his horsewhip. He then rode far into the distance. The light cavalry riding in haste would naturally be much faster than when he first came to West Hill. Andy had ordered him to return to the imperial capital for some reason. However, since Andy had ordered him to come back these few days, there must be an urgent matter. Rhodey was already accustomed to forced marches during his time in the Lightning God's whip, and his soldiers were also well trained, reaching the imperial capital in just 5 days. Rhodey immediately headed for the imperial palace with misgivings in his heart. The strange thing was Andy did not meet him in private. Instead, Rhodey saw the military minister, Caroline, standing at the emperor's meeting hall. Caroline immediately smiled to him and nodded his head when he saw Rhodey walk in. Caroline had decided to place all his bets on Rhodey. Besides, Baron Gadel's report made Caroline even more convinced that Rhodey was someone with outstanding future prospects. Although Rhodey did not expect to see Caroline, he was not surprised and greeted Caroline with the basic noble's courtesy. Taking advantage of the time that the emperor had not arrived, Caroline smiled and asked softly, "Rhodey, is the scenery at West Hill good?" Rhodey immediately replied, "Everything is good. Thank you for being concerned one." Rhodey thought for a moment and then added, "Also, thank you for caring too." No matter what, he had presented a fine sword to him. As a result, he should say another word of thanks. The old Marquis gave an amiable laugh and replied, "Rhodey, I have already heard about the relationship between you and Miss Nicole. If there is anything I can help with, please speak." Caroline muttered to himself for a moment and then laughed. "This time, the Emperor has an important task for you. After you complete that task, I can help you propose a marriage alliance between you and the Duke of the Tulip family." Rhodey laughed in his heart. These words were just to win him over. The so-called important task must be hinting that he was the one who proposed me for the job that would entail a large contribution to the empire, and hence I better remember that. Proposing the marriage alliance is also an investment. After all, my current position is not high. The title of a viscount is not sufficient to marry the Duke's sister. However, it would be a different story if this was proposed by the empire's military minister. Rhodey smiled and was thinking of a reply when Andy arrived together with an obese Imperial Guard officer. Andy's masquerade as the emperor had improved tremendously. His face was dignified and cold, and also had a majestic air. Rhodey then noticed Sky winking at him playfully. "What tricks are you two old fellows up to now?" Rhodey could not help but feel his scalp turn numb. Andy gently coughed and then said, "Viscount Rhodey, I heard that you have captured a vampire at West Hill." "Very good." The old skeleton acted haughtily like an emperor. He then looked at Caroline and said, "Marquis Caroline, have you arranged Viscount Rhodey's appropriate reward?" Caroline froze for a moment. Wasn't he just conferred a position? Getting promoted to a commander from an officer was already a leap over several grades. Although Caroline did not know the emperor's intentions, since the emperor had already opened his mouth, Caroline had no choice but to carefully figure out the emperor's intentions. After pondering for a moment, the old fox inquired, "Viscount Rhodey now assumes the position of a commander in the military as his commendation. No other rewards were given yet." "Your Majesty." Andy pretended to sigh. He looked at Caroline and said, "We have already decided to let Rhodey deal with that business, but his status is not too appropriate. After all, he would be a representative of the Empire. A position like yours would be appropriate. Garoline's eyes immediately turned bright and said, "That's right. Your Majesty." As Viscount Rodi had contributed greatly by defending the Duke at West Hill and also captured a vampire, I suggest that your Majesty give an additional reward to Viscount Rodi. Andy blinked. He then laughed and asked, "Oh? Marquis Garoline. What do you propose?" Garoline could not help but curse in his heart. "You want to promote your illegitimate child, but you want me open up the way for you." Naturally, Garoline did not dare to reveal any of his thoughts on his face. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Viscount Rodi's position in the military is already a commander. This is already a very high post for his age. Your Majesty, I think we should give Viscount Rodi a different kind of reward, like a noble title." Andy could not help but sigh in his heart. This old fox is really crafty. He is so clever that he only needed a hint. He has already reached near perfection in understanding people's intentions. He is such a clever person. I initially wanted to find a way to get rid of him eventually, but now, I am reluctant. Pretending to think for a moment, Andy slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Let us do it this way. Let us promote Rodi to Palace Chief Warrior. His title will be one grade higher." Rodi was dumbfounded. "Why am I suddenly promoted? One rank above the Viscount. That is the rank of an Earl." Earl? Although he was puzzled, he knew that Andy must have his reasons. After that, Andy finally said, "Rodi, there is a reason I promoted your noble rank. Now, I have an important task. I need you to represent the Empire. Your previous rank of Viscount was not high enough, thus I made an exception to promote you to an Earl." Rodi was silent as waited for the old skeleton to continue. Although Rodi knew that Andy would definitely have something special for him to do, the skeleton's next words almost made him jump. Andy squinted as he smiled at Rodi. He then slowly said, "Earl Rodi, I want you to journey to the Roland continent." Translator's notes. 1 Guan Xin. To be concerned. 2 Guan AI. To show concern and care for. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218, Looking at the Roland continent. Chapter 218, Looking at the Roland continent. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Roland continent? Rodi's first thought was, does this old skeleton want to launch an invasion when he learned that I found the Staff of Moses? However, Rodi then rejected this idea. That was impossible. Without the God Smile mask, Andy would not be able to monitor his activities. It would be impossible for Andy to find out that he had the Staff of Moses. Besides that, the Empire had fought against the Roland continent and also the war at the Northwest within the last 2 years. We fought 2 major wars in these 2 years. These wars had drained the strength of the Empire. The Empire could not afford to provoke another large-scale war. Although they had won the crusade, the Empire had also paid a heavy price. For the Empire, it was a very heavy drawdown on its resources. But what else could it be if not war? What are Andy's intentions? Rodi looked at Andy skeptically as he thought of this. Andy knew what Rodi was thinking but did not speak. Instead, he gave the Marquis, Garoline, a meaningful glance. Garoline gave Rodi a scroll. Rodi unrolled it open to look. On the thick, slightly yellowed paper was a long list of text written in the language of the Roland continent. On the lower right corner of the paper was the insignia of the Roland Temple. The hexagram insignia was obviously a sorcery stamp and was still dazzling. What is this? Rodi frowned. He could not understand the written language of the Roland continent. Garoline looked serious and said in a low voice, "A war proclamation. Or rather, it is a public announcement. It is an announcement from the temple to the whole continent." Public announcement? War proclamation? Rodi thought to himself and then said, "Are they mobilizing for war? The temple could not accept their previous defeat and is provoking another war?" Garoline laughed and said, "Rodi, it is not what you think. In fact, the general contents of this document describe the incompetence of the various kingdoms on the Roland continent for losing the war, causing the defeat of the temple. The temple then said that the Roland continent was disunited and did not have a leader, and thus would be unable to defeat the heathens, so..." Garoline then gloomily sneered and slowly said, "So the temple announced to the world that the archbishop of the temple would be crowned pontiff." Garoline said the last few words with a strange flash in his eyes. Pontiff. Rodi looked somber. He wants to be a pontiff? Rodi looked at Garoline, then looked at Andy. Suddenly, he sneered and asked, Are these people from the Roland Temple crazy? Pontiff? There was only one pontiff throughout the history of the church. That one person was Pontiff Moses. Later on, the church was split into two. The two factions grew stronger, but they still did not dare to claim to be the emperors of the religion. Even the people from the church of our radiant continent only dared to elect a pope, although we have conquered the entire continent. Nobody dared to take the title of pontiff. Is the elder from the temple a madman? Moses became a pontiff those days because of his contribution in conquering the radiant continent by splitting the thunderous straits. What achievement did this temple elder have? He is mad. Andy still did not speak and just looked at Caroline, who sighed and said, Rhodey, I am afraid that elder from the Roland Temple is not mad. In fact, he has been plotting this for a very long time. He smiled thoughtfully, looking at Rhodey. A sudden realization struck Rhodey like lightning. Was this the purpose of the war? Caroline nodded. He gathered his sleeves and laughed bitterly before saying, We have always suspected something, as we were unable to understand the reason for the war with the Roland continent that had just ended. Although the Roland army made a huge move, no matter how we looked at it, they could never win the war. They sent 80,000 soldiers, humph. Even if they sent 180,000 soldiers, it would be impossible to defeat us on land. Why did they start a war when they didn't have any confidence of winning? That is the only thing we couldn't understand. Caroline then smiled a little and said, Although the temple has a strong influence in the Roland continent, they are just spiritual leaders. The saints in each kingdom may be no less influential than the king, but the real power still belongs to the king. However, it seems now the Roland Temple has made a huge move. They are going to transform the entire Roland continent into a religious empire. Rhodey closed his eyes and carefully thought for a while. He then opened his eyes and said, That's right. First, mobilize the soldiers from the dozen kingdoms in the whole continent. More than half of these soldiers were then dispatched here to start a war. The war would then exhaust the military strength of the dozen kingdoms. As a result, the power balance between the Roland Temple and the kingdoms was broken. Although the temple had also lost some holy knights in the war, they were still much better off than the kingdoms, which suffered greatly. Ha ha. Good. This is killing your enemy with a borrowed sword one. Caroline laughed and said, Earl Rhodey is right. When the power balance is broken, the kingdoms in the Roland continent no longer have the power to suppress the temple. The temple has gained the advantage. Now, the chief elder of the temple wants to be crowned pontiff. Rhodey, I believe you know what this means? Rhodey showed a complicated expression. He took a deep breath and replied, I do. According to the history that Rhodey had learned, the only pontiff in history, Pontiff Moses, was a leader of the people. He was a real leader. He had power and stood by his words. No one would disobey his orders. Basically, he was a dictator, an emperor. Now, the elder of the Roland Temple wanted to be crowned pontiff. It was clear that his intentions were to unite the various kingdoms on the Roland continent and build a large religious empire that could rival the Radiant Empire. Perhaps it would even be more powerful than the Radiant Empire, as power in the Radiant Empire was still shared, with the emperor and the pope tying each other down. On the other hand, what the temple wanted to achieve was an empire where the religious and national powers were integrated. There would be no separation between religious power and national power. The pontiff would take both the authority of the emperor and the pope for himself. Truly insane. Insane idea. Insane act. Rhodey's tone was somewhat bitter. Caroline shook his head and replied, I am afraid it is not just insane. When we carefully thought about it, although this plan is insane, it is undeniable that right now is the best timing for them. Caroline sounded helpless. Due to the thunderous straits, we cannot take advantage of them even if they have a civil strife. After all, the Roland Navy is still around. They would not give us the opportunity to go over and fight. Besides that, we do not have the strength to attack them after the war. We have also suffered heavy losses to obtain that victory. Earl Rhodey, you probably do not know this, but the Empire is in deep financial trouble. The war in the north itself has cost the Empire tens of millions of gold coins. This does not include the expenditure in the Northwest War. Killing your enemy with a borrowed sword. Truly, killing your enemy with a borrowed sword. The so-called crusade was a cover for the Roland Temple using the Radiant Empire to greatly reduce the strength of the kingdoms, and then Rhodey thought about this and then asked, so what is the reason for sending me to the Roland continent? Andy then finally spoke. He still had the dignified expression of an emperor. He said softly, to negotiate for peace. Negotiate for peace? Rhodey furrowed his eyebrows. Caroline smiled and said, the Roland continent's King Sauron is a very clever person. The Sauron Kingdom is the most powerful kingdom on the Roland continent. Naturally, they would be very unwilling to be annexed by the Temple. If the Temple has a falling out with the kingdoms, there would definitely be a war. However, they had already lost a lot of soldiers in the crusade and are anxious they might not be able to contend with the Temple. Rhodey finally understood and said, "So the Sauron Kingdom asked for peace? Or does the Sauron Kingdom want our soldiers to help them stop the Temple?" "On the contrary." Caroline smiled and replied, "Did you forget that we have hundreds and thousands of prisoners in our hands?" Rhodey's eyes lit up. The prisoners of war. During the crusade, the Empire had captured 500,000 soldiers. Under the care of General Sieg, they were now slaves in the north. These 500,000 soldiers were elite soldiers of the various kingdoms. This was especially true for the royal knights of the Sauron Kingdom and their powerful chariot troops. Caroline then continued, "A secret envoy arrived from the Sauron Kingdom. He came to me and asked for permission to see His Majesty so that he could convey King Sauron's intentions." King Sauron had requested that we return the captured prisoners so that they could oppose the Temple. Rhodey pondered for a moment and asked, "Should we actually agree to return the captured prisoners? After all, there are no benefits for us in doing this." Caroline also sighed and said, "Of course nothing good will come out of it. After all, they were captured by the Duke of the Tulip family and the warriors of the Empire after the loss of a lot of lives and blood. We are unwilling to return the prisoners too. But Rhodey, I believe the Temple could easily defeat these kingdoms if we do not return these prisoners. Very soon, they would unify the Roland continent. At that time, a strong and unified empire would appear in the north and they would then be an even greater threat to the empire." Rhodey nodded and smiled. However, his smile made Caroline's heart feel cold. Rhodey said, "I understand. For the future of the Radiant Empire, the people of the Roland continent must remain divided. We must not allow them to form a unified empire." Caroline gathered his sleeves and walked to Andy and bowed. He then softly said, "So, His Majesty wants you to go to the Roland continent as an envoy to represent the Empire in negotiations." Now that everything was clear, what remained were the pretense. Rhodey immediately put on a respectful expression. He then gently bowed to the Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, please give the order." Andy laughed and said, "Although it is decided that we have a peace negotiation with the Sauron Kingdom, we are still talking about several 100,000 prisoners. No matter what, the people from the Roland continent would need to pay a price." Subsequently, they discussed the conditions of the peace negotiations. Andy did not have to speak much as Caroline came prepared. The old fox was really a master in politics. Although his normal behavior was nothing great, he was truly a capable minister. Right from the start, he had already thought out a complete plan with a long list of conditions. Rhodey did not interrupt. He stood on the sidelines as he watched Andy and Caroline, two foxes, one old and one young. As Andy was over 200 years old, Caroline had to be young, schemed to extort the Roland people. Rhodey secretly frowned, but then he saw that Sky, now an Imperial guard, was fascinated too as he listened to them with an expression that seemed to say, "That's the way." Rhodey could only smile wryly. He knew that these old fellows in the room were born schemers. He did not need to worry or interfere in the discussion about the conditions of the peace negotiations. They would definitely be able to draft the most demanding conditions for peace from the Roland people. "Ha ha. I heard that the Sauron Kingdom is quite rich. Roland continent, Asai, Roland continent." Rhodey remembered that night when he was standing on the wall of Thunderous City and saw the magical flame sprouting a blooming tulip flower in the sky. Rhodey could not help but feel silly. "Black Veil, Mouse, I am going to the Roland continent." Thinking of this, Rhodey instinctively touched his chest. The ring she had presented to him was hanging on his chest. He felt the hard and cold metal on his chest, giving him a strange feeling. A warm feeling that seemed to surge from his heart. "Mouse, you must also be looking forward to our reunion." Translator's notes. 1. Killing your enemy with a borrowed sword was one of the 36 stratagems attributed to Sun Tzu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219, At the Sea. Chapter 219, At the Sea. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sea breeze was slightly salty. The gentle breeze blew, creating layers and layers of waves in the calm sea, and Rhodey's hair and clothes fluttered. It also raised his emotions. Rhodey stood on the prow of the ship which was riding the waves. In front of him was the vast ocean. Without looking back, he could feel the secret envoy from the Sauron Kingdom standing and looking at him from behind. The envoy was probably more than 40 years old. Rhodey did not like him. Since meeting each other in the imperial capital, the envoy had misgivings as he thought that Rodi was too young. He thought that the empire was treating the important peace negotiation as something trifling by dispatching a young man who was only about 20 years old as their main representative. However, Marquis Qianlin later told him His Excellency, Earl Rodi, can definitely represent the empire. Hence, the envoy did not waste time to curry favor with Rodi. Marquis Qianlin said that I could represent the empire. He probably still thinks of me as the emperor's illegitimate child. Isn't that right though? The emperor's only son could definitely represent the empire. There were no army banners on that ship as it was a merchant ship. That merchant ship belonged to Shark Metal Lane, the largest weapons manufacturer in the empire. Rodi, together with his dozen followers, as well as the envoy from the Roland continent and his men, were all dressed like retainers of an ordinary businessman. After all, currently, the Roland Temple and the other kingdoms of the Roland continent had not yet publicly turned hostile towards each other. This peace negotiation was also a secret. Secret? What a joke! Rodi sneered in his heart. He did not believe that there were any secrets in this world. With the influence and power of the Roland Temple in the Roland continent, they would soon receive news of the peace negotiation. Speaking of that, the peace negotiation might be extremely dangerous. The temple would not tolerate the peace negotiation between any kingdom of the Roland continent and the Radiant Empire. For their own objective, they would definitely find ways to sabotage the peace process. The best way for this would be to assassinate the envoy of the Radiant Empire. Andy had already discussed that with Rodi in the Imperial Palace. It was also one of the reasons why Rodi was chosen for the peace negotiation. A person who did not have tremendous strength would not be able to protect himself from the masters of the temple. So after some thoughts, the strongest person, Sky, would remain behind to protect Andy while Rodi would be dispatched instead. Your Excellency Rodi, the breeze out here is strong. Why don't you go inside the ship and rest? The Roland envoy asked with a humble smile. Rodi frowned and softly replied, Didn't I say not to call me Your Excellency? Ah! The envoy was startled. He then laughed and said, Yes, Mr. Rodi, please go in. Currying favor. Rodi shook his head. He knew that the envoy was probably secretly cursing him. Who asked them to be the weaker ones now? Who asked them to come begging for our help? With such a person watching him from the side, Rodi no longer had the mood to enjoy the ocean view. The huge sail was raised on the mast of the ship. The sea breeze blew and the sails billowed. The deckhands, in short outfits, were bustling about the deck and hollering. Rodi sighed and quietly went into the cabin. In all fairness, that Roland envoy was very good at currying favors. A remarkable lackey. Rodi truly enjoyed the good food and wine prepared by that envoy. The food and drinks of the Roland people were very different from the empire's. Rodi was interested in the unusual cuisine. The only annoying thing was that the Roland envoy was sitting beside him and constantly asking questions about Rodi. In the beginning, the envoy inquired about Rodi's identity and background. What a joke! Even that cunning old guy of the Radiant Empire, Marquis Qianlin, did not know Rodi's identity. What more a Roland envoy? When the envoy saw that he was not getting anywhere with his questions, he started to ask about the conditions of the peace negotiations. Rodi coldly replied that he would talk about the conditions after meeting the king. Fortunately, the envoy was an eloquent and learned person. They talked about other matters on the Roland continent. The envoy was very knowledgeable when they talked about the Roland people's skill in naval warfare and also various legendary myths on the Roland continent. Rodi could not help asking about the legendary mythical beasts, which only existed in the Roland continent. After all, Rodi was currently raising 2 of them. Although the envoy did not know why Rodi asked that question, when he left Roland, his king and the senior prime minister had instructed him to try his best to fulfill the requirements of the other party. As a result, he doubled his efforts to please Rodi and told him everything he knew about the mythical beasts. In fact, mythical beasts truly existed on the Roland continent. Those strange creatures had existed from thousands of years ago until now. However, at present, in the Roland continent, mythical beasts had been decreasing in numbers. 300 years ago, due to the massacre caused by the mythical beasts, the Sorcerers Association on the Roland continent and the temple made a joint announcement to the public. They announced that if any of the people of the Roland continent were to capture or kill any mythical beast, they could then take the magical cores from the mythical beasts to the Sorcerers Association to collect their rewards. Under such a system, a special occupation was created on the Roland continent, monster hunters. A few very powerful masters emerged amongst them. Apparently, 100 years ago, there was once a monster hunter who actually reached the standard of a paladin. Starting from about 100 years ago, after more than 200 years of killing, the number of mythical beasts had dropped. Mythical beasts could no longer be found in most parts of the Roland continent. A lot of mythical beast tracks could still be found in the northern mountains of the Sauron Kingdom and the forests in the north of the Roland continent. As for the other regions, occasionally there were news of mythical beasts' activities, but mostly they were just rumors. The other mysterious legend of the Roland continent was the legendary dragon race. Dragons were very powerful. They had a high degree of intelligence and naturally powerful bodies. They were born with their own dragon's special magic capabilities. The dragon's territory was situated in the cold lands at the extreme north of the Roland continent. The temperature there was extremely low. Allegedly, to get there, one had to head north after passing through the northern forest where the mythical beasts abound. However, as the dragon race was terrifying and the mythical beast forest was a barrier, nobody dared to venture there. The dragons also had never stepped out of their own territory. In the history of the Roland continent, the monster hunters had a few large-scale operations to kill the dragons, but all failed in the end. Even the most powerful monster hunter did not dare to provoke the dragons anymore. According to the legends, a few exceptionally powerful sorcerers had secret dealings with the dragons. However, that was just a legend. When Rhodey heard that, he smiled. Just a legend? Rhodey could not help but look at the scimitar in the cabinet behind him. On the scimitar was a dragon's magical incantation. That proved that the legend of someone in the Roland continent having dealings with the dragons was true. Rhodey carefully asked a few more questions again. After all, he was still very concerned about the legends of the dragons. That was because the legendary and most powerful dragon, the mystic dragon, was in his body. Unfortunately, that Roland envoy did not know much more about the secrets of the legend. After all, it would be impossible for someone of his standing to be knowledgeable about such secrets. That envoy noticed that Rhodey was very interested in such strange things. In order to please him, that envoy told him another legend. In the middle of the Roland continent's inland sea, there was a large island. Legendary dwarves live on that island. Rhodey looked skeptical and the envoy immediately explained that those dwarves were not legends and that they really existed. Those dwarves also believed in God, so they were recognized as a legal race on the Roland continent. Dwarves were born shorter than other humans. They had bad temper and loved to drink their own brewed malt wine. At the same time, those dwarves were excellent craftsmen and clever in making good weapons. Rhodey, who was not very interested in that, could not help but lambast, there are dragons, mythical beasts, and even dwarves. It seems like the Roland continent is a place where all sorts of monsters and people gather. The envoy's face turned stiff and immediately concealed it with a smile. After thinking for a while, Rhodey asked about the temple, especially the saint who had been dispatched to the Sauron Kingdom, the Black Veil Saint. In fact, after a whole day of questioning, this was the question that Rhodey truly wanted to ask. However, he was afraid of raising any suspicion, so he had beat around the bush in the beginning. Sure enough, that envoy was immediately vigilant and asked, "Mr. Rhodey, why are you asking all this?" "Right now, our relationship with the temple is." Rhodey smiled as he understood that the envoy was afraid that he would secretly contact the temple. The envoy was afraid that the Radiant Empire might secretly plot against the Sauron Kingdom. "You do not have to worry. I just heard that there is a Black Veil Saint in the Sauron Kingdom and that she is the most powerful amongst the 13 saints. Since I am following you to the Sauron Kingdom, I am worried I would meet this person. Naturally, I would want to know more about her." The Roland envoy felt relieved. He smiled and replied, "It looks like you are well informed. The Black Veil Saint is indeed the most powerful saint of the temple. Although she is a young woman, rumors said that she had already cultivated to a very advanced level. She is as powerful as a paladin." That envoy then showed a strange smile and lowered his voice. "The Black Veil Saint covers her face with a black veil all the time. However, rumors said that she is a stunning beauty." That envoy had a bewitched expression and did not notice that Rhodey's expression had sunk. Rhodey coldly grunted. The Roland envoy shuddered a little. He quickly straightened his expression and said, "Normally, the Black Veil Saint does not like to interfere with things, especially now." Sigh. "I heard that during her time at the temple, she was admired by many high-ranked knights of the temple. Finally, the Black Veil Saint accepted the marriage proposal by Paladin Fielding. I heard that she was to marry Paladin Fielding after she completed her training at the Sauron Kingdom. Unfortunately." "What happened?" The envoy smacked his lips and smiled. "Unfortunately, something went wrong. A year ago, the Black Veil Saint suddenly ignored His Excellency, Fielding. Apparently, His Excellency Fielding visited her but was stopped outside the temple hall. She also publicly threw a magic staff, presented to her by His Excellency Fielding, down a flight of stairs." "Oh?" The Roland envoy noticed that the Earl seemed to be very interested in that topic. He then became spirited and told him all that he knew. That magic staff was a present by His Excellency Fielding to the Black Veil Saint as a token of engagement. Then again, the saint had agreed to the paladin's proposal because of the wish of the temple elder. That magic staff was also given to His Excellency Fielding by the elder so that Fielding could present it to the Black Veil Saint. Humph. Rhodey's expression sank and he felt unhappy when he heard that. The envoy was shocked as he did not know what he said wrong to make the Earl unhappy. He then heard Rhodey coldly said, "The elders of the Roland Temple are strange. They even meddle in this kind of matters? Haha, why not?" The love between the saint and the paladin was a well-talked about topic at that time. In fact, haha. In fact what? Rhodey could not help but ask. That Roland envoy smiled and said, "In fact, there was more to that." Apparently, after approving the marriage of Fielding and the saint, Fielding became very grateful to that elder. He accepted that elder as his godfather. That elder is now the chief of the elders. Oh. Rhodey's eyes turned bright. Was there such a thing? Humph, good. He actually used such a trick to gain the favor of a paladin. It seems like this fellow is not just a religious fanatic. He actually has such a devious mind. What happened after that? Rhodey asked with a smile. News of what happened after that came out. The saint not only threw away the magic staff, she also refused to meet His Excellency, Fielding. Such an awe-inspiring paladin had to stand outside the temple hall of the Sauron Kingdom and was not allowed to go in. Ha ha. It was said that the two ended up fighting. Apparently, the Black Veil Saint won and managed to chase out the paladin. That envoy laughed, very pleased with himself. That day, the saint also told the paladin that she had never loved him. The paladin then ran to the Radiant Continent. At that point, the envoy stopped speaking. He had a weird and awkward expression. Rhodey smiled and continued, "After that, he went to the Radiant Continent and was defeated by the Duke of the Tulip family." Am I right? Yes. The envoy breathed a sigh of relief. As the two parties were now going to have peace negotiations, the mention of that war would be awkward. Rhodey thought for a moment and then asked, "Has Paladin Fielding returned to the temple?" "I heard that he did. However, he no longer appeared after returning. It seemed like he was engrossed in cultivation." Rhodey smiled and replied, "Not bad, he has a sense of shame. He probably wants to cultivate and then look for the Duke of the Tulip family to take revenge." Rhodey paused for a moment. He was about to ask how the Black Veil Saint was doing in the Sauron Kingdom when he suddenly heard a loud bang and felt the hull of the ship shake violently. The food on the table all fell to the floor. That envoy was also unprepared and fell to the floor. They then heard the sailors outside shouting, "Somebody is firing at us. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 220, Inhuman. Chapter 220, Inhuman. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What happened? Rhodey rushed out of the cabin and grabbed the sailor who was screaming in panic. Roland people. Warship of the Roland people. Suddenly, there was another loud bang as the other ship fired again. The shot did not hit Rhodey's ship, but a 5 to 6 meters high column of water shot out from the port side of the ship, spraying water everywhere. The hull of the ship also shook violently and the sailor fell down onto the deck. "Behind us! They are behind us!" The signalman on the observation platform atop the mast shouted. Sure enough, at a distance behind Rhodey's ship was a Roland warship. The warship looked bigger than Rhodey's ship. It was a typical Roland warship with its cannons pointing up from both sides of the warship. After the two shots, the other party stopped firing. It sailed over at maximum speed. What happened? That Roland envoy scrambled frantically out of the cabin. The sailor then shouted, "They are sending flag signals." Before Rhodey could speak, he heard someone beside him shouted, "What did they say?" The person who shouted was the ship's captain. He was about 40 years old and was from the Sharp Metal Lane. They said that those two shots were just warning shots. They want us to immediately stop the ship and surrender. Otherwise, they would fire directly at our ship. Rhodey loudly asked, "Who are they?" A sailor from above replied, "I do not know. They are flying a black flag." The captain shouted again, "Tell them that we are merchants from Shark Metal Lane of the Radiant Empire." The sailor on top of the ship signaled with his flags for a while. After that, he loudly said, "They insist that we stop our ship." Rhodey gritted his teeth. He grabbed the Roland envoy who was standing beside him and asked, "Do you know what is going on?" That Roland envoy turned pale and trembled. No, I don't know. That is not the ship of the Sauron Kingdom. The captain gloomily looked at Rhodey and softly asked, Your Excellency Earl, what should we do? Rhodey looked back and asked, Can we return fire? The captain shook his head and replied, Your Excellency, we are just a merchant ship from the Sharp Metal Lane. We do not have such cannons on our ship and would definitely not be able to win. Rhodey frowned as he asked again, What about escape? Can we escape? The captain sighed and said, It is very difficult. You also know that the ships of Roland people are more advanced than ours. We do not have an advantage in speed. The captain then looked at the Roland envoy and saw panic in his eyes. The captain showed an expression of disdain and said, Your Excellency, I will have my signalman delay them. During that time, we will try our best to escape as far away as possible. We cannot just wait here for their cannons to fire at us. The captain was evidently a veteran for the Sharp Metal Lane ship. He made a gesture, ordering the signalman at the mast to stall for time. He then shouted to the sailors to get to work quickly. Everybody on the deck became busy. The strong sailors hauled the ropes and all the sails were raised. The captain then kicked aside the helmsman and personally took control of the ship's helm. The sails billowed and the ship gradually accelerated. The Roland people behind them and their signalman had been negotiating. When they realized that Rhodey's ship was attempting to escape, they started chasing. There were two loud bangs as the enemy fired again. One of the cannon shells hit the surface of the ocean by the side. The ocean waves pushed the hull of the ship and almost turned it over. The second cannon shell hit the deck of the ship. Two sailors were blasted before they could even scream. Their blood and flesh splattered in every direction. Another two more sailors were injured from the scattering splinters of wood. The captain cursed as his hands accidentally pushed the helm to the extreme left. The entire ship had swerved and turned violently, almost causing a few men to fall into the sea. The whole ship had turned to starboard and charged ahead. Turn the sails. You idiots! Turn the sails! As the captain steered the ship, he shouted, They are using the cannons on the right. Let's sail to their left. Rhodey grabbed the envoy by his collar and shouted, Why are the Roland people intercepting our ship? I don't know. Perhaps they are pirates. The Roland envoy shivered. Pirates? Rhodey grunted coldly. Are there pirates in your sea? Two more shots were fired from the cannons. Rhodey shouted loudly and kicked the Roland envoy into the cabin. The cannon shells exploded at his side. Flesh and blood flew everywhere on the deck. A big hole was also blown open on the side of the ship. The Roland people were not prepared when the enemy suddenly changed their direction to charge into them. The enemy had directed the attack on the other side of the ship. It was totally unexpected. After hastily firing two shots, the enemy soldiers moved to set up the other cannon. After they had refilled the cannon and set the sights, the enemy ship was already closing in. The next two shots were fired. One of the shots hit Rhodey's ship, punching a big hole in the stern. One of the cable frames supporting the mast was also damaged by the shot, such that the sail crashed immediately. After losing a sail, the ship slowed down. Fortunately, they were already out of the cannon's effective range of fire. The commander of the attacking Roland warship was obviously not at the level of the Roland people's navy. Obviously, he lacked experience. When Rhodey saw that the enemy was at a loss momentarily, an opportunity appeared for Rhodey. The captain of the ship and the sailors were shouting loudly. Rhodey also shouted to his subordinates. Grab your weapons. Get ready to counterattack. At that point in time, the two ships were close to each other. Although their distance on the sea was still about a few 10 meters away from each other, both sides would almost brush past each other when they finally get nearer. Rhodey's dozen subordinates had long picked up their weapons, waiting at the side of the ship. When the two ships were finally side by side, the dozen elite soldiers immediately fired their arrows. The first volley struck those thinly dressed enemy sailors on the other ship with arrows. After that, the enemy also started to return fire. Separated by 20 meters on the ocean, both sides shot their arrows at each other. On Rhodey's side, they had already prepared a few small cannons on their deck. A round of close-range shots managed to hit most of the enemy. However, the Roland people's Ironwood warship was really sturdy. Although most of the shots found their marks, it did not cause too much damage. On the other hand, the shots fired by the enemies had already caused a few gaping holes in Rhodey's ship. The hull had begun to tilt and half the crew had died. Damn it, the captain cursed. He then roared out. Your Excellency, you. At that moment, a huge ball of light suddenly appeared on the enemy's ship. The ball of light shot out like lightning. The captain's last words were drowned out by the explosion. The huge waves knocked out the nearby people. The captain was obviously dead and the helm was blown off. Sorcerers! Rhodey's eyes flashed. Sure enough, he saw about 7 to 8 black-robed sorcerers. The sorcerers were floating in the air. They raised their staffs and shot out big and small fireballs towards Rhodey. Preposterous! Rhodey growled as he grabbed a sword from a soldier's waist and jumped up from the deck. Instantly, a mass of golden fighting energy appeared from his body. He then slashed his hand sideways. An airwave shot out in a circular arc. The wave seemed to cut the whole sky. Those sorcerers in the sky were sliced into two at their waists. Blood splashed out from their bodies. However, another 7 to 8 sorcerers rose above the enemy warship. They all looked at Rhodey and, at the same time, they fired a series of light balls. There was a loud rumbling sound as those big and small light balls all struck Rhodey. Rhodey's body was surrounded and protected by a mass of golden fighting energy. Rhodey used the sword to deflect all the light balls in front of him. 2 of the light balls he deflected flew back and struck the enemy warship. Rhodey realized something. A normal Roland warship would not have so many sorcerers. According to what he knew, a normal Roland navy would only have up 2 to 3 sorcerers on each ship. Only one force could have so many sorcerers, and that was the Roland Temple. When his ship changed direction and approached the enemy, they panicked and reacted slowly. That was enough to show that these were not normal navy ships. The moment Rhodey realized that, he leaped towards the enemy ship. He knew that he was at a disadvantage fighting from a distance. The Roland warship was sturdy and normal cannons were ineffective against them. Therefore, a close-range fight would be the best option. Rhodey swiftly and severely smashed into the enemy ship. A hole was smashed open on the ironwood hull. After that, he rushed into the ship's hold. Immediately, cries of killings erupted from within. The enemy ship was in chaos. Then, Rhodey broke out through the deck, covered in blood. Wherever he went, flesh and blood flew. Whichever Roland people stood in his way would not last 2 or 3 strikes from his sword. Within a short moment, he had already rushed up to the main mast and suddenly proceeded to cut down the mast. There was a clanging sound as Rhodey's sword was blocked. A black-cloaked man blocked Rhodey's way with a cross-shaped sword. That person looked like a knight. Rhodey felt anxious and growled. He slashed 3 times in succession, but the knight was not weak and blocked all 3 slashes. However, the knight moved back a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Rhodey's face had a murderous expression and both his face and body were covered with blood. He ignored the enemy in front of him and turned around to cut the mast. However, the moment he swung down his sword, he heard a crisp sound of metal breaking and the sword in his hand had broken into 2. Rhodey was in a hurry earlier and had simply grabbed an ordinary sword from one of his subordinates. After fighting fiercely and recklessly against the high-ranked knight, the sword could no longer withstand Rhodey's violent fighting energy and strikes. Besides that, the mast was also made of the sturdy ironwood. At long last, the sword finally broke. Rhodey secretly cursed, regretting that he did not use the Dragon Fong sword. After all, he had used the Dragon Fong sword so much during the war. Rhodey did not dare to bring that Dragon Fong sword because he was afraid that he might be recognized. However, it was now too late to get one. Rhodey then heard the sound of the air being cleaved behind him. Rhodey turned around and felt his chest shake when something slammed into him. His chest had been stabbed at with a large sword. In front of him were 2 silver-armored knights. Both of them were very skilled and had cooperated with each other to attack him. One of them had struck him in the chest while the other swung his sword at Rhodey's neck. Rhodey twisted his body. He seized the sword at his chest with one hand and caught the other sword with the other hand. The 2 Roland knights were indescribably frightened. They had never seen such a fierce person who used his bare hands to grab their sharp swords before. Within a short moment, Rhodey had already caught their swords and kicked one of them in the chest. That knight spat out blood as he flew and fell into the sea. Holding the sword blade, Rhodey swung the sword hilt at the other knight's head. That blow dented his helmet and flattened and deformed his head. The knight died without even groaning. Rhodey then saw an old man wearing black robes shouting from the stern of the ship. "Stop him! Stop him!" A few knights by the old man's side had already rushed towards Rhodey. Although Rhodey was not afraid of his enemy, he was entangled by the enemy and was unable to cut down the main mast. Seeing the enemy sailors still loading the cannons with ammunition, Rhodey rushed forward in quick strides. Before the surrounding enemy knights had approached, Rhodey kicked away the 2 sailors beside him. Noticing that, by then, the light in the burning fuse had almost reached the gunpowder, he forcefully turned the cannon around. Boom! The knight rushing towards him from the left received the brunt of the explosion and was blasted into pieces. 2 more knights who were following from behind were also badly mangled. Rhodey started to move faster and killed those in his way as he moved along the side of the warship. In less than a moment, he had destroyed 6 cannons and killed dozens of sailors. A few high-ranked knights chased Rhodey from behind. Rhodey suddenly roared loudly. He then lifted a cannon with one hand and forcefully threw the cannon. There was a series of tragic yells as the cannon fell and rolled on the deck like a meteor. All those Roland people that the cannon hit or crashed into had their bones broken. It finally punched a huge hole in the side of the ship. The Roland people were stunned. Is this guy human? He single-handedly killed the people on the ship. In a single breath, he killed so many sailors. Those high-ranked knights not only could not stop him. Instead, some were easily defeated. Lastly, that cannon weighed at least 1,000 kilograms, yet that guy was able to throw it with just one hand. He is not human. This guy is definitely not human. Those Roland sailors finally became frightened and no longer dared to reload the cannons. They scattered in several directions away from Rhodey. Only the loyal and brave knights continued to charge at Rhodey. Since Rhodey was causing trouble in the enemy ship, there was considerably less pressure in his own ship. Although the captain was dead, the sailors of the Shark Metal Lanes merchant ship were clearly experienced. The first mate had commanded the crew to fight back, but they could not control the direction of the ship since the helm had been blown off. Rhodey cut down another knight beside him when he saw his ship gradually moving away. When he was about to turn around to go back, he suddenly heard a loud earth-shaking sound. With a groan, the main mast of Rhodey's ship suddenly came crashing down and injured several sailors below. The huge sails also fell and covered the hull, causing the people under it to scream. Rhodey looked some distance away and saw 2 more Roland warships. They looked as if they were going to surround Rhodey's ship from a distance. Black banners also hung on the 2 Roland warships. Immediately, 7 to 8 sorcerers per ship flew above their ships and started to cast out a series of light balls. A soft voice came from the surface of the sea in the distance. That sound was cool and refreshing. It seemed to strongly vibrate in the ears but was incomparably distinct. People of the Radiant Empire. We will give you a minute to surrender. Otherwise, we will kill without consideration. Rhodey finally turned pale and asked, "Who is it that has such strong fighting energy?" Rhodey flew up and returned to his ship. He stood on the bow of the ship, took a deep breath, and then he shouted. "Who are you? Are you people from the Roland Temple?" Rhodey's voice boomed over the sea as the sound waves rolled the sea waves backward. The owner of the voice from the other end seemed very surprised. Perhaps he did not expect his enemy to have such a powerful master. Rhodey heard a long whistling sound coming from the ship on the left. The whistling sound had a powerful aura and was sky-piercing. After that, in the sunlight, he saw a figure fly up from the ship. His body was dazzlingly golden under the sun. He flew over to Rhodey's ship like a golden lightning and landed on the bow of the ship. That man wore a golden armor. He had a delicate and feminine face. His long and golden hair fluttered as he slightly sneered. The slender and sharp sword he held in his hand was different from the double-edged swords held by normal Roland knights. That silver sword glimmered under the light. He stood at the bow of the ship with a sharp murderous look in his slender eyes. After looking around, his eyes finally rested on Rhodey. Rhodey coldly confronted the man with a sharp expression. He then heard the man said with a haughty and indifferent voice, "I am a paladin of the Roland Temple, Amore Hughes. Are you the one who spoke earlier? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 221, Evil Rhodey. Chapter 221, Evil Rhodey. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Paladin? Rhodey was slightly startled. The man named Amore Hughes took a step forward and jumped from the bow. As he stood on the deck, the sailors and soldiers around Rhodey aimed their weapons at him. However, he did not even look at them and only stared straight at Rhodey. He shouted, "Did you not hear my question? Are you the one who spoke earlier?" Rhodey lightly wiped the blood from his face. His body was covered in blood and looked like a butcher. He asked, "Did you say you were a paladin? How come I have never heard of you? Weren't the 2 paladins of the temple, Fielding and Augustine?" Amore Hughes smiled coldly and lightly flicked his wrist. The long and thin blade faintly vibrated and issued a buzzing sound. He then said with an arrogant tone, "The Pope has given me the title of paladin less than 10 days ago. Naturally, you heathens from the Radiant continent would not know this." His tone then gradually turned cold and said, "I will give you 2 options. First, you and your men lay down your weapons and surrender. Second, I will personally cut off your head." Arrogant. One of Rhodey's subordinates cursed and slashed his sword at him. That soldier was a grade 3 swordsman and an officer of the Imperial Guards. He was standing beside Amore Hughes, and when he heard his arrogant tone, he lost his patience and attacked without awaiting Rhodey's orders. Amore Hughes showed a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Fool," he coldly spoke. Those near him did not see his movements, but they heard a tragic cry as the grade 3 swordsman flew away spitting blood. He severely crashed onto the cabin. There were several cracking sounds. Obviously, a few of his bones were broken. Rhodey, who had a stern expression, said, "Everyone, move aside." He slowly walked 2 steps forward and said, "I will handle this." He then gave the subordinate beside him an eye signal. "Go to the cabin and get me my sword." Amore Hughes, his one hand behind his back, coldly said with an arrogant expression, "Don't worry. I will wait for you." He then took a deep breath and his voice resonated through the sea. "Without my orders, nobody is allowed to attack." Rhodey frowned slightly. Although he had never heard of this person, it was obvious that he had already reached the level of a paladin. In fact, he was not inferior to Fielding. "Are you ready?" Amore Hughes asked when he saw Rhodey's subordinate hand him a peculiar scimitar. He waved the long sword in his hand and a fierce and sharp force made a deep cut in the sturdy deck below his feet. "Well, can we start now?" Rhodey held the dragon spell scimitar one in one hand and tightly clenched his other fist. The murderous gaze in his eyes became more intense and he suddenly roared. He twisted his body and rushed forward with his blade gleaming like a rainbow. Ping! 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 There were loud sounds of metal clashing successively as they struck several times at each other. A mass of golden lights flashed. The scattering waves of energy forced the people around them to retreat while the nearer ones were almost blasted away. One used a single-edged scimitar while the other used a double-edged sword. Both their weapons glimmered with golden radiance. Sparks flew all over with every collision. There was a violent storm of energy. After that, there was an endless cracking sound as the deck beneath the feet of the 2 warriors began to split and crack. Rhodey went all out. He continuously attacked but was not able to gain any advantage. His opponent effectively blocked his attacks. The deck started to break. He knew that the ship would be destroyed if they continued. Rhodey suddenly slashed his sword and shouted, "Come with me!" Rhodey swiftly flew to the sky. Amore Hughes uttered a long cry. He pointed his sword towards the sky and followed. Rhodey had anticipated accurately that his opponent would rush up. While above him, Rhodey slashed down at Amore. Amore Hughes took the heavy blow. The sword in his hand trembled violently. He felt as if he had just collided against a mountain. In a single breath, Rhodey's mid-air attack knocked him straight down. He fell and splashed into the sea. The soldiers of the Radiant Empire on board the ship cheered, while the Roland people on the warship beside them clamored. Bang! A loud explosive sound then came from the surface of the water. Water splashed everywhere as Amore Hughes sprang back up from the water. His body was burning with a flame-like fighting energy that instantly dried his soaked body. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but he actually did not advance towards Rhodey. Instead, he flew higher and seemed to be standing on a cloud. Rhodey secretly became vigilant. Without another thought, he slashed out 2 blades of light. One went left and the other went right over his head towards Amore Hughes above him. Amore Hughes suddenly opened his mouth and blurted out a series of strange notes. 2 golden wings of light immediately appeared on his back. The strange notes entered Rhodey's ears, note after note. Mysteriously, it had some kind of strange attraction. Rhodey suddenly felt confused as if he was extremely familiar with each and every note. However, he just could not understand the meaning of those notes. Under the sun, Amore Hughes looked as if his entire body was shrouded with a golden light. His extremely delicate face together with the miraculous light wings on his back made him look like a god from a distance. Rhodey's 2 half-moon slash were easily countered by Amore with a wave of his hand and the blades of light slashed into the water surface, causing huge sprays of water. Suddenly, the pair of light wings on Amore Hughes' back flapped twice. He gave a sharp whistle and his body then shot towards Rhodey like a golden lightning, his sword pointed ahead. The air was filled with an extremely sharp scent. Rhodey saw that the figure had almost instantly appeared in front of him. He only had time to swing his scimitar obliquely. However, he suddenly felt a strange power coming out of the scimitar. Rhodey felt like his body was suddenly struck by lightning. His body fiercely shook a little. At that instant, Rhodey felt like all his strength had been drained from his body. His strength then burst out. Rhodey grunted and fell from the sky. Amore Hughes pursued relentlessly. His light wings flapped as he followed Rhodey down. The sword in his hands did not stop striking Rhodey. The 2 figures were entangled in the sky as they fell. The sound of the armor being smashed continued. After that, pieces of the armor also fell. Finally, an evil glint flashed in Amore Hugh's eyes as he struck his left hand on Rhodey's chest. Rhodey felt dizzy after the massive onslaught of attacks earlier. Right now, he only felt an icy cold feeling spread out on his chest. Then he suddenly felt as if he was being hammered in his heart. Rhodey finally could not endure it any longer and spat out blood into Amore Hugh's face before he fell, smashing into the ocean. Amore Hughes screamed as he wiped off the blood from his face. He flew up again as his pair of light wings flapped a few times in midair. He floated steadily in the sky and seemed to be shrouded in a layer of halo. Long live! Long live the Paladin! The people from Roland Continent cried out, "Long live the temple! Long live the Paladin!" Many of them saw Rhodey fought on top of that warship earlier. Those high-rank knights were like paper in front of that demon, as none of them could withstand the strikes of that demon. However, the Paladin of the temple had finally defeated the demon. On the other hand, the people from the Radiant Empire were saddened. An officer shouted with bated breath, "Idiots! What are you guys waiting for? Send 2 swimmers into the water and bring His Excellency back up. Quickly!" 2 sailors immediately jumped into the water while 2 other soldiers started to take off their armors. Amore Hughes, who was still in midair, looked indifferent. But in fact, he did not feel good. His series of fierce attacks earlier indeed struck his opponent. However, with every hit, his sword also emitted a strange reverse power. That extremely strange power radiated from the arm up his body and made half his body feel numb. It could be said that every time he struck his opponent, Amore Hughes was also injuring himself a little. That was especially true with the final attack. The moment he struck his palm on his opponent's chest, he felt a subtle force flowing into his palm. That force seemed to penetrate his body like a needle and crazily devoured his own fighting energy. Although Amore Hughes was still flying in the air, his face had already turned pale, sweating and breathing heavily. He could barely suppress his fighting energy from boiling. Most of all, the hand that was holding the sword was also trembling. When Rhodey smashed into the sea, his head was submerged in the cold seawater, but his body started to feel warm. Amore Hughes' final palm attack on Rhodey's chest had a penetrating, bone-chilling effect. The violent cold power instantly froze the fighting energy in his body. The original growing and endless cycle of power in his body was obstructed. Rhodey's body turned stiff and numb as the frozen feeling spread from his chest to all his limbs. The original burning golden flames in his body seemed to die out. Cold! This was the only thought in Rhodey's mind. Cold! That was the kind of coldness that could freeze the soul. Rhodey did not know that at that moment, a layer of ice had quickly formed around his body and began freezing him. That layer of sparkling ice crystal froze his entire body, his limbs, and his scimitar. Rhodey drowsily opened his eyes and saw that he was in the sea. The bubbles in the water seemed to seethe as his body slowly sank into the sea. Everything around him seemed to slow down. Even the sound of the water flowing into his ears was slower than usual. Rhodey gradually started to black out as if he was engulfed by a strange power that made him slowly lose all of his perceptions such as hearing, vision, and touch. With the last of his consciousness, Rhodey's mind flashed back to the last scene of the earlier fight. That Amore Hughes can actually grow a pair of light wings. On top of that, why did he say those notes? Why is it so familiar? He seemed to say, hashtag at asterisk dollar hashtag at hashtag percent dot. What does that mean? Rhodey did not notice that when the strange inexplicable words by Amore Hughes flashed in his mind, the scimitar in his hand suddenly burst out with brilliance. Silently, the ice crystal around him started to crack, then shattered into small pieces. The dragon spell inscribed on the scimitar flashed with a trace of strange light. That light transformed and spread from the blade of the scimitar along Rhodey's arm to his upper body, chest. The unconscious Rhodey suddenly opened his eyes. However, his eyes looked blank and did not seem to have any perception. Those eyes seemed to burn as if there was an inhumane mien of wrath, hatred, and violence. A soft cry came from Rhodey's mouth. It was a prolonged cry with a faint rhythm. With his soft cry, the ice crystal that originally wrapped around Rhodey's body seemed to break and melt. The tinkling sound of the ice breaking was like a marvelous tune. Rhodey's face showed a slight smile as if he enjoyed listening to that sound. Although Rhodey was under the sea, he did not seem to need to breathe. While under the sea, he suddenly stretched his body a little, raised his hand and then carefully looked at the scimitar in his hand. He then smiled. That was definitely a dangerous smile. That was because his smile looked as if he was a bloodthirsty butcher looking at his knife. That was definitely not the kind of smile that Rhodey would carry. After that, his smile grew even more amusing as if he was extremely interested in his own body. He carefully looked at his own palm. He lightly clenched his fist and opened it again. He lowered his head to look at his own body and his face showed a satisfied smile. Finally, Rhodey moved. It was as if he was gently stretching his lazy waist. The people on the sea suddenly noticed that something was wrong. The original calm sea suddenly changed. Suddenly, numerous huge waves appeared within a 10-mile radius of the sea. A series of huge waves fiercely hit the ship, and those who could not stand firmly on the side of the ship fell into the sea. After that, dozens of water columns shot out from the sea, which looked like water dragons coiling into the sky. A circularly shaped whirlpool then quickly formed in the sea. It only appeared for less than 10 seconds, but it had managed to pull several surrounding ships towards it with its tremendous power. Countless sailors cried out in fear. They had no time to control their ships and the ships already started to move on their own. A few ships in the whirlpool almost collided against one another. All the people on the ships had the same thought. We are doomed. However, the huge whirlpool disappeared faster than it had appeared. A figure shrouded in light appeared from the center of the whirlpool and after that flew higher and higher. Amore Hughes obviously felt the strange aura. That aura had an intangible pressure that made him feel in extremely imminent danger. Amore Hughes' delicate face had twisted as he fearfully looked at the figure enveloped in the light that appeared from the sea. He could see things differently from the others and could obviously see traces of black air atop the enveloping light. Feeling an instinctive fear, Amore Hughes could not stop himself from shaking and he gradually moved back. Suddenly, a loud and clear croon came out from the mouth of the figure within the mass of light. That sound was neither sharp nor harsh. However, everyone who heard that croon had to cover their ears. When that sound was transmitted into their ears, they felt like their eardrums were being pierced. That sound was akin to a solid object fiercely slamming into their hearts. After that, it was as if there was an invisible hand grabbing their souls into a lump and twisting them. Countless people started to scream miserably. One after another, they dropped their staffs, their weapons. With great effort, they covered their ears. However, it was to no avail. That sound seemed to penetrate everything and entered their ears as if there were no barriers. The first unlucky victims were the Roland sorcerers. Their bodies that were full of magic power were like unstable gunpowder warehouses. A little bit of spark was enough to make them explode. Some of the low-ranked sorcerers were unable to suppress their power, which had gone out of control. Many of their eyes started to congest with blood. After that, their bodies suddenly bounced up and floated into the air as if they were balloons. They swelled up and grew bigger until, bang! They exploded into a fog of blood. Initially, the high-ranked sorcerers knew how to chant incantations loudly. They used the light system's sorcery to stabilize their minds. A milky white light enveloped the bodies of the high-ranked sorcerers to protect them. However, something even more strange happened. Wave after wave of crooning later, the milky white light suddenly condensed together, like water condensing into ice. Countless sorcerers had lifetime dreams of being able to transform into an energy crystal. They somehow did it during this strange situation. However, that did not seem like a good thing. The energy light balls crystallized and enveloped their masters, the high-ranked sorcerers, inside. Perhaps, we should say imprisoned inside. After that, the person and the crystallized energy balls fused together. Rhodey then smiled wickedly. He suddenly snapped his fingers lightly. As if it was a small hammer lightly hitting a glass. Those sorcerers who were wrapped inside the crystallized energy light balls suddenly shattered. Like glassmen, they shattered into pieces and there was no blood. In such a strange scene, the more powerful the sorcerer, the greater the damage. On the other hand, the ordinary soldiers and sailors only covered their ears and rolled on the deck in pain. Translator's notes. 1. The scimitar was engraved with a spell written in the dragon language. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, Rapid Kill. Chapter 222, Rapid Kill. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Shut up. When Amore Hughes saw his men on the ship had died, he trembled. However, he gritted his teeth and charged. Amore Hughes flapped his wings and flew high up. Within a short moment, he was already in front of Rhodey. He thrust the long and slender sword towards Rhodey's chest. Rhodey finally closed his mouth and the huge wave suddenly stopped. However, his body seemed to flicker slightly for a moment and then instantly disappeared. Amore Hughes' expression changed as he instinctively felt himself in peril. He turned around and sure enough, he saw Rhodey behind him. A silver blade of light was already in front of him. Amore Hughes cried out in fear as he shot towards the back in retreat. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky. Both of them actually used teleport, a high-ranked martial skill one. The impact of using this martial skill caused waves of energy to smash all around. The people on the ships, regardless whether they were from the Roland continent or the Radiant Empire, had stopped screaming. One after another, they stood up on the deck of the ships. They had forgotten their hostility to each other and were stunned as they looked at the two fighters clashing with each other, in the midst of a churning gale wind in the sky. Bits and pieces of something seemed to fall from the sky. One of the drops fell on the face of a Roland knight. He casually wiped his face only to find something wet, slippery, and had a certain smell. When he raised his hand to look, he realized that it was blood. That knight turned as pale as paper and said, "Where did this demon come from? Could it be that even His Excellency the Paladin is not his match?" Amore Hughes was now desperate. Amore Hughes kept on thrusting his sword out frantically. However, none of his blows could accurately strike his opponent. On the other hand, his opponent grinned and easily wounded him swinging his scimitar. Teleporting was a martial skill that consumed a lot of energy. After more than 10 attempts, Amore Hughes was exhausted. He no longer had the energy to teleport anymore. However, the demon he was fighting seemed to have an endless supply of energy. To a regular person, Rhodey's teleports were simply a waste of energy. He would suddenly teleport to Amore Hughes' left, and the moment he raised his sword, he would disappear. After that, Rhodey appeared on Amore Hughes' right. When Amore Hughes reacted by raising the sword to block, a flash appeared in front of him and he felt pain on his back. And then, Rhodey inexplicably appeared right in front of him. Rhodey was just toying with him. Amore Hughes felt extremely dreadful. Anyone who could teleport a top-rate skill so expertly yet in such a wasteful manner was definitely much stronger than him. If Rhodey really wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to put in so much effort. It was like a cat catching a mouse. Before killing the mouse, the cat would first play around with the mouse until it had enough. During the first dozen teleports, Amore Hughes had difficulty, but he could still contend with his opponent. After that, Amore Hughes could no longer keep up with his opponent's speed. At that moment, he had suffered a dozen more wounds on his chest, his back, and his arms. Blood continued to bleed and his entire body was bloodied. He could feel himself gradually losing his strength and the sword in his hand also felt heavier. Rhodey's smile became even more joyful and radiant as he watched his opponent's blood drip from the body. When Rhodey grabbed his neck with his cold but extremely strong hand, Amore Hughes gave up resisting. He loosened his grip and his sword fell from the sky. He closed his eyes and awaited his death. However, after waiting for a while, he realized that there was no movement. Amore Hughes opened his eyes and saw his opponent closely looking at him with a somewhat puzzled expression. "You?" Amore Hughes gritted his teeth and had just said a word when he saw his opponent flashed his scimitar in front of him. His opponent then looked at him for a moment and then looked at the scimitar again. Amore Hughes understood what his opponent meant. He looked at the dragon language on the scimitar. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly read out, #and $. Rhodey smiled. That smile seemed genuine and did not have a murderous aura. Rhodey finally opened his mouth and spoke in a strange accent. With a harsh tone and difficulty, he said these words. "You are a dragon." Those words made Amore Hughes look as if he had just been slashed. He stared at Rhodey, gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you also from the dragon race?" Rhodey looked blank and he seemed to be lost in thought. After that, he smiled and let go of the hand holding Amore Hughes' neck. He then pointed at the ships below and slowly opened up his left hand. The aura of a dragon. The most primitive and purest aura of a dragon. Space seemed to twist a little. As Amore Hughes was close to Rhodey, he felt as if the dozen wounds on his body was squeezed by an external force. He screamed as blood vigorously shot out from all his wounds. At the same time, a black aura solidified in Rhodey's palm and formed a small black ball of light. Along with the crackling of the black electrical cocoon, Rhodey slowly raised his hand until it was above his head. The ball of light in his palm grew bigger as if he was holding it in his palm. Amore Hughes trembled. He was not a timid man. He was truly a brave dragon. However, when confronted by the incomparably powerful and pure dragon aura emitted from the body of his opponent, he felt both respect and a deep fear in his soul. Finally, Amore Hughes clearly heard a few notes spoken by Rhodey. Those notes were spoken most accurately in the dragon language. The moment he heard those words, he felt as if his whole body was fiercely whipped. He looked inconceivably at the person beside him. His vision turned black and he became stiff. This guy actually said the legendary words, "Mystic Dragon Purge." An extremely loud and clear roar of a dragon reverberated through the skies. With a boom, a black dragon shot out from the ball of light in Rhodey's palm. The huge meandering body carried black flames and dived down. The huge body of the dragon covered the whole sky as it opened its big mouth and roared towards the sea. No, this is impossible. Amore Hughes seemed to have suddenly become sober and roared, impossible. He flapped his wings and dived down. He then roared in despair, run. Run quickly. The paladin from the dragon race used the last of his strength to dive underneath the huge black dragon. He raised his hands high and a huge disc of golden light suddenly appeared in his hands. The disc flashed with the pattern of a gold-colored, long-horned dragon head. The black dragon light struck Amore Hughes' disc of light. Amore Hughes' body shook violently. Immediately, a raging golden flame burned him inside it. It was so dazzling that the sun looked dim in comparison. He was like a raging golden fireball. He became so bright that people could not look directly at him. The roar of that huge dragon vibrated and made everybody cover their ears. The sky also shook and the clouds in the sky had long since vanished. It was as if the sky had lost its color and the entire space was shaking endlessly. The figure of the paladin in the sky was extremely small compared to the black light dragon. However, he ignited his fighting energy with all his vitality, using the dragon race's ultimate defensive technique, Dragon God Guardian, to stop the attack of that huge black dragon. Rhodey floated in the sky as he looked coldly at everything below him. He clasped his hands behind himself and coldly said, "Why are you doing this? Did you think you can stop this just by burning away your own vitality?" Amore Hughes was already speechless. He was like a piece of burning firewood. In the golden burning flames, the black demon dragon roared. His disc of light was pushed down bit by bit. Despair flashed in his eyes as his body started to dissipate. His body turned into powder starting from his feet and slowly disappeared as the wind blew. After his entire body disappeared, there was nobody else that could stop the roar of the mystic dragon. After losing the last line of defense, the black light dragon brought the hellfire down. Several ships immediately broke into countless pieces. The waves immediately surged and vaporized. The countless pieces of debris disappeared completely in the hellfire. The surface of the sea within a 5-kilometer radius had become a vacuum. In that circular vacuum, the seawater vaporized and everything else, such as the sea creatures, the stones, the corals, the debris of the ships, the Roland sorcerers, the soldiers and the sailors all completely disappeared in the undying black flames. The only thing that remained was the ship of the Radiant Empire. That ship was already shrouded by a mass of black light. The surrounding hellfire seemed to avoid it. The soldiers and the sailors of the Radiant Empire had distorted faces when they saw what happened around them. That had already gone beyond what they knew throughout their life. When they saw their powerful enemies destroyed instantly, they not only did not feel delighted, instead, they had a deep sense of fear. The hellfire that could burn everything gradually disappeared. When the boundary of the vacuum disappeared, the surrounding seawater rushed in and refilled the empty space. The Empire ship was thrown about by the waves of water filling up the empty space. The ship shook so violently that everybody on the ship was afraid that the ship would be destroyed. But at that moment, a figure fell heavily onto the deck of the ship. When Rhodey's feet stepped onto the deck, all the shaking and vibration stopped. No matter how strong were the surrounding wind and waves crashing against the ship remained immovable, like a huge boulder amidst the waves. After nearly an hour, the sea calmed down again. When the waves had subsided, they could see that the surrounding seawater was still blue, the sky was also still blue and the sun was still golden. It was as if nothing had happened. Looking at the broken hull of the ship and the demonic excellency the Earl standing on the deck, all of them wondered if they were having a nightmare. Rhodey stood there but no one dared to say a word or approach him. Finally, after some time, Rhodey suddenly stepped forward. The black light in his eyes flashed and disappeared. With a clatter, the scimitar in his hand dropped to the ground. Rhodey seemed to open his mouth to say something, but before he could say anything, he fell to the ground with a loud crash. In the sea, when the ship lost its mast and its helm, it actually lost its ability to move. The ship just stopped there adrift in the ocean. The sailors and the soldiers looked at one another, not knowing what to do next. The captain of the ship was already dead. The leader of the soldiers was also already killed by the paladin and His Excellency the Earl was unconscious. There was nobody on board who could give orders or lead. The only person left, the first mate of the ship, also did not have any ideas. He simply told the sailors to check the ship's condition and see if they could restore the ship's mobility. The sailors were stunned by the horrible scene earlier and none of them dared to go near Rhodey. On the other hand, the soldiers, the loyal elites of the Imperial Guards, helped to carry Rhodey into the cabin. When they entered the cabin, they found that the Roland envoy was actually not in a good condition. It seemed that the Roland envoy was also a sorcerer and was affected by the sound wave that killed most of the Roland sorcerers earlier. Fortunately, the envoy did not die. However, the envoy had shrunk into a ball and seemed to be delirious. The condition of His Excellency the Earl also made them helpless. They took off the Earl's armor and wiped the blood off his body only to find that His Excellency obviously did not have any injury. However, he had fallen into a coma. The soldiers were helpless and a higher-ranked warrior ordered everyone to vigilantly guard the cabin. His Excellency the Earl remained unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. The first mate along with his sailors checked the ship and were despondent that the ship had completely lost its ability to move. In the absence of tools, the main mast could not be repaired at all. In addition, the helm that had been crushed into pieces also could not be repaired. The ship could only continue to float with the flow of the waves in the sea. Fortunately, there was an abundance of food and water on the ship. However, without the ability to move, it drifted aimlessly in the sea, making everyone's hearts feel heavier and heavier with every passing day. Finally, on the 3rd day, when the soldier guarding the cabin was trying to feed Rhodey, who was still in a coma, some water, the door of the cabin was pushed open. The first mate rushed in with an excited expression. He could not conceal the excitement in his voice as he shouted, "Has His Excellency woken up?" Seeing the soldiers shake their heads, the first mate continued, "A fleet of ships has appeared in front of us. They have found us and we are now negotiating." He paused for a moment and then added, "They are warships from the Sauron Kingdom. Their signalmen informed us that they were ordered to welcome the Empire's envoy." The soldiers followed the first mate and rushed out of the cabin. They could see about 7 or 8 large warships in the distance. Flying high on the ships were the banners of the Sauron Kingdom. Translator's notes. 1. Shui. Literally, warping or teleportation. As it is a martial skill, some may also recognize it as instant transmission. As the word is used, first as a skill name and later as an action, I decided to stick to teleport. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223, Muddy and Turbid. Chapter 223, Muddy and Turbid. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Sauron Kingdom occupied half of the Roland continent. However, the capital city of the kingdom was not as big as imagined. The Imperial Palace definitely did not deserve to be called Brilliant Golden Wall. The Sauron Kingdom's reputation as a hundreds of years old ancient kingdom was well known. There were even traces of history in the construction of the main building of the palace. Beneath the tallest tower that had 18 floors, was the main part of the palace. At the periphery of the palace were about a dozen statues recording the glorious achievements of great legendary personages in the kingdom. Around the carvings of those personages were also carvings of birds and beasts. Below the carvings were stone tablets packed with details of the brilliant histories of those personages. The stone tablets usually stated on a certain date, a certain monarch conquered a certain land, or on a certain date, a certain monarch triumphed over a certain enemy army. The main hall was spotless and extremely silent. The beautiful murals on the wall were lifelike. There were also sky-like reliefs on the ceilings. Although the floating cloud reliefs were not real, there were peculiar gems mounted on it, making it appear colorful. Unlike a normal palace, there were no guards on strict patrol here. Like the previous kings before him, King Sauron had the same belief: unseen power was the most effective deterrent. Having the place heavily guarded would be akin to what a newly rich would do. A meat bun's filling is not placed on top of the creases one. The reigning king of the Sauron Kingdom was only 30 years old. However, he looked much older and stronger than his actual age. That ambitious king had been working hard for his country every day since he became king 5 years ago. The greatest potential danger to his monarchical power would undoubtedly be the ubiquitous Roland Temple. God's authority is the greatest. The king sneered, whispering to himself, "Why is God so high and mighty? Since I rule this country, then everything should be carried out according to my will." The wrinkles at the corner of the king's eyes gradually reduced as he opened his eyes. He turned to look at his most trusted minister, the old aged senior prime minister too. The senior prime minister was his teacher when he was still a crown prince. As the man was the king's teacher, the king trusted him and showed him more respect. Or at the very least, superficially, he was extremely respectful. Looking at the senior prime minister, the king smiled and said, "Senior prime minister, what is the temple doing? Does our man have any information for us?" The king was a smart ruler. He knew that he needed to use an amiable approach with his most capable assistant, the senior prime minister. The aged senior prime minister's face was wrinkled like the skin of dried mandarins. The king's court revered that ugly old man, but to the king, he was just someone who could be trusted. "Your Majesty, do not worry. Commander Bia has sent the fleet out to welcome them. Presumably, the temple will not succeed so easily. We must take advantage of the current situation. The temple would not dare to publicly turn hostile against us. Even if they want to act, they would do so secretly. We can take advantage of this. The king casually played with the ring on his finger and slowly said, then, what about the Black Veil Saint? What is her position on these matters? The senior prime minister looked wise as he replied, that woman seldom appears in public ever since she came back from the south. Before the war, she had already lost most of the temple's trust. As a matter of fact, based on my secret observations, the temple had long wanted to recall her. However, as she is already known to the public as a saint and had been dispatched here by the temple, they are probably waiting for an excuse to arise before acting. The king laughed and said, so, should we provide the temple with an excuse? The Black Veil Saint is very powerful. Do we need to worry about this? The aged senior prime minister lowered his head as if he was hiding his gaze and said, no, I believe a saint who only appears to be in harmony with the temple is actually beneficial to us. If the temple were to send us a completely loyal saint, then we would have more trouble. The king nodded, apparently satisfied with the aged senior prime minister's answer. He then asked again, then, what is happening in the temple right now? What is that elder of the temple thinking about? They actually appointed 5 new paladins within the last 10 days. I suspect he is up to some tricks. Are paladins now worthless? It was so difficult to even find 2 to 3 real martial experts throughout the entire continent, but suddenly so many of them appeared. Did they grow out from the ground? The king sounded a little angry and a little impatient. The more paladins the temple had, the greater the strength and the threat of the temple. The senior prime minister bowed and whispered, the paladin's strength is beyond doubt. I have secretly sent people to investigate. These 5 people who were given the title paladin all have outstanding strength. Their backgrounds are also very clean and nothing strange could be found. However, I feel like their clean backgrounds are very suspicious. The king's eyes lit up. Do you mean, all these paladins come from? The senior prime minister kept quiet. He stretched out a single finger and pointed to the north. The king looked at the senior prime minister's gesture and showed a contemplative expression. Is it the Franks' kingdom? Although the Franks' kingdom was known as the knight's birthplace, they have not produced a single paladin for more than 100 years. The senior prime minister shook his head and continued to point north. The king frowned, is the Teuton kingdom secretly supporting the temple? HMP, the current paladin fielding is from the Teuton kingdom. It is said that the Teuton kingdom had produced a few outstanding martial experts. However, these people could not become paladins overnight. Is their power given to them by God? The senior prime minister shook his head again. His finger was still pointing towards the north. The king's expression finally changed as he asked, teacher, do you mean, those creatures? The senior prime minister nodded and sighed, this is probably the only logical explanation. Even if it was the Radiant continent, it would be impossible for so many sacred swordsmen to emerge in such a short time. Similarly, it is impossible for so many paladins to emerge out of thin air on the Roland continent. The only possibility is that strong race in the north. The king sneered and said, that old scoundrel of the temple. In order to become a pontiff, he even dared to collaborate with the dragon race. Weren't the dragon race heathens? Could it be that the dragons now dared to venture out of their territory? The senior prime minister laughed and softly said, Your Majesty, do you still remember the words I said during the time when I was your teacher? The king lowered his head and thought for a moment. He then laughed and said, I remember. He closed his eyes and repeated those words, when something involves the highest interests, even grievances with mortal enemies could be solved. There are no permanent enemies nor permanent friends. Religion is just a deceit under guise. The brighter the place, the darker the hidden corners. At this juncture, the king opened his eyes and looked at the senior prime minister. He then gently said, so, that old scoundrel of God, for the sake of achieving his highest interests, took this desperate action. He even went to the extent of tearing off their hypocritical religious masks. Is that right? The senior prime minister did not say anything. He just bowed. The king slowly walked towards the edge of the hall. His palm gently touched the beautiful murals and reliefs on the wall. When his fingers touched the cold reliefs, his movements were gentle as if he was caressing his lover. The king then showed a proud expression. This is the wealth left behind by my ancestors. I will not give this kingdom away to God's scoundrels. He then sighed and gave the senior prime minister a glance. The king smiled. That's enough. You may go back now. Tell me when there is news about the Radiant Empire's envoy. The senior prime minister gathered his sleeves and bowed. He slowly stepped back a few steps and then turned around to leave. The moment he left the palace hall, the chilly air on his face startled him and he involuntarily straightened his hunched body. His senile look disappeared and his muddy eyes flashed brightly. Our king is getting harder to control. Suddenly, he felt as if he was being watched. However, when he turned around to look, he found that the corner was empty. Was that uneasy feeling just an illusion? The senior prime minister once again hunched his back and slowly hobbled away from the palace. It is better to be more careful in this place. The king seemed to be alone in the hall. Suddenly, he sighed. After that, he smiled and asked, "Master Sith, what do you think?" A black robe suddenly appeared at an originally empty corner. Under the black robe, a figure was revealed. The figure had an indifferent expression as though he did not have any emotions. "Your Majesty, how am I supposed to answer this kind of question?" His face gradually emerged from the dark corner, revealing a flat face as if it had been pared off with a knife. He had a cold expression and a cold tone of voice. If there were other people here at the moment, they would definitely be surprised to see his face. That was because he undoubtedly had one of the most recognizable faces on the Roland continent. He was the chief sorcerer of the Sorcerers Association. The Grand Sorcerer, Master Sith, was undoubtedly the most famous person on the Roland continent. An even more surprising thing was that the chief sorcerer of the Sorcerers Association had appeared at the Sauron Kingdom. This was because the Sorcerers Association had always been the temple's most loyal ally. The king waved his hand and showed a dissatisfied expression. "Master Sith, do you need to show me that cold expression even when I am your ally, now? I also know that the senior prime minister is secretly having dealings with the temple. However, I am not surprised. It is just like what he taught me. When it involves personal interests, there are no permanent enemies nor permanent friends. For example, he is working together with the temple and right now, you are here on my side." The king then showed a profound smile as he looked meaningfully at the greatest sorcerer of the Roland continent. Sith's solemn expression flashed with a trace of color as he said, "However, you must also not forget. We are only temporary allies. There are some reservations in all cooperation with the Sauron Kingdom. Do you really trust me so much?" The king gently smiled and cleverly changed the topic. "Is your information about the Radiant Empire's envoy accurate? Did he really kill the temple's paladin on his own?" Sith shook his head and replied, "To be precise, I do not know very much. I only know that the temple had dispatched the person I dislike, Amore Hughes, to intercept them. However, none of them returned." The king laughed happily. He then sighed and said, "Looks like our new ally at the southern continent has given us an extraordinary fellow." As if he deliberately did not want the king to feel too pleased, Sith's cold eyes flashed with ridicule as he said, "This news is not only known to us. In fact, your senior prime minister should have received this news last night but..." The king shook his head and said, "However, he did not tell me because this news came from the temple. He is afraid that I would suspect the source of his information." "Master Sith, is this the purpose you are telling me this?" Sith coldly looked at the king and remained silent. The king slowly sat down and firmly said, "No matter how the situation changes, I always believe in one truth. Exploit." His serious expression revealed a bit of pride as he continued, "Any circumstance can be exploited, provided you are clever enough." Sith looked at the ordinary person sitting in front of him. Although he respected the king, from the point of view of a sorcerer, the king was just an ordinary person. He did not have the strength of a knight and he did not have the powerful magic of a sorcerer. Even for now, if Sith were to casually cast a spell, the king would easily die. However, the king's confidence gave Sith a strange feeling. The Sorcerers Association and the Sauron Kingdom was cooperating so that we would not be swallowed up by the temple. However, would we be swallowed up by this king instead if we continue to cooperate? In the dark of the night, at a distance of about 100 kilometers away from the King Sauron's tall and grey tower, there were about 5 horses rushing quickly towards the temple hall. As they held the staff of a high priest of the temple, the guards did not stop them. When they directly rushed to a flight of stairs on their horses, they were finally stopped by 2 of the temple's padres. Looking at the big closed door behind the 2 padres, the 5 men dismounted from their horses. Black robes tightly wrapped around them and big hoods covered their faces. The man leading them said in a hoarse voice, "We came from the temple to see Her Excellency." The 2 padres looked at each other and one of them showed an awkward expression as they replied, "Her Excellency is cultivating behind closed doors." "I am afraid." That leader cried out, "This is the order of the chief elder of the temple. Do you dare to defy it?" He slowly pulled down the hood covering his head and revealed his angry expression. The 2 padres could clearly see a metal armor gleaming below his neck. Just when that man was about to say something, he felt a strong big hand gently pat his shoulder. That man immediately lowered his head and retreated. A tall figure then came out from behind him. His voice sounded deep and resonant. "Go and report this to Her Excellency. You will not be punished. Before the two padres could speak, 4 young knights had already appeared from the corridors on both sides of the hall. Each of them wore silver armor and had a black cloak with the Holy Knight symbol on it. The young knight taking the lead had a cold expression. He said, "Who dares to disturb Her Excellency's cultivation? Her Excellency has commanded. If there is anything, you can just relay it to me." Some of the young knights had already moved their hands to the hilts of their swords at their waists. Some of them thought to themselves, "Temple. The temple again. Did the temple send people to punish Her Excellency? No matter what, we must not let them harm Her Excellency." The tall man with the deep voice sighed. He slowly raised both his hands to pull back his black hood, revealing his squarish face and his beard. The dense beard made him look courageous and resolute. After that, the man untied his belt and took off his robe to reveal a paladin's golden armor. The young knight who stopped him was finally so astonished that he called out, "Your Excellency Augustine." When faced with the most well-known and oldest paladin of the Roland continent, those young people immediately lowered their arrogant heads as if they saw their dream idol. They immediately moved their hands away from their sword hilts. None of them dared to be rude in front of the paladin. Besides his position, those young men also respected Augustine's refined personality. Augustine spoke in a very mild tone, "Well, I came in secret. Do not disclose this. Now, take me to see Her Excellency." Despite his mild tone, the paladin could not help revealing an anxious expression. The 4 young knights hesitated for a moment and then softly said, "Your Excellency Augustine." Her Excellency had said this before going in there, that she would not meet anyone even if it was the chief elder. Augustine frowned and replied, "Too willful. Don't tell me that just because of a little bit of discord, she can disobey the orders of the temple?" He suddenly walked 2 steps forward. The 4 young knights hesitated, but they still stood in front to stop him. However, they did not dare to touch their swords at their waists. They simply blocked the narrow flight of stairs with their bodies. Augustine gently raised his eyebrow and whispered, "As the Holy Knight's regiment commander, I command you to move aside. Do not force me to fight." The young knights were still hesitant. Augustine suddenly laughed and said, "It seems like you really respect Your Excellency. You even dare to defy my orders for her." Augustine slowly raised his palm and put it on the shoulder of a young knight in front of him. A gentle power transmitted through to the body of the young knight. The body of that young knight went soft and was pushed to one side. At that moment, the door above the flight of stairs opened quietly and a slender figure wrapped in black robe slowly walked out. Her long and black satin-like hair fluttered in the night wind. The corners of her black veil also fluttered. Under the nightlight, her face was beautiful like a goddess. Her eyes were like the stars in the sky, coldly looking down at the paladin who was at the bottom of the stairs. Augustine released his hands, smiled and said, "Mouse. Long time no see." The eyes within the black veil revealed some warmth, but her voice remained bland. "Augustine, they sent you here this time. However, I will not compromise even if it is you." Augustine sighed and replied, "I already guessed that you would say this. However, this time I am not here to force you to make a decision. I came bringing the latest order of the temple. This is a joint decision by several elders and not just His Excellency's intentions. I do not think you would oppose it this time." The black veil woman closed her eyes and seemed to ponder for a moment. She then lifted her head and looked at Augustine. "Your Excellency Paladin, please come in." Translator's note. 1. A saying or phrase to tell people seeking the limelight that it is not necessary to display one's abilities. 2. Yo Xiang. In ancient China, circa 700 BC, there used to be 2 prime ministers, Yo Xiang and Zhou Qianlin. The more senior of them is, hence, the translated term is Senior Prime Minister. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224, Dragon Warriors. Chapter 224, Dragon Warriors. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There were no furnishings in the hall. This made it difficult to believe that this was the place the temple had dispatched the saint to in the Sauron kingdom for cultivation. Augustine followed the black veil saint into the hall. After that, the door behind him was closed and the place became isolated from the eyes of the others outside the hall. The black veil saint slowly turned to look at Augustine and whispered, "All right. Augustine, you can now tell me the purpose you came here." Augustine looked around and laughed, then he said, "Mouse, don't you have a place to sit here?" The black veil saint looked unconcerned. She pointed at a stone platform and said, "I cultivate there." Augustine walked over and stroked the cold stone platform. Suddenly, he sighed and said, "Why do you do this? Nobody is blaming you. At the very least, we do not blame you. Even Fielding does not hate you. Why must you torture yourself? The Black Veil Saint remained unmoved and replied, Augustine, you are wrong. I never tortured myself. I locked myself up in here to become stronger. I did not feel apologetic for anyone, also. She hesitated a little and then continued, this includes Fielding. Augustine frowned and said, Mouse, you have changed a lot. You did not used to be so cold in the past. The Black Veil Saint gave a mocking smile and said, in the past? Augustine, was the temple like this last time? Without waiting for Augustine to speak, she continued, you are a paladin of the temple and a commander of the Holy Knights. Let me ask you. What is the purpose of the Holy Knights? Augustine instinctively stood straight and proudly said, the existence of the Holy Knights is to protect the dignity and strength of the temple. We fight for the temple. We bleed for the temple. Those who have the audacity to commit blasphemy against the temple would first need to walk over the dead bodies of the Holy Knights. His deep voice echoed throughout the hall, filled with heroic pride. His eyes were also unusually steadfast. The Black Veil Saint shook her head. Her mocking smile grew wider. Augustine, you are talking about the past. What about now? She slowly approached Augustine and softly said, why did the temple want to wantonly expand the Holy Knights? Why must there be a dispatch of Holy Knights in every kingdom? Why did the temple start a war that was as good as courting death? Why did they send 80,000 loyal believers to the southern continent? Why is that elder suddenly interested in the position of pontiff at this moment? Why did all the kingdoms that were initially respectful to the temple now become ferocious like tigers the moment the temple is mentioned? Why did the temple impose 3 additional taxes? Was the money earned by the devout believers from selling their last grain of rice being used to buy that sharp sword in your hands and that armor on your body? She did not speak impatiently or slowly. Each word was spoken unhurriedly and made Augustine speechless. It was true. Augustine could not answer a single question asked by the Black Veil Saint. Perhaps Augustine also had doubts. However, he was trained to be a loyal Holy Knight of the temple since childhood. As a result, he instinctively forced himself not to doubt the temple that he had faith in. The Black Veil Saint looked at Augustine's expression and asked a final string of questions. Also, how did 5 paladins suddenly emerge in the Holy Knights? Is it really a miracle like what His Excellency had said? Did God really grant us powerful champions for the faithfuls of the temple? Augustine, how much hard work does a person need to cultivate into a paladin? Augustine was silent for a long time and finally gave a long sigh. He looked at the Black Veil Saint with a complicated expression and said, Mouse, you have really changed. You have become very indifferent. The temple may have some irregularities right now. However, we have cultivated together in the temple together during all those years. Your brothers and sisters are all fighting for the cause of the temple. Are you just going to stay at the side and watch? He shook his head and continued, the grey-robed saint is dead and the god-slaying bow is also lost. Fielding was defeated in you, he does not seem like he would recover from this setback. He is no longer that brave and stalwart knight from those years. Right now, all the kingdoms are making preparations for war against the temple. Can you still pretend and ignore this? The temple has granted you the highest honor and extraordinary power. Can you abandon your faith in the temple? The Black Veil Saint shouted in a stern voice, enough. Anger appeared in her eyes as she said, I have never betrayed my faith. She then looked straight into Augustine's eyes and coldly said, what you said is correct. All the kingdoms are making war preparations. Their war against the temple is inevitable. However, is this the will of God? Sounds more like the will of that elder. God loves the people. God would not desire war amongst his devout people. If this war cannot be avoided, it is because it was forced onto the people of the Roland continent by that elder. Paladin Augustine. Let me ask you. Her gaze became sharper and colder as she said, as a proud paladin, can you call dealing with the pious people of the Roland as defending the dignity of the temple? Her indifferent voice echoed, the one betraying one's faith is not me but the temple. If you continue to follow His Excellency's leadership, the temple would gradually abandon their faith. Audacious! Augustine flew into a rage and shouted. He involuntarily held the hilt of his sword and a fierce aura emerged from his body. His gaze was like lightning as he glared at the Black Veil Saint. The Black Veil Saint did not look away. Instead, she looked at the angry golden-armored paladin in front of her. Her eyes were filled with ridicule. Both of them glared at each other for a long time. After that, Augustine gave a long sigh and loosened his grip on his sword. He lowered his head and softly asked, Mouse, what do you want? Do you want to publicly rebel against the temple? Even if you are the Black Veil Saint, you will meet a bad end for rebelling against the temple. You yourself know this. Augustine had a hesitant expression, but he softly whispered, "Before I came here, the elders were discussing you. Some of them could no longer put up with your current attitude. Some of them want to immediately recall you and imprison you. There are also some who want to strip the title of saint from you and then execute you." The Black Veil Saint shook, feeling startled. However, she did not show any fear and coldly asked, "Is that so? The one that proposed to have me executed? Is it the chief elder?" Augustine shook his head and replied, "No. On the contrary, he was the one who persisted in defending you." Mouse. His tone grew soft and said, "No matter what, you are the temple's Black Veil Saint. You are a genius that appeared in the temple after hundreds of years. You are also the only one amongst the 12 saints who could obtain a master level. No matter what, the temple currently needs your support. Did you not think about it? It would be a huge blow to the temple's prestige if a saint of the temple rebels." At this point, he hesitated and gritted his teeth. "Mouse, if you are willing to come back and fight together with us, in the future, I, Augustine, swear upon my knight's dignity that I would always stand by your side. Even if you take up position as an elder, a chief elder, or even a pontiff, I will still support you." A flash of disappointment crossed her eyes. The Black Veil Saint waited for Augustine to finish and then she whispered, "Are you done? Augustine, you really disappoint me." Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. "Do you truly believe in your heart that I, a mouse, am someone who is greedy for power and influence? Do you also believe that I am rebelling against the temple to fight for opportunities for a higher position and power?" Augustine was shocked by the tears in her eyes and whispered, "So, sorry." The Black Veil Saint took a deep breath and said, "I have already thought enough. I will not rebel against the temple. If that does not work out, I will quietly leave." "Leave?" Augustine anxiously asked, "Where will you go? As long as you are in the Roland continent, you cannot escape the temple." "Are you?" His sturdy body trembled. "Do you intend to go to the Radiant Continent? Are you going to look for the Duke of the Tulip family?" There was a warm smile in the eyes of the Black Veil Saint. Her gaze seemed to drift away as she muttered, "I do not know. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I just hope he is doing well there." Augustine's expression became even more unsightly as he said, "So, Fielding's words were true? You fell in love with a heathen? You fell in love with a demonic and blasphemous butcher whose hands are stained with the blood of the Roland people? He is not a demon. He is also not a butcher." The Black Veil Saint shouted. Her eyes turned ice cold again as she said, "If there is anybody in this world that could understand me, it is that person." Augustine took a step back. His voice turned hoarse and he had a helpless expression. "Mouse, you are crazy." "I am not crazy." The Black Veil Saint shook her head. "The one who is crazy is that elder, the temple, and also you, Augustine. You are all daydreaming. You are all dreaming of the temple conquering the world like hundreds of years ago. All of you thought of going back to the age where the continent is ruled by the dictatorship of one pontiff." Augustine clenched his fists and lowered his head. When he raised his head again, his expression had turned cold and devoid of any expression. "Your Excellency Mouse." His voice sounded indifferent. "I, Augustine, Paladin of the Temple, received orders from the Elders' Council of the Temple. King Sauron of the Sauron Kingdom is secretly plotting with the heathens of the Radiant Continent. I am ordered to kill the envoy of the Radiant Continent. As the Saint of the Sauron Kingdom, Your Excellency Mouse, I order you to help me." He gave the Black Veil Saint a profound look and said in a low voice, "Before coming here, I have received news that the Paladin Amore Hughes that had been ordered to intercept them has failed. 24 sorcerers, 3 warships, 560 well-known sailors and 100 knights were dispatched with Amore Hughes. Not a single one of them returned." He looked at the Black Veil Saint's indifferent expression. Augustine took a deep breath. He said in a cold tone, "The chief elder had also given me another secret order. Your Excellency Mouse. If you continue to defy us, I am ordered to execute you on the spot. His Excellency means that if you are willing to cooperate with the temple one last time, he would allow you to leave peacefully." The Black Veil Saint stared at Augustine's face and sneered, "Really? Execute me on the spot? Augustine. Do you really think you can kill me? Also, what does he mean by leave peacefully?" Augustine looked down to the sword on his waist. "Mouse, do not force my hand. At this distance, I have absolute certainty that I can kill you. You also know that I would have ways to kill you even if you are a great practitioner." The Black Veil Saint gave an unusual expression and said, "I know." Her tone gradually became calmer as she said, "Augustine, I was the youngest amongst the people cultivating at the temple. You cared for me and I would always remember it. I have also never told anyone about your secret. Augustine laughed bitterly and said, Thank you. Thank you for keeping my secret and not despising me for my cowardice. No, you are not a coward. The Black Veil Saint shook her head and sighed. That preposterous outdated rule was totally illogical. The Black Veil Saint suddenly smiled and said, Well then. If you want to kill me, then do it. Augustine's expression changed as he took a step back and said, You seriously intend to break away now? The Black Veil Saint's hand trembled. I understand. If you cannot complete your order and report back, that elder would not let you off. Augustine, you are too honest. Do you ever wonder why the elder dispatched you here instead of the other paladins? Do you ever wonder why the temple suddenly has more paladins? Fielding was sent to the battlefield on the southern continent deliberately to let him die. Do you still not understand this? What that elder wants is a change. You, Fielding, and I are not included in his plans. Augustine turned pale as he thought, It is a purge. The Black Veil Saint laughed bitterly and continued, If I did not guess incorrectly, the new paladins are all that elders' trusted subordinates? Just now you said about intercepting at sea. Did you know about it beforehand? Why was a paladin and the Holy Knights mobilized but kept secret from the commander of the Holy Knights? The Black Veil Saint slowed down her speech when she saw Augustine speechless. Augustine, let me ask you this. Right now, you are loyal to the temple. However, when that elder becomes a pontiff and if he orders you to kill the pious believers of God, will you accept the order without hesitation? Will you continue to maintain your loyalty? You must know that if there is a war, blood will flow. The soldiers of the kingdoms and even the civilians are all innocent believers of God. They just do not want to be dictated by a pontiff. However, you cannot say that they have betrayed God. She continued to stand in front of the paladin and asked, Paladin Augustine, if a day comes when such an enemy is right in front of you, will you be willing to kill? Augustine was speechless. He was really unable to give a reply. The Black Veil Saint sighed, That elder is smarter than both of us. If I can think of this, he would have thought of this long ago. Do you think he would allow a disobedient and popular paladin in the army to live? The paladin trembled slightly and showed a pained expression. His glare gradually became as sharp as a blade as he gritted his teeth. Mouse. Perhaps you may be right. However, until that day comes, I will not betray the temple. Now, prepare for battle. He took a deep breath and said, Do not worry. If that day really comes, I will be fair to you. Even if I will be executed, I will kill the culprit first. But right now, your words cannot convince me. He slowly pulled out his sword and pointed it towards the ground. His stalwart figure was like a rock that existed since ancient times. He was ice-cold and unshakable. He asked in a murderous tone. Mouse, I will ask you one last time. Are you unwilling to compromise? The Black Veil Saint calmly replied, Augustine, you do not have to ask. That elder knows I will not compromise, which is why he sent you here to take my life. Augustine gritted his teeth and said, Fine. The esteemed elder of the temple has given a secret order. The Black Veil Saint is guilty of betraying the temple and will be executed. The 6 people who manage the Sauron Kingdom's temple and the 4 Holy Knights are also guilty of the same crime and will be executed together. What? The Black Veil Saint exclaimed. They will be executed as well? She shouted, Augustine. They do not have any intentions of betraying the temple. Why should they be executed? Augustine gritted his teeth and replied, I don't care. I only receive orders to kill. Whether or not they are guilty is for the Elder Council to decide. The man who was reputed to be the oldest and strongest paladin of the Roland continent swung out his sword like lightning. The sharp edge of the sword shined brilliantly. The silence in the hall was broken. A magnificent red flash rose as blood spilled onto the cold floor. In the forest that was a few kilometers away from the Sauron Kingdom's temple, 3 black-robed knights were sitting on 3 black horses. The moonlight shined between the gaps of the robe and revealed a golden brilliance. A gold-colored spear hanged on each of the horses. The 3 horses quietly stood there in a triangular formation. The man on the left suddenly took a deep breath and said, The sky is turning bright. The man in front turned around and asked, What's wrong? The man on the left replied, I only said that the sky is turning bright. I do not like the air here. It is hot and damp. Only the cold breeze before dawn allows me to recall my hometown. The man in front heard this and could not help but take a deep breath. He slowly said, Yes, I don't like the weather here too. It makes me miss my snowy hometown, especially the freezing cold on the summit of the mountains. He suddenly turned the other way to look at the man on the right and asked, "What about you? What are you thinking of?" The face of the man on the right was hidden by a huge black cloak, but a pair of yellow eyes was visible. His voice sounded metallic and rhythmic as he said, "I was just thinking. Would that fellow Augustine be able to become ruthless if the Black Veil Saint still refuses to compromise? I heard that humans are full of emotions." The man in front nodded and replied, "We do not need to think about this. If he does not act, then we will. We will just kill both of them together." Poof. One of them is a great practitioner, the other one is a paladin. I am really curious. They are the so-called strongest amongst the humans, but how powerful are they? Especially Augustine. That guy looks really strong. The man on the right seemed to hesitate a little and said, "There is no news of Amore Hughes. I really suspect that he encountered a mishap. However, I feel even more skeptical. Is there really a human that could be strong enough to kill him?" The man in front Himpton said, "Do not talk about that useless bum Amore Hughes. Even if he can return alive, I will personally kill him. He is a shame to our race." His tone of voice gradually became thicker as he continued, "To be defeated by a human. Such a shameful dragon warrior does not need to exist." The man on the left was indifferent as he looked towards the horizon in the east. He then sighed, feeling depressed, and said somewhat angrily, "Sigh. That damn sun has risen. The sky has turned bright again." The sun rose from the east and shined brilliantly onto the earth. The morning sun shined onto the three men and their long shadows fell onto the ground. The man in front turned around and smiled, "All right. I know. And Snow Dragon like you hates this warm climate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 225, Coincidence. Chapter 225, Coincidence. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The early morning sun was not very strong. A certain small city along the coast of the Sauron Kingdom was still shrouded with the quietness of the night. The soldiers on guard opened the gates early in the morning and were busy preparing for sentry duty. The main street had only a few pedestrians. A group of royal knights galloped from the end of the street. Their neat formation surprised the pedestrians. What day is today? Why are the royal knights here? The soldiers had also been on the alert for a long time on the docks on the other side of the city. This was the Sauron Kingdom's military harbor. Although the city was small, it could accommodate 100 warships. It was something the city took pride in. At that moment, the harbor was closed and only a few of the Navy's warships were at the docks. A carriage slowly left the gates of the harbor while being escorted by cavalry. The armors shone brightly as the royal knights led the way in front. At the rear, the exquisite carriage had the insignia of the Sauron Kingdom's royal family. However, the small flag above them showed that this was Prince Amar's carriage. The soldiers that were dragged out to guard the harbor in the middle of the night understood that His Majesty's younger brother had come to visit. No wonder the security here was so strict. The respected prince must be sitting in that fine carriage. Only some of the old and experienced knights could see from a few clues that this was something different. The 20 knights around the carriage were somewhat different. Although they wore the honorary uniforms of the royal guards, their skills at riding and controlling the horses along with their valiant features and, most importantly, how they maintained their formation showed that these people were not those decorative guards of honor. Their tight horseback formation was a special defensive formation. Although this formation was never used by the Sauron Kingdom's troops, an experienced soldier could see the subtlety of this formation. Without a doubt, if there was an emergency situation, those people in the honorary guard uniforms could quickly spread out, defend and counterattack with this formation. Although they tried to conceal their postures, it was evident that they were not the good-for-nothing honorary guards. These people were experienced soldiers. Experienced cavalrymen. Even more strange was that these people were emitting killing intent. This was a temperament that was only seen in excellent soldiers who had fought life and death battles. From a certain point of view, these people were more of an elite compared to the show-off royal knights that were leading the group. The carriage gradually reached the center of the city. The few pedestrians that were on the streets that morning crowded to the sides by the cavalrymen. A lot of civilians who were loyal to the royal family stood at the roadside. They took off their hats and waved and bowed at the carriage. Some of them even shouted, "Long live the king! Long live the prince! Long live the Sauron Kingdom!" As more spectators gathered, the captain of the royal knights became nervous. More pedestrians would undoubtedly make escorting the carriage harder. He gave the order to quicken the pace. Within the small crowd were two peculiar fellows. Interesting, the Sauron Kingdom's royal family seems to be very popular. A lazy, languid voice laughed. They gradually retreated from the crowd and entered a small building. They went upstairs, opened the window and looked at the soldiers speeding up from a distance. The slender man gently touched his chin as if he was thinking of something. It was worth noting that his fingers were slender and his skin was fair. The owner of that hand was a high-ranked noble. After that, he placed his hand on his forehead in front of his disordered hair. Under the sun, his golden and curly hair looked magnificent. The man laughed. His handsome face laughed as if it carried a profound meaning. His eyes that were like a deep lake twinkled with a wise and far-sighted gaze. Interesting. Truly interesting. Don't you see? He turned around to look at the person behind him. He then pointed downstairs and continued, in that formation, I saw a few familiar faces. I have seen those two people at the left of the carriage inside the palace before. They are all high-ranked warriors of the Imperial Guards. He laughed happily and said, Don't you think that there are also interesting happenings here? My dear old Mark. The man's face was finally revealed under the sun. This person was the missing and genuine heir of the Tulip family, Seth. The old man behind him was the 200-years-old monster. Old Mark seemed to frown, then he said, Young Master Seth, is your curiosity acting up again? Why not? Seth shrugged his shoulders and laughed happily. I have a premonition. Old Mark, it seems like there are some very interesting things waiting for us. Old Mark had an expression as if he was having a toothache. He then bitterly muttered, Interesting? Poof. In your dictionary, the word interesting means trouble. Gasp. Heavy breathing sounded in the hall as the paladin knelt on the ground. He used his sword to support his body so that he did not fall over. His hand, holding the sword, was red with blood. Blood flowed down along the sharp blade of his sword and onto the floor. Augustine's face was pale but his eyes were firm. At his shoulder, a pale and delicate small hand supported him. Crystal-like tears dripped onto his blood-stained golden paladin armor. The Black Veil Saint looked sorrowful and her beautiful eyes and face were covered in tears. She bit her lips so that she would not cry out loud. Augustine, why did you do this? She tightly held Augustine's body. The Black Veil Saint shook. She saw the paladin she had respected since childhood stab himself with his own sword. Before she realized what just happened, Augustine's next action made her completely understand his intentions. After he stabbed himself with his own sword, he exerted himself to pull out the sword. He then put his hand over his wound and used his fighting energy to break the wound open. The fighting energy not only broke his golden armor but also badly mangled his wound. This action covered up the fact that it was a sword wound. The wound looked the same as if it was caused by a sorcerer's attack. After that, the paladin squeezed out a smile. He looked at the Black Veil Saint and said, This way, they would not be able to tell that I hurt myself. The Black Veil Saint fully understood Augustine's intentions. She cried and hugged the person that was like a father to her. Her hand then raised a light system sorcery spell to heal Augustine's wounds. He did not expect Augustine to raise his hand and push her away. As the Black Veil Saint did not expect him to push so strongly, it made her fall down at the side. Augustine gasped and said, Don't. Do not treat my injuries. I was determined to stab myself. Do not let my efforts go to waste. After that, he bit his lips and endured the pain. He stood up with difficulty and said in a hoarse voice, Mouse. Go quickly. Do as you say you would. Leave this place. Leave the temple. Leave the Roland continent. Go to the Radiant continent. That is the only way you can survive. The Black Veil Saint was distressed. She then stood up from the ground and approached Augustine, then grabbed his hand. Augustine wanted to push her away but he could barely stand because of his serious injury at his chest. The Black Veil Saint's pure and holy white sorcery light flowed from her hand into Augustine's body. What are you doing? Augustine was bewildered. The Black Veil Saint held him tightly with a determined expression. Augustine, I cannot let you do such a thing. Definitely not. Being the temple's strongest saint, a great practitioner, her power was immense. Augustine's chest wound squirmed and then healed at an extremely fast pace. He painfully closed his eyes and laughed bitterly. In the end, what do you want? Don't you want to live? The Black Veil Saint did not speak. Cold sweat dripped from her face. It was obvious that even though she had the strength of a great practitioner, it would still cost her a lot of her power to heal such a serious wound within a short period of time. Augustine. I do not have a cold-blooded heart. The Black Veil Saint spoke in a low voice, If the price for it is your blood, I cannot do that. Augustine frowned and replied, I will only lose some blood. That way, I can go back and report. Even if they blame me for being unsuccessful, they will not kill me. The Black Veil Saint shook her head. Augustine, you do not understand that elder. If he is brave enough to antagonize the entire Roland continent for the position of pontiff, do you think he will care about your life? Don't you know? He had you dispatched here. If you do not kill me, you are dead. Have you not understood this? Killing me is a test for you. If you kill me, he would be assured of you. Without waiting for Augustine to reply, she laughed and said, all right. She loosened her grip on Augustine. However, his face was still pale. Her body shook and she seemed to have trouble standing up. Augustine's expression changed as he asked, what kind of healing spell did you use on me? Is it life magic? Why did you use such a demanding spell? The Black Veil Saint shook her head and smiled, you are willing to bleed for me. In that case, I should also spend some energy for you. She looked at Augustine's eyes. Her indifferent expression turned into a lukewarm smile. Since the first day I entered the temple, you have always been my closest friend. Amongst the indifferent people of the temple, you are the only one with a tender heart. Augustine laughed bitterly and said, you have always been a willful person. Have you thought about what you are going to do next? The Black Veil Saint took a deep breath and suddenly said, even if you said I have changed, for you, I am willing to compromise once. She then bitterly asked, do I just need to help you kill the Radiant Continent's envoy? Augustine frowned. You? The Black Veil Saint shook her head and lightly said, you do not have to say anything else. Acting as the temple's knife to kill a person. Oof. In the temple, I would not be the first or the last one to do this. Augustine tried to look at the Black Veil Saint's face to see what was on her mind. However, he only saw a cold and detached expression. Have you truly decided? The Black Veil Saint nodded and said, yes, I have decided to do it. I will help you once just so that I can protect you. Augustine. She looked at the paladin and said, you may be the last pillar of the temple. Even if it is for my conviction, I cannot let you be destroyed by the darkness. As for me. She smiled and said, I will leave once you report back. Whether I can escape or not is my own fate. Augustine saw distress and despair beneath her cold smile. This stubborn and willful fellow. Does she really like to hide behind her mask? Without waiting for Augustine to speak, the Black Veil Saint asked, where is the Radiant Empire's envoy right now? What kind of person is he? The news I received before coming here states that they would go ashore in that coastal city. They would then pass through the southern road on the way to the royal city. They would also be escorted by the royal knights. The Black Veil Saint nodded her head and asked, who is that envoy? He is an earl. Supposedly, he is a youngster that the esteemed emperor is recently fond of. He is the commander of the Imperial Guards and also has a background as a military officer. Presumably, he is quite powerful. The Black Veil Saint nodded with an indifferent expression. She could only use this masked expression to conceal her emotions. This would be the sad consequence of being another party's borrowed knife. Just kill one man? Black Veil Saint seemed to ask herself. Just kill one man? Whatever it is, just killing one man would protect Augustine. This should be the right choice. However, Augustine's following words were like a heavy hammer smashing her heart. Although he did not speak in a loud voice, each of his words were like thunder in her ears. That envoy's name is Rhodey. 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 Rhodey? She felt a severe pain in her head as if it was being torn apart. A piece of memory then became clearer in her mind. The youngster with a warm and brilliant smile who liked to call me an idiot, who looked at me and gently said on the wilderness in the northwest. Remember, my name is Rhodey. Only people close to me know this name. Her indifferent mask instantly crumbled and her delicate body started to tremble violently. Could it be him? Or is it just someone who coincidentally have the same name? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226, The First Pontiff. Chapter 226, The First Pontiff. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Where am I? Am I in a dream? Rhodey struggled to open his eyes, but he felt lost. It was total darkness in front of him. Rhodey could help showing a wry smile. Since I cannot see anything, what is the difference between opening and closing my eyes? Rhodey was not just surrounded by darkness. He could not even hear a single sound. The darkness was quiet enough to drive people crazy. In that darkness, a person could not see anything nor hear any sound. He would not even know if he would tread on a flat surface or walk off a cliff on his next step. At that time, regardless what was on his mind, there was only one answer. The answer was, don't know. Perhaps the unknown was mankind's greatest fear. Some people might not fear death. However, it would be terrifying if they did not know how or when they would die. Even if a person was prepared to die, the feeling he got when he closed his eyes and waited to be cut down only to find that the blade had yet to swing down could drive him crazy. Rhodey sighed and was about to roar 3 times. Suddenly, he heard a heavy and hoarse voice slowly crooned. God said, "Let there be light," and then there was light. After those soft croons, the surroundings were filled with bright light. The white light was so bright that it forced Rhodey to close his eyes. When his eyes finally adapted to the dazzling brightness, he shouted, "Who is it? Who is speaking?" The hoarse voice did not answer him but continued to softly croon, "God called brightness as day and darkness as night." He then separated brightness and darkness. When the sound faded, the strong light turned dim. In that primal chaos, there was a strange sight as the day and the night constantly alternated. The sun and the moon alternately rose and fell as brightness and darkness came and went. Who is it? Rhodey could not help but roared in surprise. Rhodey's voice echoed into space, but that hoarse voice ignored him and continued to croon. God said, "Let there be life." So God created wild beasts, one from each kind, livestock, one from each kind, and insects on the ground of different kinds. This world thus filled with life. An illusion appeared together with apparently some kind of mysterious voices. The birds in the sky, the beasts on the ground, the winged insects and fishes in the rivers. The illusion was like a spectacular light curtain appearing around Rhodey in segments. When one appeared, another one would disappear. The scene slowly unfolded. Rhodey calmed down and no longer shouted. He sat cross-legged as he quietly watched the illusions around him. Suddenly, his heart stirred and he loudly asked, "So, what else did God say?" God said, "Let us create man in our image." After that, there were humans in this world. A gas-like substance suddenly appeared in front of Rhodey. That gas flickered alternately between black and white and between brightness and darkness. After that, as it churned, it constantly changed shapes. In the beginning, it took on the form of birds and beasts, but with just a flash it would change into something else. After that, it slowly transformed into other shapes and then into a crude human shape. Finally, it stopped transforming. The crude human-shaped gas mass slowly became finer as the hands and feet gradually formed. That was followed by the body, head, hair, and lastly the face. The figure looked like a very old man and he wore a gray and tattered robe. His white beard almost reached his chest. He had a face full of wrinkles as he calmly smiled. He looked at Rhodey, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him. He then slowly spoke in that deep hoarse voice from earlier. He slowly said, "God created mankind to manage the fishes in the sea, the birds in the sky, the animals on the ground and all the insects on the ground." He then stared at Rhodey and slowly said, "Hence, this world was born and humans became the masters of this world." Both of them looked at each other for a while and then Rhodey suddenly laughed as if he had just seen something ridiculous. His laughter became louder. He laughed so hard that his tears almost flowed out. Nonsense! Rhodey suddenly stopped laughing and angrily shouted, "Mankind became the masters of this world? Ridiculous! Absurd! If God had taken so much effort to create this world, why should he let mankind dominate it? Does God have a mental illness? Is God crazy? Why did he not become the master on his own? If he was going to give it to others, why did he bother creating this world?" The eyes of the old man in front of him turned sharp, but his face revealed a praising smile. He then slowly said, "God said to the people in the world, 'Have faith in me and you shall have life. Have faith in me and you shall have health. Have faith in me and you shall have peace. Have faith in me and you shall have rest. Praise me in everything I have created.'" Ha ha ha. Rhodey laughed. "Look. That is the price. What do you mean mankind are the masters of this world? In the end, it is something that is bartered. Mankind are just puppets. Mankind is just God's puppets. They are actually slaves who are controlled by their master. When something becomes unsatisfactory, God will just take it all back, right?" Rhodey sat on the floor and his laughter gradually stopped. He was contemplating as he touched his chin. Suddenly he looked bitter and said, "I suddenly remember about the people who raise pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep. They are fed and raised for one's own benefit." He raised his head to look at the old man and said, "The relationship between God and man is just like that." The old man did not reply and continued in that melodious tone, "The world is corrupted in the presence of God, the land is filled with sins. God said, "To those who rebel against God, I will take back what I bestowed." Thereupon, it would rain heavily and the earth would be flooded for 15 days. After that, there would be a drought for 150 days. All people and living creatures on land would die, except the ones who receive God's favor would be protected and live. Rhodey laughed again. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Good! Wonderful! There are no differences between God and the Emperor of mankind. When they see disobedient subjects, the subjects will be charged for rebellion and slaughtered, leaving behind only the obedient ones." The old man no longer spoke and smiled at Rhodey. Rhodey lowered his head as he thought to himself for a moment. He then said, "Hey, old man, all the stories you told me are nothing more than just the teachings of God. I have read those before. Who are you? Where is this place?" Rhodey furrowed his eyebrows and continued, "I remembered I was fighting with someone at sea. I was then smashed into the bottom of the sea. After that, Rhodey slowly stood up and laughed. "Don't tell me that you are a sea monster." The old man shook his head. Rhodey sighed and said, "Well, I don't like to keep guessing." The old man smiled and said, "According to God's teaching, page 107, those, in this world, who blaspheme and rebel against God will be deprived of his language. God said, if you want to speak, you must praise me. Rhodey facepalmed and smiled. "Ah, I understand now. You are one of those who blasphemed God and as a result became mute. If you want to speak, you can only praise God. Otherwise, you cannot speak at all. Am I right?" After that, Rhodey shook his head and continued, "No wonder you were only repeating God's words." Rhodey found it more and more ridiculous and finally he laughed out loud. That God is really despicable. Not allowing people to criticize him is one thing, but he actually thought of such a clever way to control us. He actually turned those who cursed him into mutes, and then if they want to speak, they can only be allowed to praise God. Genius. What a genius. Such an interesting way to punish people. The old man was not angry. He just smiled and continued to watch Rhodey. Rhodey laughed for a while and then sighed. "Well, old man. Where is this place? How did I come here?" Before the old man could speak, Rhodey facepalmed again and smiled. "I forgot, you cannot speak, sigh. This is troublesome, really." He then had a delighted expression and asked, "I suppose you know how to write? How about you write it out?" The old man smiled and showed a helpless expression. He stretched out one of his hands and gently waved. A small patch of sand appeared on the ground in front of him. He then scribbled a few strokes on the sand with his foot. "Just ask." Rhodey took a deep breath and asked, "Where is this place? How did I come here? Who are you?" The old man looked at Rhodey and stretched out his foot to write on the ground. "Have you finished asking?" Rhodey stared at him and replied, "For now, I will just ask this much." Without saying anything, the old man then proceeded to write a few lines of words on the sand. As he wrote, Rhodey watched from the side and slowly read out the words. The first question, the prison cell. The second question, too long. "Hey, old man, what do you mean by too long? Is it too long that you cannot say it? Fine, then the third question, you are." Rhodey suddenly stopped reading. When the old man finished writing, Rhodey suddenly raised his head and stared at him with a surprised and unbelieving expression. That was because the answer to the third question was clearly written on the ground. Moses, the first pontiff of the temple. Stop the carriage, quickly. The carriages were moving quickly on the road. One of the escorts beside the carriages at the back suddenly shouted. The deputy commander Bia of the Royal Knights of the Sauron Kingdom, who was in front, was impatient. However, he still ordered all his men to stop. After all, the king had ordered him to treat the guests from the Radiant Empire with respect. His Excellency the Earl seemed to have moved. The escorts around the carriage, dressed in the honorary guard's uniform, were the soldiers who had accompanied Rhodey to the Roland continent. Earlier, while guarding the carriage, they heard a burst of laughter from inside the carriage. That was His Excellency the Earl laughing. Two of the Imperial guards immediately jumped off their horses and rushed to the side of the carriage. They pushed open the door to look inside. They saw His Excellency, who was unconscious for the past few days, lying there. Although his eyes were closed, he was laughing gleefully. The two happily surprised soldiers entered and heavily shook Rhodey. They also loudly called out to him a few times. However, Rhodey only continued to laugh. Despite the shaking, they could not wake him up. The way he laughed, it looked like he was having a sweet dream. Your Excellency, could it be that His Excellency's head was damaged during that battle that day? One of the soldiers hesitated, then said. Ha 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 ha. Rhodey roared with laughter as he pointed at the old man and gasped for breath. You are actually Moses? The most devout believer of God and the greatest leader in religious history, Pontiff Moses? You led your men across the Straits of Thunder and created the miracle of Moses by splitting the sea? The old man did not get angry. He continued to smile as he looked at Rhodey and nodded his head. Rhodey finally could not laugh anymore and softly said, "Well, you are really not joking? Then, I find this really strange. If you are Moses, why did God punish you and turn you into a mute? Also, you said that this is a prison cell. Why did he imprison Moses here? Blasphemed against God." The old man scribbled lightly on the sand. But aren't you the most devout believer? Weren't you the one who touched God with your devotion and was presented with a staff? Your staff is with me. Moses shook his head and stretched out his foot to write again. The staff is not with you. We are now inside the staff. Rhodey's body shook as he stared at Moses. What is the matter with His Excellency? The soldier supporting Rhodey gave a bitter smile. Why does His Excellency's expression keep changing? One minute he is laughing and the next minute he seems to be astonished. Is he having a dream? A more experienced person beside him thought to himself for a moment and softly said, "How would I know? I suggest that when we reach our destination, we get 2 sorcerers to take a look at him. We are helpless with this kind of thing. Let us not act recklessly." Commander Bia was getting impatient. His Majesty the King had given the order to bring the envoy to the king as soon as possible. However, those people were discussing endlessly around the carriage and Commander Bia had no idea what they were up to. Bia jumped off his horse and ran over. He then shouted, "Everyone, it is getting late. We must hurry." The moment he said that, he heard a whoosh sound in the air. Bia then cried out and fell backward as an arrow struck his shoulder. At the same time, he heard 7 to 8 miserable cries as several knights were also struck by arrows and fell off their horses. A surprise attack. The surrounding knights shouted as they drew out their swords and gathered nearer. A few archers appeared in the trees on both sides of the road. About 10 black-robed men with masks jumped down from the trees. They held shining swords in their hands as they shouted, "God protect my people." They then rushed towards the chaotic formation and instantly they were engaged in melee combat with the royal knights of Sauron Kingdom. Shit! Rhodey's Imperial Guards quickly surrounded and guarded the carriage. While closing the door of the carriage, they formed a defensive array. A tall black-robed figure had already rushed towards them. One of Rhodey's subordinates roared loudly and raised his sword only to hear the crisp sound of metal colliding. The warrior flew away sideways and landed on the ground a distance away. He struggled for a while before losing consciousness. The other warriors were also experienced soldiers. Although they were surprised to be unexpectedly confronted by their formidable enemy, they did not panic. One of them shouted, "Everyone! Let us work together to get rid of this guy first." With a single order, the warriors automatically split up into 2 groups. 5 of them stayed behind to guard the carriage while the remaining dozen went forward and attacked together. Those warriors were quite skillful. They were carefully selected from the palace of the Radiant Empire. However, the black-robed figure had terrifying strength. He effortlessly cut down half of them. One of the warriors was even split into 2. The remaining warriors became enraged. They shouted and fought back fiercely. In the face of their opponents' attacks, they charged forward, even if it meant having to risk their lives to attack their opponents. "AMU, looks like you are in trouble," a listless voice on a tree said as he looked at the tall figure surrounded by the enemy. That black figure was sitting on a tree branch. His legs swayed in the air as he mocked, "A few warriors are enough to tie you down." "Ha ha ha ha. Shut up." The surrounded tall figure cursed. His eyes flashed with an angry look and the sword in his hand suddenly burst out with a bright golden fighting energy. His body suddenly seemed to rise. He swung his sword, immediately cutting 2 of the warriors surrounding him into 2 accompanied by 2 miserable brief cries. As the blood sprayed out, the person sitting on the tree trunk suddenly laughed gloatingly and said, "Ah! AMU! You are finished. Boss told us not to use fighting energy. You actually dared defy the boss orders. Ha 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 ha." The black-robed AMU became even angrier and cursed, "You don't help, but only know how to criticize. Not using fighting energy does not mean our secret is safe. However, if we kill all of them, then there won't be any leaks." He did not stop talking and neither did his sword stop slashing. Within the short time he took to say those words, he had already killed another 4 warriors. The remaining warriors were terrified. One of them shouted, "Go and help His Excellency to retreat quickly. We will guard the rear." Just as he finished that sentence, a dazzling gleam flashed by in front of him and he felt a severe pain in his arm. The man screamed and found that the hand he used to hold the sword was cut off at the elbow. The warrior was naturally brave. He roared loudly and pounced to hold the black-robed figure tightly. He then shouted, "Quickly retreat!" After a loud bang, his body was suddenly torn apart. His flesh and his blood splattered all over. A golden fighting energy rose up. As blood splashed on the black figure's clothes, he cried out angrily, "Damn it! He actually dirted my noble body." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227, Complete State. Chapter 227, Complete State. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Go! A warrior carried Rhodey on his shoulder, looked for the deepest woods and ran. The remaining 5 warriors stood in a row to block the way. Amu, the black-robed figure, sneered. He rushed forward with no fear of his opponent's swords. At the same time, he shouted, "You are still lazing around. That guy had run away. Be careful, His Excellency may cut off your head." The man on the tree still had a leisurely expression. "Don't have to be afraid. They cannot escape. First, kill these people." The moment he said the word kill, his gentle facial expression suddenly turned murderous. A light flashed as he shot out of the tree and immediately appeared in the middle of the battling crowd. A cold air blew and the Imperial Guards were instantly frozen into ice. The man stood still. He clapped his hands and smiled as he said, "Amu, look at this. This is the most graceful way of killing a person. Your bloody method of killing them is just like a butcher." Amu had punched and shattered the last frozen warrior into pieces. His tall body then stood there as he said, "You fool." He suddenly rushed forward and raised his hand to strike. Those frozen knights were immediately smashed into pieces. He then shouted, "You are a real idiot. Using your method, anyone could tell that you were the one who did this." The strengths of these 2 people were extremely terrifying. After that, the royal knights were completely annihilated very quickly. When there were no enemies left, Amu sneered and said, "Well, let's go and find that envoy." The person next to him laughed and said, "Are you anxious? Don't worry. They probably have met the boss by now. Have you ever seen the boss lose control?" Amu still seemed dissatisfied with this person and angrily said, "We better hurry and catch up. Otherwise, the boss would get angry." The other person finally changed his lazy attitude. The moment he thought of the angry appearance of his boss, his boldness disappeared and he shouted, "Chase!" These black-robed figures immediately rushed into the woods to chase after their target. The loyal warrior carrying Rhodey raced wildly into the woods. Fortunately, he was strong. His normal training was rigorous and he could still run quickly even though he was carrying a person on his back. The sound of the killings gradually grew further away, but none of his companions caught up. He knew that his companions were already out of luck. He bit his lips, knowing that protecting His Excellency the Earl was his duty. As it was extremely dangerous at that moment, he could only dash on wildly. As he ran, he suddenly heard a cold voice. "Are you tired?" That voice seemed to be just by his ears. He suddenly stopped and, holding his sword in one hand, he shouted, "Who?" His Excellency the Earl, whom he was carrying on his back, was still unconscious. The warrior was immediately vigilant and shouted, "You are sneaky. I am not afraid of you." The voice then said, "Very good, you are a very brave warrior. However, bravery does not represent ability." The warrior showed a complicated gaze. He gritted his teeth and ran again. However, the voice continued to ring in his ears. "HMP, you are running the wrong way. You should have gone left. This road leads to a dead end." "Nonsense." The warrior cursed in his heart, "You are bluffing." He ignored the mysterious voice and continued to run. However, after running for a while, he stopped. He had really run into a dead end. There was a cliff in front of him. Unless he could grow wings and fly up, there was no other way. "You see, I have already told you earlier that running left is the way out. However, you did not listen to me." The voice still sounded cold and cynical. The warrior sighed and lay Rhodey down on the ground. He held his sword at his chest and readied his posture as he shouted, "Pesky! If you want to kill, come and do it. Warriors of the Empire do not fear death." The voice seemed to be silent for a moment. After a sigh, the voice said, "Yes, you are right. To me, the warriors of the Radiant Empire are worthy of respect compared to the Roland Knights." There was a rustling sound of the leaves being stepped on. A tall figure slowly came out from the trees. The figure was more than 2 meters tall. His black robe was similar to those people who had launched the surprise attack earlier. However, that figure did not wear a mask. Obviously, he felt such cowardly actions to be beneath himself. When the warrior saw his face, he could not help but look surprised. The outlines of that person's face looked as if it was cut by a knife. His eyes were almost closed but revealed a sharp gaze. He had 2 dark red birthmarks on both sides of his face. The dark red patterns looked like fire printed on his cheeks. He quietly walked over without any fighting energy. However, his fierce imposing manner, with a bone-chilling effect, made the warrior instinctively step back. "You see, you are still afraid." The man had a mocking look. It is human nature to feel fear when faced with a strong enemy. You are also the same. Even if you are braver, you cannot overcome this nature. Nonsense. The warrior could not suppress the impulsive feeling in his heart. He growled and thrust his sword forward. The black figure showed mercy in his eyes and only casually waved his hand. The warrior screamed miserably as he flew away and crashed into the cliff wall behind him. He fell heavily beside Rhodey and spat out blood. The warrior struggled but could not stand up. "You don't have to be so anxious. I won't kill you immediately." The black figure sat down cross-legged. He gently picked up a withered branch on the ground and gave a light smile. "Can we chat? I have never seen people from the Radiant Empire before. Tell me, what is your continent like?" The figure saw the warrior looking at him with hatred. He smiled and said, I had almost forgotten. You still do not know my name. My name is Lan Jue." He held his hands behind his head and leaned on a tree as he smiled faintly and said, "I am not human. So, I have always been curious about mankind. You, for example, I can see that you are not afraid of death. You are very brave. Right now, you are not worried about your own life but the life of the person lying next to you. You are worried about his survival, am I right?" The warrior gritted his teeth and spat. "Tui. I am His Excellency's guard. My survival is not important. As long as His Excellency can wake up, he would be able to cut you down." "Oh?" Lan exclaimed with curiosity. "Is Your Excellency really so formidable? Is he really that powerful? However, I heard that the strongest person on your Radiant continent is someone from the Tulip family." When the warrior heard the name Tulip, his face immediately showed an expression full of reverence and pride. He then said, "What do you know? His Excellency the Duke of the Tulip family is the world's most powerful warrior. He is the Empire's god of war." Lan nodded and softly asked, "So who is more powerful, this man beside you or the Duke of the Tulip family?" The warrior was stunned for a moment and he instinctively wanted to blurt out, of course, the Duke of the Tulip family. However, when he recalled the magical scene at the sea that day, he hesitated. With a stern expression, he ferociously asked, "Why are you asking this?" Lan shook his head and replied, "I just want to know what the strongest human looks like. Once I know this, then things would become much simpler. Killing one person is simpler compared to killing 2 people. Don't you agree?" Although the warrior felt pain in his chest, he still laughed loudly and said, You think you can defeat Our Excellency the Duke on your own? Such arrogance. Even the paladin of your Roland continent was defeated by Our Excellency the Duke of the Tulip family." Lan did not get angry. He still smiled and said, this is probably a type of human emotions, worship, am I right?" The warrior's expression finally changed and asked, "You keep on saying that you are not human. What are you?" Lan shook his head and did not speak. However, an old voice suddenly came from the side. "He is not a human, he is a dragon." Lan laughed and showed an expression of ridicule. "Finally, you lost your patience and revealed yourself?" The old voice also laughed. "Your Excellency Paladin, haven't you been waiting for me to appear?" An old man in a grey sorcerer robe and a pointed hat floated down from a tree. He stood between Lan and the warrior. He nodded gently and said, "Your Excellency Paladin, I have appeared." Lan stood up and laughed. He said, "Very good, I was just thinking about how patient you would be, great sorcerer Xing too." Xing gently ran his fingers through his grizzled beard and sighed, "Your Excellency Paladin, I was ordered by His Excellency Sith to protect this man, so you cannot kill him." Lan smiled and replied, "You did not show yourself earlier. You only appear now when I am alone. Looks like you sorcerers are cowards." Xing shook his head and said, "His Excellency Sith's order was that I should not act unless there is an absolute necessity." He then said in a mocking tone, "But didn't you force me to come out? You followed them all the way here, but you did not attack. Instead, you chatted with him here. Weren't you just waiting for me to appear?" Lan nodded and replied, correct, my principle has always been, killing one is simpler than killing two, but killing once is more convenient than killing twice. He held the sword at his waist and spoke in a cold tone, so getting rid of all of you at once is much more convenient than fighting twice. He stood at the same place. His body moved, but at the same time, it seemed he did not move. However, an oppressive shadow instantly rushed to the front of Yinxing. He then raised his hand and swung his sword down. There was a loud noise as Yinxing, the great sorcerer, stepped back. Lin's sword was swung down onto his head but suddenly stopped just before it touched his head. It was as if there was something invisible blocking the sword. A boundary 3. Lin raised his eyebrows and laughed, Your Excellency Yinxing, do you think a great sorcerer's boundary can stop me? Yinxing admitted, no matter how you see it, I am not your match. His mouth then turned up at the corner in a strange smile. But, Your Excellency Paladin, have you forgotten that my name is Yinxing? The old sorcerer raised his hand and a silver light appeared from his hand. The silver light wrapped around his body, Rodi and the warrior, who were on the ground behind him. Instantly, the three of them disappeared at the same time. Lin suddenly opened up his narrowed eyes and laughed, well, I had expected you to do this. His eyes were wide open and the flame-like patterns on his face seemed to flash with a strange light. He then shouted, Sa! Emolia 4. Boom! There was a loud explosive sound as an abundant amount of a dragon's aura burst out from his body. After that, the surrounding area of more than 20 meters radius shined with a flame-like light. The flame-like light suddenly revealed the hidden bodies of Yinxing, Rodi, and that warrior. Yinxing's expression changed. A dragon's boundary. It is a dragon's boundary. Lin once again attacked like lightning. His sword suddenly struck out and severely slashed down. Clang! There was a loud sound. Yinxing's boundary shook violently and his body also trembled. He then spat out a mouthful of blood and stained his grizzled beard. Old man, I wonder how many more of my slashes you can endure. Lin's calm expression disappeared and replaced with a murderous expression. His sword slashed out. Yinxing hastily shouted, Go! He raised a finger and a large tree next to him was suddenly uprooted and flew over to block Lin's sword. Crash! The tree that was so big it needed several people to hug it was cut into two by the sword. The two cut-off masses flew out. Yinxing grabbed both men and retreated to the front of the cliff. He quickly took out a white crystal and bit his finger before dropping a drop of blood onto the crystal. The crystal immediately broke into powder and dispersed. A holy light flashed and a huge hexagram appeared on the ground. Lin sneered and said, A defensive boundary? Looks like you have some treasures with you. The old sorcerer did not dare say anything. He just sat there with his eyes closed and continued to silently chant his spell. Lin suddenly removed his black robes and revealed the golden armor he wore beneath it. Golden fighting energy burst out from his stalwart body. The fighting energy on the sword in his hand also seemed to burn like a flame. With the presence of the flame, Lin's expression twisted as he shouted, Do you think that your defensive boundary can stop me? Do you think you can stop the strongest warrior of the dragons? He grabbed his sword with both hands and suddenly his armor automatically fell off, bit by bit, to reveal his dragon muscles. A dark red pattern was printed on his chest. The pattern was that of a flying fire dragon. Cut! With a shout, the dragon warrior swung his sword down to cut the edge of the hexagram. Two balls of light clashed. The upsurge of waves disintegrated the nearby trees. That sorcerer, Yinxing, tightly closed his eyes as blood slowly flowed out of his mouth, but the surrounding hexagram became even brighter. Somewhere at a distance in the woods, AMU and the other dragon soldier had almost caught up. There was a sudden quake ahead of them in the woods. AMU turned pale and asked, The boss seemed to have gotten angry. Can you feel it? The lazy guy beside him also became solemn and said, It is the boss saw. Emoli ye dragon boundary. Perhaps he had encountered a powerful opponent? AMU grinned and said, Who else could it be? It must definitely be those guys from the Sorcerers Association. The two of them then hastened their pace forward. They were all corpses on the ground outside the woods. Augustine abruptly reined in the horse. He then jumped off the horse as it neighed. After that, Augustine said, We are late. Someone has already attacked the convoy. The Black Veil Saint was astride a red horse. She looked at the tragic scene, the aftermath of the fight, in front of her inside. It definitely must have been the work of those people from the dragon race. Augustine became gloomy and said, Dragon race? Didn't the elders send me to carry out this task? Why are the dragons here too? The Black Veil Saint shook her head and said, Augustine, don't you understand? The elder had already expected that I would not compromise. They had already decided that both of us are traitors. Augustine was silent. He quickly searched around and found that the carriage was empty. He then turned around and shouted, "There is nobody in here. That envoy must have escaped." The Black Veil Saint frowned. Escaped? How could a mere human escape from the dragon warriors? Suddenly, they felt a strange aura coming from the woods. The two horses became frightened and neighed. The Black Veil Saint quickly jumped off her horse and said, "That is a dragon's aura. They are inside the woods. Let's go in," Augustine added as he grabbed his sword. Rhodey looked at the words written in the sand on the ground and cursed. "What? Old man Moses, you dragged me in here? Why did you bring me to this hell of a place?" Moses continued to smile silently and wrote something on the ground with his foot. "You are possessed." After Rhodey finished reading those words on the ground, he seemed dazed. Moses then stretched out one of his hands and waved it. A picture emerged in front of Rhodey. That day at sea, Rhodey suddenly flew up from the surface of the sea. In that picture, Rhodey clearly saw himself defeating that paladin, Amore Hughes, until he was in a sorry state. After that, he saw himself using a terrifying mystic dragon purge and how Amore Hughes resisted the attack. Finally, under the powerful mystic dragon purge, the sea went through a tsunami-like scene and the Roland warships were annihilated. Rhodey was stunned for a long while when he saw that. I did this? Why can't I remember?" He suddenly exclaimed, "That's not right. That mystic dragon purge should not have been so powerful. I had used it a few times in the past and it had never been this powerful." Moses gradually looked serious again. He slowly sketched a phrase on the ground. "Complete state of mystic dragon purge." Rhodey frowned. Complete state? Translator's notes. 1. Lin means inverted scale. 2. Xing means hidden star. Giving him an English-like name that sounds similar would destroy the meaning of the name, and calling him hidden star is just weird. This is why I chose the name Xing. 3. Jie. A sturdy boundary. It could mean a field inside a magical circle or even a magical barrier. However, the word boundary was used instead of barrier. 4. Sa. A few words that don't make sense even when combined together. It is the name of the spell. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, Rupture. Chapter 228, Rupture. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Don't speak. Can't you see that the boss is seriously angry? Amu quickly stopped and stood far away as he watched Lin acting violently. The fighting energy was burning with a monstrous flame. Amu sighed and said, "Ah. Ice, why do you think the boss is always so easily angered?" Ice laughed listlessly and whispered, "Did you forget? Boss name is Lin 1. Dragons had inverted scales and would be angered when those scales were touched." Lin was now furious. He threw his sword aside and opened up both of his hands as he gave a deep shout. Ice, who stood at the back, changed his expression and said, "Darn. Is the boss going to change into his complete state?" Amu immediately retreated a few steps and was vigilant. "Don't even think of making me go there. At this point, I don't dare to stop him. Get back!" Ice suddenly shouted. He raised his black robes to cover his body. Boom! There was a huge explosion. The monstrous blast fell all the trees within 10 meters, revealing an empty area. Ice and Amu had worked together to create a barrier of chi in front of themselves and their troops behind them. Lin had sprouted long dragon wings behind his back. His body gradually rose up in the sky. The dark red dragon pattern on his chest grew and now covered his entire body. The wyvern pattern roared as if it wanted to fly. Instead of picking up his sword, he punched with his bare fist, creating an explosion. Xing's face grew more and more wretched. The light hexagram around him flashed fiercely a bit before it became dimmer from the earth-shattering blow. Lin continued to roar. "A patron saint boundary? Can it stop me?" There was fierce shaking. Although Xing and the warrior was protected by the defensive boundary, the entire boundary was trembling. At the same time, the two of them felt as if their bodies were squeezed by a violent pressure from the outside. They both felt as if they had been hit severely, and vomited blood. What happened? Rhodey was startled. He felt as if his body was shaken and was surprised. This aura seems powerful. Moses smiled and pointed up. Rhodey understood and asked, "Is something happening outside?" "Old man Moses, how do I get out?" Moses shook his head and pointed on the ground, "You are possessed." Rhodey shook his head. "What do you mean possessed?" He thought for a while and then said, "Are you saying that my body is taken over by the mystic dragon? If not, why do I not remember killing Amore Hughes? Could it be that I did not kill the paladin, but it was the mystic dragon who borrowed my body to kill him?" Moses nodded. Rhodey then became impatient and said, "Enough. Talking to you is so tiring. You can't speak up and could only write in circles. It is annoying." He suddenly kicked the sand to mess it up and said, "No matter what, I am getting out of here. Old man Moses, you only need to tell me how to get out of here." Moses sighed and pointed at Rhodey's hand. He hinted for Rhodey to stretch out his hand. Both of them stretched out their index fingers and their index fingers came into contact. Rhodey immediately felt a numbness in his finger, touching an illusory energy instead of a solid entity. It was as if he was in front of a mirror, but when he walked up to the mirror, he only saw a virtual image. While Rhodey was still surprised, a voice spoke in his head, "I have offended the gods and have been imprisoned for 1,000 years. If I escape from prison, my mind would be destroyed." Rhodey opened up his mouth. He could not help but ask, "Old man Moses, you can speak?" Moses shook his head with a serious expression, indicating for Rhodey not to distract him. "Ignorant boy. You actually dared to house a dragon in your body. You did not realize that the mystic dragon has a soul created by God. The stronger you become, the stronger the mystic dragon would also become. Sooner or later, it will devour your consciousness. At that time, you will be the mystic dragon, but the mystic dragon will not be you. The moment the mystic dragon escapes from its shackles, you will be lost forever." Rhodey was about to speak when he heard Moses' voice in his mind. "Shut up. Escaping from this place will cause me to lose my mind. Listen to me carefully. The so-called Saint Moses, the first pontiff, is nothing but a joke. In my early years, I served God in exchange for supreme power. God granted the staff and the waves receded. However, it was just God using me to dictate the people. Boy, I really admire the fact that you could see through this ultimate meaning of master. This dictatorship is simply just an exchange. In the end, the relationship between God and humans is one of master and slave. The laughable Moses is recognized by the world for his great wisdom, but he could not even compare with a boy like you who saw through it. In the early days, I caused 2 continents to plunge into misery. When I realized my error, God imprisoned me here." As the voice echoed in Rhodey's mind, Rhodey could clearly see Moses' body gradually grow dimmer. His body gradually turned into dusts of light, starting from his feet. "You obtained God's staff, so I will give you a gift." Moses showed a deep smile. "God created the mystic dragon. Inevitably, there are shackles to suppress it. Now, your body is a dragon's body. I will give you a set of shackles. The dragon has transformed 7 times. Your body has now transformed 4 times. The shackles can still lock up the mystic dragon. However, the stronger you become, the stronger the mystic dragon would also become. One day, the mystic dragon would reach 9 transformations. At that time, there is nothing that could lock up the mystic dragon. Remember my words. It can be 8. It cannot be 9. As the voice fell, the rest of Moses' body turned into a white light that gathered on Rhodey's finger. As the light scattered, Moses' body also disappeared, leaving behind a small silver ring on Rhodey's index finger. "Something is strange." Amu looked at Ice. Both of them had a surprised look in their eyes. The protector god boundary had been deformed after being hit by Lan and dented at the center of it. Suddenly, the boundary flashed with a white light. It was the power of a pure and holy light. That power spread all over inside the boundary and gradually strengthened it. The dimmed hexagram started to shine again. Lan detected this strange situation and shouted, as expected of the great sorcerer Yin Xing. "What else did you bring? What did that old fellow Sith give you?" Yin Xing felt the heavy pressure on his body suddenly lifted. He gasped for breath and opened his eyes only to realize that the patron saint boundary had automatically recovered. He also looked surprised. The patron saint boundary crystal was given to him by Sith. The boundary was an extremely high-ranked defensive spell. It was not a spell that Yin Xing, a great sorcerer, could use. That was why Sith had given him this precious crystal to use and save his life in a time of crisis. However, Lin's burst-out power was astonishing. Even a spell like the defensive boundary could not stop such a violent power. However, even though Yin Xing was knowledgeable, he had never heard of the patron saint boundary automatically restoring itself before. Lin suddenly had a weird expression and shouted, Sith. Could it be that you have arrived? There was no reply. However, Amu and Ice, who were behind, suddenly cried out, someone's here. Amu reacted the fastest. His body suddenly rushed to the back and his hand also drew his sword like lightning. Clang! There was a loud sound as two swords clashed. The body of Amu and the other person shook. Both of them then stepped back. Ice looked at the newcomer and coldly said, so it was you, Paladin Augustine. Augustine took a deep breath and firmly stood as he said, it's me. He walked forward with large strides while the Black Veil Saint quietly followed from behind. Ice and Amu saw the person behind Augustine and were stunned for a moment. They exchanged a glance and said, I was wondering who it was. Looks like it is Her Excellency, the Black Veil Saint. The Black Veil Saint did not bother to look at the two. Her gaze fell onto Lin and she said, Paladin Lin, please stop. Lin turned his head around and sneered, Mouse. What right do you have to give me orders? We are acting according to the orders of the Elders' Council. Augustine sneered and said, is that so? But I have also received an order from the Elder. Let me handle this. Nilin then turned around to measure up Augustine as he sneered, Augustine, the Elder told you to pacify the Black Veil Saint. Is she now willing to compromise and accept the orders of the temple? Augustine gloomily replied, yes. The Black Veil Saint has accepted the orders to give me assistance here. Your job here is done. I will accomplish this order and then report back. Augustine fearlessly walked forward and looked at the protector god boundary. He coldly said, Your Excellency Yin Xing of the Sorcerers Association. Is that you in there? Yin Xing had already given up all hope. He really regretted accepting this task. Just Lin alone had almost taken his life. Now, there were 4 paladins and also a saint of the temple that had cultivated until the level of a great practitioner. It is me. Is that you, Your Excellency Augustine? Augustine nodded and replied, Yin Xing, please remove the barrier. I am only ordered by the temple to kill the heathen. It is best that you do not intervene. Yin Xing coldly replied, Augustine, you are too simple. We are on different sides and the situation now is clear. Even if I pull back now, will you all let me leave? I understand the principle of silencing witnesses. Augustine looked at the 3 dragon paladins and said, Lin, the temple has ordered us to kill the envoy of the Radiant Empire. I believe it did not mention anything about killing anyone from the Sorcerers Association? The 3 dragon paladins looked at each other. Lin then coldly said, fine. I will not kill Yin Xing. However, he must follow us back to the temple. He can go only if the Elders' Council is willing to release him. Yin Xing started to hesitate. He was originally acting under orders. But now, completing his task would be a joke. Could a sorcerer like him fight against 4 paladins and a saint? It was impossible. Why bother throwing away his life here? It was not a big deal to follow them back to the temple. Besides that, with his reputation, the temple might also be ill at ease to publicly kill a high-ranked sorcerer. Another way of saying it was although he might die when he goes to the temple, there was still a glimmer of hope. If he refused now, he would definitely die. After thinking about this, Yin Xing could not help sighing and saying, all right. I will follow you to the temple. My old friends at the Elders' Council might not want my old life. After that, he took a deep breath and slowly removed the protector god boundary around him. He then stood up and gently patted the dust off his robe. He then gave a wry smile and said, all right. Augustine, I hope you do not break your promise. He did not direct his words to the other 3 dragons but only to Augustine. This was because Augustine had always been trustworthy. Rhodey's subordinate was still alive. He struggled to climb to Rhodey's side and supported Rhodey. He had a desperate look. Everybody else here had extraordinary strength. As a grade 3 swordsman, trying to protect his lord was simply hopeless. But the stubborn man continued to hold his sword and viciously look at the powerful enemies surrounding him. The 3 dragon warriors stood together. Lin had also retracted his wings and resumed his normal form. Augustine looked at the 2 people on the floor. He then sighed and said, Black Veil Saint, you do it. This is an order from the temple. The Black Veil Saint looked at the warrior who was supporting the envoy. She was hesitant but still waved her sleeve lightly. The warrior felt a huge force pulling him that threw his body to the side. The Black Veil Saint slowly walked up and carefully looked at the envoy's appearance. The man lying on the ground was very young. He had a craggy face and seemed like a resolute man. The Black Veil Saint felt relieved when she saw this unfamiliar face. This Rhodey is not him. AMU looked at Ice, who was beside him. His eyes seemed to ask, "What do we do?" Ice smiled. He looked at his sword and then brandished it to indicate kill. Augustine was looking at the Black Veil Saint and did not see it. The Black Veil Saint bent over and placed her palm over Rhodey's chest. Augustine sighed and said, "Black Veil Saint, do it." The Black Veil Saint closed her eyes and pressed her palm downwards. "There is something hard." Her eyes suddenly opened and showed a strange expression. Augustine frowned and said, "Black Veil Saint, what are you doing?" You. The fingers of the Black Veil Saint moved like the wind and took off Rhodey's lapels to expose his chest. On his sturdy chest was a silver chain with a black ring hanging on it. Not only Augustine, but even the 3 dragon paladins noticed that the Black Veil Saint was acting strangely. She slowly kneeled and trembled. Her shoulders trembled as if she was crying. She held the black ring with both hands as if she was spellbound. "Black Veil Saint." Augustine's voice sank as he asked, "What's wrong?" The Black Veil Saint took a deep breath. She slowly turned around with her cheeks stained with tears and softly said, "Augustine, I am sorry." "What?" The Black Veil Saint shook her head and replied, "I cannot kill this person." Her eyes were firm. "I can kill anybody else in the world, but I cannot kill him." Augustine's expression changed. He stepped back and gritted his teeth. "Black Veil Saint, have you gone crazy?" The 3 dragon paladins looked at each other. They even released their hold on their sword hilts. Ice suddenly burst into laughter. "Augustine, didn't you say that the Black Veil Saint will execute the orders? Are you telling lies?" AMU grinned and said, "Fine. The Black Veil Saint is an apostate and must die." After that, AMU stepped forward and was about to attack. Augustine shouted, "Shut up! Who dares to attack?" He drew his sword and held it across in front as he shouted, "Stop right there." At that moment, Augustine burst out with golden fighting energy. Qianlin raised his eyebrows and coldly said, "Augustine, you have heard what the Black Veil Saint has said. She is openly disobeying the temple's orders. Do you still intend to protect her?" Augustine had a gloomy expression, but he did not step aside. He shouted towards the Black Veil Saint. "Black Veil Saint, what is the matter? Didn't you promise me earlier?" The Black Veil Saint shook her head, but she looked firm. She gritted her teeth and said, "Augustine, I am sorry. However, nobody is allowed to touch this person." Qianlin laughed and loudly said, "Good. Good. Very good. The Black Veil Saint rebelled and must die. Killing people all the time is too troublesome. This is good. I feel happy that I can get rid of all of you at the same time." Qianlin walked forward and raised his fist. The 3 paladins burst forth with golden fighting energy at the same time. The 4 paladins of the temple glared at each other. The 4 dazzling, golden fighting energy faced off. Xing was surprised, but he quietly stepped back a few steps to stand at the side. It was an unexpected change of situation that he could not understand. However, when he saw the saint and the paladins have a falling out, he knew that the further he stood away, the better to avoid getting caught up in the crossfire. Kill. AMU was the first to rush forward and slashed at the Black Veil Saint. Augustine stopped the attack with a backhand slash with nary a thought. Clang. There was a loud clash. AMU then shouted, "Augustine! If you defend her, you will also be considered a rebel." Augustine had a complicated expression. He looked at the Black Veil Saint and softly asked, "Black Veil Saint, are you sure about this?" The Black Veil Saint also has a complicated expression. Her facial expression looked calm, but her eyes revealed the upheaval in her heart. Mao slowly stood up with her face in tears. Her mouth curled into a smile. She smiled as if the spring flowers were in full bloom and said, "In that case, from now on, the Black Veil Saint will be an apostate." Translator's note. 1. Qianlin means inverse scale. It is an idiom and it refers to the inverted scale of a dragon. It is similar to the English words rubbing people the wrong way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229, Reptiles. Chapter 229, Reptiles. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. My dear old Mark. What is going on down there? Seth put down a gadget with a strange long cylindrical shape as he stood on top of the cliff. He looked at old Mark beside him and asked, "Aren't you curious as well?" Old Mark gave him a supercilious look and replied, "I know what you are thinking of. Don't even think I would go down there to save him." Seth laughed happily and asked, "What's wrong? An old monster like you is scared?" That boy down there is our old friend. Old Mark pursed his lips and replied, even if I am an idiot, I am not stupid enough to jump down from here. A single person jumping towards 3 dragon paladins. Who do you think I am? The god of war, Achilles? Seth shrugged his shoulders and no longer looked at Old Mark. He put the cylindrically shaped gadget at his eye and looked through it at a spot below the cliff as he muttered, the situation below does not seem good. How interesting. In a clash of 2 powerful groups, the swords and blades face off. Mouse was surrounded by powerful enemies and her face was pale, but she did not hesitate to say those words. Black Veil Apostate. She smiled brilliantly like the blooming flowers of spring and her beautiful eyes looked calmly at the paladins. This voice, it's her. Rhodey suddenly heard the determined voice in his ears. He suddenly raised his head and looked around the nebulous space as he loudly said, it's her. It's the Black Veil Saint. It's Mouse. He immediately felt anxious. Moses. Trouble is brewing outside. I need to get out right now. He was still surrounded by a white light and felt that his body was stiff and he could not move at all. Moses replied in a hoarse and gloomy voice, Boy, do you think these shackles are easy to cast? Patience. Don't think of so many things. Rhodey closed his eyes, his face distorted. He suddenly became excited and also angry when the voices outside gradually became more distinct and he heard every word. Augustine and the 3 tyrannical dragons were dumbfounded by the Black Veil Apostate's declaration. AMU then loudly shouted, the Black Veil Saint rebelled against the religion and must die. He was reckless and wanted to charge forward but Ice, who was beside him, pulled him back. Ice suddenly laughed and said, Mouse has become an apostate but what about you, Augustine? What are you planning to do? I believe you still remember the Elder Council's secret order? Augustine's hand trembled as he looked at the Black Veil Saint inconceivably. His expression naturally turned even more unsightly. Before he could speak, Mouse smiled at Augustine and said, You do not need to intervene in this matter, Augustine. I am an apostate. You do not need to show me mercy. Go ahead, attack me. An shouted, Augustine, why are you still hesitating? He suddenly stepped forward and punched towards the Black Veil Saint. Augustine was still struggling with his decision when he saw An start to attack. His eyes flashed and his stalwart body moved forward. He raised his hand and blocked An fist as he said, Wait for a moment. AMU and Ice, who was behind, exchanged a glance and shouted in unison, What else are you waiting for? They attacked at the same time from both sides. Augustine gritted his teeth. He raised his sword in his right hand to block AMU's sword. However, he stretched out his left hand to grab Ice's sword blade. Although he had the golden fighting energy to protect him, a paladin's sword was no ordinary sword. His hand was immediately cut open. Blood flowed down the blade of the sword. Augustine's face was etched with pain. He was about to speak when An sneered and punched him in the chest. After the clash, Augustine was thrown back and crashed onto the ground. The golden armor was broken at the chest. Augustine knelt on one knee as he violently coughed out blood. He looked up and fiercely glared at An as he said, Despicable dragon, you actually dared to attack me. Mouse had an ice-cold expression. She saw the attack on Augustine with agony in her face and coldly said, Augustine, you no longer need to protect me. I have made up my mind. I will not change my decision. However, Augustine replied, I will not watch you die. An then shouted, AMU. Stop him. Ice and I will deal with the Black Veil Saint. The 3 dragons moved quickly. AMU blocked Augustine with his huge body and slashed downwards. Augustine was still kneeling and raised his sword over his head to block. Clang! When the swords connected, the overwhelming pressure caused a small crack to appear on the ground. Resisting his opponent's sword, Augustine slowly stood up. AMU suddenly shouted loudly. He raised his hand towards his chest and his palm quickly created a blade of wind. He then flicked his wrist and shot it towards Augustine. Augustine raised his arms to block but his body was still knocked back. His feet unexpectedly dug a deep pit in the ground. As expected of a wind dragon. Augustine gritted his teeth and stood back up. He turned his body and attacked. His entire body was covered in a golden flame as he collided against AMU. The 2 paladin swords clashed again, creating earth-shatteringly loud explosions. An was pleased when he saw AMU block Augustine effectively. He laughed as he looked at the Black Veil Saint and softly said, Your Excellency Mouse, let me see your strength. Show me what the strongest saint of the temple is like. Mouse showed a mocking gaze and said, No wonder the others said that dragons are a despicable race. You clearly knew that I am a sorcerer who is generally not good at melee combat. Yet you said these kinds of words to me. But if you wish to see it, I will show it to you. She put her palms together. Her two index fingers stretched out and quickly created a white ball of light. The ball of light was about the size of a fist and it instantly burst open. Lin's eyes flashed sternly and said, "Fight." Ice acted faster than Lin. He raised his hand and shot out a cold fighting energy. Mouse smiled coldly. She maintained the ball of light with one hand and created a chi barrier with the other. Lin then punched with his fist. Black Veil Saint. Although Augustine was fighting fiercely with Amu, he suddenly roared loudly when he saw the urgency. However, the Black Veil Saint was not hit by Lin as Augustine had expected. When Lin's fist flew forward, the ball of light rapidly spread out and a crack opened up. It was a crack. The Black Veil Saint's sorcery had unexpectedly opened a crack in the air. Lin felt his fist tightened as a ghastly mucus-like claw appeared and grabbed his wrist. "What is this?" Lin cried out in alarm and tried to pull back his hand. However, the claw held his hand very tightly. When Lin retreated, the claw was pulled out instead. The black crack became bigger. Suddenly, there was a roar and a huge monster stepped out from the crack. The monster was twice as large as the dragon warriors. It stood on the ground with its huge feet. Its body was totally covered in green mucus. It was extremely disgusting. It wore a set of tattered armor that exposed its broken body and muscles. Its head was like a wolf's head. It only wore half a helmet which exposed his long black hair. The monster's hand grabbed Lin's wrist. Its other hand was holding a double-edged battle axe. It then raised the axe and swung it down on Lin. "Humph." Lin coldly grunted and blocked the axe. Lin took this opportunity to shake off the claw that was holding him and stepped back. They were shocked to see the monster in front of them. "It is a war spirit," Lin said in a deep voice. "Mouse. I didn't expect you to use summoning spells and even call out such a monster." Mouse ignored him. She slowly sat down and closed her eyes. She placed both hands on her chest while holding up her two index fingers. A summoning spell could summon powerful creatures, but it also consumed a lot of magic power. The war spirit was a powerful warrior, but its every move in this world would consume Mouse's power. The monstrous war spirit roared to the skies and swung its axe, creating a swift and fierce wind. Lin sneered. He jumped high up in the air and punched the monster's face. The war spirit roared even more violently. It did not bother to dodge but instead swung its claw to catch Lin's neck. Ice took advantage of this moment to chop the monster's legs with his sword. "Aouuu!" The monster suddenly howled. The monster's legs and face were attacked at the same time. The monster's face had almost sunken in from the punch and its leg armor had been cut through by ice. The sword had also cut off a piece of flesh, but the war spirit did not know pain. Lin was hit in the chest by the monster and stumbled back a few steps as he coughed violently. Ice was cunning. He realized that the war spirit was not agile. He attacked the monster by dodging left and right most of the time and only thrusting his sword now and then to injure it. The scene had started to turn chaotic. Two paladins were locked in battle at one end. Another two more paladins were also endlessly fighting against the war spirit. Originally, a single war spirit would not be enough to ward off a dragon paladin. However, the Black Veil Saint was out of options as summoning the war spirit was her limit based on her sorcery powers. The Black Veil Saint also understood that she was a sorcerer. If she were to engage in melee combat, she would be easily killed by the paladins. The spirit was able to stall the two paladins, but the Black Veil Saint knew that it would only be a short while before the two paladins got rid of the war spirit. The war spirit was powerful as it knew no pain and exhaustion. However, against the powerful dragon paladins, it could only stall them for a while at most. Sure enough, Lin suddenly cried out. The dragon aura in his body reached a peak state and he punched with his fist. He had condensed all his strength into this punch. Before the punch connected, a whirlwind of chi even appeared. That chi struck the war spirit and tore apart its armor. The war spirit cried out as its chest was punched through by the fist. The fighting energy in Lin's arm suddenly swelled up. The war spirit then roared before its upper body blew up. "Let us see what else you've got." Lin grinned hideously as he stretched out his hand to grab the Black Veil Saint. Augustine became anxious and roared loudly. He ignored Amu and tried to rush past him. Amu then slashed his left shoulder and drew out blood. Augustine knocked away Lin's hand with his fist and at the same time blocked Ice's sneak attack with his sword. After that, Augustine suddenly stumbled backward. Ice grinned cynically. His ice and snow fighting energy flowed through the sword and shot out at Augustine. Augustine then felt half of his body go numb and suddenly roared loudly. The fighting energy in his body tripled. He slashed in an arc, forcing the other three to move back. After that, he could not hold on anymore and fell sitting down on the floor. At that moment, half of his body was covered in blood. He looked at the three dragons with a pale face and gritted his teeth. The three of you intend to be ruthless today? The Black Veil Saint sighed and asked, Augustine, is this worth the trouble? Aya, the battle down there is really intense. Seth smiled and said, are those few people the so-called legendary dragons? Old Mark, I am still curious. If you were to jump down right now, how long can you fight against them? Old Mark vigilantly stepped back and replied, don't even think about it. Old Mark closed his eyes and thought about it for a moment before replying, if it is 1 against 1, I am confident that I can defeat a dragon as our strength is about equal. But right now, there are 3 of them down there. My old bones won't be able to resist their attacks. Seth sneered and said, all right. Then let us continue and watch. But if it reaches a critical moment, I cannot stand here and watch, it would be a pity if I do not participate in something so interesting. Old Mark glanced at him and said, you better speak softly. Although I have created a boundary here, the people down there are monsters. There is a chance that they would notice it. Old man, are you still not done? The situation outside is turning bad. Rhodey shouted from his heart. Hurry! 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 His body was wrapped in a strange chi mass. Meanwhile, the sounds from outside were streaming in nonstop, every word in every sentence was crystal clear. The Black Veil Saint, Mouse, was outside. She was just by his side. Although he did not know why she appeared, the words Black Veil Apostate made Rhodey dumbfounded. Black Veil Apostate. Rhodey could only see darkness in front of him as he listened to the sounds of shouting and fighting outside. But he could not move a single finger. Suddenly, he heard Moses speak in his ear, the shackle is created. Be sure not to remove that ring. Rhodey finally felt relieved and asked, Moses, is everything done? Moses' voice was filled with pride as he said, of course it is. It was actually done earlier, but I simply did not tell you. Rhodey cursed, you have already completed it earlier? Of course. It is more interesting if the hero appears at the most opportune moment. All of you who once believed in God's teachings are all crazy. Rhodey could not help but angrily shout. Moses' voice gradually became softer, my desire is complete. You watch yourself. His voice then vanished completely and the surrounding space became quiet. Rhodey opened his eyes as if he had just gone through many long, dark years. Rhodey felt himself move as light fell into his eyes. His body once again had a sense of perception, keenness, and alertness. His strength gradually returned and he had regained control of his body. His whole body was filled with energy and felt as if the energy was about to burst out of his body. Rhodey subconsciously stroked the ring on his finger. Then, he moved. The 3 dragon paladins were about to act when they looked astonishingly behind the Black Veil Saint. Rhodey slowly sat up and he started to slowly stretch his body. The Black Veil Saint quickly turned around and looked surprised as she saw Rhodey got back up. Augustine's expression turned even more puzzled. Rhodey stood up and patted the Black Veil Saint's shoulder gently. He softly said, I heard everything. He gazed at her eyes and said firmly, if you do not forget me, I will not forget you. Tears flowed from the Black Veil Saint's eyes. Rhodey then gently reached out with his hand to wipe her tears. He then turned around and looked haughtily at the 3 dragon warriors. 1 fire dragon, 1 snow dragon and 1 wind dragon. Rhodey looked at the 3 dragon paladins. He then shook his head, sighed, and touched his forehead. He gave a wry smile and said, why does my mind give me so much information as if I naturally knew what you are? Amu had an indignant expression and shouted, bastard. How dare you talk to us like that? And Eileen, however, felt that something was wrong and asked, are you the Radiant Empire's envoy? Sigh. Look. That boy has woken up. Seth seemed upset and said, he has already snatched the interesting thing away. Old Mark, this is all your fault. Old Mark folded his arms, feeling too lazy to care about the unreasonable young master. Seth continued to look at the figures below the cliff with that cylindrical gadget. He then gave a strange expression and said, strange. Something is not quite right about that boy. Rhodey suddenly revealed a mocking smile. He stretched out his hands as if he was stretching his waist lazily while looking at the 3 dragon paladins. He then loudly said, I have slept for a very long time. You 3 reptiles, come and help me warm up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230, next. Chapter 230, next. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Silence. Finally, AMU and Ice burst out laughing. AMU said, "Could it be that the person who came from the Radiant Continent is a madman?" Ice said, "Did he damage his head?" And Lin asked gloomily, "What did you say earlier?" Rhodey shook his head and seemed to look at the sky. Why? Why are people unable to accept things that are beyond them? Perhaps they do not believe in my words right from the beginning? Or perhaps they deliberately laugh to hide the uneasiness in their hearts? Rhodey then gave a wry smile as he shook his head. He sighed and muttered, "Why did I suddenly say these strange words? Old man Moses, these are the thoughts you have left behind for me." The Black Veil Saint was calm as she looked at the man in front of her. She did not look away and had resolute eyes. Rhodey laughed and asked, "Do you believe my words?" The Black Veil Saint nodded softly. Her beautiful hair fell to the side of her head. Rhodey resisted stretching out to her forehead to run his fingers through her hair. He whispered, "You have not changed. You are still a fool." Rhodey slowly walked forward, beyond Augustine who was obstructing the three dragon paladins. He did not look back at the seriously injured paladin but simply said, "Uncle, go and take a good rest." Uncle 1? Augustine did not collapse from all the injuries he sustained from the three paladins. However, Rhodey's words almost made him collapse from anger. "Ha ha ha." Seth laughed uncontrollably. "How funny. This boy has really changed." "Uncle?" Old Mark frowned and asked, "What is so funny about it?" "Madman of the Tulip family." Seth sighed and softly said, "Don't you think that his tone and his infuriating manner is becoming more like me?" Old Mark gave him a supercilious look. Rhodey stood in front of the three dragon paladins and slowly drew out the dragon spell scimitar from his waist. He gently drew a line across the ground. He then stood outside of the line and said, "Across this line here is my territory. You are all not allowed to cross it." The three paladins were all much taller than Rhodey. Rhodey stood in front of the three of them and looked at them who were each enveloped with blazing golden fighting energy. He then said, "Come on. Will you all attack together? Or one at a time?" And Lin sneered and said, "What a joke. Do you think we need 3 dragon paladins to deal with one madman of the Radiant Continent?" I shook his head and said, "AMU, we will leave this to you." The Colossus-like AMU grinned cynically while he cracked his knuckles. The people around them voluntarily made space for them. The great sorcerine Xing moved far away. And Lin and Ice had also moved back. They folded their hands and pondered while looking at the scene. However, Lin instinctively had a complicated expression. "Kill!" AMU suddenly roared loudly. He curled up his huge body and shot towards Rhodey like a meteor. His huge fists were like the fists of the gods, punching towards Rhodey's chest. Rhodey was hit by this heavy blow and flew away into the sky. Surprisingly, he did not even counter this first attack. AMU laughed wildly as his huge body soared towards the sky. Although his body was huge, he was still very agile. He was so quick that he had already jumped above Rhodey's head. The sword in his hands flashed coldly as he accurately slashed the crown of Rhodey's head. The moment he slashed downwards, the sound of the thunderclap at the head shocked everyone. Rhodey did not even groan as he fell back towards the ground. His fall was faster compared to the speed when he shot up. AMU's body stopped moving for a short while. After that, his huge body moved quickly like a rabbit. He instantly twisted his body and dived down. He was still faster than Rhodey's falling speed. It was like his enemy was his shadow. Relentlessly, he entangled himself with Rhodey. Then AMU punched him again. The punch once again struck Rhodey's chest, causing his entire body to curl forward, with his back facing the ground. He then heavily crashed into the ground and created a large hole that was half a meter wide. There was a muffled sound as AMU landed by his side with both huge legs slamming onto the ground, causing a few cracks to appear. He then shouted furiously and continuously attacked Rhodey, who was on the ground like a violent storm. It seemed Rhodey could not fight back at all. Rhodey's face, chest, and abdomen were pummeled continuously. Each strike from AMU's fists or sword came together with a faint thunderous sound. There was a huge blast, forcing the others to move back even more. Dust flew into the sky. AMU's movements became faster and faster. Finally, only his blurred silhouette was visible but not his movements. This madman must have really made AMU angry. He actually used his Wind Dragon 29 strikes. Ice took a deep breath and seemed surprised by AMU's imposing aura. This guy from the Radiant Empire is finished. Augustine thought. Even I would probably not be able to withstand against those storm-like attacks. On top of that, this fool did not parry a single strike. He was beaten up since the start and was now simply lying down there. While everybody had their own thoughts, AMU suddenly gave an earth-shaking dragon's cry. A pair of dragon wings also appeared behind his back. As he cried out, he punched the ground beside Rhodey. The huge impact actually launched Rhodey up. AMU then kicked Rhodey's back and kicked it again when he flew to the skies with his wings flapping. He flew above Rhodey again as his fighting energy multiplied. He pointed his sword at Rhodey from a higher ground and chanted a few strange words slowly and clearly. Dragon language. Augustine, the Black Veil Saint, and even Seth, who was hiding at the clifftop, had the same thought. I shouted, AMU has gone mad. An apparition too instantly separated from AMU's huge body. The golden apparition was like his clone. The apparition then descended and hit Rhodey's body. A huge blade of wind in a circular arc tore Rhodey's upper clothes into pieces. AMU then laughed wildly as the sword in his hands shot forward. Wind Dragon Slash! Ice exclaimed. AMU is crazy. The two of them spread out their dragon wings at the same time. They then firmly wrapped their wings around their bodies. Their dragon auras also formed a light around them. Augustine shouted, shit. He immediately took his sword and drew a circle around himself and the Black Veil Saint. Golden fighting energy came out from the circle the moment it was completed. The circular-shaped fighting energy seemed to form a wall and protect those behind it. After that, there was a loud explosion. The huge blast caused Augustine's wall to shake. The golden fighting energy on his body grew even more intense as he tried to maintain the protective circle. A huge crater appeared on the ground. There was a long crack that was 1 meter deep and 10 meters long that extended to both sides of the crater and stretched into the woods. It was as if the entire ground was cut into two by AMU's final attack. AMU finally descended to Rhodey's side. He had launched a series of attacks and even used a lot of his energy to deploy his ultimate attack. At the moment, he was gasping for breath. He looked at his opponent lying at his feet. His opponent had taken all of his attacks with his body. However, the more AMU hit his opponent, the more uneasy he felt. The indescribable fear forced him to use his strongest attack. The opponent I fought can't even strike back and yet I used my strongest attack? Fortunately, nothing strange had happened. The battle had gone very smoothly. The storm-like attack right from the beginning had subdued the enemy. AMU breathed out. When the dust started to settle, he suddenly heard a sound. The gravel below him moved. Immediately after that, he saw a figure slowly got up and stood right in front of him. That face was very close to him. It was a face without any expression. There was no expression of pain, anger, or confusion. It only seemed to have a faint hint of mockery. After that, his opponent laughed a little. He seemed to ask in a soft voice, "Are you done?" At that moment, AMU turned stiff and cold. All of his cold sweat came out. His opponent's cold voice seemed to carry an irresistible charm. AMU instinctively answered in a trembling voice, I am done." Rhodey nodded indifferently. He then said in a cold voice, "Then, now it is my turn." AMU suddenly felt his chest turn cold. Before he realized it, his opponent's palm had already been placed on his chest. This feels cooling. These were the Wind Dragon Warrior AMU's last thoughts. Everyone, including Qianlin and Ice, clearly saw the shockingly indescribable scene. Rhodey's palm was placed lightly on AMU's chest. Immediately, a dazzling and brilliant light appeared at the place between Rhodey's palm and AMU's chest. The glaring light made everyone instinctively look away. The moment they looked back, Rhodey's attack was already over. Blood burst out from the huge Wind Dragon Paladin AMU's body starting from his chest. After that, there were more popping sounds as everything above his chest, including his arms, neck, and head, started to burst out blood. The blood scattered in all directions as though it was a bloody fireworks display. After the top half of his body had burst into a bloody mess and disappeared, the remaining lower half of his body fell to the ground. Augustine could no longer stand. The Wind Dragon AMU that he was struggling against was instantly annihilated by Rhodey in just one strike. This person, he is definitely not human. He suddenly looked back at the Black Veil Saint and saw that she was also surprised. Augustine asked in a hoarse voice, "Black Veil Saint, who is this guy?" The Black Veil Saint took a deep breath while trying to regain her composure. She smiled once more and replied, "His name is Rhodey. He is the Radiant Empire's Duke of the Tulip family. He is also the man that I fell in love with." The Duke of the Tulip family? He is not human. He is definitely not human. It was as if Seth had been frozen for a long time before he recovered. He sighed and looked back at old Mark. He saw that old Mark had the same expression as him. "Old Mark, did you know that this boy was so powerful?" Old Mark shook his head and replied, "Of course not. Hell, last time, I could kill him easily, but now." Seth laughed bitterly and said, "Now it looks like he can easily kill you with one hand." Old Mark was speechless. Seth frowned for a moment and seemed to have made a resolution. "After that," he said, "I have come to a decision." "What have you decided?" Old Mark frowned. Seth took a deep breath and said with an unprecedented serious expression, "I have decided that from now on, I do not want to have any dealings with this boy ever again. I do not want to have any kind of relationship with him, these kinds of things are too dangerous." Seth had a solemn expression, and with a voice totally devoid of any frivolous or mocking nature, he said, "This boy is simply a devil. He is not human." Half of Rhodey's body had been soiled red from the wind dragon's blood. His face and his hair were also soiled red. He then turned around to look at the other two dumbstruck and frightened dragons. "Looks like the blood of dragons is also red. It is no different from humans." Rhodey sneered as he slowly wiped the blood from his face. He looked at the fresh blood on his hands and gave a mocking smile. "To kill a person, a single strike is enough." Rhodey then held his scimitar with one hand and slowly stepped forward. He looked at the two frightened dragon paladins. He had not drawn his scimitar at all in the earlier fight. Rhodey stretched out his hand and, with his finger, beckoned the two dragon paladins. He then said in a low voice, "Next." Translator's notes. 1. Uncle. The Chinese call everybody who is much older than themselves uncle as an honorific. It's the equivalent of sir. 2. The apparition here is light shadow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231, Rules. Chapter 231, Rules. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You are powerful. Lin trembled faintly. You are the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. Can you tell me? What was the attack you used to kill AMU? Rhodey lowered his head and looked at Lin from the corner of his eyes. You noticed it? Yes. Lin was frightened, but he still gritted his teeth and replied, I can feel it very clearly. That was a genuine dragon god's aura. It is the most primitive and pure dragon's aura. He had clenched his fists, but they still trembled. I cannot understand. You are obviously a human. Why do you have such a powerful dragon's aura? Lin's trembling gradually became fiercer. The blazing golden flames of his fighting energy that enveloped his body gradually disappeared. Ice immediately felt that something was different. He could not help but turn to the side and look at Lin in surprise. They were near each other and they were both dragons. He could feel his boss body going through some changes. A dragon has inverted scales. They become enraged when those scales are touched. A fearsome pressure of the dragon's aura began to emerge from Lin's body. The fierce dragon's aura even made Ice, who was also a dragon, feel an indescribable fear in his heart. He began to step back and he spoke with a trembling voice, Lin, you. The long dragon wings on Lin's back had disappeared. The eyes and long and thin pupils of his eyes turned black. His eyes no longer showed any emotion. You may be very powerful. Perhaps you may be even more powerful than me. But as the strongest of the dragon race, I still want to fight you to the death. Lin opened his big hands and suddenly shouted, Sa. Emoli, yeah. Countless rays of fierce aura shot out from his body. The dust and the leaves on the ground slowly floated into the air. The space within 100 meters around him was shrouded by his aura. A dragon boundary. As a sorcerer, she could immediately tell that this was a dragon's most advanced and peculiar magical boundary. According to the ancient legends, a powerful dragon can use their own aura to create something that was similar to a human sorcerer's boundary. However, the dragon boundary was much more powerful. This was because the boundaries were created according to their own skill types and would be most suitable for them in battle. Rhodey quietly watched Lin slowly create his boundary. He simply stood there and did not stop Lin. Rhodey even gently rubbed his forehead. He smiled and said, HM. A dragon boundary. Looks like you are much more powerful than that big fellow earlier. But I wonder what kind of battlefield would suit you the most. It was fire. Lin did not need to give a reply as the air within his boundary instantly became hot. The floating leaves began to burn spontaneously and gradually turned into floating specks of fire. Rhodey felt his skin burn. He even clearly felt his clothes gradually heat up. After that, there were faint warnings of spontaneous combustion. The Black Veil Saint was the quickest to respond to the situation. She had already created a small boundary to protect herself and Augustine. That snow dragon, Ice, also felt uncomfortable in the hot environment as his sweat poured down his face. He had long since retreated several steps away and covered himself inside walls of ice. The Grand Sorcerer Yin Xing hesitated for a moment, but he did not leave immediately. After heaving a sigh, he also created a sorcerer boundary. Oh. It seems that the dragon race is quite powerful. At the very least, one would not need to fear the cold of winter with such a furnace. Seth laughed. He had put down the long cylindrical gadget and stretched out his hands to feel the heat as he smiled pleasantly. Old Mark crossed his arms and coldly said, "A furnace? Only you can think of this. Try and stand closer. Then you will know how formidable that is. Just so you know, warming yourself by the furnace is totally different from burning like a charcoal in it." The air within the dragon boundary seemed to have started burning. Wave after wave of heat swept towards Rhodey and the ground beneath his feet started to emit black smoke. Even the flames could faintly be seen in the air. However, the rising flames could not approach Rhodey's body. Whenever the flames got close to him, it would separate into two and go in different directions. Lin said in a low voice, "Just now when you fought against AMU, you did not strike back on purpose and merely tested him." For a moment, Rhodey looked surprised and said, "You could also guess that?" Lin humphed and said, "I am not an idiot." He grinned cynically and said, "I can feel it. Although you can use a powerful dragon's aura that is even more powerful than what I can imagine, it seems as though you do not dare to use it. You did not strike back against AMU earlier and unwaveringly withstood his attacks. This was to test how much dragon aura your body could handle. Am I right?" His eyes then flashed vigilantly as he continued, "That was why, after you finished testing it out, you killed AMU as quickly as possible so that you could reduce the amount of dragon aura you used." Rhodey raised his eyebrow and replied, "Looks like this reptile is not too stupid." Lin shouted, "Shut up. Don't even think of using these words to infuriate me. It will not do you any good." He then pointed to himself with his thumb. "My name is Lin. I was born more easily angered compared to the other dragons. Another difference is that my combat effectiveness would increase the angrier I become. At the same time, my mind would also remain sober when I am angry." "Oh?" Rhodey laughed. "That is unexpected," Rhodey said as he knocked his forehead. "I did not expect dragons to also have multiple personality disorders." "Shut up." Lin's expression changed drastically. Crimson sheets of flames rose suddenly and violently from his body. He was like a demon standing inside the blazing flames of hell. Rhodey suddenly stretched out his hand gently and looked at the drifting sparks gently falling onto his palm. Rhodey had a calm expression. He was calm and slowly spoke in a low tone, "Dragon boundary, it sounds good. It creates an environment that is best for the user and is an extremely useful sorcery. But it is a pity." "What is pitiful?" Rhodey sighed, "It is a pity that the dragon race is wrong." Gradually, Rhodey's expression changed. His eyes were gradually filled with the utmost reverence. "There was once a teacher that I respected. He told me that everything in this world has a rule. The rotation of day and night, the movement of the stars, the changes of the 4 seasons. All of these are governed by rules. What we need to do is to comprehend these rules and master them." Rhodey's face seemed to have a kind of unusual radiance. The small sparks on his palm did not immediately disappear. Instead, it seemed to become alive and gently float up. "That person told me that God was so powerful because they created the rules and all of the rules were under their control. As they could manipulate space, they can even make it snow in June. They can let thunder strike during winter. They can even stop time and distort space. This is why God is so powerful and can place themselves above all of creation." The sparks in Rhodey's hands suddenly started to surge and burn fiercely. Suddenly, it grew and then shrank, moved right and then left, and then transformed into different shapes in Rhodey's palms. Rhodey had a mocking sneer while looking at Lin. Lin could no longer exercise patience. He suddenly roared. With both feet on the ground, he created a flaming whirlwind and shot at Rhodey. The spiral-shaped flame ruthlessly flew forward. Rhodey did not even seem to spare it a glance and casually waved his hand to block it. Boom! The spiral-shaped flames that shot towards Rhodey were blocked with a single hand. The flames then split apart and disintegrated. Lin looked solemn. His attack had been blocked right in front. Despite Nilin's ferocious and frightening expression, he could not move an inch forward. Rodi sighed and said, "You are already very powerful. You know how to utilize the rules to obtain an advantage. Unfortunately, you do not know how to create your own rules." Rodi heaved a sigh and moved his hand outwards lightly. Immediately, Anilin's huge body fell and flew backward. He rolled several times in the air before he landed on his feet. 2 deep cavities appeared where he landed. Anilin looked surprised. He could feel a bone-piercing cold from his opponent's fist. Cold? Hell! It was a cold feeling. Rodi looked at the jumping sparks in his palm with a dignified expression. He closed his eyes and softly said, "In this world, there is a type of humans who are closest to the gods. This is because they could create their own space within God's world. They could break the old rules in their own domain and recreate their own new rules. These people, they are called." He suddenly opened his eyes and smiled lightly, "Domain masters." Rodi's eyes suddenly showed a strange vigor. He suddenly pointed the index finger of his other hand and drew a few strokes in the air. The jumping sparks in the other hand instantly solidified into ice. The sparkling clear ice crystal that appeared in his hand gave off a slight chill as it floated unhurriedly in the scorching hot dragon boundary. The flames continued to rage all around, but the ice crystal did not melt at all. Rodi looked at the heat waves surrounding the gently floating ice crystal and tears started to flow from the corners of his eyes. "Master Autumn, I finally understand what you have told me." The feeble chill from the ice crystal then exploded. The icy cold chill then grew and spread very quickly, and the violent flame tongues surging in the heat waves instantly solidified and became ice. The sounds of the ice condensing fizzed and hissed non-stop as the transformation continued to spread. Anilin's mouth gaped open as he watched the dragon boundary he created with his own dragon aura, instantly turned into a world of snow and ice. The spreading chill had reached his body and he heard fizzing and hissing sounds. He then found his feet frozen to the ground. "What is going on?" Anilin roared angrily. Rodi smiled as the ice crystal fell onto his palm. He then made a few light strokes with the index finger of his other hand and the ice flower disintegrated and disappeared. "I broke your rules and created my own space. In this space, the rules must obey me. That is because this is my domain." Rodi smiled happily and pointed to his own nose. "My place, my rules. Domain. Domain power." Anilin's roar seemed as though it was cut halfway by an invisible blade as he looked at his opponent with surprise. The Black Veil Saint was also surprised. She gazed at Rodi's back, her face incredulous yet pleasantly surprised. Augustine was deathly pale as he dumbly looked at his own sword. He murmured the words Rodi had said earlier. "Rules?" Old Mark was standing on top of the cliff with his body halfway over it. He seemed to exhale after a long time and then looked back at Seth and said, "He really does have a strong domain power." Seth, who had been laughing since earlier, then fell into deep thought. "Rules, rules." He then raised his head and looked at Old Mark with a meaningful smile. "Rules. What an extremely marvelous name. I don't believe this." Anilin suddenly screamed. Blazing flames once again erupted from his body and the ice that froze his feet to the ground shattered. Once again, he shot towards Rodi like a whirlwind. The fire dragon's strength was really extraordinary. Like a shooting star, he reached in front of Rodi in a single breath. Time then stopped. The entire space seemed to distort a little. Anilin's attack suddenly stopped, like pieces of ice, frozen in this space. His large body remained in an attacking posture but motionless in front of Rodi. Rodi raised a single finger slowly and then placed it on Anilin's forehead. Immediately, a blood arrow shot out from the back of his head. Blood and brain matter sprayed out and turned to ice. Time continued to move again and Anilin's large body suddenly crashed onto the ground at Rodi's feet. His corpse was just behind the line that Rodi had drawn. Rodi shook his head and turned around to look at the kneeling and deathly pale ice dragon that was in a daze. He then softly said, "Looks like it is no longer necessary to fight. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 232, Shackles. Chapter 232, Shackles. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Looks like it is no longer necessary to fight. Rodi stood in front of the ice dragon that had turned pale and looked at him in a commanding position. Unexpectedly, the ice dragon suddenly laughed in despair and slowly shook his head. "Yes. It is really not necessary to fight anymore." He looked up at Rodi and said, "First, you killed Amu. After that, you killed Anilin. Even if I challenge you, you will just send me to my death." Rodi coldly said, "Although I do not like indiscriminate killing, you all have just killed all my men. No matter what, you will not escape today. By the time Rhodey finished his sentence, he had already stretched out his hand and placed it on Ice's head. The ice dragon smiled. He closed his eyes and waited for his death. Looks like he is still a stupid boy. Seth sighed. If it was me, I would have spared the dragon and take him in as a subordinate. It would be very interesting to have a dragon as a pet. How could a dozen warriors be compared to a dragon with the rank of a paladin? Old Mark gave a bitter laugh and said, perhaps this is the biggest difference between you and him. At that moment, a strange gloomy white light suddenly appeared at Rhodey's palm that was on Ice's head. The light looks white but yet was gloomy and cold. Rhodey drew his scimitar. The scimitar flashed and after a grating sound, Ice's head shot to the sky. The strange thing was that not a single drop of blood came out. It was as if this dragon did not have blood. The moment the head separated from the body, the corpse fell to the ground. The light in Rhodey's hand then gradually dispersed. Rhodey then flicked his wrist and retrieved the light, then held it in his hand. The light was kneaded into a ball. He then gently stroked the scimitar blade. Gradually, the light was pushed into the blade of the scimitar. Seth had sharp eyes. He saw and then laughed. Good. Good one. Swords and blades have souls too. He actually took the dragon's soul to refine it as the blade's soul. Kill a dragon and get an artifact. That dragon's soul would live on forever in that blade. It has become the soul of the blade. This is truly a sinister method. Old Mark sighed. That dragon's soul is forever trapped in that blade. This is truly a cruel punishment. Rhodey slowly looked at the blade as the light in it gradually subsided. Only the engraved dragon spell flashed with a strange light. Rhodey sheathed his sword. He then turned back to look at the Black Veil Saint and smiled. All right. It is done now. The Black Veil Saint had long stood up and looked at Rhodey blankly. Rhodey had unexpectedly mastered domain power and instantly defeated 3 dragons. His extraordinary strength not only shocked her, it made her feel confused as well. At that moment, Rhodey smiled gently at her, his face no longer the same as when she was in the Northwest. However, his warm eyes and sincere smile were the same as in the old days. The Black Veil Saint suddenly called out softly and moved a few steps forward to hug Rhodey. Rhodey was astonished for a moment and did not know what to do. He instinctively held Mouse and whispered, "My body is all bloodied." Mouse raised her head to see an embarrassed face in close proximity. She smiled sweetly and said, "I don't care." The two of them hugged for a long time and their feelings surged. They thought back to the day they separated in the Northwest and also the day the tulip flower bloomed in the night sky above the Thunder City. They embraced each other and forgot about their surroundings for a moment. The sorcerer Yin Xing was in a dilemma. He had been watching the fight from a distance. What he initially thought of as a hopeless situation had suddenly turned around. The Radiant Empire's envoy unexpectedly had terrifying strength. The 3 paladins from the temple could not even parry one strike from him. However, as the situation turned optimistic, his position became more delicate. He was initially dispatched to protect the envoy, but in the end, the envoy protected him. He hesitated for a moment, not knowing if he should leave. After thinking for a moment, he walked forward and was about to say something when Augustine looked at him and shook his head. Augustine smiled and whispered, "Wait for a while." Rhodey and Mouse finally stopped their embrace. Mouse turned around to see Augustine and Yin Xing looking at them with a weird stare. Even if she was the Black Veil Saint, she could not help blushing. Then she said, "Let go of me." Rhodey was also a little embarrassed and gave a gentle cough. He then walked towards Augustine and softly asked, "Are you also a paladin of the temple?" Augustine felt agonized and said, "I was a paladin. Now." He looked at the Black Veil Saint and sighed. "Now, it is hard to say." Mouse was apologetic as she said, "Augustine, if it was not because of me, you wouldn't have." Augustine shook his head and replied, "Words are useless." His voice sounded lonely. "I will report today's matter back to the elder in the temple. How they decide to punish me is something I will handle in the future." Mouse frowned and asked, "Augustine, you still want to return to the temple? Today, 3 paladins have died. Do you think the elder would spare you if you returned to the temple?" Augustine looked perplexed. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "No matter what, I cannot become an apostate. Black Veil Saint, I envy the fact that you can leave. However, I grew up in the temple. My entire life has already been given to the temple. It is impossible for me to leave like you." Before Mouse could say any more, Augustine waved his hand and stopped her. He then looked at Rhodey and took a deep breath. "Your Excellency is so powerful that I am too far behind you one. Today, the Black Veil Saint has become an apostate for you. The temple is now her enemy. I hope that you can protect her in the future so that she would no longer suffer. Do. Rhodey immediately interrupted Augustine the moment he realized that Augustine was about to complete saying the last word. No need to say more. I love Mouse and will definitely protect her. Rhodey looked at Augustine's face with a strange gaze. Augustine was not a fool. After staring blankly a little, he realized that Rhodey did not want his identity to be revealed. He took a look at Rhodey, unable to understand why Rhodey wanted to hide his identity. However, Rhodey had saved both his and the Black Veil Saint's lives. Since Rhodey did not want to reveal his identity, Augustine would not speak a word. Augustine pondered for a moment and quietly replied. Don't worry. When I return to the temple, I will not speak of things that I should not. Rhodey was relieved. He said, that would be best. He then frowned, Mr. Augustine, if things do not work out, please remember that you have friends here. He then went up to Augustine and softly said, if it were not for you, something bad would have happened to the Black Veil Saint. If things don't work out, I will be waiting for you in the south. The Black Veil Saint was smart too. She was watching the two men whispering to each other when she saw Rhodey stop Augustine from saying the word Duke. She immediately knew that Rhodey was keeping his identity a secret. Although she did not understand why he changed his appearance and identity when he came to the Roland continent, she did not ask. After all, it was not a good place to talk about such things when the great sorcerer Yin Xing was still around. The three of them exchanged words for a while. After that, when Augustine was about to take his leave, the Black Veil Saint, with a complicated expression, seemed to advise him against it. But he waved his hand and no longer spoke. Although Augustine had some injuries, he turned and walked unyieldingly. He only left behind deep footprints and faint bloodstains as his stubborn figure vanished into the woods. The Grand Sorcerer Yin Xing then smiled and said, Your humble servant was sent here by the Sorcerers Association to meet the envoy. Now that the escorts and the Imperial Guards had all died, let me escort you to the royal city. Rhodey remained silent and walked up to the fallen warrior in front of the cliff. There were hints of anger and hatred in his eyes. The Black Veil Saint sighed. She knew Rhodey's temperament since their time in the Northwest. She gently pulled Rhodey's arm and then waved her hand. Some flame shot out from her hand and engulfed the corpse of the warrior. It gradually burned until there was nothing left. Rhodey took a deep breath. He then looked at Mouse and forced a smile. Thank you. Rhodey gently released Mouse's hand. He suddenly looked up the cliff and shouted, Seth, have you watched enough? If so, come on down. Yin Xing and Mouse were astonished. Rhodey suddenly took out his scimitar and slashed across at the cliff. Boom! A huge wind blade blasted out from his sword. The wind blade fiercely cut through the rocks of the cliff. The cliff face that was cut by Rhodey then tumbled down in a loud crash. Rhodey held the Black Veil Saint with one hand and quickly retreated. Yin Xing had naturally already fled to a side. They then saw the precipitous mountain split open. Rock fragments fell in succession and dust filled the sky. In the dust-covered sky, two figures jumped down. It was an old man protecting another person with one hand. His fighting energy protected them from the falling rocks. Rhodey and Seth then landed with a crash in front of Rhodey. The dust made Seth choke and cough a few times. He then pushed off old Mark's protective hand and dusted his body. After that, Seth smiled wryly and asked, Boy, when did you notice me? Rhodey did not give him an answer. Instead, he frowned at Seth and said, I was wondering why you came to the Roland continent. At that moment, the dust gradually dispersed. Seth had wiped the dust from his face and revealed his distinct face. Yin Xing did not show any reaction, but Mouse was astonished when she saw that face. The young man was a dazzling blonde. He had a pair of dark blue eyes and an extremely handsome face. This was remarkably like the appearance of the Duke of the Tulip family that she saw in the Northwest. Mouse was alarmed. She could not help but look towards Rhodey. Rhodey gently pulled her hand and whispered, It is a long story. I will tell you about it later. Old Mark stepped in front of Seth and frowned at Rhodey. Boy, you forced us down here. What do you intend to do? The Black Veil Saint could not help but ask, Rhodey, who is he? Yin Xing was the most astute. He could tell that the old man standing in front of the young man had extraordinary strength. He hid his hand back into his sleeves. The two newcomers had been hiding on the cliff. Only God would know if they were friends or foes. Rhodey stared at Seth as if afraid that the moment he looked away, Seth would disappear again. Rhodey had an extremely complicated feeling about the person in front of him. On one hand, Seth created a huge plot in the Radiant Empire. Without his manipulation, Rhodey, who was at the bottom of society, would not get to where he was now. At the same time, Seth was also someone who infuriated him. Seth had almost subverted the entire Radiant continent with his conspiracy. More importantly, there was a faint hatred in Rhodey's heart. When he saw Seth, he was reminded of the pitiful and detestable Empress and also Master Autumn. At the same time, this loathsome person was Nicole's younger brother. Nicole could already be considered his wife. No matter what, they already shared a relationship as relatives. No matter how much Rhodey hated him, he could not do much. Rhodey also understood how formidable the person in front of him was. He remembered the books he read in the Duke's mansion and Seth's notes in them. It could be said that all of Rhodey's wisdom and knowledge were obtained from those books and notes. This included all the treasonous ideas and thoughts. Rhodey smiled with a complicated feeling and said, "This guy? He is a person who likes to manipulate people like puppets." Seth seemed to laugh bitterly and replied, "You praise me too much. If I like to manipulate people like puppets, what about you? Are you the one that cut off the puppet strings?" Rhodey shook his head. When he looked at the person in front of him, he felt like he had a headache. "Seth, why are you here?" Seth glanced at Rhodey and lightly replied, "I go where I want to go." "Do I need a reason?" Rhodey lightly smiled and said, "You don't? It seems like something big happens wherever you go." Rhodey then laughed and continued, "Old Mark, your duty is to ensure his safety. So, you will not interfere unless his safety is threatened?" Old Mark gave him a supercilious look. Seth then warily asked, "What are you planning to do?" Rhodey sighed. "Nothing. Just that there was a woman back there crying day and night as she thought about her child's father. It was extremely troublesome. I suppose you will not run away and avoid taking responsibility. I just feel like dragging you back there." Seth stepped back and smiled wryly. "Can I not go?" Rhodey then laughed. He unexpectedly laughed cunningly like Seth and then asked, "What do you think?" Old Mark spread out his hands and then stood at his side as if saying, "I don't care. And I am not able to interfere anymore." Rhodey laughed happily and smiled towards Mouse. "If you were confronting a person that is cunning and causes trouble every single moment, would you have any way to make him obedient? I believe a sorcerer like you would know quite a lot of methods." The Black Veil Saint was in a good mood. When Rhodey asked her, she pondered for a bit and showed a strange smile. "This? I have a lot of methods, we might as well try them all." She turned to look at Yin Xing and said, "Lord Yin Xing. Now, we just hope you can keep your mouth shut." Yin Xing thought for a moment and then saw Rhodey's scimitar. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He then quickly nodded his head. Amongst the clouds, 6 tall and steep peaks of the mountains could faintly be seen. At these 6 peaks were artificially made suspension bridges. The 6 peaks were linked together by the suspension bridges and surprisingly formed a hexagram. There was a towering and majestic palace at the summit of the tallest peak. On top of the tower built with large black rocks was a huge magic crystal. It illuminated the 6 mountain peaks throughout the day and night. Outside the palace were stairs with hundreds of spacious steps. Hundreds of cultivators wearing black robes knelt on the stone floor facing the palace, mumbling incantations and kowtowing. Their faces looked extremely pious and solemn. Next to the tallest mountain was a slightly shorter one. There was another tall building that was just slightly shorter than that black tower on this mountain. It had a pointed top. At the top of that building was a large crystal window with a semi-arch appearance. A slender figure was standing there looking at the crowd near the palace on the tallest peak. The slender fair hands gently caressed the crystal window inside. Religion. Religion. It is just a special method to secure a human soul. It makes a person willing to put on the shackles. Humans are really funny. Look at these devout believers. They came here from thousands of miles away to worship in the temple. The figure turned around and looked at the corner of the room. At the same time, light fell onto her face to reveal an extremely beautiful face. Her beautiful eyes looked attentively at the corner as she gave a shallow smile. Her long eyelashes seemed to cover her eyes. She laughed and asked, "What do you think?" A black-robed figure slowly emerged from the corner. The figure had been cleverly hidden in the black robe in the darkness of the corner. The temple was originally such a place. We dragons and the gods have been in contact for over a millennium. Have you still not understood this? Your Excellency Ars Lan too? It is nothing more than making use of each other. Ars Lan laughed and revealed a gorgeous smile. Her smile seemed as though it cleared off the haze in the room and melted the unchanging snow on the mountain. As she walked, the lower corners of her robes lifted to reveal a golden armor inside. She gently looked at the huge stone round plate on the wall. It was also unknown as to what kind of stone the plate was made of. It glowed with a faint blue light. Symbols were engraved on it like a clock. 5 symbols were engraved around the stone, forming a pattern as though a host of lesser lights were surrounding the leading one. But it was truly unfortunate. There were 5 tranquil flames on it, but 4 of it were already extinguished. Only the largest flame at the middle remained, dancing in blue tongues of fire. Ours, Lan lightly sighed. She then sneered and said, Amore Hughes, AMU, Ice, and also an Eileen. They have already died. Looks like the cost of the collaboration this time is not small. At this moment, a respectful voice came from outside. The elder has summoned Your Excellency, Paladin Ars, Lan. The figure at the corner immediately replied loudly, Understood. The Paladin will go over shortly. Ars, Lan sighed. I need to go and see those despicable guys again? Every time I see them, I have this impulsive urge to crush them to death. The woman named Ars Lan then left the room. The person at the corner of the room slowly came out. He saw that there was nobody left in the room. He then slowly walked towards the crystal window and looked out quietly. Through the crystal window, he could see Ars Lan follow a priest out. They crossed the bridge and headed towards the palace on the tallest mountain. He then looked at the crowd below the palace in disappointment. It is obviously a shackle. Why are so many people willingly engrossed in it? He wryly smiled and then said to himself, Why am I thinking of such ridiculous things? Why am I showing compassion to the humans? They willingly put on shackles, but what does it matter to me? After pondering for a moment, he whispered to himself. Perhaps we have the same dilemma? The humans have shackles. Can we say that we, the dragons, don't have shackles? He slowly closed his eyes and then recalled that scene in the past. The weather on that day was similar to the current weather. That person had unexpectedly crossed the mythical beast forest and ended up in the dragon race's territory. He was just a small human, but he dared to climb up the dragon's mountains and asked to see the dragon's elder. An even more infuriating thing was that this person had the contract bestowed by the gods from thousands of years ago. That contract was the dragon's shackle. By virtue of that contract, the dragon warriors must spill their blood for this person. He thought of this and then turned back to look at the stone plate on the wall. 4 out of the 5 flames had been extinguished. Only Ars Lan of the 5 dragon warriors is left. That envoy of the Radiant Empire really has supernatural powers? Translator's notes. 1. Nan Wang Xiangbei. Too much difference in performance, quality, achievements. 2. There was a dot in the name Ars Lan. The name used for this dragon also changed from Ars Lan to just Lan later on. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233, Love at First Sight. Chapter 233, Love at First Sight. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rhodey. You brat. Seth gnashed his teeth as he rode his horse. He was almost driven mad from the strange looks the surrounding people were giving him. The even more infuriating thing was that old Mark was acting indifferent. He rode at the furthermost back and deliberately avoided Seth. When Seth saw that the eyes around him looked like they were ready to devour him, he softly begged. Rhodey, I give up. I admit defeat. I beg you to let me. No. Mouse coldly replied before Rhodey could say anything. However, it was obvious that Mouse's cold tone was not genuine. She deliberately put on a cold look to hold back her laughter. Mouse and Seth were riding side by side. She was completely covered in a black veil. Even her beautiful face was also lightly covered with a black veil. At that moment, all the surrounding gazes of admiration, infatuation, and jealousy were directed at Seth. Seth was wearing a set of female sorcerer's standard clothing. The black and beautiful long skirt wrapped Seth's original slender body inside, enhancing his small and supple waist. His naturally handsome face transformed into a unique feminine beauty after Mouse gave him simple makeup. His long golden hair, deftly arranged in a woman's hairstyle, hung loosely down his shoulders. It cleverly hid the masculinity of his face that came from his slightly angular lines. Mouse's touch-ups on Seth's eyebrows also made him look even more feminine. The thing that made Seth very angry was that Mouse applied eyeshadows on him. The long eyelashes he was born with shrouded his lake blue eyes and made him look charming. Right now, Seth looked almost as beautiful as Miss Nicole. Seth felt helpless and his face was red with anger. In the eyes of the male crowd, he looked like he was blushing because she was shy. He was simply a beauty that could drive men crazy. Ever since entering the capital that morning, these horsemen and their followers have attracted the attention of most of the pedestrians in the main street. Almost all the men and women were attracted by the beauty in the long black dress riding atop the horse. The men looked at her with admiration and infatuation, while the women had sour gazes of jealousy. Seth almost fainted in anger. Only God knew if the Black Veil Saint had cast any spell on him. He was riding on his horse, but he was feeling weak. He could not even lift his hands and could only rely on the strength of his legs to balance himself on the horse. As a man, Seth naturally understood the gazes of men when they see a captivating beauty. Shit! They were fantasizing. In the past, when Seth saw a beauty, he also liked to fantasize. However, Seth was unhappy when the target of fantasizing was himself. On top of that, some of them had wretched and dirty gazes. Only God knew what was going through their minds. At first, Seth could not help glaring back at them. He wanted to scare off their gazes. Unfortunately for him, Mouse's technique was brilliant, such that his glares ended up looking like flirtatious glances. It was better not to glare at them. His glares instead attracted them to approach him, since entering the capital, there were already 3 bold knights who blocked his way and loudly wooed him. There was also one even bolder knight following at the back of the group and sang love songs, with a rose in his mouth. What the hell? Were the men of the Roland continent really so thick-skinned? What made Seth despair even more was what Mouse had told him. The makeup he was wearing was made with a special magic medicine. It could only be removed with Mouse's special liquid medicine. Otherwise, the makeup would last for at least 2 months. Watching the delegation entering the palace, King Sauron was like the other common people. The first thing he saw was the second person in the delegation, that beautiful woman in a long black dress. He was distracted for a while before he calmed down again. The king recognized the Black Veil Saint who was standing at the back. Yin Xing had reported earlier that the Black Veil Saint and the envoy of the Radiant Empire had an intimate relationship. For Rhodey's sake, she publicly became an apostate. It was a shocking and impossible to comprehend news for the king. The Black Veil Saint becoming an apostate was certainly a headache for the temple. However, it was a good thing for him. Rhodey gently coughed and then proudly said, "I am the commander of the Imperial Guards, Earl of the Empire, Rhodey. By the order of His Majesty the Emperor, I present myself to your Majesty, King Sauron." After handing over the prepared documents, Rhodey stood there and waited for the king's reply. The king read the documents submitted by Rhodey and frowned. He silently gave the documents to the senior prime minister beside him. The senior prime minister glanced at it and then gently coughed. He softly asked, "Your Excellency, are these the conditions set by your country's esteemed emperor regarding the peace negotiations of our countries?" Rhodey nodded and said, "Yes. 800 warships in exchange for the immediate return of 200,000 of your distinguished country's elite soldiers." The corner of the eyes of the senior prime minister trembled violently as he gasped, 800 warships? Do you know how many warships the Sauron kingdom has in total? You actually want 800 warships? Our king is willing to pay a large amount of gold coins in exchange for the lives of our warriors. Rhodey had already prepared himself before arriving as Andy had already expected this response. Rhodey unhurriedly said, "Our Radiant Empire is rich throughout the whole continent. Do you think we are lacking gold coins? How much gold coins does your excellency think you would surrender to redeem those prisoners of war? 5 million gold coins? 8 million gold coins? Or perhaps 10 million gold coins?" The old senior prime minister suddenly shouted, "Blackmail! This is simply extortion." The calm senior prime minister suddenly lost his cool. He shouted with an angry expression, 10 million gold coins? 1,000,000 soldiers can be recruited with that much money. The conditions given by your country is just adding insults to injuries. The king calmed down when he saw the senior prime minister got angry. He smiled meaningfully and said, "Senior prime minister." When the senior prime minister heard the king call him, he slowly suppressed his anger and stepped back. The king cleared his throat and loudly said, "Earl Rhodey, your esteemed emperor's conditions are too difficult for us." The smile on his face was calm as he continued, "Since the condition has already been stated, we might as well speak the truth. We, the Sauron kingdom, are unable to provide you with 800 warships. Your country also understands how important these warships are to the people of the Roland continent. Let me speak the truth. Although we are now allies, without the protection of those warships, the lightning god's whip of your country would have already invaded the Roland continent." The king laughed as if he was mocking himself and continued, "Even if we want to make friends, there is no need for us to cut off our own flesh to entertain our friends. Besides that, the condition stated here is not just asking us to cut our flesh. It is already asking for our lives." Rhodey loudly replied, "Your Majesty's words are wrong." He took a step forward, smiled and continued, "Since we have negotiated for peace, we are now allies. Your Majesty's words about the lightning god's whip crossing the ocean is ridiculous. In the past 200 years, the lightning god's whip has never set foot on the Roland continent. Instead, it is the Roland army that had invaded the Radiant continent. After that, Rhodey smiled and said, "Let us speak frankly. Who is responsible for starting this war? I don't think this needs clarification. Right now, the enemies Your Majesty needs to be most cautious of is also not the lightning god's whip." The king sneered. "However, if we were to give you warships, wouldn't you reign freely in the Straits of Thunder?" Rhodey shook his head. "These words are also incorrect. The Roland navy is unhindered in this world. This is common knowledge. Are the troops formidable only because of their equipment? I don't think this is likely. Even if we acquire the strong warships, we still cannot be compared to the powerful Roland navy. Although the warships are powerful, they still need elite sailors. It would be impossible to fight across the Straits of Thunder. Relying on a few excellent warships alone would not be enough to bring the war to Your Majesty." The senior prime minister sneered and asked, "In that case, why do you only insist on warships?" Rhodey stared at the senior prime minister. His gaze was like electricity. He coldly looked at the senior prime minister and said, "Self-protection." He loudly said, "The smokes of the war from the people of the Roland continent has not dispersed yet. You have a powerful navy that can easily cross the ocean and bring the flames of war to our continent. Although we were victorious in this war, there is no guarantee that Your Majesty would not start another crusade after getting through this ordeal. With these warships, the Radiant Empire's navy would still not be able to defeat the Roland continent's navy. However, it would prevent you all from crossing the ocean whenever you like. Since we are negotiating, then we should just lay our cards on the table. It would be meaningless to be evasive. Are you not letting go of the warships because you intend on invading the Radiant Empire again?" At that moment, Seth was unable to help himself from giggling. Rhodey had improved a lot. He now resorted to sophistry and inverted right and wrong. Instead of saying his reasons for wanting the warships, he accused the other party of keeping the warships and planning an invasion. Although Seth's laughter was soft, the people in the hall heard it. The king looked at Seth and whispered, "Earl Rhodey, this person is." Rhodey moved his eyes and loudly said, "This person? She is the eldest daughter of the Radiant Empire's Tulip family. She is the elder sister of the Duke of the Tulip family, Miss Nicole." Those words shocked the king and the senior prime minister. The elder sister of the Duke of the Tulip family. That was a great personage from the Radiant Empire. Everybody knew that, right now, the Duke of the Tulip family of the Radiant Empire could be considered someone unexcelled in the world. The banners of the Tulip family were everywhere and the lightning god's whip was invincible. In the Radiant Empire, he was only second to the Emperor. The king immediately cursed his men in his heart. They had only reported the identity of the envoy, but not a single word was said about the eldest daughter of the Tulip family. However, the king felt skeptical. With such a personage like the eldest daughter of the Tulip family, how come there was no mention of her at all? Why was there no news of her arriving here at all? Besides that, there was also no news of the envoy bringing along their womenfolk. Rhodey noticed the king's doubts. He immediately gave Seth a meaningful glance, asking him to explain. Seth pursed his lips and was thinking of ignoring Rhodey. However, when he saw Mouse's threatening glare, he finally sighed. As a playboy, he clearly understood that a woman would be willing to do all sorts of crazy things for the man she loves. Offending Rhodey was not a problem. However, he did not dare to provoke the Black Veil Saint. He gently coughed. His voice had already been altered by Mouse's sorcery. He was not used to his own delicate voice. He slowly raised himself from his seat and said, "Your Majesty, I secretly followed His Excellency the Earl to come here. I have no intentions of disturbing others." Both the king and the senior prime minister frowned, but since she said that she came secretly, then they had nothing to say. They could only inquire the details from the other related personnel, later. However, they were not aware that the original envoy who brought Rhodey here had already become a lunatic after that battle at sea. In addition, the only person who saw Seth as a man, that great sorcerer Yin Xing, had already been completely subdued by the Black Veil Saint. How could an insignificant great sorcerer be a match for the powerful Black Veil Saint? Even if he was not afraid of the Black Veil Saint, but when he saw Rhodey, who could even instantly kill paladin-level warriors, he felt threatened. Under such threats, Yin Xing would not dare let slip a single word. The senior prime minister cleared his throat and loudly said, "Earl Rhodey, I have a different opinion about the earlier words." The old fellow then loudly said, "Our sincerity in the alliance with Your Majesty is evident. Your Excellency Earl had come all the way here and encountered assassination attempts. In order to protect you, our brave knights of Sauron Kingdom actually spilled their own blood and even sacrificed their lives. As we treated you sincerely, you should also show us some good faith. The moment the senior prime minister finished saying that, he suddenly smiled at Seth and asked, Miss Nicole, what is your opinion? The king's eyes turned bright. If the Radiant Empire had dispatched the eldest daughter of the Tulip family here, it is possible that she was not here just to look around. It was possible that the Earl was just for show while the real decision-maker was Miss Nicole. Seth smiled lightly and said, I have no opinion. His Excellency the Earl will decide on everything. The senior prime minister finally sighed and said, Sauron Kingdom does not have too many warships. It is difficult to give you 800 warships. Earl Rhodey, is it not possible to change the conditions a little? Rhodey smiled lightly and looked up at the king. He then smiled and asked, Your Majesty, what do you think? The king pondered for a moment and then suddenly said, 600. The king took a deep breath and continued, the 600 warships are not just to redeem the 200,000 soldiers, but also all of the prisoners of war. Before Rhodey could say anything, the senior prime minister was already in shock. Why did the king state these conditions without authorization? Your Majesty. The old senior prime minister could not help but cry out in alarm. Without thinking, Rhodey replied, all right. He had promised so happily that the king was surprised. Really? Rhodey smiled and replied, of course, it is true. The king looked at Rhodey coldly. He waved his hand and said, Senior Prime Minister, I need to talk to the special envoy privately. Go and make arrangements for the envoy and his companions to settle down. The senior Prime Minister looked like he was suddenly slashed by a blade. A trace of anger flashed instantly in his eyes before he turned dejected and pale. He looked deeply at the king. After that, he nodded at Rhodey and strode out of the hall. The king looked at the senior Prime Minister's back as he left. He sneered in his heart. This old fellow must have been caught unprepared by my sudden action. Perhaps he didn't realize that I know he was having both ways. Perhaps he never expected that I would make a decision with another kingdom without discussing with him first. When Rhodey saw the king's astonished expression, he smiled and said, Your Majesty sent away the senior Prime Minister. I believe it must be because you did not discuss this matter with him earlier. If I am not wrong, these 600 warships are gathered together from all the kingdoms of the Roland continent. The king thought for a moment. He then looked at the envoy in front of him and replied, Very often, a sovereign would need to make his own decisions. It is not necessary to discuss everything with others. Rhodey nodded slightly. At that moment, there was a racket outside the cordoned-off hall. A high-pitched voice shouted, Are the people involved with the peace negotiations inside? Let me in. The faint voice of the guards obstructing the man then said, Your Highness, don't. After some sounds of swords clashing, a man rammed open the door and strode in. That man looked like he was less than 20 years old. He was wearing the armor of a knight. He walked in with a sword in his hand. He had brown hair and a heroic face. As he walked into the hall, he shouted, To negotiate for peace after being defeated. That is a disgrace to the country. How could the dignified Roland Knights negotiate for peace? He immediately spotted Rhodey, who was standing there, and shouted, The people of the Roland continent would rather die than submit. Prepare to die. He rushed forward in big strides and slashed at Rhodey. Rhodey sneered, but before he could do anything, Mouse's eyes flashed with a strange gaze. With a motionless expression, she suddenly reached out her hand to push Seth forward. As Seth staggered forward, he saw the sword in front of him. He could not help but cry out in his delicate voice, Ah! That young man thrusting the sword reacted quickly. He saw the stunning beauty rushed in front of him and hurriedly withdrew his sword. Unfortunately, Seth had crashed into his arms. He instinctively wrapped his arm around Seth's waist. Seth lay in his arms in an exaggerated posture. It was solely that man's arm holding Seth at the waist that prevented her from falling. The youngster's expression suddenly changed right after he looked at the beauty in his arms from above. He saw her catching her breath and bashfully looking away. That young man gave birth to a tender feeling in his heart, and his earlier murderous expression had already disappeared. Miss, are you all right? That young man asked in his most gentle tone as he gazed at Seth as if he was his lover. Seth's face turned red in anger and he almost fainted. However, in the eyes of the young man, the beauty in his arms looked like a frightened little deer which had attracted his affection. Seth forcefully struggled away from his arms and used every ounce of his energy to resist the urge to puke. Seth quickly retreated a few steps and fiercely glared at Mouse. The king shouted, Avon, don't be rude. This is the special envoy of the Radiant Empire, Earl Rhodey, and the eldest daughter of the Tulip family, Miss Nicole. The young man named Avon was startled as he finally remembered his reasons for coming. He was a stubborn man who admired the dignity and honor of the knights since his childhood. He was originally opposed to the king's decision in negotiating for peace. In his heart, the noble knights of the Roland continent must not lower their heads to their conceited enemies. He initially intended to rush in and disrupt the peace negotiations. He was determined, even if it meant that he would be severely punished by his king, to kill that special envoy negotiating for peace. But, just now, the young man looked at Seth sentimentally and seemingly lost his soul. There was a clattering sound as the sword he held in his hand dropped to the ground. He finally regained his senses. He looked at the sword on the ground and hesitated to pick it up. He wanted to pick up his sword and charge forward. However, that beautiful woman was also a member of the envoy delegation and he remembered the graceful embrace. He could no longer pick up his sword. The king sighed. His eyes seemed helpless as he looked at Rhodey and Seth apologetically. He then said, "This is my nephew, Crown Prince Avon. He is the regiment commander of the Navy of Sauron Kingdom. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 234, Beauty Trap. Chapter 234, Beauty Trap. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Avon looked as if he was still at a loss. The king raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Avon! How dare you barge in here like that? How dare you draw your sword in front of the envoy of the Radiant Empire?" At that moment, Avon was no longer belligerent. He unexpectedly paused for a while and grudgingly replied, "Your Majesty, I heard that you and the Radiant Empire bias." He was about to say bastard, but when he glanced at the beautiful woman, he could not feel hatred. He also could not link such riveting beauty with the word bastard. He paused for a moment and continued, "As knights of the Roland continent, we cannot bow our heads to the enemy even if we were defeated. Therefore, I request your Majesty to cancel the peace negotiations. True honor cannot be obtained with peace negotiations. It can only be obtained through the sword." Rhodey stood at his side. Although he did not say anything, he had a favorable impression of the young crown prince. Rhodey believed that he would be just as impulsive and hot-blooded if he had not had so much experience. The king coldly grunted and said, "Avon, you are too impudent. Do you think you, a crown prince, can wantonly defy my orders? Do you know what the punishment for being rude to our honored guests is?" Although the cunning king said the word punishment, he did not stop looking at Rhodey and Seth. Seth suddenly laughed softly and whispered into Rhodey's ears, "Boy, he is giving you a hint. He is hinting you to help him out of this awkward situation. Do you really want him to punish the crown prince? Quickly beg for leniency so that the king has an excuse to get out of this awkward situation. Then you can take advantage later." Rhodey nodded. He was about to speak when suddenly Mouse gently pulled his sleeves to stop him. Rhodey then looked up at Mouse and saw her lips moved as he heard her say, "Don't say anything. Let Seth be the one to speak." Seth rolled his eyes as Mouse coldly smiled at him. "Are you going to speak?" Seth trembled deep in his heart and felt weak. He forced a smile and gave a gentle yet loud cough. "Your Majesty. His Highness is still young and impetuous. Besides that, he did not injure me. I suggest we just forget about it." The king still looked enraged and replied, "How can this be all right? Right now, the Sauron Kingdom and the Radiant Empire are negotiating for peace. This means we are allies. Yet, this boy is rude to you." Seth felt helpless. He smiled and said, "Prince Avon is also loyal to his kingdom. If you punish him, wouldn't you dishearten the other warm-blooded knights?" The king took his opportunity to laugh as he stared at Avon fiercely. He shouted, "If it was not because Miss Nicole pleaded for you, humph." He sighed and then magnanimously waved his hand as he said, "All right, the peace negotiation has concluded. You do not need to speak anymore. Just stand there and keep quiet." Avon felt anxious. He had rushed in with a sword in hand to kill the envoy and wreck the peace negotiations without thinking of the consequences. This young hot-blooded knight did not give much thought to how the king would have punished him. After all, he was the crown prince and the king had no son. The king would not have executed him. When he heard that the king was determined to negotiate for peace without giving any room for further discussions, he wanted to immediately stop it. However, that beautiful woman pleaded mercy for him. Her warm words and her sincere and touching appearance prevented Avon from picking up his sword to kill such a charming and likable envoy. Avon was sweating profusely and was dumbfounded. He looked back and forth at the sword on the ground and Miss Nicole. He struggled with his feelings as he felt murderous at one moment and warm and tender the next. Seth felt extremely uncomfortable being gazed at by him. He felt goosebumps all over his body and could not help but shrink away to hide behind Rhodey. However, he ended up looking beautiful, shy, and captivating to Avon. He had a kind of fatal charm. Avon simply stood there muddle-headed. He did not hear a single word of the conversation between Rhodey and the king. Finally, the king laughed and replied, "It is decided then." Rhodey also had a smile on his face, but his was a pretense. He sighed deeply in his heart as he felt that this task was tiring. He felt pretending to smile and negotiate was much more tiring than fighting and killing on the battlefield. The king stood up and said, "Since there are no objections on both sides, the peace negotiation is settled. We would get the warships ready, but..." At that point, the king gave Rhodey a glance. Rhodey understood his meaning and lightly replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured. Once you have sent the warships to the Radiant Empire, the prisoners of war would be immediately returned. We would remain here until the prisoners of war have returned to the Roland continent." The king nodded. "No matter what, with the older sister of the Duke of the Tulip family as a hostage, it is enough." "Avon!" the king shouted and finally brought the confused prince out of his daze. "You are the commander of the navy. I order you to quickly assemble 200 warships from your naval forces." Avon immediately became anxious and replied, "Your Majesty, 200 warships are too many. Besides, ... No buts." The king's face finally revealed a trace of genuine anger. "Shut up." He then sighed and continued in a gentler tone. "Didn't we place an order of ironwood with the dwarfs? Just get the newly made warships." When the king saw that Avon still had things to say, he squinted his eyes and coldly told Avon, "Listen carefully. I have already decided on this. I don't want to hear another word from you." After that, the king invited Rhodey and his team to stay in the summer palace in the capital. In view of the assassination incident, the king also dispatched 1,000 royal knights to protect them. Although 1,000 knights were not too many, it was unlikely that the temple would act publicly in a big way. After all, both sides had not yet openly declared hostility with each other. Besides that, it was rumored that 3 dragon paladins did not succeed. Although Yinxing had reported that Earl Rhodey was extraordinarily formidable, the king did not personally witness it and could not believe that Rhodey, alone, could kill 3 paladins. After all, the so-called domain masters only existed in legends and myths. He believed that most of the credits in defeating the 3 paladins were due to the Black Veil Saint and Paladin Augustine. The king did not expect that the Black Veil Saint would betray the temple and also cause the death of 3 paladins. In addition, Paladin Augustine only seemed to be in harmony with the temple on the surface. This time, the temple's strength had suffered big losses. The result of this peace negotiation is extremely good. This left the crown prince Avon look as if the king was going to teach him a lesson. As to how the king was going to persuade the youthful knight, it was not Rhodey's problem. The king had sent some palace officials to escort them to the summer palace. When they entered the summer palace, they sent away the attendants. After that, Rhodey and Mouse could no longer hold it in anymore and started to laugh. Cold sweat appeared on Seth's forehead as he angrily shouted, "Have you laughed enough?" Old Mark, who stayed away from being dragged into the matter, held in his laughter and said, Miss Nicole, it seems like the crown prince has fallen in love with you at first sight." "Shut up!" Seth listlessly shouted, "Quickly change my clothes and also my face." Yinxing felt worried. He was forced to cooperate with those people. He also did not dare expose Seth's male identity when they were in the hall. He was now also involved in this. It was tantamount to cooperating with others to deceive the king and was a very serious crime. He tried to suggest, "I think we should stop this here." Or... Mouse shook her head and lightly said, "No. Just now, he has already been given the identity of Miss Nicole inside the palace. The eldest daughter of the Tulip family has visited the Roland continent. If he were to transform back now, wouldn't the secret be exposed?" Seth glared at her and asked, "Then what should I do? Do you want me to keep wearing this and pretend to be the damned, Miss Nicole?" Rhodey refrained from laughing. He walked over and patted Seth's shoulder. "Seth, when you are angry, your appearance is very charming." As Seth was about to become angry, Mouse coldly said, "Mr. Seth, you better be obedient. My sorcery spell is already in your body. I am also a very petty person, so you better don't make me angry." Everyone laughed for a while and then went to their respective rooms to rest, leaving behind only Rhodey and Mouse in that room. As for Seth, after he returned to his room, how he changed his clothes or how he desperately washed his face was another story. Rhodey pondered for a moment and then asked, "Do you think King Sauron would really hand over 600 warships?" "The 600 warships are probably gathered from all the kingdoms on the continent. It is impossible that the temple would sit idly on this issue." Mouse thought for a moment and replied, "You do not need to worry about this. You are only responsible for the negotiations. The conditions are already agreed upon. Leave the rest of the things to the others. Whether they could successfully deliver the warships or not is something for the king to worry about. The thing I am worried about now is that the temple might not let you go. 3 dragon paladins died in this assassination attempt. It is unlikely that the temple would give up so easily. She shook her head and looked a little anxious. Rhodey, nobody knows how powerful the dragons really are. You killed 3 of their dragon warriors. I believe that this matter is not over yet. Rhodey smiled and said, naturally, I am not afraid but. He frowned and added, but I am worried for Augustine. What would the temple do to him when he returns? Mouse also showed an expression of concern and whispered, Augustine is my only close friend in the temple. Unfortunately, he is too stubborn and no matter what, he will not listen to me. Rhodey walked to Mouse's side and gently held her shoulders as he softly said, that day, when I was still unconscious, I heard you declare your apostasy. Mouse gently smiled hesitantly. She was unable to stop herself from leaning her head onto Rhodey's shoulder and she said, no matter what, I will not regret this. Rhodey took out the black ring on his chest and gently caressed it. He softly said, that day at Thunder City, when I saw the tulip fireworks in the sky, I guessed that it must be you. However, we were not able to meet. Mouse gently smiled like a blossoming spring flower. She also took out a small rolled cloth from her bosom and gently opened it. Inside the cloth was the lock of Rhodey's hair that he had cut off for her on that day when they parted in the northwest. Mouse's eyes gradually turned moist as she whispered, this has also always been by my side. He looked at Mouse in his arms. She was blushing and looked extremely charming. Rhodey was excited and could no longer restrain himself. He lowered his head and gently kissed her. In the evening, after everybody had rested, they had dinner together. After about half a day of rest, some of them were regained their spirit. Rhodey and Mouse had been separated for a long time and finally had half a day to spend with each other. Naturally, they were lost in love as they held each other's hands affectionately and walked into the hall, the tenderness reflected in Mouse's eyes. The only people looking unpleasant were Seth and the great sorcerer, Yin Xing. He was dispatched by the Sorcerers Association to accompany and protect the envoy until the envoy left the Roland continent. Only Yin Xing himself knew that his job of protecting was a joke. He was by Rhodey's side and was forced to deceive the king. He was afraid that the fact that the eldest daughter of the Tulip family was a fake might be exposed. Besides Yin Xing's uneasiness, Seth also had an even more unpleasant expression. Seth had already changed back into a man's clothing. Initially, he thought of escaping but thousands of royal knights were protecting them outside the imperial residence, preventing him from escaping. Even though old Mark had extraordinary strength, the Black Veil Saint had unusual sorcery. As long as Seth was a certain distance away from Mouse, she would immediately be alerted. She also did not need anybody to catch him. Mouse only needed to stay where she was and simply cast a little bit of sorcery and that would make Seth beg for mercy. Along the way here, Seth had already tried to escape twice. He had experienced how formidable the saint was. Therefore, the idea of escaping had already been removed from his mind. Although he had put on some man's clothes, he looked neither fish nor fowl. He did not know what sorcery Mouse had used, but his physical strength had been sealed. When he walked, he appeared listless, more inclined towards being delicate and lovable. Seth also almost went crazy looking at his own face. Mouse had forced him to drink a magic potion such that Seth was unable to change his face back even after washing it with water several times. He even almost peeled off his skin and yet there was no effect. The makeup with eyeliner, blusher, and eyebrow liner still looked extremely clear. That deliberately modified face fully showed a charming woman's atmosphere. Even Mouse could not help but sigh when she looked at his face. You descendants of the Tulip family are truly and naturally handsome and beautiful. With that disguise, the refined and elegant Seth had instantly looked like a sweet and beautiful woman. The current Seth, even if he were to wear a man's clothes, he would just look like a woman disguising herself as a man. Everybody could not help but tease Seth. When Seth calmed down and listened to a few words, he laughed back, Rhodey, today, the Crown Prince has obviously fallen in love with Miss Nicole at first sight. Aren't you jealous? The person whom he has fallen in love with is your Miss Nicole. Although his words were directed at Rhodey, he deliberately looked at Mouse with the intention of sowing discord. Mouse gave a faint smile. Seth, you don't have to waste so much effort. Rhodey has already told me everything. It is futile to try and make me jealous. She suddenly grinned with a smile. Her smile made Seth's hairs stood on ends. He then heard Mouse whispered, your words would only make me angrier at you. While they were talking, a loud voice reported from outside. For the sake of hiding Seth's identity, Rhodey had earlier forbidden people from entering their residences without permission. The king also did not think of sending anyone to spy on them. With a great practitioner like Black Veil Saint there, dispatching people to spy on them would be asking for trouble. Which sorcerer or knight would have that kind of power? As the entourage escort, Yin Xing went out to reply. A short while later, he returned with an awkward smile. His Highness, Prince Avon invites Your Excellency and Miss Nicole to attend his dinner banquet. He said he wanted to apologize for his rudeness earlier. Rhodey frowned. The Crown Prince? Why did he invite us? Mouse pursed her lips and smiled. I am afraid he is not inviting you. His main purpose is to invite Miss Nicole. Rhodey softly replied, a joke is, after all, just a joke. If it is not necessary, we might as turn down the invitation and avoid complicating the issue. Mouse lowered her head and pondered for a moment. She said, the Crown Prince, Avon, is a naval regiment commander and is also the leader of Sauron Kingdom's young men. Today, you saw how he tried to oppose the peace negotiations. Besides that, when it comes to warships, if he, the commander of the Navy, were to obstruct in the course of things, it will bring you a lot of trouble. I think it is better to attend. At least you could figure out his intentions. Rhodey pondered for a moment and suddenly said, I have always been puzzled about something. Rhodey tapped the table as he thought to himself and said, today, inside the palace, the king discussed the negotiation and was finally willing to accept our conditions. In the end, the senior prime minister showed a surprised expression. It seemed that the king and the senior prime minister did not share the same opinion. In other words, the senior prime minister is not an absolutely loyal person and has other intentions. That was why he was very surprised when the king agreed to our conditions. The king's offer of 600 warships was definitely obtained from the other kingdoms, but the senior prime minister did not seem to know about it. Obviously, the king had bypassed him and had secretly contacted the other kingdoms. Mouse's expression gradually sank as she softly replied, humph, yes. Today, the senior prime minister looked agitated. According to my knowledge, normally, the senior prime minister is an experienced and astute person who does not show his emotions easily. Also, did you notice? The Crown Prince immediately came in soon after the senior prime minister left. It was likely that the senior prime minister deliberately influenced the prince to come in to destroy the peace negotiations. Rhodey sighed. In other words, the senior prime minister is colluding with the temple? Mouse hesitated for a moment and said, Rhodey, on your way here, you met with assassins at sea and on land. This means that the temple knew your whereabouts. There is no guarantee that there is no leak on your whereabouts. Rhodey raised his eyebrows as his eyes flashed with a stern countenance. He then grunted and said, it is possible. Rhodey then remembered his loyal subordinates who were killed in the battle and angrily shouted, damn senior prime minister. If I do not kill him, I would not be worthy of my warriors who died for me. Mouse shook her head and said, these are just guesses. You would need a good plan if you want to confirm it. However, the senior prime minister is well known for his schemes and foresight in the Sauron Kingdom. He also used to be the king's teacher. Both of us will not be able to test him directly because we cannot compete with him in his plots and schemes. At this moment, she deliberately looked at Seth. Seth coldly said, do not use these kinds of words to incite me. Mouse smiled and ignored him. While facing Rhodey directly, she laughed. Although the senior prime minister is difficult to deal with, the crown prince is an impulsive young man. It would not be difficult to test him. Rhodey immediately understood. He could not help but glance at Seth. He then faced Mouse and smiled, do you mean? Mouse deliberately sighed and said, the so-called heroes would fall for the charms of a beauty. I cannot say if Avon is really a hero, but we have a beauty here. Didn't you notice? Mouse refrained from laughing and slowly said, the way Prince Avon looked at this beauty here in the palace today seemed like he was about to devour her. If eyes could eat, I am afraid that this beauty would have already been gobbled up. Seth turned pale as he heard Mouse's words. He cursed the woman that had a beautiful outer appearance with an ugly heart. He had always considered himself clever, especially when it came to dealing with women. However, this time, when he came to the Roland continent and met the Black Veil Saint, everything turned out otherwise. In the face of absolute strength, even if Seth was full of wisdom, he could not do anything. Before Seth could speak, Rhodey smiled, looked at the awkward-looking Yin Xing and said, please give a reply to the Crown Prince that Miss Nicole and I will definitely join him at the banquet tonight. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235, Stunning Beauty. Chapter 235, Stunning Beauty, Seth. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Seth completely regretted it. He really did not expect that such a day would come. Seth Rudolph. The most famous playboy in the imperial capital, the master of love and the perfect lover to young women. Yet today, he had been forced to act as a woman to seduce a man. His other regret was offending that woman named Mouse. However, he did not know when he had offended her. What Seth did not know was that the majority of Mouse's actions was for Rhodey to vent his anger. Along the way here, Mouse had listened to Rhodey narrate his life experiences. Mouse felt resentment for Seth since he manipulated Rhodey like a puppet. This was a good opportunity to punish Seth. Mouse did all she could to make Seth look like a beautiful and charming woman. As they were in the summer palace of the king, there were naturally a lot of female clothes. Besides that, the king had also dispatched his men to deliver other stuff for women when he found out that the envoy had arrived with womenfolk. Mouse carefully selected an evening dress that is most suitable in showing off a woman's charm. She then got started with Seth's painful makeup. The first was Seth's skin. As an elegant man, Seth actually had very fair skin. That being said, a man's skin, however fair, could never be compared to the delicate smoothness of a real beauty's skin. As far as that was concerned, Mouse had a solution too. According to Mouse, after a bath, the skin of a person would be in a fair and tender state, so Seth was then forced into the bath for a round of scrubbing by Rhodey and Old Mark. King Sauron apparently was a person who enjoyed life's pleasures. That was why his temporary royal residence also had an exquisite bathroom with even a sauna. After washing and steaming a few times and after Seth passed out from the heat, Seth's skin completely revealed a fair, delicate and rosy complexion. Mouse took almost 2 hours to do Seth's makeup. The first was Seth's face. According to Mouse, a person's skin was at its most delicate state when they had just taken a bath. At that moment, the makeup lotions would be readily absorbed by the skin. Mouse prepared some unknown lotion and applied it on Seth's face and neck. That made Seth's face and neck display a genuine and feminine delicate fairness. Next was Seth's eyebrows. Although he had already been dressed up as a female along the journey here, as he was going to attend a banquet, close observation would reveal the flaws. Therefore, Mouse was especially attentive. Since Seth was a man, his eyebrows were naturally a little bit thicker. Mouse took out a small tweezers to pull out Seth's eyebrows, strand by strand. She then used a magical medicine to stick on a pair of fake eyebrows on him. Now looking at them, Seth's eyebrows could be said to be beautifully curved like the moon. They were truly long and shapely feminine eyebrows. Seth's eyes were relatively simple to deal with since he had natural long eyelashes. With the application of a magical medicine that lengthened eyebrows, Seth's slender eyes were shrouded under his long eyelashes. That gave his eyes a hazy look, making him charmingly seductive. After using blusher to the rough corners of his face, the entire contour of his face became softer. Seth no longer looked masculine. A quiet and leisurely look came to life. In all fairness, Seth was originally a rare beautiful man. He was of a totally different category compared to Rhodey. Seth had a delicate handsome face with a little bit of femininity. After Mouse's meticulous makeup, his face had been cleverly transformed. Mouse also put in a lot of thoughts to his hair. She spent a full hour to heat up his long golden hair into small curls. His whole head of long hair was curled up into spiral coils. The curly loose strands in front of his forehead draped down in waves. That gave the beauty a strange attraction. As for Seth's body, it was more difficult. After all, he was a man with a slim body and could not have the kind of nice curves like that of a female. However, Mouse had chosen an evening dress with loose style. Fortunately, Seth was naturally slim. His waist was deliberately bound with a belt that highlighted his waist, giving it a water snake shape. Finally, what was left was the way he walked. As a man, Seth's walk was naturally very different from that of a woman's. However, with Mouse's demonstration, Seth finally managed to walk a few steps. Getting him to sway his hips was like asking for his life. Despite how Mouse threatened or cajoled Seth to gently sway his hips like a woman, Seth refused to, even if it meant killing him. In fact, given Seth's intelligence and wisdom, if he had wished to, it would not be a problem. As a playboy, he had encountered countless women and his understanding of women might not necessarily be less than Mouse. However, Seth was embarrassed and could not let go of his pride to sway like that. However, in the end, that problem was solved by Rhodey. After Rhodey whispered something in Seth's ear, Seth turned pale and looked troubled. He was distressed. Finally, he sighed and obediently gave up. What followed next greatly exceeded Mouse's expectations. Seth not only walked a few steps barefooted on the ground, he also swayed his waist like a woman. Even when he was wearing high heels, the way he walked was quite stylish. The way he walked and his lovely figure even made Mouse consider herself inferior. Although she was a woman, as the Black Veil Saint, she rarely had the opportunity to show her gentle and charming side. She had also never worn evening gowns and high heels before. Mouse was very puzzled as to why Seth suddenly became so obedient. Feeling surprised, she asked Rhodey, and Rhodey's answer was very simple. Rhodey said, I told Seth that I had brought the God Smile mask with me. I let him choose. He can refuse to let us dress him up, but I will make him wear God's smile and change his face. He can change his face, but he will have an additional pair of long donkey ears that cannot be removed. Although Seth was red with shame as he spun in a circle in front of everyone, in the eyes of the men around, that blushing woman looked even prettier, especially when the evening dress accentuated his beauty and concealed his defects. Mouse carefully examined Seth all over, including his hands. Fortunately, he was a pampered noble since young. He had slender fingers and a fair skin, not rough like those of an ordinary man. After Mouse ingeniously applied some flesh-colored lotion, his hands became like a woman's lily-white hands. His fingernails were also smeared with lotions, giving them a faint red color. Everyone was stunned to look at the transformed Seth. Before Rhodey could speak, old Mark had already sighed, this is no longer young Master Seth. This is obviously Miss Nicole. Without a doubt, the Seth in front of them looked very similar to Miss Nicole. As they were blood siblings, both Seth and Nicole resembled each other. Now, after the rigorous modification, the transformed Seth looked remarkably alike to Miss Nicole when he stood in front of everyone. Rhodey had no choice but to agree to old Mark's words. He could not help but sigh and say, indeed, even for me, I also thought you were Nicole at first glance. After hearing those words, Mouse looked at the radiant Miss Nicole in front of her. She could not help revealing a bit of jealousy. She then smiled and suddenly clapped her hands as she laughed, I almost forgot, there is one more thing left. Seth turned pale. What else is there? Mouse had already turned around to take out a pair of shiny things from the cupboard. She smiled evilly and said, your ears are slightly bigger than a woman's. In order to cover that up, you will need to wear this. She opened up her hand and on her palm was a pair of blue gem earrings. Mouse then smiled and said, come over, I will help you pierce your earlobes. A pair of fully equipped elite soldiers of the Royal Knights were in front of a luxurious carriage. Sitting side by side in the carriage was Rhodey and Seth. Although the seats were soft and velvety, Seth seemed to sit uncomfortably and squirmed restlessly. Rhodey had to warn him not to fidget around so much, so as not to mess up the disguise. Seth hated it so much. He felt the 2 earrings on his ears uncomfortably heavy. Earlier, the process of having his earlobes pierced was simply a torture. That Mouse did not know how to pierce earlobes. Seth secretly regretted. He should have realized that Mouse, who had been cultivating in the temple, would not have known how to pierce earlobes. He should have long realized that when Mouse clumsily held the earrings to his ears and pricked arbitrarily. The result was, Seth gave a blood-curdling scream as 2 messy holes appeared in his earlobes. Fortunately, Mouse was amongst the best sorcerers and readily healed Seth's ears with her magic. It was useless even if Seth struggled. Rhodey held Seth's head and Seth was unable to resist. He could only obediently surrender his ears to Mouse for her to prick arbitrarily. He was afraid even just thinking about it. Crown Prince Avon stood in front of his own palace and waited anxiously. He looked like an innocent boy waiting for his first date. His eyes contained feelings of expectations, joy, nervousness, and worry. He felt nervous that he could not help pulling the lower hem of his clothes. Just then, the carriage for the special envoy of the Radiant Empire finally arrived. The attendant walked up and opened the door of the carriage. The first to get down the carriage was the special envoy, Earl Rhodey. After that, a foot wearing a black leather shoe appeared from the inside of the carriage, followed by a slim white hand holding onto the door of the carriage. After that, Crown Prince Avon saw the face that made him yearn day and night. Prince Avon almost pushed the attendant aside and strode over. In the most graceful and gentlemanly manner, he helped Miss Nicole get off the carriage. Looking at the beauty in front of him with endless admiration, he picked up his courage and said in his most sincere and tender voice, welcome, Miss Nicole of the Tulip family. Your presence is my greatest honor. The ecstatic youngster could no longer wait. He pulled Seth's hand towards his lips and kissed his hand like a noble knight. Prince Avon then faced Rhodey and nodded. After greeting him with a few words, the host, Prince Avon, led them into his palace. What Avon did not see was that Miss Nicole, who was walking behind him, had goosebumps all over his face. He could not help but put the hand that Avon kissed at the back of his skirt and rigorously rubbed twice. Avon led them through a big circular door and entered the banquet hall. There were already several other invited guests in the hall. As the identity of the Radiant Empire's special envoy was not disclosed to the public, it was only a small private banquet. The thick soft carpet was luxurious to walk on. The other invited guests were also people of status. Rhodey was surprised and was not sure of the intention of Prince Avon. Surprisingly, he actually invited all the other kingdoms' diplomatic ambassadors who had been staying in the Sauron kingdom. Those ambassadors of the other kingdoms clearly knew Rhodey's identity as the special envoy of the Radiant Empire and were extremely deferential towards Rhodey and Seth. It was obvious that after the peace negotiation, hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be released and those kingdoms actually needed that urgently. His Highness, Avon, had originally opposed the peace negotiations. Why would he organize the peace faction banquet? Rhodey did not have time to think. His Highness Avon impatiently led Seth around and introduced him to the other guests. He even boldly but gently touched Seth's hands a few times. Seth had grown up in an aristocratic circle and was naturally very familiar with the etiquette. So when faced with these noble smiling guests, Seth did not make any mistake that would give him away. The only thing that made Seth feel cold was the way the Crown Prince looked at him. The gaze was filled with more and more affection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.